Juanjuan was originally a celestial koi fish, yet cast down to the mortal realm by the heavenly emperor, charged with the task of altering the fate of a nation. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a newborn infant, facing the imminent threat of being swapped at birth. Contemplating the formidable mission bestowed upon her by the heavenly emperor, Juanjuan felt the weight of her responsibilities pressing down upon her. As a mere helpless babe, she resolved to consume more nourishment to grow swiftly. However, to her astonishment, without any effort on her part, she witnessed a family gradually transforming their originally tragic fate into one filled with prosperity. The tiny mind of Juanjuan brimmed with confusion. Was it possible that she had achieved victory merely by the virtue of her innocent cries? Chapter 1. The koi Juanjuan, she has given birth. It's a girl. As Juanjuan's consciousness returned, these words reached her ears. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a midwife cradling her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The exhausted lady, having just delivered, lay on the bed, her lips curling into a pale yet satisfied smile upon hearing the news. After 4 sons, they finally had a daughter. She turned her gaze towards the infant in the midwife's arms, extending her hand. "Quickly bring her to me for a look." The midwife, glancing around, hesitated and replied, "Madam, perhaps it would be best to allow the maid to clean you up before holding the child. Then please, Aunt Jo, fetch a maidservant. My husband, YXHNG, is on his way. Once he arrives, our family shall express our profound gratitude to you." A smile filled with wrinkles blossomed on the midwife's face. "Madam, you are far too courteous. Please rest, and I shall take the young lady to a clean chamber first." Upon hearing the name YXHNG, Juanjuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had been transported into the story recounted by the Queen Mother just days prior? At that time, she had still been in the OCH, yet to take form, while the Queen Mother narrated tales of the mortal realm. The story centered around the family of the Minister of Revenue in the Jing Kingdom, where after 4 sons, a daughter was finally born. However, the 5th young lady was swapped by the midwife, who presented her own daughter to the minister's wife, hiding the true 5th young lady in the woodshed. As time passed, the family lavished affection on the counterfeit daughter, who harbored a soul from another realm, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and talents from a tender age. Ultimately, at the age of 16, the family discovered the truth of the swapped daughters, realizing their biological daughter had been lost to the world while the midwife's granddaughter had been raised in luxury. In the end, the counterfeit daughter transformed into the wealthiest individual in the Jing Kingdom, and the 6th prince grandly married her, together ascending to prominence. Juanjuan was taken aback had she now become that unfortunate true daughter. The midwife was already approaching the door, and she was but a cry away from a dismal fate in a brothel. Summoning all her strength, Juanjuan let out a resounding wail. She refused to be sold into a brothel. The midwife, startled and anxious, nearly dropped the child as her hand trembled. The previously weary Lin Shi, awakened by the loud cry, lost her drowsiness and sat up with concern. "Aunt Jo, why does the child cry so fiercely? Is she hungry? Bring her to me, so I may see." The midwife forced a laugh. "You are tired, madam. Rest first, and I shall take the young lady downstairs to find some goat's milk. Once you have rested, I will bring her to you." As she spoke, she slowly made her way to the door, but Juanjuan struggled in her arms, her cries fading into soft whimpers. Lin Shi, undeterred, shook her head. "The child should have mother's milk right after birth. Bring her to me once she is fed. I can rest without any concern." Seeing Lin Shi's resolute demeanor, the midwife could no longer offer excuses and reluctantly handed the child over. As she departed, she cast a fierce glare at Juanjuan. Damn that girl. If it weren't for her crying, her plan would have succeeded. Though Lin Shi was unaware of the midwife's thoughts, she noticed the sharp glare directed at Juanjuan, causing her heart to tighten. She held the child close. After the midwife left, Lin Shi unveiled the swaddling cloth, revealing the infant's tender body, marked red from being tightly held. Anger welled up within her. What grievance warranted such treatment towards her newborn daughter? Tears glistened in Lin Shi's eyes as she lowered her head, meeting the gaze of her daughter, whose porcelain skin and large, dark eyes sparkled with life, smiling sweetly. Feeling a mix of sorrow and comfort, Lin Shi gently tapped the baby's nose. "Do you sense danger, my dear? Are you calling for your mother's protection?" After uttering these words, she smiled, realizing she was overthinking a newborn could hardly comprehend such matters, likely just hungry and coincidentally timed. Yet, there There was something extraordinary about her daughter having birthed 4 children. She had never seen a newborn so exquisite, resembling a little fairy. Unable to resist, she kissed Juanjuan's cheek, her eyes filled with affection. Juanjuan beamed, playfully engaging with Lin Shi until the latter's tears dried, replaced by a gentle smile, at which point Juanjuan finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. To bring joy to her mother right from birth, indeed a challenging task. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen crouched at the entrance, stealthily cradling a newborn babe beneath his ample clothing. Upon seeing the midwife emerge, he hurried forward, whispering, "Mother, what news? Was it a boy or a girl?" His grip on the child tightened, brow furrowing. "What shall we do about our child? Do not forget the dream Father entrusted to us days ago. Our child possesses great destiny. If we can exchange her for that lady's child, we shall enjoy endless wealth and prosperity." In his arms, the swaddled infant gazed back with unblinking eyes, a glimmer of something unusual flashing within. Chapter 2. The cat swaps. The crown prince, the heavenly emperor, sat solemnly upon his throne, addressing her earnestly. "Juanjuan, you must now comprehend that the tale the queen mother shared with you is not merely a simple story. It was indeed an account of events from the Jing kingdom in a past life. The 6th prince, originally inept, ascended to the throne with aid from another realm. Yet, mere years later, the Jing kingdom fell, engulfed in chaos and calamity, with the common folk suffering greatly. Your task in the mortal realm is fraught with challenges. Although you are a celestial koi, the power from the other realm is exceedingly formidable. I consulted with the heavenly principle and can grant you a singular wish, which I will endeavor to fulfill. What do you desire?" Upon taking human form, Juanjuan appeared as a delicate child clad in a red skirt, resembling a divine maiden. She furrowed her brows, pondering deeply, uncertain of her desires. The Jade Emperor suggested, "Shall I bestow upon you an invulnerable physique? Perhaps unparalleled medical skills? Or a mind as sharp as a fox?" Juanjuan, troubled, shook her head, until a sudden thought illuminated her eyes. "Uncle Heavenly Emperor, what did you mean by assistance from another realm?" The Heavenly Emperor replied, "That refers to future humanity, carrying the heritage of 5,000 years and the crystallized wisdom of countless individuals. She possesses a system that continuously supplies her with resources and knowledge. Undoubtedly, it would be exceedingly challenging for you to alter the course of destiny alone." The Heavenly Emperor sighed, yet unexpectedly. After he finished speaking, Juanjuan smiled with her eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Emperor expressed a hint of curiosity. "Juanjuan, what is it that you desire?" Juanjuan's smile was crafty, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. "Before I took form, I often listened to my fairy sister tell a story. A snipe and a clam fought until both were injured, ultimately allowing a passing fisherman to reap the benefits. Since Juanjuan cannot prevail, I wish to find someone who can rival her. Thus, I would like Uncle Tiandao to bring another similar individual from another realm to Jianghua. At that time, Juanjuan merely needs to play the role of the fisherman He. Before Juanjuan could finish her sentence, she covered her mouth with her hands and giggled like a cat that had stolen a fish, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her cherubic face. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. How did I not think of this? What a splendid idea. He hurriedly sought counsel from Tiandao, gently tapping Juanjuan's forehead before departing. "All right, Juanjuan, I will take care of this matter. Additionally, I shall present you with a small gift. Be sure to use it wisely." Juanjuan tilted her head in confusion, her hand on her forehead, and before she could inquire further, she awoke from her dream. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld her mother, Lin Shi, whose complexion, though pale, retained a remarkable beauty. Instantly, the Heavenly Emperor's mention of the small gift faded from her mind, as she blinked her large, dark eyes in infatuation. "This must be my mother. How beautiful she is! She is as lovely as my fairy sister." The innocent voice of the little girl startled Lin Shi greatly. She glanced around, instinctively tightening her embrace around Juanjuan. Ever since discovering the midwife's intent to harm her daughter, Lin Shi had been mustering her strength, fearing that if she fell asleep, someone might enter and endanger her. "Child." Now, unexpectedly hearing a child's voice, Lin Shi began to question whether her fatigue had caused her to hallucinate. Before long, the voice returned. Lin Shi froze momentarily, suddenly realizing something, and turned her gaze to the infant in her arms. Could it be a hallucination? Why did she feel as though she recognized her daughter's voice? Juanjuan grinned widely, her eyes crinkling with delight. Mother has seen me. Let little Jean Kue Juanjuan come to make mother happy. With that, Juanjuan energetically waved her arms, exuding an exuberance that was utterly charming. Unable to resist, Lin Sure smiled and playfully scolded, "You little rascal." At that moment, the atmosphere between them was warm and harmonious when the door creaked open. A woman clad in simple clothing entered, short and stout, her freckled face adorned with a smile that failed to convey warmth. She spoke, attempting to appear amiable. "Madam, I have come to assist you and the young lady with bathing." Lin Shure's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the woman, her heart racing with unease. This individual clearly toiled in the fields. Her clothing bore mud stains, and her hands were rough and calloused. Lin Shure wondered where this woman had emerged from. Steadying her nerves, she replied coldly, "No need for that. Please leave." The woman stood her ground, her beady eyes keenly studying Lin Shure and Juanjuan, a look of curiosity in her gaze. Lin Shure tightened her grip on Juanjuan, her heart in turmoil, her voice trembling as she insisted, "Leave at once. I do not require your assistance." The woman cast a glance at the mother and daughter, muttering something under her breath before reluctantly turning to exit. Once the door closed, she plopped onto a wooden stool in the woodshed, grumbling that Madam wouldn't let me near. The moment I approached, she shouted for me to leave. Inside the woodshed were two others, the midwife and her son. Exchanging glances, they quickly suggested, "Why not take the child while she sleeps? That Madam is quite vigilant. She likely won't fall asleep anytime soon." The woman sighed. The midwife produced a stick of incense and offered it. "Use this, light it, and insert it into the crack of the door. Once the incense burns out, you may enter and switch the two children." The woman accepted the incense. "All right, I will give it a try." The trio conspired in the woodshed for a brief moment before the woman approached the door, igniting the incense and inserting it through the crack. A peculiar fragrance began to envelop Lin Shure, who held Juanjuan close, her eyelids growing heavy. After inhaling just a couple of breaths, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The door creaked open, and the woman cautiously peered inside, ensuring Lin Shure was asleep before stealthily entering. Yu Juanjuan, observing the woman's face, felt a pang of alarm. Her mother had been ensnared. She opened her mouth to cry out, only to find the woman grasping her neck, her little face turning a shade of purple. Moments later, another figure entered, the sly midwife. Cradling an infant, they stood before Lin Shure's bed, preparing to enact a treacherous exchange. "Quickly, change the swaddling," the midwife whispered urgently. Yu Huan watched helplessly as she was stripped of her garments, her neck still in the woman's grip, while the impostor donned her swaddling and lay in her mother's embrace. These villains, a den of wicked conspirators. Chapter 3 Ayu. The man's gentle voice roused Lin Shure from her slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld the strikingly handsome visage of her husband. Yu Shiheng, a maidservant, entered with a tub for bathing, and Yu Shiheng cast a tender gaze upon the woman in bed, his eyes filled with affection. "Aigeku, you have suffered. Is this our daughter? She is truly adorable." He lifted the swaddled infant, his slightly calloused fingertips gently prodding the baby's cheek as he chuckled softly. After Lin Shure had bathed with the maid's assistance and regained a semblance of strength, her eyes sparkled with warmth. As she reached for the baby her husband offered, she smiled and inquired, "Husband, what shall we name our daughter?" However, upon glancing down at the wrinkled face of the infant, she was startled and let out a shriek, tossing the swaddle away in horror. Lin Shure's complexion turned pale, her mind buzzing with confusion. "What is this? This is not my daughter." Yu Shiheng, quick-witted, caught the infant just before it hit the ground, and he hurriedly reassured her, "Ayu, what troubles you?" Lin Shure's eyes widened in terror as she clutched her husband's sleeve, trembling as she spoke. "No, this is not our daughter." In her desperation, she threw off the covers and attempted to rise, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, Yu Shiheng stopped her. "Ayu, you have just given birth and are still weak. Whatever is troubling you, tell me, and I shall handle it." The maidservants in the room rushed to support her. "Madam, please lie down. Just give us your instructions." Trembling uncontrollably, Lin Shure cried out, "This is not my daughter. You must find her. Go find her." Her voice was hoarse with panic, and she pointed at the swaddled infant, screaming, "Kai-chun, take her away. She's a fake." Without hesitation, Kai-chun carried the baby away and entrusted her to a little maid at the door. In utter despair, Lin Shure grasped Yu Shiheng's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, Promise me you will find our daughter. She's so adorable, so well-behaved. Yu Shiheng had quickly pieced together the situation. After soothing her for a moment, he exited the room and commanded the servants he had brought to seal the courtyard and search every corner, exerting all efforts to locate the whereabouts of the fifth young Mississippi. He cast a glance at the infant held by the maid, whose dark, expressive eyes gazed back at him with an unsettling calmness, as if she possessed some knowledge, remaining silent and unperturbed. Yu Shiheng furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, instructing them to take her away. In the woodshed, the midwife had wrapped a cloth around the mouth of the squirming baby, Juanjuan, to stifle her cries, and placed her into a rice vat. The maidservants soon discovered the woodshed, and the midwife and her accomplices hastily covered the vat and concealed it with firewood. After a quick search, the maid was about to leave when Yu Shiheng entered with his attendants. At that moment, Juanjuan lay in the rice vat, her breath faint, aware of the commotion outside, but unable to make a sound due to the obstruction. "I'm here, someone, please save me. Oh, I'm Yu, and I've barely been born. Yet I might meet my end already." Who is speaking? Yu Shiheng paused, scrutinizing everyone present, but no one had uttered a word. The faint voice continued, "Oh, poor Juanjuan. I wonder if my mother has realized that her daughter has been switched. Ah, there are even mice here. How pitiful for a fish fallen into the mundane world." Hearing the plaintive tone of the small voice, Yu Shiheng's gaze settled upon the pile of firewood in the corner. He turned and made his way toward it. The midwife, alarmed, rushed to block his path, her face twitching with anxiety. "Noble sir, that is where the firewood is kept. There are often mice, and I fear it may soil your garments." The midwife's son awkwardly chimed in, "Yes, the maidservants have already searched this room and found nothing. The woodshed is too filthy. Perhaps you should look elsewhere." Yu Shiheng's expression remained impassive, his deep-set eyes glinting with determination. "Take them away." The attendants complied, escorting the midwife and her son from the woodshed. Just as they were about to exit, Yu Shiheng caught a glimpse of the midwife's face, which was ashen with despair. He moved aside the firewood outside and uncovered the rice vat in the corner. Upon lifting the lid, he indeed heard the soft, sweet voice once more. "Oh, Yu, I am finally seeing the light of day again." Inside the vat lay a small infant, her body mottled with bruises from being gagged. Upon seeing him, her large, dark eyes brightened, unblinking in delight. "Is it Daddy? Daddy is so handsome." Yu Shiheng cradled Juanjuan in his arms, his long, elegant fingers gently untying the cloth from her mouth, his heart understanding the gravity of the situation. "No wonder you had said their daughter was adorable. Indeed, she was irresistibly charming, plump and tender, resembling a freshly steamed bun." "Daddy, don't dawdle. Quickly take Juanjuan to find mother." Yu Shiheng complied, embracing her as he made his way out, accepting the extraordinary ability to hear his daughter's thoughts with grace. As he passed by the midwife and her accomplices, he paused, instructing his attendants to bind them and keep watch over them. Lin Shi leaned weakly against Kai Chun, her eyes bloodshot, while Kai Chun comforted her with concern. The door creaked open, and Kai Chun's eyes widened in surprise as she saw her master entering with a child in his arms. Unlike her, Lin Shi heard the soft voice of the baby. "Oh, why is mother crying so much? What will happen to our family without Juanjuan?" Lin Shi, still tearful, was amused by the comment. She quickly took the child from Yu Shiheng, cradling Juanjuan close to her heart. Upon glancing down, she noticed the distinct bruising on the infant's delicate skin, stark against her pale complexion. Juanjuan gazed up at her mother, sensing her impending tears, and waved her tiny arms to cheer her up. "Fortunately, Daddy rescued Juanjuan from the bad people. Otherwise, our family would have been torn apart. Is the baby outside the one who is a false daughter?" Lin Shi was taken aback by these two statements, holding Juanjuan tightly as thoughts of a fractured family plagued her mind. Why would there be a broken family? What was a false daughter? "You do not fret." The man's long fingers entwined with hers, his gaze focused and gentle, emanating a calm strength like distant mountains. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, each understanding the unspoken truth. They could hear Juanjuan's thoughts. With her husband's reassurance, Lin Shi gradually regained her composure and addressed the maid standing at the door. "Gai Jun, bring that baby from outside in." Chapter 4, Bringing Juanjuan Back to Jing. Kai Chun entered, carrying the swaddled infant, who was tiny and frail, resembling a hairless monkey with a rosy, wrinkled face, lying quietly in her embrace without a sound. Yu Shiheng had already dispatched someone to report to the authorities. By now, the officials had taken the midwife and her son away, facing a dire fate of imprisonment for their heinous crimes against the offspring of a court official. Lin Shi sighed upon learning this, feeling a twinge of fear. What about the child's mother? Kai Chun relayed the news, explaining that the woman had succumbed to excessive bleeding during childbirth and had been hastily buried by her husband in a grass mat. Neighbors spoke of her tragic fate. It was no wonder the newborn was so frail. Lin Shi turned to Yu Shiheng, uncertain. Husband, what shall we do with this child? Having just given birth herself, Lin Shi felt a surge of compassion. Juanjuan, curious, pondered, the false daughter has an adult soul within her. If we abandon her, she will surely seek revenge as she grows. But if we eliminate her completely, it may not end well, for Mother's heart is tender. What will father do? Both parents, astonished by the revelation that the infant's body housed an adult's soul, were taken aback. It was an extraordinary notion indeed. However, they firmly believed in Juanjuan's words. Yu Shiheng subtly took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from the infant. Lin Shi shared this sentiment. She smiled and nodded. The two exchanged a knowing glance. And before the baby, they exchanged words, deftly arranging her future. After their kind-hearted conversation, the infant in Kai Chun's arms finally closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber, as if a weight had been lifted from her. Only Juanjuan pondered, was my father really so kind-hearted in his youth? In my past life, he was incredibly cold and indifferent to everyone except for my mother. He would have turned a blind eye even if 10 infants had died before him. Why is he now acting like a benevolent person? The clarity in Yu Juanjuan's eyes made Yu Shiheng feel somewhat uneasy. He bent down helplessly and gently kissed her forehead, thinking, why does it feel like this little one is scolding her father? Juanjuan is just an infant. She wouldn't scold anyone. Having heard the name Juanjuan several times, Lin Shi turned to Yu Shiheng and tentatively inquired, husband, what do you think of our daughter's name? Both mother and daughter looked at him with eager anticipation. Juanjuan, Juanjuan. If you name me Juanjuan, I promise I will never call you cold-hearted again. I swear. Unable to resist, Yu Shiheng's lips curled into a gentle smile, his demeanor elegant and refined. Let be Juanjuan then. That's wonderful. Lin Shi's lips curved into a soft smile as she affectionately touched Juanjuan's cheek, exclaiming how well-behaved she was. The carriage jolted along the road, and Juanjuan lay in Kai Chun's arms, drowsy. After being fed goat's milk twice, she lost track of time. Gradually, the noise around her increased, and the carriage came to a halt. In front of the minister's residence, 2 boisterous little boys were already waiting there. They were the 3rd young master Yu Baiju and the 4th young master Yananqing. Upon spotting the approaching carriage, they rushed forward with enthusiasm. Mother, you've worked hard. Is my sister in the carriage? Let me carry her. As Kai Chun stepped down, she was immediately surrounded by the 2 little masters. Miss is still sleeping and hasn't woken up yet, she said with a smile. The 2 boys lowered their voices and peered curiously at the swaddled infant. Wow, my sister is so fair and cute. She looks just like a little rabbit, much prettier than us. Mother said we looked like little monkeys when we were born. Lin Shi smiled, pressing her lips together. Let us see her once we go inside. At that moment, Yananqing noticed another carriage behind them, from which a maid emerged, holding a swaddled infant. Curiously, he asked, Mother, is that also our sister? Yu Shiheng, supporting Lin Shi as they walked in, cast a glance at his youngest son. You have sharp eyes. Have you finished your study for today? Yananqing quickly covered his mouth and awkwardly replied, Not yet, father. I will do it right now. With that, he dashed away. Although his father appeared gentle, he was still quite intimidating. Yu Baiju, evidently more astute, realized that the infant in the other carriage was being carried by a maid who was not one of their mother's attendants. Coupled with their father's clear demeanor, it was obvious that only Kai Chun was carrying their sister. He followed Kai Chun into their mother's courtyard and waited to gaze at his sister once she was settled. Lin Shi paused, looking towards her husband. Yu Shiheng's lips held a distinct smile, his gaze profound. In the Sun family, there are only 2 boys. His wife has always longed for a daughter. They will surely cherish her well. Let us send her to them. The Sun family were the stewards of the minister's residence, having served loyally for many years. Their 2 sons currently served the eldest young master, and it was only fitting for them to raise the child. Kaiying agreed and stepped out. In the small compartment, as Yu Juanjuan awakened, she saw a round-faced little boy curiously staring at her. Hey, why is there a child staring at me? He looks to be around the age of the 3rd or 4th brother. Should I smile at him? After a moment's thought, Juanjuan decided to grin. Baiji was taken aback by the sound, scanning the surroundings and noticing only one maid standing at the door. Strange. How could I hear a child's voice? What's wrong, brother? What are you looking at? Let me see, too. Baiji fixed his gaze on the infant. Tilting his head, he tentatively said, Sister, I am your third brother. Oh, so you're the third brother. You seem quite clever. By the way, it seems that in my past life, the third brother drowned at the age of 7 after falling into a pond, leaving mother heartbroken for a long time. Baiji suddenly froze, his face turning pale. He was indeed 7 years old this year. Chapter 5. Saving the third brother. Baiji was still just a child. Hearing this left him distraught. On the verge of tears, it seems that the third brother overheard something he shouldn't have behind the rockery and was silenced. What could it have been? I can't quite recall. Baiji burst into tears. From now on, he would avoid the rockery at all costs. What happened? Kai-chun entered to find the third young master crying and inquired of the maid beside her, who was equally clueless. Lin Shi heard the commotion and was filled with confusion. Soon, several people gathered around Juanjuan's bed, all with puzzled expressions. Baiji threw himself into Lin Shi's arms, crying uncontrollably. Shihong's eyelids twitched, and he pulled his son away, unable to look at him. Kai-chun, take the third young master away to clean him up. After Baiji was taken away, Juanjuan suddenly recalled something. I remember now. It was about grandmother's affair. Grandmother was secretly meeting a man behind the rockery, and the third brother caught them, so they pushed him into the pond to drown. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of shock and deep sorrow. If what Juanjuan said was true, how innocent her third son must have been. Shihong was surprised, but he remained composed compared to Lin Shi. This woman was not his biological mother, but rather his father's concubine, whom he had always treated as his mother without any harshness. He never imagined she could be so cruel. Juanjuan thought of the chubby little boy from earlier and felt a pang of anxiety. Just as she was about to cry out to attract attention, she was suddenly lifted from the bed. Juanjuan, father is taking you for a walk at Liu Pavilion. Shihong lifted Juanjuan with one hand while tenderly supporting Lin Shi with the other. He instructed Kai-chun, call for more people. There is a venomous snake in Liu Pavilion. A generous reward awaits anyone who can capture it. Lin Shi swayed slightly, gripping his sleeve, her face pale. I want to go too. Having just given birth, she was advised against moving, and Shihong initially refused. However, he ultimately relented. Meanwhile, after Baiji had his face cleaned by the maid, he left Lin Shi's courtyard. The day's revelations had left him feeling unsettled, and he desperately needed someone to confide in. With his elder brothers absent, he sought out his fourth brother. Baiji hurried along, and as he passed Liu Pavilion, he caught sight of his grandmother. She had always treated him well, protecting him when he dreaded doing homework and even offering him treats that he couldn't find in the residence. Baiji wanted to greet her, but she seemed hurried and didn't notice him. Just as he was about to continue his search for his fourth brother, he heard a startled cry. He immediately recognized it as his grandmother's voice. Fearing for her safety, as she was alone and without a maid, he changed direction and headed towards the sound. Behind Liu Pavilion lay a rockery, and recalling his sister's words, Baiji hesitated for a moment. Yet, he soon heard another cry from his grandmother, followed by a man's threatening voice saying he would kill her. Baiji took a step back, pondering the predicament. If that man had harmed his grandmother, what could a mere 7-year-old child do? Moreover, after hearing his sister's words, he now felt an overwhelming fear whenever he laid eyes on the rockery. He stood hesitantly behind it, at a loss for what to do, when he caught sight of his elder brother's attendant, passing by. Baiji eyes brightened, and he called out, come quickly and lend a hand. His shout echoed, silencing the noises from behind the rockery, replaced by the rustling of clothing. By the time arrived, Yosh had already stepped out from behind the rockery, smoothing her disheveled hair awkwardly. Grandmother, are you all right? Baiji inquired. I heard your call and was worried something had happened, but I did not dare approach, so I called for help. Yosh, aged 40, had married Yxh's father as a concubine when she was 18. Her husband passed away 3 years after their marriage. Yet Yxh had achieved great success, rising to the esteemed position of a minister at a young age, earning the utmost respect from everyone in the household. She had not endured much hardship and, after 20 years, still retained her charm. Observing YBIJ's innocent gaze and genuine concern, she felt herself relax, prepared to advise him against speaking of this to others. When YXH hurriedly arrived with a group of people. Seeing the crowd, YOSH's eyelids twitched. Why are there so many people? Upon noticing YBIJ standing there unscathed, LNSH breathed a sigh of relief, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. Mother, I am fine, but grandmother may have been injured. Quickly, call for a doctor to examine her. YXH scrutinized YOSH with concern, asking, Mother, are you injured? I heard from the servants that a venomous snake had entered Li Yt, which is why I rushed here with my attendants. YOSH stiffened, then quickly replied, Yes, it was a venomous snake. I saw it just now, which frightened me and made me fall. She adjusted her somewhat disheveled hair, forcing a smile. Although YBIJ was tightly held in LNSH's embrace, he instinctively countered, No, father, someone harmed grandmother. That man even threatened her, saying he would kill her. YOSH's face twitched, shaken by the child's indiscreet words. She was uncertain of how much YBIJ had overheard, and her entire being trembled in fear. YXH appeared oblivious to the underlying tension, maintaining a calm demeanor. Could it be that a thief has entered the household? Startling mother? I shall report this to the authorities. YOSH was struck with panic, desperate to avoid further complications. No need for that. Let us not escalate matters. I am fine, and this incident can be forgotten. YXH's expression remained unyielding. LNSH ceased her tears, while YBIJ looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean by affair? What sort of affair? He was astonished to learn that such an inappropriate individual had been associated with the second young master. YXH's tone turned stern, declaring, Mother need not fear. I shall unearth the thief hiding within our estate. YOSH, in fear, lunged towards him, disregarding decorum. YXH stepped back, allowing her to miss her target. All of you step back. Everyone retreat. YOSH shouted at the onlooking servants. YXH remained silent, observing her quietly. Once the servants had dispersed, YOSH collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, XH, Mother is not injured. Do not investigate further. Having given birth to a son after marrying into the family, she feared that any revelations could jeopardize her son's future, which relied on YXH's influence. LNSH was taken aback by this revelation, struggling to comprehend that the mother she had always respected would not only consider harming YBIJ, but also conspire against her. YXH's eyes glinted with icy disdain. His patience was waning. He cast a dismissive glance at the prostrate YOSH, expressing his discontent. If a thief has infiltrated our estate, the decision to report this is not solely yours to make. Furthermore, how can you, in front of so many, abandon all sense of propriety and weep? He summoned a servant, instructing coldly, Go to SHNCOT and request a female doctor to conduct a thorough examination of the elder lady. Though she may not care for her own well-being, as her descendant, I cannot afford to neglect the matter. Crying out, Do not go. YXH stepped back, shaking off her grasp, and sternly ordered the bewildered servant, Why are you still standing there? Go. The servant hurried off to summon the doctor. YOSH could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. However, YXH had no intention of letting this matter slide. He called for the steward, reprimanding that the negligence of the servants at BOSHNT had placed his mother in peril. He dismissed all the first-class maids and wet nurses, reducing their pay by half a month and transferring them to another courtyard. Additionally, he ordered the governor to be summoned to ensure the apprehension of the miscreant who had threatened his mother behind the rockery. Juanjuan lay nestled in her father's embrace, her little mouth agape in surprise. My father is so handsome. Grandmother is bound to be humiliated now. YXH looked down, noticing her sparkling eyes, and smiled warmly at her. His expression softened as he gently pinched her cheek, chuckling. Despite her tender age, she possessed an exquisite sense of aesthetics. Within an hour, the servant returned with the female doctor in tow. CICH stood at the bedside, her face alight with gossip. Madam, you should have seen it. The doctor left with her face flushed. Upon awakening, the elderly lady was furious to find that all her attendants had been dismissed, rolling her eyes back and fainting once more. Our master was quite enraged. By the way, it turns out that the one with whom the old lady was involved was actually the second young master's martial arts instructor, who has since been taken away by the governor. LNSH remained silent, reflecting that good and evil would eventually be repaid. Had she not overheard Juanjuan's thoughts, perhaps the third child would have faced dire consequences. Juanjuan listened intently for a while. But children's attention spans are limited, and she soon fell asleep. LNSH had intended to have Ing carry Juanjuan to the adjoining room for a nap, but unexpectedly, a child rushed in. It was Ing, who burst in hurriedly and collapsed at LNSH's bedside. Mother, you must go to be Ing and save grandmother. Father is furious and wants to send her away. Ing was unaware of the unfolding events. He had overheard this while studying in his room, but was too intimidated to confront his father, thus seeking his mother's intervention. Grandmother often brought him little trinkets and treats, and she had always shielded him from his father's wrath after he misbehaved. Now, hearing of his father's anger, he was anxious. He grasped his mother's hand, imploring, "Mother, you must go and speak with father. Surely there must be a way to resolve this without sending grandmother away." LNSH's smile faded considerably as she brushed aside Yinxing's hand, gazing at him intently without speaking. Yinxing, feeling increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny, asked, "Mother, what is wrong?" CICH interjected, "Fourth young master. The madam has just given birth and should not be moving about. Besides, if the old lady has done nothing wrong, how could the master ever consider sending her away?" Yinxing was perplexed, as he had never contemplated that possibility. LNSH silenced CICHN, lowering her gaze to Juanjuan's peaceful sleeping face, her voice soft and distant. "If you wish to save your grandmother, speak to your father. I cannot intervene at BOSHNTing. When you leave, be quiet so as not to disturb your sister's slumber." Yinxing, at a loss, opened his mouth, his small face pale from the fright of his mother's demeanor. A hint of a sob crept into his tender voice as he pleaded, "Mother, I won't go. Please don't be angry. LNSH, Olding Juan, Averte d'Orgaz. I know I was wrong, Mother. You have just given birth to my sister and are in a weak state. I should not be so selfish." The 7-year-old boy's eyes brimmed with tears, two streams of sorrow tracing down his fair cheeks, weeping most pitifully, being his own flesh and blood. And SH's heart softened at the sight of his tears. "Do not cry. Your grandmother has committed a grave error this time. Had it occurred with another woman, it could have cost her life. Your father is being merciful by sending her away." As she spoke, LNSH wiped his tears with a handkerchief. However, children's attention shifts swiftly, and before long, he was no longer sorrowful, engrossed in watching his sister sleep. LNSH stroked his head and inquired, "How did you come to know about the happenings in the backyard when your father instructed you to study in your room?" Yinxing lifted his head and replied, "It was my gentle little aunt who told me. She was crying fiercely, and as soon as I heard, LNSH paused, her expression laden with meaning. BIWNRU was the niece of YOSH and had been brought to the SHNGSH after the family's misfortune, where the servants referred to her as Miss Biao. Previously, when there were 4 boys in the family, LNSH had treated her warmly, providing her with everything befitting a legitimate daughter. Just then, Ying entered. "Madam, Miss Biao requests to see you." LNSH waved her hand, allowing her to enter. Subsequently, a young girl clad in a blue dress, appearing to be around 10 years old, entered under Ying's guidance. Her striking features were marred by red-rimmed eyes, as though she had just been weeping, making her look particularly endearing. Upon entering, she knelt down, greeting, "Are pays her respects to sister-in-law. May sister-in-law be well." LNSH bade her to rise and instructed CICH in to bring a stool. BIWNRU did not sit. As soon as she stood up, tears streamed down her face, large droplets falling on the ground, her sobs eliciting great sympathy. "Sister-in-law, I do not understand what error my aunt has committed for my cousin to send her away to the countryside." BIWNRU wiped her cheeks with a handkerchief, biting her lip as she asked, her voice trembling. "I heard Shioto say that the countryside is desolate and remote, and my cousin has even sold away her companions. My aunt is older and has no one by her side. With that, BIWNRU, choking on her tears, asked sister-in-law. My cousin listens to you the most. Could you please intercede for her? Chapter 7, Ju and Junes full moon feast Hélène sh siged softly. Wondering why so many were coming to her today, with tears. She glanced at CICHN, who immediately understood and stepped forward. Miss Biao. It is not that the lady does not wish to help the matriarch, but do you know what error the matriarch has committed? Eve numéro. With tear-filled eyes, looked at CICHN, biting her lip. What error has my aunt committed? CICHN responded. The old matriarch was caught in an illicit affair with an outsider, and it just so happened that the third young master witnessed it. Nearly all the servants were present at the time. If the master does not send her away, the reputation of our household would be utterly ruined. BIWNRU gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. How could my aunt engage in such conduct? She began to cry again, but this time, she refrained from asking LNSH for help. LNSH took her hand and gently wiped away her tears, her tone soothing. Our SHNGSH's reputation has already suffered. If we do not send your mother away, the reputations of all the young ladies in our household will be tarnished. You are already 10 years old. Soon you will be seeking a marriage. Your cousin's actions are also for your sake. BIWNRU nodded through her sobs. I understand, sister-in-law. It is you are who is being thoughtless, causing you worry. After speaking, she noticed the infant beside LNSH. Her sadness momentarily alleviated. Sister-in-law, who is this? Upon mentioning Ju in, LNSH's expression softened, her lips curving into a gentle smile. This is Ju in. The little girl was quite lively earlier and has only just fallen asleep. Eve numer es curiosity piqued. Eso adorable. My mother once told me that I was frail and tiny when I was born. How is it that Ju in is so lovely? Like a little fairy from a painting? LNSH's eyes sparkled with mirth. What mother does not delight in others praising her child? On her way, she encountered the hurriedly moving housekeeper, Madame Xiao. Miss Biao. HO stopped to greet her. BIWNRU noticed a small jar in ZHO's hand and curiously inquired, Aunt ZHO, what is it you are holding? After bowing, ZHO quickly departed. Watching her retreating figure, BIWNRU sighed deeply. Cousin and sister-in-law truly are kind-hearted people. I shall aspire to be like them and help many in the future. The maid OTO chimed in, Miss, you have a kind heart. You will surely become a renowned benefactor. Within Jing Y Insu In. Y Ju In awoke 2 hours later. Upon waking, she saw LNSH conversing with CICHN and chose not to interrupt, listening quietly. LNSH remained silent, lost in thought. Miss Biao, Y Ju In racked her brain, finally recalling the matter concerning this Miss Biao. She must be that kind-hearted little aunt who would help a wounded dog on the road. She had a close relationship with the false daughter in her past life, and could not believe that the false daughter caused her demise. LNSH was taken aback, then lowered her head, indeed spotting the exquisitely sculpted face of the infant. Mother has discovered me. Ju In waved her tiny hands, babbling joyfully. Upon waking, I see that mother has become even more beautiful. LNSH was amused by her thoughts, lifting Ju In and rubbing her cheek against hers. Well rested now, are you hungry? As soon as she spoke, she paused, realizing that she had been able to hear Ju In's thoughts all along, instinctively beginning to communicate with her. I'm hungry, I want milk. LNSH instructed CICH to fetch goat's milk while she played with Ju In. Mother, my sister is finally awake. YNXing, who had been dozing off nearby, was suddenly filled with excitement upon seeing his sister awake. Sister, I am your fourth brother. Quickly call me fourth brother. As soon as he finished speaking, LNSH and the maids in the room were amused, with CIYing suppressing her laughter. Fourth young master. The young lady has just been born. She cannot speak yet. YNXing then realized he had made a blunder, awkwardly scratching his head. Just as he was about to say something, a soft voice broke in. So this is fourth brother? He truly is a fool. Caught off guard by the voice, became flustered. I am not a fool. LNSH looked at him in surprise, not expecting that little four could also hear Ju In's thoughts. It seemed that when the third brother was crying by Ju In's crib earlier, he must have heard her thoughts, and was frightened by his own fate. Juanjuan looked at her fourth brother with curiosity. Huh? How did fourth brother know I called him a fool? Oh, and SH suppressed a smile and gently ruffled little four's hair. It's all right. No one is calling you a fool. YNX scratched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled as he glanced around. Finally, settling his gaze on the swaddled Juanjuan. That voice couldn't have come from my little sister, could it? I'm not sure. Let me listen again. Third brother and fourth brother are twins. They look so alike. By the way, I wonder when I will see eldest brother. I hear he's quite handsome. YNX pouted in discontent. When I grow up, I will definitely be more handsome than eldest brother. A month swiftly passed. During this time, a significant event occurred. The current empress gave birth to a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix, which was considered an auspicious sign in Jianggu, bringing great joy to the emperor. It was said that the little princess was exceptionally delightful, winning the emperor's favor and causing him to frequently visit in Palace this month. When Juanjuan heard this news from her father, she tilted her head in confusion. In the stories mother told me, didn't the empress only give birth to the eighth prince? Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Oh well, never mind. Today is my full moon feast. I shall join the festivities. Juanjuan waved her tiny hands, urging CICH in to dress her. Over the past month, she had been eating and sleeping, and her once chubby face had grown even rounder, resembling a plump koi doll. The guests in the front yard have arrived, and the atmosphere outside is lively. Juanjuan was carried to the front hall, where she curiously peered around in Lin's embrace. Several ladies, friends of Lin, could not resist the urge to hold and pet her. Madame Qin from the general's residence, a close friend of Lin's, was particularly smitten with Juanjuan, holding her tightly. Jingwe, you truly know how to bear children. Little Juanjuan has inherited the best traits from both you and your husband. I foresee that when she grows up, suitors will be lining up at your doorstep. Lin covered her lips with a smile, blooming like a flower. It's not as exaggerated as you say. By the way, how is Shuyan's marriage coming along? The date is set for the 8th of next month, isn't it? Madame Qin nodded, confirming, yes, just over a month away. Lin could not help but sigh. Children grow up so fast. I remember her as a baby, and now, in the blink of an eye, Shuyan has blossomed into a young lady. Juanjuan tilted her head, deep in thought. Is this Aunt Qin they speak of, the famed talent Shuyan? I recall she was tragically humiliated and died a month before her wedding in a beggar's den. Lin's smile faltered. She gazed at Madame Qin, who still appeared joyful about her daughter's marriage, and felt a tightening in her heart. Oh, right. The heir to the Xian Wangfu that Shuyan is marrying is known for his infatuation with men. He was caught by Shuyan while meeting his lover in Fuliu Lane. Fearing Shuyan would expose him, he and his lover drugged her and abandoned her to the beggars, watching as she was violated and ultimately perished before leaving. Lin's heart twisted painfully. She held great affection for Shuyan, who was kind-hearted and well-mannered. Just 2 years ago, when she came to chat and laughed about wanting to become a court lady, Shuang had arranged her engagement to settle her mind. Who would have thought? If she had been unaware, it would have been one thing, but now that she knows, Lin could not bear to watch Shuyan leap into the flames. How could she explain this to Shuang? She certainly could not say she heard it from Juanjuan's thoughts. Upon learning this, her second brother had fallen while practicing martial arts, breaking a leg. Since then, he descended into a life of drinking, lost in a dreamlike stupor, ultimately seeking a dancer who resembled Shuyan, severing ties with the family for her. This left their mother gravely ill from worry. No, I must protect my beloved mother. Juanjuan, do not agree to this marriage. Lin felt her eyes heat up, her heart warmed by Juanjuan's defense. Although the fate of Shuyan and her second son pained her, Juanjuan's loyalty brought her comfort. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought, surely, heaven has sent them a little blessing after their suffering in the past. Lin steadied her emotions, quickly regaining composure. Without evidence, she could not directly confront Shuang about the heir's questionable character. She could, however, use a visit to Shuyan as an excuse to prevent her from going out. Yet, if the issue was not resolved at once, it was only a matter of time before Shuyan would step into that fiery pit. Juanjuan pondered the same concern, sighing inwardly. If only Aunt Qin could witness the true nature of the heir. Upon hearing Juanjuan's remark, Lin's eyes brightened. Since Juanjuan mentioned the heir's lover was in Fuliu Lane, she could invite Shuang there to witness her daughter's plight, resolving the matter once and for all. Lin felt elated, if not for the crowd. She would have embraced Juanjuan and showered her with affection. Juanjuan noticed Lin's eager gaze and wondered, why does mother alternate between frowning and smiling? Ah, mother is looking at me. Never mind, I should just smile back at her. Chapter 8. First encounter with the sixth prince. After conversing with Madame Sheen for a while longer, Lin took a seat with Juanjuan to rest. Just as she was about to rise, the door attendant announced the arrival of the noble consort. A figure dressed in deep purple entered, prompting a flurry of kneeling from the gathered guests. Juanjuan sensed her mother stiffen momentarily before being lowered to kneel. The noble consort, with an oval face, willow-like brows, and eyes like autumn waters, was radiant in her purple attire, appearing no different from a woman who had never given birth. The noble consort, Wenru, was the mother of the sixth prince and held great favor with the emperor, granted the privilege of leaving the palace once a month for family visits. Please rise. I have brought Xiao Lu to join the festivities today. The sixth prince, now 5 years old, curiously surveyed his surroundings while holding the noble consort's hand. Shielded by both the consort and the emperor, he bore an undeniable air of pride. Mother, Chair wants to see his little sister, the sixth prince remarked, turning his gaze towards Juanjuan. The consort casually replied, then you may go. I am curious as well. Juanjuan sensed her mother's grip tighten around her, revealing her nervousness. Not only her mother, but her father also approached to accompany the guests. Yu Shihong moved with deliberate steps, exuding a calm and graceful demeanor. His presence imbued with a gentle sophistication. Upon noticing him, the noble consort scoffed, her expression tinged with displeasure. What? Is the esteemed minister afraid I might harm your wife and daughter? The sixth prince, unaware of the adult's veiled tensions, gazed at Juanjuan's face in astonishment, exclaiming, Mother, this little sister is so cute, just like the ninth princess. He then reconsidered, correcting himself, but she is chubbier. The ninth princess is slimmer. Given that his mother often scolded the plump maids as fat pigs, he harbored a dislike for the overweight. Yet he found this child somewhat charming and allowed himself to like her, albeit reluctantly. Juanjuan puffed her cheeks, her large, watery eyes glaring at him, though lacking any threatening aura, which only made her appear more endearing. You little brat, who are you calling chubby? My mother and aunties say I'm not fat, but rather a blessing. Do you understand what a blessing is? Upon hearing her daughter's indignant voice, Lin felt a pang of anxiety. Her daughter, round and adorable, was delightful. The noble consort moved closer, casting a glance at Juanjuan, a smile curving her red lips. She raised her hand, the cold, armored glove brushing against the child's soft cheek, leaving a faint red mark. Indeed, quite adorable. But Chair is right. She is a bit plump. You are the one who is fat. No wonder father doesn't like you. You tasteless, wicked woman. Juanjuan fumed internally, puffing her cheeks in indignation, the spot where she was touched tingling slightly. Lin bowed her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She had not expected Juanjuan to be so perceptive. The moment the words left her lips, Lin's expression turned pale in shock. Sensing her mother's fear, Juanjuan silently fumed. Don't scare my mother, you wicked woman. Yu Shihong steadied Lin, his handsome visage calm as jade, his eyes dark and tranquil as the night. The noble consort is jesting. Juanjuan is still too young to be separated from her mother. We, as parents, cannot bear to part with her. The noble consort raised her gaze, a cold snort escaping her lips. Is it reluctance or fear? You seem to guard me as one would a wolf. Her tone was low, her autumn-like eyes casting a resentful glance at Yu Shihong. He instinctively stepped back, creating distance, his demeanor distant and indifferent. Your Highness, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking in ways that could be easily misinterpreted, especially with the sixth prince present. The little sixth prince clutched the noble consort's robe, gazing at them with curiosity, as if pondering the riddle the adults were entangled in. The noble consort's expression stiffened, her gaze turning cold as she scrutinized Lin, who stood behind Yu Shihong, a mocking smile curling her lips. If you are so reluctant, then so be it. The Shang's household is not limited to a single daughter. Moreover, there is another residing within the imperial palace, is there not? The significant glance cast by the noble consort before her departure left Lin feeling uneasy, prompting her to embrace Juanjuan tightly, her heart laden with worry. Husband, I cannot shake the feeling that the noble consort is not one to relinquish her pursuits easily. Our Su remains in the palace, and I fear. Yu Shihong, sensing her distress, gently patted her back with great patience. Do not fret. I am here. Lin sighed, still unconvinced. However, she shifted the subject, her eyes filled with sorrow. Ultimately, it is because of you. Yu Shihong was momentarily speechless, then chuckled and shook his head. Lowering his gaze, he met hers, his eyes brimming with affection. Whatever Yuer'er says shall be deemed true. As the two drew closer, the atmosphere thickening with ambiguity, a childish voice suddenly broke through. Ah, are mother and father going to kiss? Juanjuan feels so shy. Lin's face flushed crimson, her gaze darting away from Juanjuan. Yu Shihong scooped up Juanjuan, chuckling, I almost forgot about you, little one. He then stepped outside, handing Juanjuan to Kai-chun before closing the door behind him. In recent days, Juanjuan had been pondering how to make her mother aware that Sister Xian's fiancé was not a suitable match. Burdened by this secret, she had been drinking less milk and wore a constant expression of worry, although it was not readily apparent to outsiders, who saw her as content and well-fed. That day, upon being lifted for her morning milk, Juanjuan, with a bottle by her side, occasionally turned her head to gulp noisily, only to sigh in her heart afterward. What should I do? Today, Sister Shuyan is to face danger. How can I get mother to save her? Lin, overhearing this, looked at her with amusement. After breakfast, Kai-chun busied herself in the courtyard, bringing along pastries, tea, and several bottles of milk and diapers. Juanjuan, puzzled, asked, is mother going out? Lin held her close, smiling gently. Your sister Shuyan is getting married today, and we're going to help her prepare some bridal adornments with Shuai. Juanjuan's small face twisted in dismay as she sighed inwardly. Alas, mother is still unaware that Sister Shuyan is in peril. Angered, she wished to curse the heavenly emperor for sending her to save others, only to have her reborn as a powerless infant. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Juanjuan accompanied Lin as they set off in a carriage. Chapter 9. Rescuing Qin Shuyan, the carriage first proceeded to the general's residence to fetch Madame Qin. The warm-hearted Madame Qin eagerly took Juanjuan from Lin's arms, beaming widely. Qin Shuang suffered from chronic migraines, a condition she acquired during her confinement after the birth of her second daughter, leading to sleepless nights and requiring her to consume a bowl of dark medicinal soup each evening. Lin was taken aback, but assumed Madame Qin was jesting. Noticing her disbelief, Madame Qin chuckled, I am not joking. My husband was present that night and was equally astonished. He even expressed a desire to meet Juanjuan. She then recounted a dream she had. I dreamt of a little girl in a red dress, with two adorable pigtails, exquisitely delicate, exuding a lively spirit. I instantly recognized her as our little Wanbao. She seemed to want to convey something to me, but I could never hear her, which made her anxious and restless. After hearing this, Lin couldn't help but smile. She did not delve deeper into the implications, but was merely delighted at Shuang's description of how lovely her daughter would be as she grew. Madame Qin playfully poked a Juanjuan's soft, plump cheeks, teasing, what does little Wanbao wish to tell Annie? Do you miss Annie and want to go home with her? Juanjuan, gazing at Madame Qin's bright, cheerful face, wearily closed her eyes. Silly Annie, it is so hard. I am carrying all the anxiety alone. That night, she had hoped to enter a dream and converse with Aunt Qin, but to her dismay, she could not utter a sound, leaving her in a state of frustration as Aunt Qin merely smiled at her from the opposite side. The carriage filled with laughter as they gradually made their way to the southern part of the city. Lin and Madame Qin, along with Juanjuan, disembarked at a goldsmith shop. Madame Qin's tone was somewhat nostalgic as she remarked, when I'm married, my dowry was crafted here. It is surprising to return from my daughter's dowry. This goldsmith was renowned for his craftsmanship, and it was customary for noble families to commission bridal adornments from him. Lin, having been through the same process, was familiar with the protocols. Typically, the shop welcomed customers daily, but if appointments were made, the goldsmith would not open, displaying a sign indicating a temporary closure. In such cases, customers with reservations needed to visit the goldsmith's residence with their materials. Lin had arranged for Kai-chun to make an appointment, so today they could go directly to the goldsmith. Coincidentally, the goldsmith's home was located in Fu Lu Alley. When Lin mentioned the appointment, Madame Qin was pleasantly surprised and took Lin's hand, smiling, you are so thoughtful, Jingwei. I nearly forgot to make an appointment. Thus, the group, accompanied by their servants, headed toward Fu Lu Alley. The alley twisted and turned, and since they had not visited in many years, their memories were too vague, causing them to search for quite some time without locating the goldsmith's home. Of course, this was only Madame Qin's perception. In reality, Kai-chan had visited the area 2 days prior and even had a map tucked away at that moment, guiding Madame Qin through the winding paths. Lin was relieved that Madame Qin was in good health. Otherwise, the journey would have proven exhausting. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded area with a few scattered houses in the distance. After a moment's respite, Madame Qin suggested, "Shall we inquire at the nearby house? If we keep searching, we will be here until nightfall." Lin eagerly nodded in agreement, and the group moved forward with determination. As they approached, they noticed a young maid standing at the entrance of one house. Madame Qin squinted, her curiosity piqued, wondering why the maid resembled Yenner, who was often seen beside Shuyan. As they drew closer, Madame Qin confirmed that the maid peering through the crack in the door was indeed Yenner. "Yenner, what are you doing here? Where's the young lady?" Upon hearing her voice, Yenner was initially startled, but relaxed upon realizing it was Madame Qin. She knelt and replied, "Madam, I came with the young lady. She has been inside for half an hour." Qin Shuyan, having some proficiency in martial arts, had scaled the wall half an hour earlier, instructing Yenner to wait outside and inform the authorities if she did not return within an hour. Yenner had dutifully awaited her, keeping track of time until she encountered Madame Qin. Hearing this, Juanjuan peered out from Lin's embrace, astonished. "Mother inadvertently found this place. Sister Shuyan is saved. How wonderful." Lin smiled, concealing her own accomplishments and recognition. Madame Qin, perplexed, inquired, "What is Shuyan doing scaling someone else's wall?" Yenner hesitated, finally summoning the courage to say, "We were following the heir of the Xianwang manor. The young lady said he seemed suspicious and untrustworthy, so we trailed him here." Madame Qin's expression darkened. Indeed, this sounded like something her capricious daughter would say. She contemplated knocking on the door directly, but was halted by Lin. "Shuang, I have brought along several female guards skilled in martial arts. Let them accompany us inside." A flicker of surprise crossed Madame Qin's eyes. She had assumed the women trailing behind were mere maids from the Shang household, not warriors, although she was uncertain why they could not enter openly. She trusted Lin implicitly and agreed without further thought. The female guards assisted Lin and Madame Qin into the residence. At the outset, concerned for safety, Lin Shi initially hesitated to allow Juanjuan to accompany her inside. However, as Juanjuan's anticipation grew, Lin Shi ultimately permitted someone to carry her in. In the master bedroom, Lin Shi and Madame Qin stealthily positioned themselves beneath the window, while a female guard created a small opening through which they could glimpse the unfolding scene. This seemingly desolate and remote residence concealed a world of opulence within, adorned with a plethora of precious artifacts, more splendid than even the general's estate. Madame Qin expressed a brief moment of astonishment, then noticed 2 men pacing by the bed, where a slender figure lay obscured by a light veil. One of the men was wrapped in red fabric, hastily donned, barely covering him, revealing his masculine silhouette. The other man, clad in undergarments, was tall and stern-featured, none other than Wei Huaibua, the scion of the Xianwang mansion. Ruoyan nestled in Wei Huaibua's embrace, her voice soft as she murmured, "My lord, she saw us. What shall we do?" Wei Huaibua furrowed his brow, holding the man tightly as he whispered, "She is the eldest daughter of the general's house. If this is mishandled, my future will be ruined." Hearing this, Madame Qin's heart jolted. She had not anticipated that the young master was inclined towards men, nor did she expect that the figure on the bed was her own daughter. Fortunately, Lin Shi swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from gasping aloud. Lin Shi whispered in Madame Qin's ear, "Shuang, do not panic. Let us observe how they proceed." Inside, Wei Huaibua's gaze turned increasingly harsh as he decided to feed Qin Shuyan the Hewansen, intending to dispose of her like refuse. The man in red, Ruoyan, retrieved a pouch of powder from the wardrobe, pouring its contents into a teacup and stirring it. Wei Huaibua took the cup, approached the bed, and pried open Qin Shuyan's mouth with a cold demeanor. Just as he was about to pour the tea down her throat, the door was kicked open. Startled, Wei Huaibua's hand trembled, causing the teacup to fall onto the bed, spilling its contents everywhere. Madame Qin rushed in and slapped Wei Huaibua across the face before hastily kneeling beside the bed to check on her daughter. "Shuyan must have been knocked unconscious by that scoundrel. She will awaken shortly," Lin Shi reassured, entering with Juanjuan in her arms. Immediately, the female guards at Lin Shi had brought restrained the man in red and Wei Huaibua. A throng of servants rushed in, and upon seeing the multitude, a look of despair crossed Wei Huaibu's face. He understood that his fate was sealed. General Qin commanded great respect in the court and cherished his daughter dearly. On the other hand, the man in red struggled violently, calling out Wei Huaibu's name. "My lord, save me," he pleaded. His scant garments slipped away during the struggle, revealing his chest and back, marked with numerous amorous red marks. Madame Qin gritted her teeth and yanked his hair, delivering several resounding slaps while tears brimmed in her eyes as she scolded him. "You shameless wretch! How dare you humiliate the legitimate daughter of the general's house? I shall see you both punished." The man, dazed from the blows, bled from the corner of his mouth, his hair matted with crimson, presenting a pitiful sight. Wei Huaibu, unable to bear the scene, turned to Madame Qin, his voice heavy with remorse. "Mother-in-law, it was I who acted. Ruoyan had no part in this. I will accompany you to the authorities. Spare Ruoyan." Upon hearing this, Ruoyan looked at him with a heart-wrenching expression. Madame Qin, however, was incensed, retorting, "You still dare to call me mother-in-law? Let me be clear, none of you shall escape this. Furthermore, our general's house will withdraw the engagement. My daughter Shuyan will break off with you." "Wow, Aunt Qin is so impressive," Juanjuan remarked. "No, it's too filthy. Juanjuan mustn't look," Lin Shi comforted her. On the floor lay a man devoid of clothing, and Lin Shi wished to shield her Juanjuan from such sordidness, as her daughter was destined to become a refined lady. Madame Qin ordered the two men to be taken to the authorities, even instructing that Ruoyan should be brought without clothing, and thus they were led away in their state of undress. She followed to the authorities, wiping her tears as she clasped Lin Shi's hand. "Jingwei, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, my Shuyan would have perished at the hands of these two beasts." Lin Shi quickly consoled her, producing a handkerchief to dry her tears. Believing Juanjuan's assertion that Qin Shuyan would soon awaken, Lin Shi instructed the female guards to carry her to the carriage. The group then split into two, one heading for the authorities and the other towards the Qin mansion. Chapter 10. General Qin seizes the child. Today happened to be arrest day, with the city bustling and lively as people jostled and pushed against one another. From a distance, a commotion arose. Unmarried young ladies blushed, covering their eyes with handkerchiefs as they hurried into nearby shops. The remaining onlookers were predominantly men, eager to witness the spectacle. They spotted several servants escorting two men from afar, one of whom was slender and entirely unclad, his alabaster skin marred with amorous red marks. The other, dressed in fine attire, possessed a dignified demeanor but kept his head bowed, obscuring his features. A young servant shouted, "Xianwang Mansion's heir Wei Huaibu and the male prostitute Ruoyan are colluding, poisoning the daughter of a high official. Come and see." The Xianwang Mansion had fallen from grace for over a decade, having chosen the wrong side in the last power struggle. Since the current emperor's ascension, they had been looked down upon. Madame Qin's audacity to confront the Xianwang Mansion was calculated, knowing the emperor would not intervene, but rather take delight in the spectacle. Ruoyan's face flushed with humiliation. In this era of liberal attitudes, there were many who favored the beauty of men in the Jiang kingdom. As a once-renowned male prostitute of the Nanfeng Pavilion, he recognized several former patrons among the crowd, their gazes filled with scorn or mockery. "My lord," Ruoyan implored Wei Huaibu, his eyes brimming with tears, "please think of a way. I cannot live after this." Wei Huaibu's expression darkened, his rage palpable. "Silence. Do not utter my name," he hissed, for if he had a solution, he would not be parading through the streets in this manner. The servants, robust and imposing, restrained him with painful grips. The carriage continued its journey, arriving at the general's mansion. Upon seeing the carriage of the minister's residence, the gatekeeper hurried over. Lin Shi descended with Juanjuan in her arms and instructed the gatekeeper to inform General Qin. Shortly thereafter, a man in ordinary attire, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged. He was tall and robust, with striking features and a commanding presence. As he approached, a shadow loomed over Juanjuan. Looking up, Juanjuan beheld Qin Shou, exuding an aura of rugged strength, as if he had emerged from a realm of blood and battle. Her obsidian eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So this is General Qin. He looks so tall like a tree." Lin Shi was about to bow in respect when Qin Shou strode forward, his hearty laughter ringing in her ears. "Sister-in-law, no need for formality. This must be Juanjuan, the lady whose name was mentioned by my wife last night." His keen gaze rested upon Juanjuan, and he longed to hold her. "Sister-in-law, You've carried Juanjuan all this way. Let me hold her for a moment. Once again interrupted. Lin Shi smiled faintly and passed Juanjuan into his enormous hands, which dwarfed her small frame. He cradled her awkwardly, gazing down at the only child who had not cried upon meeting him. Juanjuan was unafraid, for she sensed the goodness within General Qin. Wang Mu remarked that in the previous life, Jiangguo was besieged, and the empress, along with many ministers, fled with their wealth, leaving only a few generals who fought valiantly until the last moment for the safety of the capital's citizens. Juanjuan smiled sweetly, Rosi, cherubic face evoking a desire to pinch her cheeks. Qin Shou felt his heart melt, and an idea blossomed in his mind. Perhaps he should take Juanjuan to their general's residence and rename her Qin Juanjuan. How melodious that sounds. Lin Shi, realizing the time wasted, promptly addressed the matter at hand. General Qin, today Xu Yin stumbled upon the illicit affair of Prince Xian and was poisoned by the two of them. Fortunately, Xu Ying and I arrived in time to rescue her. She has since taken those two to the government office. What? General Qin's eyes widened in fury, his voice booming with thunderous intensity. How dare they harm my Xu Yin? I shall make them pay dearly. His exclamation resonated with such power that it left Juanjuan looking despondent. Mother, please save your Wanbao. Lin Shi, feeling sympathy for her daughter, said, General Qin. That Juanjuan. Before she could finish, Qin Shou wore a look of realization. All right, Juanjuan, isn't it? Lin Shi nodded. Qin Shou held Juanjuan even tighter, revealing a relatively gentle smile. Sister-in-law, you reminded me. I haven't yet thanked Juanjuan and you for assisting Xu Ying. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally express my gratitude. Having said that, as if fearing Lin Shi would react by asking for a child, he hurriedly departed. Lin Shi thought, who asked for your gratitude? I want my Juanjuan. With a sigh, she climbed into the carriage with Kai Chun, following Qin Shou to the government office. Their child had been whisked away. If they failed to keep up, she feared they might lose her to the general's residence. In Shou, holding Juanjuan, traversed the rooftops with grace. As a martial general, his prowess allowed him to cover great distances swiftly. Riding in a carriage would only hinder him. Thus, Juanjuan felt the wind rush past her ears, experiencing a delightful sensation akin to flight. In her celestial past, she had been a fish, incapable of soaring through the clouds. Hence, she was exuberantly thrilled. Her little face flushed with excitement. She giggled incessantly, waving her arms joyously. Seeing Juanjuan's happiness invigorated General Qin. Upon arriving at the government office, he slowed slightly, his towering figure radiating warmth as he coaxed the child. Just as Qin Foreign emerged, she overheard her husband's playful banter with the child, and her expression darkened. What on earth are you doing? Juanjuan is not yet a year old. You oaf. You must wait until she is older to tease her. She paused. By the way, where is Jingyu? General Qin chuckled. Ah, my dear wife, you are as astute as ever. Sister-in-law is behind us. I brought Juanjuan ahead. Qin Foreign cradled Juanjuan in her arms and shot him a reproachful glance. All right, let us hurry inside. Jingyu must have informed you, right? General Qin released Juanjuan, stretching his limbs. Despite their earlier exertions, he felt remarkably invigorated, ready to confront any challenge. Chapter 11. Su Minglian's inner thoughts upon entering. Qin Shou was met with a cacophony of chaos, mingled with the lamentations of men and the gasps of onlookers. General Qin, please remain calm. Quickly summon Qin Foreign. Qin Foreign silently distanced herself with Juanjuan in her embrace. Lin Shi hurried to the government office, conversing briefly with Qin Foreign before they parted ways once the tumult subsided. As Qin Foreign turned to enter the office, the carriage from Prince Xian's residence arrived. But Juanjuan was oblivious to the ensuing events as she was following her mother to her maternal home. The Lin family had aided the late emperor in establishing the dynasty, earning the title of Xianping Ho, which garnered them great respect. Upon arriving at the Xianping Ho residence, the doorman with keen eyes spotted Lin Shi descending from the carriage and rushed inside, calling out loudly. The last time she visited, she had just conceived Juanjuan, and now, a year later, her parents' hair had turned significantly grayer since their last reunion. The old marquis and matron peered out, their faces lighting up with warm, reassuring smiles upon seeing her. Lin Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her heart swelled with emotion. The matron took her hand, eyes moist with affection. Please sit down. You must be weary from your journey. The old marquis, typically reticent, remained silent, but observed Lin Shi for a long moment before softly stating, "You seem to have lost weight since we last met." As tears began to flow from the gathered family, Juanjuan stretched out her tiny hand and exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. The matron glanced at Juanjuan, momentarily taken aback. The child was simply too adorable. "So this is Juanjuan. She appears to be a blessed child." The matron lovingly lifted Juanjuan into her arms, eliciting laughter from the little one as the matron playfully engaged her. "With Juanjuan here, no one shall shed a single golden tear today." Lin Shi chuckled, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Juanjuan, ever perceptive, had always made an effort to cheer her mother whenever she felt downcast. Lin Shi's heart brimmed with warmth. Surely, she must have accumulated great virtue in her past life to be blessed with Juanjuan. The eldest daughter-in-law, Su Minglian, entered just as this harmonious scene unfolded. She rolled her eyes, but, upon seeing Lin Shi's tearful yet beautiful countenance reminiscent of her youthful grace, felt a surge of jealousy rise within her. Lin Shi had always been favored in the marquise, which had irked Su Minglian even back then, and she had eagerly awaited Lin Shi's marriage. When Lin Shi finally wed, her dissatisfaction only grew, for she had married the illustrious Yu Shiheng, a remarkable scholar and a cherished figure among many young ladies in the capital. Thus, Su Minglian wished for Yu Shiheng to grow weary of Lin Shi, or to mistreat her, or to take a harem of concubines, allowing Lin Shi to compete for his affection. Su Minglian maliciously mused that it must all be an act, but who could maintain a performance for over a decade? Moreover, Yu Shiheng had never taken a concubine, upholding the promise he made when he sought Lin Shi's hand in marriage. As a result, Su Minglian's disdain for Lin Shi deepened. She could not fathom why someone could be so fortunate. Now, even her daughter was born so exquisitely, which made Su Minglian recall her own daughter's less-than-ideal appearance at birth, causing her heart to swell with frustration. She composed herself, her face adorned with a smile as she stepped forward. "Ah, so this is Juanjuan. Come, let your sister-in-law hold you." Hearing the voice, Juanjuan turned her gaze towards Su Minglian. Juanjuan, a spirit born from the ethereal waters, could not tolerate the filth of the world. Upon perceiving the dark aura surrounding Su Minglian and the foul stench emanating from her, Juanjuan protested, "No, don't hold me, you stinky woman. Stay away from Juanjuan." As Su Minglian's hand approached her, Juanjuan squirmed and cried out loudly, marking the first time she had wept since her birth. Save for the moments when the midwife had handled her, Lin Shi quickly stood up, preempting Su Minglian as she cradled Juanjuan tightly. "Do not cry. My dear Wanbao, mother is here." She cooed softly, soothing her until her emotions settled, then turned to Su Minglian with an apologetic expression. "Sister-in-law, Juanjuan is just a little shy. It must be the new environment that frightens her." Lin Shi genuinely felt remorseful. In her eyes, apart from occasionally sharp words, her sister-in-law was quite admirable, and she sincerely regarded Su Minglian and his family. Lin Shi hesitated. Could it be? Juanjuan is barely over a month old. The matron shot an irritable glance at Su Minglian, reprimanding her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Little Jean cried on his first day of school at 4 years old. "Why don't you say he is incapable?" Little Jean was named Lin Shi Jean, the eldest son of Su Minglian. As a result, Su Minglian fell silent. Yet her heart seethed with indignation. Juanjuan widened her eyes, gazing at Su Minglian in disbelief. What? Did she truly utter those words? Yet, she had not even opened her mouth. Su Minglian sat on the chair, watching the old marquis and the old matriarch gather around Lin Shi to entertain the child. Her discontent growing. They cherished their granddaughter so dearly. She had not seen such affection from them when she gave birth to Wei Er. Her gaze swept over Juanjuan, who was staring at her with wide eyes, and Su Minglian rolled her eyes. "What are you staring at, you wretched child? Just like your useless mother. Utterly detestable. After eating, hurry up and leave our home." Juanjuan realized that the wicked woman indeed had not spoken aloud. Thus, she had heard the villainess's innermost thoughts. Juanjuan looked around. Her mother was gently coaxing her, her grandmother was teasing her with a jade pendant, and her grandfather was making silly faces. Everyone's expressions remained as normal as ever. So, only she alone could hear their thoughts. Chapter 12. The schemes of the noble consort, recalling her vile aunt's earlier words about drugging her grandmother and calling her a wretched child. Juanjuan was filled with fury. She puffed up her cheeks and glared fiercely at Su Minglian. However, the old matriarch, charmed by Juanjuan's demeanor, poked her cheek with her finger, laughing heartily. My little Wanbao, what are you thinking? Are you hungry? Juanjuan felt her imposing aura deflate like a balloon. She waved her tiny finger towards her foul aunt, babbling indistinctly. Everyone followed her little finger's direction, looking at Su Minglian. Seeing Juanjuan react to her, Su Minglian hurried over, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Juanjuan wanted to hold her. She must like her aunt. This wretched child has some discernment, a tad more likable than your useless mother. I shall reluctantly hold you. Upon hearing her aunt's derogatory thoughts about her mother, Juanjuan slapped Su Minglian's hand and scolded her in her baby talk. Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, feeling that Juanjuan's attitude was not that of a relative. Su Minglian laughed, claiming that Juanjuan was merely playing with her. Look how affectionate she is towards me. Saying this, she naturally took the jade pendant from the old matriarch's hand, pushed her aside, and sat down in front of Juanjuan, smiling as she teased her. Old hag, I have sought this heirloom jade pendant for ages, yet you give it to this wretched child the moment she arrives. Now that it is in my hands, it belongs to me. No one is permitted to take it away. Juanjuan listened attentively to Su Minglian's schemes. As the jade pendant passed before her face, she quickly grabbed it with her small hand, holding it tightly. Su Minglian's smile froze, her gaze turning icy in an instant. She reached out to pry Juanjuan's small hand open, indifferent to the fact that the other was merely a tender infant. Yet, Juanjuan refused to let go, even as Su Minglian's nails dug into her flesh. Lin Shi exclaimed, Big sister, let go, Juanjuan's hand is bleeding. She rushed to pull Su Minglian's arm, but was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by Su Minglian's elbow. Enraged, Su Minglian turned her head, thinking, Do not think I am unaware. This little thing's attempt to seize the jade pendant must have been instigated by you. You have married off, yet you still wish to rob me. The old matriarch hurried to support her daughter, while the old marquis, holding Juanjuan with a darkened face, slapped Su Minglian, angrily scolding. Be silent. Lin Shi sat on the ground, staring at Su Minglian in disbelief, as if seeing her sister-in-law for the first time. This sight broke her heart, and she began to weep uncontrollably, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Juanjuan's delicate, rosy hand was bloodied, with Su Minglian's nails stained with her flesh. Yet Juanjuan still clung tightly to the jade pendant. Mother, do not cry. Annie wishes to seize grandmother's jade pendant, but Juanjuan did not allow her to succeed. Lin Shi held Juanjuan's hand, sobbing uncontrollably, calling out, Doctor, mother, quickly summon the doctor. The servants within the room hurried to fetch the physician while Lin Shi wept for Juanjuan. The old matriarch comforted her daughter, while the old marquis seethed with fury, ready to administer family discipline. It was only after Su Minglian had been struck that she became aware of her actions. Covering her face, a sense of panic washed over her. She understood that with the affection the two elders held for Lin Jingyue, she would undoubtedly face punishment today. Her mind raced as she concocted an excuse. With a feeble demeanor, she cried, I did not mean to. That jade pendant is an heirloom. I was worried Juanjuan would throw it around carelessly, and when I tried to take it to keep it safe, she stubbornly refused to let go. It has been years since I last held an infant. I forgot how delicate their skin is. I did not intend to hurt her. Upon saying this, she threw herself in front of Juanjuan, weeping pitifully. Juanjuan, your aunt did not intend to harm you. That jade pendant is of great value. If you understood, your aunt would not have had to pull so hard. Lin Shi, filled with rage, retorted hoarsely, Su Minglian, what do you mean Juanjuan does not understand? She is merely a month old. Do you intend to make Juanjuan bear the blame for your misdeeds? The old matriarch also darkened her face, her words laced with reproach. It is merely a jade pendant. If Juanjuan desires it, I would have gifted it to her today. Even if she were to break it, I would not utter a word. Upon hearing the old matriarch's words, Su Minglian's heart brimmed with hatred. However, her face continued to portray a woeful countenance. As the servants brought forth the punishment stick, she felt a surge of anxiety and anger. It is merely a bit of blood. Does this old crone truly wish to beat me to death? The old marquis had fought on the battlefield in his youth, though he was older now. A single blow could still cost her half her life. Su Minglian feared physical punishment above all else, her voice rising in desperation. The old marquis, choking on his anger, staggered back and collapsed into a chair, cursing, What misfortune has befallen our family? How could the esteemed family of the capital ever choose her? Not to mention her background. Her character and integrity are devoid of any merit. Lin Shi, worried that her father might fall ill from anger, quickly spoke, "Father, do not be upset. Let the doctor check on you later." Seeing her mother weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her grandfather's face pale with anger, and her grandmother appearing a decade older in an instant, Juanjuan felt a pang of guilt. Yet soon, she heard Su Minglian's thoughts. "Lin Jingwei, save your tears for when a noble consort employs sorcery in the courtyard to ensure your eldest son faces execution in a few days." Having spoken, Su Minglian cast a cold glance at the others. Since the facade of civility had been torn away, she no longer intended to feign virtue. As long as her little Jean remained the only legitimate grandson of the Xianping Marquis, her status would remain unassailable, for she had long since administered a sterilizing potion to Lin Zhenin at the time of their marriage. Her little Jean would be the future heir of Xianping Marquis. With this thought, Su Minglian let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Juanjuan's eyes widened, her little face flushed with anger. How could there be such a wicked person? Chapter 13. Big Brother Yushirshu inside the room. The doctor cleaned Juanjuan's wound, applying medicine and bandaging it up. Juanjuan gazed at her hand, wrapped like a tiny pig's trotters, shaking it uncomfortably. Lin Shi quickly held her down, comforting her with tenderness. During the bandaging, Juanjuan had endured in silence, not wishing to upset her mother, and even the doctor remarked that he had never seen such a well-behaved child. Lin Shi knew this child was understanding. She wished that the injury were hers instead. Juanjuan touched her grandfather and then her grandmother with her other little hand. She had overheard her wicked aunt's thoughts about drugging her grandparents, so she reserved all the minuscule magical energy she had regained over the past month to protect the two elderly ones. They had treated her so well, and if anything were to happen to them, her mother would be heartbroken. After completing this task, Juanjuan fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. As she approached the table, her legs buckled, causing her to uncontrollably tumble onto the surface, her mouth and nose aligning perfectly with a pile of powder. Su Minglian inhaled a significant breath of it, immediately standing up in a flurry, frantically searching for the antidote. The small vial containing the antidote held but a single pill. As she attempted to pour it out, her grip slipped, shattering the vial into fragments, and the antidote rolled away, lost to her sight. Paying no heed to the shards, Su Minglian crouched down amidst the debris, desperately seeking the elusive pill. The porcelain shards cut into her hands, leaving 2 shallow wounds. She hastily wiped the blood away with her skirt, continuing her frantic search. Her keen eyes soon spotted the jade-white pill rolling outside the door, and her heart soared with joy as she hurried to retrieve it, only to trip over the threshold and fall headlong outside. Striking her forehead against the cobblestone path, blood gushed forth, and she lost consciousness on the spot. After a while, a small cat perched on the wall awoke. As it passed by Su Minglian's door, it caught the scent of the jade-white pill, licked it with its tongue, and consumed the antidote before sauntering away. Yu Shiheng had taken leave to stay home with her, and both Yu Baiju and Yu Nanxing were aware of their sister's predicament. They had obediently attended school these past 2 days, coming to Jiangyun Xian after class to check on her. Juanjuan felt as though she had slept for an eternity, and upon waking, found it to be the dead of night. Yu Baiju and Yu Nanxing rushed to Jiangyun Xian before heading to school, expecting their sister to still be asleep. However, upon entering, they were taken aback to see their sister's bright, sparkling eyes. It was Yu Baiju who quickly regained her composure and rushed to call for their mother. "Mother, sister is awake." Lin Shi, dining outside, set her bowl down and rushed inside. Upon seeing Juanjuan smiling at her, she let out a sigh of relief. "My dear Juanjuan, you nearly frightened your mother to death." Yu Shiheng entered, ushering his 2 sons out to school. Juanjuan was oblivious to the duration of her slumber and was consumed with anxiety over the scheme of the favored consort to harm her elder brother. "I seem to have slept for quite a while. I wonder if the consort has placed a voodoo doll in my brother's courtyard. Judging by father and mother's demeanor, my brother has yet to face any misfortune. How can I save him?" Frustrated, she lamented, "Why can't I speak?" Lin Shi, already burdened with worry over the past few days, nearly collapsed at these words, if not for Yu Shiheng's support behind her. Yu Shiheng lowered his head, gently comforting her. "It's all right, Ware. I will seek an audience with the emperor after court today to check on Asu. Do not worry. Stay home and await my return. Everything will be fine." Lin Shi leaned against Yu Shiheng, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded. Once everything was settled, Yu Shiheng departed for the palace. Juanjuan, filled with concern, sipped her milk, pondering her options. Juanjuan, think carefully about how you can save your brother. His safety depends on you. After exhausting her mind in thought, Juanjuan surrendered, lying back on her bed in a defeated posture. I have no solution, but I must save my brother. Determined, she resolved to seek assistance. By the Yao Qi, a magnificent white tiger extended its paw into the misty waters. Displeased by the prospect of wetting its fur, it nonetheless stirred the water for a while, revealing a hint of confusion in its feline gaze. Where has the foolish fish gone? As it lounged by the Yao Qi, licking its paw, it suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy from the waters, and a little girl in a red dress emerged. How did I end up in the Yao Qi? Shouldn't I be at the southern heavenly gate? Confused, Juanjuan then spotted the imposing white tiger watching her intently. Lord of War, how wonderful! She recounted her predicaments, and the white tiger, lowering its paw, spoke. What is voodoo? Regardless, any vile entity can be dispelled with your spiritual power. The ancestor who ascended to the human realm plays chess by your side daily. Have you not learned from him? The tiger lamented, patting Juanjuan's head with its damp paw in disappointment. Foolish fish, with your spiritual power as a quill. All things can serve as a foundation. Great figures visit the Yao Qi daily, sitting for half a day. You must have been too preoccupied with eating and sleeping to learn anything at all. I hope you're not being bullied while undertaking tasks in the mortal realm. In the palace, after court, Yu Shiheng made his way to the study, summoning his eldest son. Soon, a graceful lad of about 15 or 16 emerged from the study, possessing an ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being with a red mole adorning his brow. Father, the youthful voice chimed. He bore a striking resemblance to Yu Shiheng, not only in appearance, but also in temperament, inheriting 7 parts of his father's essence. He wished to inquire about his mother's health and his sister's well-being, but recognized that his father's summons must pertain to urgent matters. So he restrained his questions. Yu Shiheng led him to a secluded spot, revealing the consort's scheme. Yu Shirshu lived alongside the crown prince in a Zhaoyang palace, where officials were not permitted. Now 15, he was astute and quick-witted, capable of handling matters independently, prompting Yu Shiheng to entrust him with the resolution. Upon hearing his father's words, Yu Shirshu's expression paled. A mixture of shock and relief coursed through him. It was fortunate he had learned of this in advance. Had he been caught off guard using voodoo to harm others, not only would he face dire consequences, but the entire Ministry of Personnel would also bear the brunt of the fallout. Considering his mother and younger siblings, Yu Shirshu felt a lingering dread. He pondered how his father had come to learn of such a secret. Du Xian Difran from mentioning Juanjuan, believing that once his eldest son encountered her and heard her thoughts, understanding would dawn. As night fell, he awakened the young servant sleeping nearby. This servant, Sun Wen, was the only trustworthy individual he had brought from the Ministry of Personnel. Yu Shirshu and Sun Wen searched the courtyard thoroughly, eventually discovering a patch of freshly turned soil in the eastern corner. Digging beneath the surface, they unearthed buried voodoo grass dolls. Not just one, but several. Sun Wen, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his face drained of color, trembling as he spoke. Master, this cannot be. Yu Shirshu had anticipated this, and upon uncovering the items, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, maintaining a calm demeanor. He instructed Sun Wen to retrieve the scroll of poetry he had placed on his desk. After Sun Wen departed, Yu Shirshu meticulously examined the birth dates inscribed on the scroll, feeling an increasingly chilling sensation. The list included not only the emperors, but also the empresses, the crown princes, and the other princes. If discovered, his charges would extend far beyond mere harboring of voodoo practices. Could that favored consort from the Xianfu Palace truly not tolerate their family? Sun Wen hurriedly returned, clutching a draft of poetry. Yu Shirshu produced a fire starter and singed the edges of the paper filled with verses, ensuring each page bore the marks of fire while not obscuring the written content. After completing this, he buried the papers in the earth. Now, they awaited the consort to deliver the east wind. 2 days later, the Xianfu Palace remained eerily quiet. Lin Shi had been on edge. Despite her husband assuring her that a Su would manage the situation, her heart remained uneasy. Any slight misstep would trigger her anxiety. Yu Juanjuan felt her mother's distress and had been exerting every effort to amuse Lin Shi over the past 2 days. On the 3rd day, when Yu Shiheng went to court, a little eunuch from the palace suddenly arrived, stating that the Guifei wished to reminisce with Lin Shi and, by extension, meet Juanjuan. instructing Lin Shi to enter the palace with her at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi realized that the guai intended to take action against her child. She understood well that the guai was not interested in mere nostalgia. Rather, she wanted to witness her son's wrongful accusation and punishment to leave Lin Shi heartbroken. Before the eunuch from Xianfu Palace, Lin Shi maintained a calm demeanor as she accepted the decree, then composedly boarded the carriage destined for the palace. She chose to place her trust in her husband and in her child, especially since Juanjuan would be accompanying her. Lin Shi held Juanjuan close, contemplating that this was her first visit to the palace, and gently shared numerous tales with her. Outside the carriage, the eunuch heard Lin Shi's voice and smirked derisively. Being in the guai service, he was privy to some details about the day's events. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the plan, he knew the guai intended to strike against the Shanshu mansion today. How foolish of the Shanshu lady to think that the guai summoned her merely for a chat. Inside the carriage, Juanjuan opened her eyes and turned her head to look outside, sensing a strong wave of malice. A hint of red flickered at her delicate fingertips, yet she soon felt weary and stifled a yawn. Oh dear, I must not fall asleep. What if that wicked woman bullies my mother while I am asleep? Lin Shi could not help but think upon hearing Juanjuan's thoughts. Wanbao, you could sleep for 3 days and nights, and I would be even more worried. The two horses pulling the carriage suddenly became agitated for unknown reasons, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Lin Shi, holding Juanjuan, surprisingly felt little discomfort. Then, a piercing scream pierced the air as the coachman brought the carriage to a halt. Lin Shi lifted the curtain to gaze outside, discovering that the little eunuch, previously seated outside, had somehow been thrown off and the wheel had rolled over his legs. The carriage, crafted from rosewood, was not only sturdy but also heavy. A single run-in could incapacitate both legs. Listening to the eunuch's agonized wails, Lin Shi felt no sympathy in her heart. She recognized him as a sycophant of the guai, and after committing numerous wrongdoings, he was now facing retribution. Half asleep, Juanjuan opened her eyes to glance at the eunuch's plight, then closed them again, seeking a comfortable position in her mother's embrace to continue sleeping. Due to this incident, the carriage was delayed for a while, and by the time they arrived at the palace, court had already concluded. Upon entering the palace, they were required to walk, and the guai had dispatched a little palace maid who walked briskly with her nose in the air. However, Lin Shi, cradling Juanjuan, proceeded at a steady pace. Whenever the little maid disappeared from sight, Lin Shi would halt, holding Juanjuan until the maid returned to fetch them. This time, the maid's expression was even less pleasant, though she walked more slowly. Upon entering Xianfu Palace, the maid led them to a pavilion and then left. The guai reclined on a chaise lounge, her eyes closed, having someone apply rouge to her lips. Lin Shi, holding Juanjuan, performed a respectful bow. This humble servant, Lin Shi, pays her respects to the guai. The guai did not open her eyes, as if she had not heard. Lin Shi understood this was a show of intimidation. However, she had once practiced etiquette in her chamber under the tutelage of a governess, maintaining her bow for half an hour, so she could endure this minor intimidation. While Lin Shi could tolerate it, Juanjuan was unwilling to see her mother wearied, especially since her mother was holding her, the plump child. Juanjuan puffed out her cheeks, looking fierce. Wicked woman, pretending not to see my mother. Just watch me. Suddenly, a white cat leaped onto the stone table from nowhere, darting toward Juanjuan. The cat landed on the guai's face, springing off to pounce at Juanjuan. The guai screamed, unable to tend to her still-drying nails, hurriedly covering her face. Mirror. Bring me a mirror. A palace maid quickly presented a bronze mirror, and after the guai inspected her face, confirming it was unscathed, she sighed in relief. Chapter 15. The White Cat and the Koi. It was as if she had only just noticed Lin Shi, casting a sidelong glance before dismissively waving her hand. You may rise. Lin Shi straightened up, while the white cat remained at her feet, attempting to climb up. The guai glared at the cat, irritated, but since it belonged to she could not dispose of it at will. Meanwhile, Juanjuan was not pleased at all. It's a cat. Get away. Stinky cat. Juanjuan flailed her arms, babbling incoherently, but aside from the cat, no one could comprehend her words. Stay away, stinky cat. I am not an ordinary fish. I am koi. Do you even know what that is? The cat paused its clawing at Lin Shi's skirt, sitting on the ground with its head tilted. seemingly pondering. Meow, meow, meow. Koi. I've seen them in the Imperial Garden. They are delicious. I am a divine fish. You are merely an ordinary cat. If you bite me, you will suffer 9 lifetimes as livestock, unable to rise again. The cat tilted its head in confusion. Meow. But being a cat is already being livestock, and everyone loves me. They even pet my head. I want to be a cat in my next life too. In the first round of negotiations, Juanjuan was defeated. Hearing the exchange between the girl and the cat, the guayfei furrowed her brow, clearly annoyed. What a racket! Take that cat away. Immediately, a little palace maid firmly carried the white cat out, which looked back longingly at Juanjuan as it departed. Juanjuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The guayfei granted them seats, and just as Lin Shi settled down with Juanjuan in her arms, she heard the guayfei's languid, mocking voice. This little one is growing increasingly plump. She will likely become a little ball of flesh. After saying this, the guayfei stifled a laugh, entirely unconcerned with Lin Shi's expression. Lin Shi felt a deep ache in her heart, but endured it. This was the palace, where a single misstep could lead to the guayfei laying a severe charge against her. Thus, she could only bear it, even if it meant Juanjuan would be wronged. At that moment, Lin Shi wished Juanjuan were still an infant, so she would not understand the guayfei's insulting remarks and would not feel upset. Wicked woman, your grandson will be the little ball of flesh. Juanjuan is not. In her previous life, after the guayfei became the Empress Dowager, she had eagerly awaited the birth of her grandson, only to find him a limbless deformity, whom she directly drowned. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished, casting a peculiar glance at the guayfei, attributing it to the consequences of her numerous misdeeds. From then on, whenever the guayfei referred to Juanjuan as a little ball of flesh, Lin Shi no longer felt anger, but instead regarded the guayfei with a gaze laden with meaning. The guayfei felt an inexplicable unease. Before long, a little eunuch entered the pavilion and whispered something in the guayfei's ear. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, the guayfei's mood visibly brightened, her smile blossoming like a flower nourished by blood. She covered her lips and, with a smile in her phoenix eyes, looked at Lin Shi, remarking that she had just heard something amusing from her subordinates. Someone had dared to use witchcraft to harm others within the palace, and had happened to be caught by the emperor. As if oblivious to Lin Shi's suddenly pale countenance, the guayfei's red lips curled into a beautiful yet venomous smile. Tell me, how do you think the emperor will deal with this person? Lin Shi's hands, holding Juanjuan, trembled slightly, yet she managed to recite the laws of the Jiang kingdom regarding such matters with clarity. Those who manufacture, harbor, or learn witchcraft, and use it to harm others shall face death by 1,000 cuts. The guayfei gazed meaningfully at Lin Shi. This person is still in Jiang Palace, and I recall your eldest son is also there. Perhaps you should accompany him. With that, the guayfei was assisted away by her maids, and Lin Shi expressed her gratitude. Following closely behind, Juanjuan heard the words spoken by the noble consort and felt her mother's hand trembling. She lay quietly in her mother's embrace, displaying an extraordinary understanding for her tender age. The thought crossed her mind that it was indeed a fortunate circumstance for her mother to take her to the scene. Once there, she could attempt the spell of transmutation, determined to ensure her elder brother would not come to harm. Lin Shi held her little cotton-padded jacket. Her heart softened beyond measure. Often attuned to Juanjuan's inner thoughts, both she and her husband had a vague understanding that Juanjuan's identity might not be ordinary. However, Juanjuan had already done enough for their family. Regardless of her formidable abilities, she was merely their daughter, just over a month old. Thus, how could they allow her to brave the front lines for them? She had to trust in Asu's capabilities and would never exhaust Juanjuan's spiritual energy. Within the Jiang Hall, Lin Shi followed the noble consort and observed a multitude of individuals gathered inside. Yu Shiheng, who had just concluded his audience, was present as well. While the emperor sat at the head of the hall, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Before him rested a decayed wooden box, sullied with dirt and grime. Besides the crown prince, several young gentlemen accompanying him knelt below. Juanjuan's gaze fell upon a youth on the far left, donned in a blue round-collared robe, his hair adorned with a crown, kneeling in the sunlight with a posture as upright as a pine tree. His long eyebrows resembled willows, his countenance fair and clean, with distinct features, bright eyes, and a charming smile. A small red mole between his brows added a touch of compassion to his demeanor. Juanjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this her elder brother? How handsome he was! She reassured him silently, promising to switch the contents of the box before it was opened, vowing to avert any misfortune. As Juanjuan directed a fragment of her spiritual energy into the box, she was puzzled by its contents. Why was it not a doll? Had they perhaps dug in the wrong place? Or could it be that her wicked aunt had spoken falsely? Yu Shirshu bowed his head, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, his eyes filled with shock at the enigmatic voice he had just heard. Who had uttered that sound? He glanced at the expressions of those around him, all seeming normal as ever. Was he the only one who could hear that voice? Meanwhile, upon hearing Juanjuan claim there was no witchcraft involved, the heavy burden weighing on Lin Shi's heart was finally lifted. She accompanied the noble consort in bowing to the emperor, then quietly retreated to the side. From his position at the lower left, Yu Shiheng had been casting glances at Lin Shi since he spotted her. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she shot him a glare filled with reproach, subsequently lowering her gaze and refusing to look at him again. Juanjuan's eyes gleamed, her smile wide and innocent. How sweet her father and mother were, and how shy her mother seemed. Upon hearing Juanjuan's thoughts, Yu Shiheng's amusement deepened. The emperor, observing the scene with an impassive expression, cast a glance at his usually composed and cautious minister. Their eyes met, conveying a silent message. This is the imperial palace, not your residence. Temper your behavior. Chapter 16. The emperor listens to inner voices. Yu Shiheng paused momentarily, then calmly shifted his gaze away, his face seemingly inscribed with the words, "I do not comprehend this." The emperor, his brow twitching slightly, spoke in a deep voice. Huang Dige, open that box. The box, unlatched, was easily opened. After wiping away the dirt from its surface, Huang Degue presented the contents to the emperor. Upon seeing what Huang Degue held, the noble consort's expression darkened. She cast a cold glance at the upright Yu Shirshu, her eyes filled with malice. Juanjuan, noticing the murderous intent in her gaze, grew alert. Would this wicked woman dare to target her elder brother? Yu Shirshu lowered his gaze, having become accustomed to the occasional childish voice whispering in his ear. He had surmised the identity of this voice's owner. It must be his newly born sister. The sound of paper rustling filled the quiet hall as the emperor, with a serious demeanor, read through the documents. Though some portions were burned, they remained legible. His sharp gaze swept over the kneeling youths, his face betraying no emotion as he inquired, "Who authored these documents?" The young gentlemen, frightened, prostrated themselves, some trembling so much they could barely speak. They had been engaged in morning studies when a group of guards stormed in, apprehending them one by one and commencing a search of the premises, ultimately discovering the box in a corner. They had been informed that it contained witchcraft. If revealed, such an offense could lead to the exile of their entire clan. Seeing their disheveled state, the emperor frowned, feeling displeased. These individuals were either the sons of high-ranking officials or royal relatives, or talented young scholars. They represented the future pillars of the Jiang nation. Yet here they were, in such a pitiful state, unable to articulate a coherent response. Just as the emperor was disheartened, a clear and resonant voice broke the silence. Yu Shirshu, undeterred, spoke steadily. The emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This child possessed an upright appearance and extraordinary bearing. The small red mole between his brows evoked a sense of familiarity within the emperor. He sidelong glanced at Yu Shiheng, standing nearby, asking, "Is this your child?" Yu Shiheng smiled and bowed, affirming, "Indeed, he is my eldest son." The emperor nodded in understanding, recalling that he had held this child in his arms during his infancy. "Since you authored this, why did you bury it underground?" Yu Shirshu replied. The commoner felt that the sentiments expressed were audacious and sought to incinerate them. Yet, in a moment of ignition, I hesitated, leading me to bury them instead. As Yu Shirshu spoke, the emperor's piercing gaze remained fixed upon him. Under such immense pressure, Yu Shirshu maintained his composure, articulating his words clearly and calmly. The atmosphere in the hall grew profoundly quiet, akin to the stillness that precedes a storm. Just as the other youths anticipated Yu Shirshu would be dragged away for punishment, the emperor unexpectedly beamed with delight. "Excellent. The people are the foundation of a nation. Governance must be rooted in virtue, and one must cultivate oneself and harmonize the family to establish laws for the world." Each phrase strikes at the core. The emperor glanced at the unflinching young man kneeling with a straight spine, exclaiming, "A born talent for governance. If Jiang Nation had more youths like him." How could the people not enjoy peace and prosperity? My minister, you have truly raised a commendable son. Yu Shiheng wore a subtle smile, offering humble words. At this moment, Lin Shi's spirits soared, her gaze sweeping over her eldest son, unable to suppress her pride, yet concerned that Asu's brilliance might draw unwanted attention. The emperor's gaze scanned the family, his eyes filled with satisfaction. By the way, did the Shangshu family welcome a daughter last month? He waved his hand, beckoning Lin Shi to bring her daughter forward. Lin Shi's heart raced, but she maintained an outward composure, clutching Juanjuan tightly, feeling a soothing strength calm her nerves. Upon seeing Juanjuan, the emperor's gaze flickered with surprise. What a delicately exquisite child, reminiscent of an ethereal being. Juanjuan, unperturbed by the emperor's presence, grinned widely, and he could not help but reach out to pinch her cheek, inwardly marveling at her softness and tenderness. This emperor is quite commendable, discerning in talent and diligent in governance. Under his reign, Jiang nation flourishes in peace and prosperity. Upon hearing this, the emperor's mood brightened, feeling as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Since ascending the throne, he had tirelessly strived for the tranquility of Jiang nation, which had now become more open, allowing women to serve in official capacities. He glanced around. Everyone else bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, let alone see a young girl. Except for the little one in Lin Shi's arms, whose bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. The emperor pondered, could it be that this child spoke of such things? Alas, how unfortunate! The sudden sigh stirred discomfort within him. He listened intently, feeling a growing urgency. What is so unfortunate? Speak, I implore you. It was lamented that at the tender age of 40, he met his untimely demise through poison, which plunged the Ji-ing kingdom into 3 turbulent years of chaos. When the new emperor ascended the throne, the kingdom was already severely weakened, leading to its eventual downfall not long thereafter. The emperor gasped in disbelief. His painstakingly cultivated Ji-ing kingdom could not be allowed to perish. If only he could live for 2 more years, during which he could elevate the Ji-ing kingdom to the ranks of powerful nations, perhaps even reclaim some vassal states, ensuring that when attacked, they would not be completely defenseless. What? A powerful nation! The emperor's heart surged with excitement as he regarded the child, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Could the Ji-ing kingdom aspire to be the 5th great power? If he could lead it to such heights, his name would be immortalized in history. The royal lineage would start anew from him, and he would claim the most prominent position in the ancestral hall. At that moment, the emperor was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his gaze towards the child burning with intensity. Why does the emperor keep staring at me? Oh dear, why is he still pinching my cheek? It's almost turning red. This simply cannot stand. Thus, the emperor turned his attention to the untouched side of the child's face, extending his guilty hand. He guessed correctly, as the familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. Yet, even if he had not been poisoned, his days were still numbered. A few years hence, when famine struck the Ji-ing kingdom, he would open the granaries and prohibit the price gouging of rice by merchants, threatening death for violators, which gravely harmed the interests of the false heiress. However, before she could retaliate, he was poisoned. Why is he pinching my cheek again? Is no one going to stop him? I'm about to be turned into a fish cake. Chapter 17. The emperor grants a fish pond while SHX stifled a laugh. Though they had yet to meet, he instinctively felt that this younger sister was adorable. The emperor fell into deep contemplation. Would the Ji-ing kingdom face famine in the future? And who was this false heiress? The decree to prevent exorbitant pricing during natural disasters was indeed something he would issue. Thus he had inadvertently disrupted her path to riches. How despicable to profit from the misfortunes of others. The emperor wished to hear more from the child, ideally about the identity of this false heiress or the significant upheavals awaiting the Ji-ing kingdom. Yet, the child remained silent, merely fixated on thoughts of fish cakes and other whims. Could it be that she craved fish cakes? Could the SHNGSH family be so impoverished as to afford none? With a grand gesture, he bestowed upon the SHNGSH residents 20 taels of gold, 60 taels of silver, and 100 acres of fish pond. After expressing their gratitude, the family exited the grand hall. Outside the palace, YSHX, with a glint in his eyes, asked Lin, "Mother, is this my little sister? May I hold her for a moment?" Lin handed the child over to her eldest son and, walking alongside YXHing, whispered. Do you think the emperor suddenly granted us a fish pond because he overheard our little sister's thoughts about fish cakes? Yxh's eyes sparkled. Perhaps this is a fortuitous event. However, Lin worried about what if the little sister had said something untoward and angered the emperor. The moment she heard her thoughts in the grand hall, she felt her legs turn to jelly. Yxh reassured her. The emperor is not one to misjudge character, and this may serve as our family's talisman against misfortune. Lin fell silent, reflecting on his words. Yshx overheard their conversation, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. His parents could hear the thoughts of his little sister. Remembering her words when she discovered the box did not contain a voodoo doll, Yshx felt a sudden clarity. It was indeed his sister who had saved him. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to gently tap her nose, smiling tenderly. Thank you, little sister. Ah, my elder brother is so handsome and kind. I hope when I grow up, I will be just as beautiful. Dear parents, please ensure that your beauty is passed down to our little sister. Lin and Yxh exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. They had heard their little sister express such sentiments numerous times, clearly showing her preoccupation with appearances. Upon exiting the palace gates, it was nearly noon, and their carriage awaited. At the palace entrance, a young boy of about 5 or 6 lay unconscious on the ground, unnoticed by the guards. The child, dressed in fine silk, appeared to have emerged from the palace, but his clothes were wrinkled and covered in dust. His complexion was pallid, lips cracked, and his delicate, handsome features were soiled, eyes tightly shut, with fresh bloodstains on his knees and hands. Lin's heart ached at the sight. The child reminded her of her own 3rd and 4th sons, prompting her to look to Yxh. My dear, this child, the guards, upon recognizing Yxh, approached him. News of the Y King's treachery had spread from the frontier, claiming he had taken a troop of 3,000 elite soldiers when he defected to another nation, which explained the animosity of the Ji people towards him. The guard spoke with disdain and outrage towards the boy. Hesitating, Lin felt torn. She could not bear to leave such a young child lying there. Yet she worried about the repercussions his identity might bring to their family. Just then, the little girl peeked out, her curious eyes fixed on the unconscious boy. Let me see what this unfortunate child looks like. How pitiful. Alas, if today were the 3rd day, he would succumb to a high fever tonight. Thus, in a fit of rage, the Y King killed the minister who reported his treachery with a soft sword during the celebratory feast, ultimately being demoted to a commoner and sent to exile. This family is truly tragic. The Y King and the Emperor are brothers, one ruling from the palace and the other pacifying the frontier. If the Y King had not fallen from grace, there would be no fear of foreign invasion. The listeners were taken aback by the child's revelations. They had not anticipated the truth to unfold in such a manner. The emperor likely could not fathom that his own brother would commit treason, yet, under the current public outrage, he refrained from acknowledging the child. Clearly, the one who reported the Y King was deserving of contempt. Yxh bent down to lift the boy and placed him in the carriage. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, frequently moistening his lips with tea along the way. Halfway through, the boy drowsily opened his eyes, feeling the gentle touch of hands wiping his face, reminiscent of his mother. Cough, cough. Ji-Sin opened his eyes to behold a beautiful and gentle woman before him. You are awake? You have a fever. We must hurry to seek medical attention, Lin urged. Ji-Sin glanced around the carriage. Besides the woman, there was an adult man and a youth, the latter cradling a plump child. He struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse, sounding nothing like that of 5-year-old. Let me down. I must see my uncle. My father would never betray the country. Lin restrained him, refusing to let him leap from the carriage. The emperor is discerning and will not wrong anyone. You, however, must see a doctor immediately, or you may face dire consequences. Yi-A-Sun already frail. Cannot break free. His pale, weary face betrayed helplessness, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I do not wish for your pity. You all believe my father to be a traitor. Lin's heart ached for him. Disregarding the dust covering him, she embraced him, her warm hand softly stroking his hair. We believe the Y King would never betray the country. The emperor surely believes it too. The boy, upon hearing those words, became even more agitated. With reddened eyes, he slapped Lin's hand forcefully and pushed her back. You liar. You only said that to placate me. Lin gasped, and just as she was about to collide with the carriage, Yushihong swiftly caught her in his embrace. The protective instinct within him flared. He glanced at the boy with an emotionless gaze, intending to speak, when a chubby little hand unexpectedly struck Juanjuan's face. The little one's protective radar was also activated. Chapter 18. Rescuing the little prince. The child babbled incoherently, her expression conveying a fierce reprimand. "You insolent little brat. How dare you harm my mother? Watch as I deal with you. Mother is doing this for your own good. Do you understand? My mother is kind-hearted and beautiful. Had she not saved you, you would still be basking in the sun at the palace gates. Oomph. If you dare hurt my mother again, I will ensure you face misfortune for life." Juanjuan shrank back, feeling fear creep in as the sting of the slap he received still lingered. This chubby child looked quite menacing. Unable to hold back, the grievances accumulated over the past days overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his cheeks. The little girl was taken aback, staring at her own plump hand in confusion. Could it be that she had struck with too much force? "Whoa, I dislike you. You are so fat, and it hurts to be hit." Just as she was about to express her anger, she gently rubbed her head, saying, "Don't be upset. Little sister, you're not fat at all. You are quite adorable." Comforted, she decided not to hold a grudge against the little boy and turned her back to him. Amidst the noisy environment, the carriage finally arrived at the Shang's residence. Juanjuan was carried inside, where Yu Shihong sought a physician to attend to him. Time flew by, and nearly 3 months passed. The little girl had grown to half a year old. She could now sit up and crawl around. Initially, Juanjuan was terrified of her, fearing she might strike him unexpectedly. However, he soon realized that as long as he did not provoke her, she would not retaliate, and he became significantly bolder. He had now become her little brother and occasionally teamed up with Unmasking to sneak her into the school. On a day off, Juanjuan returned. The 3 children gathered in the little garden, playing beneath the pavilion. The housekeeper's wife, Zhao Ma, happened to be there with her child. They named the child Sun Liao. Now, at half a year old, Sun Liao had transformed from her initial frail and dark appearance. She seemed to have blossomed, her skin fair and flawless, her eyes large, resembling a completely different person from their first meeting. Upon seeing her, Yu Baiju and Unmasking recoiled as if confronted by a fearsome beast, retreating while still holding on to the little girl. Being able to hear Juju's thoughts, they knew this girl was the root cause of their family's past calamity, and their parents had warned them to keep their distance from her. Yet, Juanjuan remained oblivious, asking in confusion, "What is wrong with you? Is this little sister the housekeeper's child? She looks so adorable. Let's play with her." But hadn't Juju just eaten? At that moment, Sun Liao suddenly reached out her arms towards Juanjuan, babbling indistinctly for a hug. Zhao Ma was alarmed and quickly tightened her hold on Sun Liao, exclaiming, "Liao, don't be foolish. This is the little prince, a distinguished guest." Sun Liao, undeterred, seemed not to have heard Zhao Ma's words, her gaze fixated on Juanjuan, persistently murmuring for a hug. A child as exquisite and charming as she was, extending her arms, would be hard for anyone to refuse. Juanjuan approached and lifted Sun Liao into his embrace, playfully poking her cheek. He noticed the 2 brothers standing at a distance, seemingly retreating even further away, and he felt perplexed. "Come closer, you two." "She's very well behaved. Let us play together." The brothers stepped back in unison, their smiles appearing strained. With that, he scooped up his sister and dashed off. Juanjuan gazed at their retreating figures, feeling utterly bewildered. What is wrong with them today? Why are they acting so strangely? Thus, he failed to notice the sudden appearance of a yellow talisman in the infant's hand, which she affixed to his back, vanishing the moment it made contact. Unmasking and Yu Baiju settled beside him, and Unmasking whispered in his ear, "Sueon, you should avoid playing with Sun Liao in the future. Let me tell you." Juanjuan abruptly slammed his chopsticks down, glaring at Unmasking in anger. "She's still just a baby. How can you speak ill of her?" "Nanxing, after all this time playing together, I never realized you were such a person." Unmasking widened his eyes, equally incensed. "What kind of person am I? Have we not played together long enough for you to know who I am? Would I deceive you without cause?" Both were red-faced and furious. Lin quickly pulled Unmasking aside, while Yu Baiju attempted to soothe Juanjuan. "Sueon, please don't be angry. Nanxing means no harm. You don't understand. Sun Liao is not as innocent and lovely as she appears." Juanjuan, who had just sat down, stood up in anger at those words. He could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of Sun Liao. In his eyes, she was the most adorable girl in the world. Yu Baiju was taken aback. "I can't believe you are also one of those people. You ran away when you saw her in the afternoon. Have you even interacted with her to slander her? Yu Baiju's expression showed disbelief. Jiang Xuan glared at both of them. Yu Baiju ground his teeth in frustration. Have we played together for so long? Yet you value a child? You just met more than us? Jiang Xuan, I see you clearly now. Then let us sever ties. Jiang Xuan retorted, equally furious. Fine. Let us sever ties. Yu Baiju sneered. The other individuals at the dining table observed the scene. Juju, sipping her rice porridge, glanced over. What's going on? Why is everyone so loud? Jiang Xuan seems quite out of sorts today. Wasn't he closest to third brother before? Always calling him by Ju Gij? Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Xuan abruptly turned away, storming off in a huff. Hey, what is wrong with that child today? Didn't he even finish his meal? Lin observed his retreating figure, puzzled, and turned to the two brothers. Did you argue with Sueon while playing today? Yu Nanxing, feeling aggrieved, replied, No, mother, we were fine. He just changed after holding Sun Liao. Who is Sun Liao? Juju pondered while eating her porridge. She seems to know how to draw talismans. It appears to be called Xuanxue. Could it be that simply tearing it off would suffice? Chapter 19. Sun Liao takes action. Juju was unfamiliar with Xuanxue, but she had indeed heard of talismans before. Oh right, it was mentioned by Grandpa, who often came to play chess at Yaotai. People often referred to him as the ancestor of the human realm. He said that talismans can be both good and bad, depending on the intentions of the person drawing them. If used to harm others, retribution will surely follow. As Jiang Xuan ventured further away from the Shang's residence, he felt increasingly uneasy, his heart in turmoil, with Sun Liao's smiling face dominating his thoughts. When a housekeeper posed a question, he found it impossible to concentrate, perceiving the old man's presence as bothersome, and he could not help but respond with impatience. After being scolded, the housekeeper stood in shock for a long moment before hunched over and silently exited. Jiang Xuan felt torn. He longed to see Sun Liao, yet was also overwhelmed with agitation, feeling utterly fragmented. Why was he unable to control his words, often uttering hurtful things? It was so perplexing. Why did he feel this way? He had just met her on the first day. Why did he wish to see her so desperately? He endured the discomfort of maintaining a single posture until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, he dashed out of the Wangfu, running fervently towards the entrance of the Shangshu Fu. The gatekeeper, recognizing him, allowed him entry without hesitation. Upon entering, Jiang Xuan found Yu Baizu and Yu Nanxing still in the midst of dressing. Noticing his arrival, Yu Nanxing let out a cold snort and turned away, refusing to look at him. Yu Baizu sensed something was amiss. Jiang Xuan's robe was crumpled, his hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot irises suggested he had not slept a wink. Where's Mei Mei Yao Yao? Jiang Xuan stepped forward anxiously, shaking Yu Baizu's shoulder, his demeanor bordering on frantic. Yu Baizu shrugged off his hand, frowning. Are you all right? Sun Liao is not our sister. She is the steward's daughter. If you're looking for her, you should seek the steward. Jiang Xuan, in anguish, sprinted out again. This was wrong. He had intended to apologize to Nanxing and Baizu. So how'd he end up blurting out his desire to find that girl? He located the steward's residence and spotted son Lu Yao peacefully sleeping beside Zhao Ma. In that moment, his heart seemed to settle, filling him with a sense of profound satisfaction, and he succumbed to slumber beside her. At some point, Sun Liao awoke, her bright black eyes fixed on Jiang Xuan without blinking. System, grant me another talisman. The system hesitated. Host, Jiang Xuan is still a child. The spiritual energy in this world is potent. The energy in your talisman is substantial. He may not withstand it and could go mad. Sun Lu Yao's eyes flickered, disregarding the system's counsel, resolute in her intentions. As for how to win over the winged prince, it was merely a matter of her drawing a couple more talismans. Very well. Observing the slumbering Jiang Xuan, her eyes reflected no trace of emotion, cold and terrifying. He was merely a pawn. If he could pave the way for her, as the protagonist, his demise would hold value, and the audience would remember him. As the time for school approached, Yu Baizu and Yu Nanxing grew increasingly impatient in the front courtyard, accustomed to attending the academy together. Third brother, should we go look for him? Yu Baizu nodded, and the two brothers made their way to the servants' quarters. Yu Nanxing roused the still sleeping Jiang Xuan. Why are you sleeping here? We still need to go to the academy today. Jiang Xuan appeared worse for wear, dazed and seemingly incapable of comprehending words. He shook his head, clutching Sun Lu Yao. His words left you and Yu Nanxing stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Jiang Suian, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what she... Yu Nanxing abruptly ceased speaking. However, Sun Luyao had already overheard, her dark pupils locking onto Yu Nanxing, a fleeting chill evident in her gaze. What was he about to say? Did he know something? Sun Luyao was a cautious individual, acutely sensitive to situations where others possessed more knowledge than herself, further solidifying her resolve to depart from Shangshu Fu. Jiang Xian furrowed his brows. Agony etched on his features as if caught in a nightmare. I am not mad. I want to take Yao Yao away. Do not stop me. When Lin Shi arrived, Jiang Suian had somehow managed to leave Shangshu Fu with Sun Luyao. She found it unfathomable how a 5-year-old child could carry another child away. The more Lin Shi pondered, the more anxious she became. Unable to quell her concern, she sent Yu Shirshu and Juanjuan to the Winged Prince's residence. Her status made it inconvenient for her to go, but with Su and Juanjuan, it would be acceptable. Su was composed, and with Juanjuan's presence, they could gather information in advance. Juanjuan, still groggy from insufficient sleep, yawned. Along the way, she learned that the unfortunate child had run away with Sun Luyao, claiming he wanted her to be his sister. The prince's sister was, after all, a princess. How strange. In her past life, she often spoke of equality, claiming that the status of the legitimate daughter of the Shangshu Fu was no different from that of a butcher's daughter in the southern city, insisting that all should be born equal. If she truly believed that, why is she so eager to find a stepping stone this time? Equality above oneself, but a hierarchy below. Chapter 20. To Xianping Ho Fu. Yu Shirshu held Juanjuan, his peach blossom eyes glimmering. Hearing Juanjuan mention that Sun Luyao had harmed their family in her past life, Yu Shirshu initially thought that someone capable of stirring the political landscape of Jianghua and supporting a prince to ascend should be a woman of meticulous thought and cunning strategy. But would such a woman utter words of equality? Could a 1,000-year-old system be changed by a mere couple of her words? If it were not for the demise of the outstanding youths of this generation in the capital, Yu Shirshu would never believe such a foolish person could ascend to such heights. If Juanjuan could hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly agree. Indeed, they had all perished. The crown prince was disabled. Several princes were either dead or injured, and even the fates of the 2 princesses were tragically dire. One was sent off for a marriage alliance, and the other met her end on the bed of a favored consort. While it seemed the 6th prince was the most suitable to ascend the throne, in reality, it was Sun Luyao who paved the way for him. Ultimately, even the concubines and mistresses that the 6th prince married to gain the support of ministers were cruelly burned to death in the harem by the 6th prince due to Sun Luyao's promise of eternal companionship. The conclusion of the story told by the Empress Dowager was, in reality, the tragic lives of countless individuals. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Winged Prince's residence. Presently, the Winged Prince's household was sparsely populated, servants and maids scattered haphazardly, and the filth strewn outside the main gate remained uncleaned, exuding a foul stench. Yu Shirshu held Juanjuan close, shielding her mouth and nose with his garments. The surrounding odors seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only the faint fragrance emanating from his elder brother. Elder brother is so considerate. Such a wonderful elder brother. My future sister-in-law will surely adore him. He. The poor child as home has been thrown into such disarray. It is truly tragic. Upon seeing Yu Shirshu, a servant rushed towards him as if he had found a lifeline, kneeling before him with a thud. The 2 families had grown closer in recent times, and during the most challenging period for the Winged Prince's household, the Shangshu Fu had come to their aid, so both families were nearly acquainted. The steward, with graying hair and a face weathered by time, bore the weight of sorrow. Allowing an unknown child into the lineage of royal relatives was something the steward would naturally strive to prevent, but Jiang San was, after all, his master. Yu Shirshu, cradling Juanjuan with one hand, gently assisted the steward to his feet, brushing the dust from him and speaking softly, "Uncle Chun, do not fret. I will go inside and take a look." He pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Suian had placed Sun Luyao upon his bed, seated himself on a soft stool, alternating between gazing at her with infatuation and displaying signs of agitation, raising his hands high, appearing quite unwell. Juanjuan widened her eyes in astonishment, her dark, grape-like eyes shimmering with a hint of orange light as she caught sight of the 2 talismans affixed to Jiang Suian's back. Hearing Juanjuan's remarks, Yu Shirshu turned his gaze to the girl lying on the couch. She was fair and adorable, currently watching him intently with unblinking eyes, as if a dark undercurrent was swirling within them, creating an eerie atmosphere. Jiang Xian seemed to regain some clarity. He reached out to grasp Yu Shirshu's robe, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to speak. "A Su Gij, I feel so unwell." In the blink of an eye, the rationality he had moments ago vanished as he suddenly widened his eyes, howling in rage, as if possessed, seizing the soft stool to smash it. The vase on the table was swept to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. "This is bad. I must quickly tear the talisman off him, or this unfortunate child might end up a fool. But I'm being held by my elder brother. How can I get closer to the unfortunate child?" Hearing this, Yu Shirshu deftly dodged the flying debris and approached Jiang Xian, delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Juanjuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, is it possible? Big brother is so handsome." Yu Shirshu smiled, her expression as warm as a spring breeze. When her elder brother crouched down, Juanjuan took the opportunity to stretch out her small hand and discreetly remove the two talismans from Jiang Xuan's back that only she could see. In that fleeting moment, the talismans ignited without fire, their ashes whisked away by the wind. Naturally, this talisman was invisible to others. To them, it simply appeared as though she had lightly touched Jiang Xuan. "All right, once the little unlucky one wakes up, everything will be fine." Yu Shirshu stepped outside to summon the steward, instructing him to take Jiang Xuan down for some rest. Gazing at Sun Liao, who lay on the couch, Juanjuan found herself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shirshu called for a young servant to come in and carry Sun Liao. He lowered his head, speaking gently to Juanjuan. "Sister, Big Brother will take you to see Grandpa and Grandma." Juanjuan immediately recalled the unpleasant aunt who had competed with her for the jade pendant last time, pouting her lips in displeasure. "Big Brother, surely doesn't he know that the noble consort and that dreadful aunt are in cahoots? Juanjuan despises her. Moreover, she dislikes Juanjuan and Mother. Last time, she even pinched Juanjuan's hand until it bled. Yet, Juanjuan could not voice her grievances. She could only lift her chubby hand in front of her brother, puffing up her cheeks and babbling, signaling him to look at her hand. Yu Shirshu's eyes flickered, and his smile became even gentler. He grasped Juanjuan's outstretched hand, chuckling, "Sister, do you want to play with me? I knew Big Brother wouldn't understand. Forget it. I'll go. Even though that dreadful aunt is annoying, Big Brother will surely protect me." Yu Shirshu cradled Juanjuan, smiling to himself. It was precisely due to the presence of those dislikable people that he was taking Sun Liao along. Moreover, he would certainly safeguard his sister well. In the back courtyard of the Xianping Marquise, Su Minglian lay on her bed, the bitter medicinal smell overwhelming her senses. Ever since her last fall, misfortune had befallen her. She had encountered thieves when out, choked on water, and even had venomous snakes invade her room at night. Su Minglian was furious, attributing all her woes to Lin Jingwei, who had brought her ill-fated child to the Xianping Marquise and infected her with bad luck. Just the thought of it made her heart ache. Her head maid rushed in. "Madam, someone has arrived from the Ministry of Rights." The mere mention of the Ministry of Rights filled Su Minglian with foreboding. Were it not for her fear of catching misfortune, she would have stormed over to slap that wretched woman's face. The maid, however, shook her head. "Madam, is the eldest son and young lady from the estate. The eldest son is currently discussing matters with the old lady, while the young lady is in the side hall." Su Minglian's eyes darted as she confirmed. "You sure she left Yuan alone in the side hall?" "Yes, madam. He instructed the servants to keep an eye on the young lady," the maid replied. A cold smile crept across Su Minglian's face. Her eyes glinted ominously. She sat up, extending a hand. "Help me change. That little brat had stolen her jade pendant, without anyone to protect her. Let us see if she wouldn't slap that ill-fated child this time." Chapter 21. Sun Liao gets beaten. Since the mask had already been torn, Su Minglian had no need to hold back. She opened her medicine chest and retrieved a small dark green vial from among a multitude of tiny porcelain bottles. With the maid assisting her into her clothes and adorning her with jewelry, she was helped to the side hall. A few maids stood by with steamed red date cakes and freshly warmed goat milk. Upon entering, Su Minglian immediately spotted the little child being attended to by several maids. She coldly remarked, "Who allowed you to crowd around here? Is there no work to be done at home?" Upon seeing her, the young maids hurriedly knelt and greeted. "We greet the madam. What eldest son? In the Xianping Marquise, only my little Jean is the true eldest son. These traitors are eating from both sides." One maid was struck to the ground, crying as she covered her face, but she could only whimper softly. Su Minglian waved her hand in irritation. Enough. All of you may leave. The maids exchanged glances, hesitating as they dared not depart. They were well aware that the madam and the young lady were not on good terms. If they left, and the madam bullied the young lady, they would bear the consequences. Su Minglian saw through their thoughts, her gaze turning icy. In this Xianping Marquise, I am the master. Do not forget whose contract binds you. Hearing this, the maids quickly lowered their heads and exited. A sister of the madam had previously offended her and was sold to a brothel. Soon, only Su Minglian and her servants remained in the side hall. Su Minglian pulled out the vial, instructing her head maid to hold the infant down, pouring 2 pills and forcibly prying open the child's mouth to shove them inside. Watching the baby's face turn purple from suffocation, she finally felt a sense of relief. She tucked away the vial and pinched the child's face, a flicker of jealousy passing through her eyes. After just 3 months apart, this little one had lost weight. Just look at her appearance. She was undoubtedly destined to be a beauty. Why did all the good things fall to Lin Jingyue's family? Su Minglian felt dejected, and her grip grew harsher. She focused on pinching the child's belly and arms. At least you sure she wouldn't see. Su Minglian was pleased with her cunning. However, as she released her grip, the infant turned and bit her finger. The infant's tiny teeth clamped down on her finger. And for reasons unknown, Su Minglian felt the bite was extraordinarily strong, as if her finger might snap. What are you dawdling for? Quickly pry this little one's mouth open. Can't you see I'm bleeding? The head maid rushed forward, using both hands to force open the child's mouth, allowing Su Minglian to withdraw her finger. She stared at the bloodied bite marks on her index finger, gasping in pain, and in retaliation, she slapped the infant's face hard. Little brat, I merely pinch you a few times, and you dare to bite me? The infant, struck, did not cry or fuss, but stubbornly turned to stare at her, as if trying to remember her face. Moreover, having taken the medicine she had fed him, in a few days he would become a fool. And what could a fool do? She dismissed it, feeling provoked instead. Today, I shall properly educate you on behalf of your useless mother. The headmaid stood at the door, keeping watch until Su Minglian calmed down, and only then did they leave the side hall. After they departed, a small maid cautiously entered to check on the young lady's condition. Upon seeing the infant's bloodied face, she let out a scream and hastily ran off to summon help. You sure she sat with Juanjuan in the old lady's courtyard. Having not seen her in months, Juanjuan observed that her grandmother looked much better than the last time. Her health seemingly improved. During her hour-long stay, she had been fed until her little belly was round, just as the old lady sent for another plate of exquisite pastries. You sure she helplessly intervened. I can still eat more, can't I? Juanjuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the warm and soft pastries, drooling with anticipation. Yu Shirshu, overwhelmed by her silent pleas, finally relented and handed her a small piece, saying, "The last piece, no more than this." At that moment, a nurse entered with a maid, and as soon as the maid stepped inside, she fell to her knees with a thud, panic etched across her face. "Old lady, the madam has beaten Miss Juanjuan until her face is covered in blood. You must go see." Juanjuan peered from the old lady's embrace, her head poking out. "What is she saying? I'm perfectly fine." The old lady scolded, "What nonsense! Drag her out." "How dare she curse my little treasure, Juanjuan." The maids in this estate are becoming increasingly unruly. Yu Shirshu's eyes flickered, and he stood up, saying, "Grandmother, this maid must have mistaken the person. When I arrived, I left the household servant's child in the side hall under the care of the maids. She must be referring to that child." The elderly matriarch rose, her brow furrowed with a mix of indignation and helplessness. How could the eldest branch behave so recklessly as to commit such an act? "We must hasten to see how that child is faring. We cannot let this situation escalate any further." By the time they rushed to the side hall, Sun Liao had already lost consciousness. Juanjuan, witnessing the child's pitiful state, turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. "The foul aunt must have mistaken Sun Liao for me. How tragic. Such a deep wound will surely leave a scar." She nestled in her elder brother's embrace and inadvertently caught a fleeting smile on his face. Could it be that he did this on purpose? Yu Shirshu lowered his head, observing Juanjuan's astonished expression, and gently ruffled her hair. The matriarch, upon witnessing this dreadful scene, felt as though she might faint from rage. This was utterly outrageous. "Go fetch Su Minglian for me." What grievance could such a small child have caused her to resort to such cruelty. The child's parents would surely be heartbroken to see their daughter in such a state. Su supported the elderly lady and spoke softly. Grandmother, we should report this incident to the authorities. This time, Aunt has gone too far. It would serve as a warning to her and provide the child's family with an explanation. The matriarch nodded vigorously, determined. Yes, we shall proceed with this course of action. She must be taught a lesson, or she will think she can act with impunity. The Huichuntang is the most renowned medical establishment in the capital, with branches in various nations, each presided over by a highly skilled physician. Chapter 22. Junshi seizes a disciple at the entrance of Huichuntang. A young attendant carried the unconscious Sun Liao inside. After examining her injuries, the physician shook his head gravely. How could anyone inflict such harm on a child? Her body was bruised and battered, with no unblemished skin left. However, these were merely superficial wounds. But wait, I noticed a peculiar color in the child's tongue. She may have ingested something harmful. We must have Junshi take a closer look. Su recalled Juanjuan's thoughts about Su Minglian possessing numerous poisons. He cast a cold glance at the unconscious Sun Liao. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed physician. In the blink of an eye, he resumed his demeanor of a refined gentleman. An apothecary led Sun Liao upstairs. And after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, an elderly man, dressed in tattered, modest clothing and carrying a wine flask at his waist, descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, the physician promptly bowed with a respectful and admiring attitude. Junshi, what brings you down here? Junshi stroked his beard and inquired. Who is the infant that was just brought in? The physician gestured towards Su, who was seated in a chair, awaiting news. It was brought in by that young master. Junshi nodded slightly, dismissing the physician with a wave of his hand. I see. You may return to your duties. He approached the young man and scrutinized him from above. What relation do you have with that infant? As he stepped closer, the scent of alcohol wafted from him, causing Su to subtly furrow his brow. He rose and spoke in a warm tone. She is the daughter of our steward. Junshi uncorked his wine flask and took a swig, speaking in an imperious manner. It would be a tremendous fortune for her to be taken as my disciple. What an impudent old drunkard. How rude. Juanjuan could not help but mutter under her breath. Su smiled, appearing gentle and amiable, but when he spoke, it was a firm refusal. That is quite impossible. Junshi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this young lad would dare to reject him. Do you know who I am? The divine physician Valley. Junshi, to be accepted as my disciple is a blessing that your family could only dream of. The divine physician Valley transcends all nations, existing beyond the mundane world, which is why Junshi held himself in such high regard. To have a mere mortal family accepted as his disciple would be an extraordinary fortune. How dare this boy refuse him? That child is fated to be mine. I shall certainly take her as my disciple. Junshi's tone was resolute, revealing his disdain for the young man before him. Furthermore, I am merely informing you, not seeking your approval. Su's smile faded slightly, and his gaze turned icy. I reiterate, that is quite impossible. She is the daughter of our steward, and you do not have the authority to decide her fate. Junshi was enraged. Are you jealous? Jealous that I would accept a steward's daughter instead of your cherished one? You appear quite handsome, yet your heart is so malevolent. She will learn medicine under my tutelage and become a respected physician. Do you realize that your jealousy is jeopardizing a girl's future? Juanjuan, who was inexplicably accused, thought to herself, this old drunkard has quite the imagination. You think everyone wishes to study medicine under you? I certainly do not. Su, unwilling to engage in further argument, said, let's take her out. We will seek treatment elsewhere. Junshi snorted coldly, blocking his path. How unreasonable you are. I wish I could slap him with my tail. I have encountered an unreasonable old drunkard and rogue while out with my brother. Su could not suppress a slight smile at his sister's antics. Upon hearing Junshi's words, a clear, ethereal voice suddenly resonated from outside the shop. Upon hearing this voice, Junshi's expression stiffened, and he reluctantly leaned down to acknowledge young Valley Master. She had skin as white as snow, lips naturally rosy, and her eyes were as clear as a spring, exuding a cool and pristine aura. Juanjuan's eyes instantly lit up. How beautiful! A stunning sister. Like Chang'e, she is ethereal and untouched by the mortal world. Even though Juanjuan was internally exclaiming her admiration, Su's demeanor remained calm. I am Su, brother. You must not be so indifferent to such a beautiful sister. How I wish to possess my brother's form and introduce myself impressively while holding the hand of such a lovely lady. Yusher Su gazed at his sister, who wore a love-struck expression and helplessly placed a hand on his forehead. Juanjuan, should that day truly arrive, please spare a thought for your brother. Jun Xiao observed his lack of reaction, and her gaze flickered. The faint watery hue in her eyes seemed to harbor a hint of unnoticeable sadness. Jun Shi begrudgingly insisted, "Young Valley Master, that child is indeed a promising candidate for medical training. If nurtured from a young age, her future is limitless." Jun Xiao interrupted him, her expression frosty. "Regardless of how remarkable she may become, she must abide by the rules here. Otherwise, I will have to find someone to replace you." Yun Qi, infuriated, glared at Yusher Su, then stormed upstairs. The two sat at the same table, yet neither initiated conversation. This left Juanjuan in a state of agitation. Brother is truly foolish. He cannot even speak to a girl. It is up to me to intervene. Yusher Su's brow twitched, sensing an ominous premonition. He watched as Juanjuan extended her hand towards Jun Xiao, babbling excitedly. "Apologies, my younger sister is quite lively." Jun Xiao laughed lightly, unperturbed. No harm done. She turned her attention to Juanjuan, assuming the child was captivated by the jade pendant at her waist, and lifted it to inquire, "Is this what you desire?" Juanjuan's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. "I want it." Jun Xiao smiled softly and, without hesitation, removed the pendant and handed it to her. "This is for you." Juanjuan exclaimed in delight. "How wonderful! A jade pendant gifted by the beautiful sister." Yusher Su could not bear to watch, for it was quite unreasonable. Moreover, he perceived that this jade pendant was of fine quality, expertly carved, likely a cherished possession of a young lady. Should his sister play with it and lose it, it would be troublesome if someone else found it. Thus, when the pendant was offered, he gently intervened. "Miss June, this is quite inappropriate. My sister is still very young, and such a precious item should be kept safe." Jun Xiao raised an eyebrow at him, her gaze holding a touch of tenderness. In a soft voice, she replied, "It is all right. I quite like her. If she loses it, then so be it." Chapter 23. Young Valley Master Jun Xiao one insisted on giving, while the other desperately wished to receive. Yusher Su could not find it within himself to intervene further. Finally obtained the cherished jade pendant belonging to her beloved elder sister. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed. The beautiful sister just said she likes me." Yusher Su mused, grateful that Miss June across from her remained oblivious to her thoughts. Being naturally sociable, Juanjuan quickly struck up a conversation with Jun Xiao. Although her babbling was incomprehensible to anyone, it mattered little, as she soon found herself nestled in the arms of the beautiful sister, causing her to giggle behind her hand. The trio waited for nearly a stick of incense's duration. Yet Jun Qi had yet to appear. Feeling a sense of unease, Yusher Su spoke up. Jun Xiao led both her and Juanjuan upstairs, where, apart from a few young apprentices sorting herbs, there was no sign of Jun Qi. "Boss," the apprentices exclaimed, halting their tasks upon seeing Jun Xiao. She pressed her thin lips together, her expression cold as she inquired, "Where is Jun Qi?" Jun Xiao's countenance darkened instantly, her eyes radiating a chilling intensity. It was surprising that someone as seasoned as Jun Qi could act so recklessly. Yusher Su, standing nearby, overheard the apprentice's words, his brow furrowing, lips pressed tightly together. "My apologies. I did not foresee that he would take someone away so abruptly. I shall send my subordinates to search for him, and I will inform you immediately if there are any updates," Jun Xiao replied apologetically. Yusher Su recognized that this was not her fault and did not hold it against her. Instead, he gently nodded and provided his home address. Jun Xiao acknowledged this, watching him leave with a somewhat distracted expression. In the Shangshu mansion, Lin Shi felt a lingering sense of unease upon hearing that Sun Liao had been taken away. Suppressing her ominous premonition, she summoned the housekeeper, Mama Zhao. Initially unaware of the situation, Mama Zhao assumed she had erred recently when summoned to Jiangyun Pavilion. Upon learning the truth, she realized the kind-hearted mistress was concerned about her feelings. Although she had taken care of Liao, she felt a certain distance from her, and the expenses for her upbringing were covered by the household, with Mama Zhao merely investing her time. "It is our family's honor to serve the mistress. How could I possibly feel discontent?" Lin Shi smiled warmly, patting Mama Zhao's hand. "If we can locate her, I shall inform you immediately." By the way, I will arrange for an increase in your monthly allowance this month. Son Wen is of marriageable age now, is he not? Mama Zhao was taken aback by the generosity, tears welling in her eyes, nearly kneeling, were it not for Kai Chun's support. Thank you, mistress. Thank you. Mama Zhao exclaimed, Overwhelmed, never expecting such a celestial figure to remember her family. Working for such a benevolent master was indeed a blessing for them. After sending Mama Zhao off, Kai Chun closed the courtyard door. In Lin Shi's embrace, Juanjuan gazed at her mother's gentle and beautiful visage, exclaiming, Mother is so wonderful. In other families, who would care about the feelings of the servants? My mother is truly beautiful and kind-hearted, she giggled. Lin Shi's earlier worries dissipated, her laughter bubbling forth as she playfully rubbed Juanjuan's little belly, teasing, Oh my, you must have eaten quite a bit today. Look at that little belly of yours. Why isn't a Su keeping an eye on you? Juanjuan grinned, thinking he is just that big brother's watching me eat. Lin Shi could do little but chuckle and gently tap her forehead. After dinner, the steward of the Wing Prince's residence visited, announcing that Jiang Suan had awakened. He wished to express his gratitude to the eldest young master and Miss Juanjuan, but was too weak to leave his bed. He would visit in person once he felt better. He also mentioned the altercation with Yu Baiju and Yu Nanxing, expressing his intent to apologize when he was well enough to get out of bed. Yu Nanxing waved dismissively, stating, I forgave him this morning. We are still friends and will continue to attend school together. The steward of the Wang Fu departed with a smile. 2 days later, in the early morning, the sound of synchronized, thunderous hooves awakened the citizens of the capital from their slumber. The city gates swung wide open, heralding news from the frontiers. The emperor, hastily descending from his dragon bed, was so elated that he neglected to straighten his attire, donning his outer robe as he rushed out. He was certain that his brother could never betray him. Upon seeing the disheveled and desolate Wang Fu, the Wing Prince worried for his son's safety, finding solace only upon witnessing Jiang Suan's peaceful slumber. He stepped outside and closed the door, only to find the steward kneeling before him, tears streaming down his face. The sight of the once robust Wing Prince, now with reddened eyes, gazing at the aged steward and the overgrown Wang Fu, filled his heart with sorrow. Many lamented their inaction during the Wing Prince's downfall, while others, who once reveled in his misfortune, felt a different sentiment. In the Shangshu mansion, while Juanjuan remained asleep, Lin Shi rose quietly, dressing her husband in his court attire and leaning beside him. Yu Shiheng pressed a kiss to her brow, gently embracing her shoulder as he spoke softly. Lin Shi shook her head lightly, reflecting, My dear husband, I still feel a touch of unreality. Ever since Juanjuan's arrival, everything seems to flow so seamlessly for us. Yu Shiheng chuckled softly, holding her closer. Indeed, it is our blessing that Juanjuan has come into our lives. There must be some special fate connecting us, so do not dwell on it. The dawn has yet to break. Let us rest a little longer. Lin Shi nodded, and the couple lingered in each other's warmth for a while before parting. Chapter 24. The Wing Prince returns to the capital before dawn. The sounds of carriage wheels rolling over the streets leading to the palace echoed. At the palace gates, Yu Shiheng encountered several colleagues arriving for court, their eyes reflecting varying degrees of envy. After all, while they all watched from afar, the Shangshu mansion had rushed in to extinguish the flames, and the two young masters from that household shared a particularly close bond with the young prince. At the time, they found it perplexing why the Shangshu mansion would draw too close to the treasonous family, even distancing themselves from the Shangshu mansion, fearing that the emperor might harbor suspicions and implicate them. Little did they know that the true frog in the well was themselves. The Minister of Education felt profound regret, wishing he could turn back time. However, such thoughts were futile, and he soon shrugged it off, understanding that the emperor would surely be in high spirits today. In the Golden Lawn Hall, the Wing Prince stood at the head of the assembly clad in iron armor, his imposing figure radiating authority. The blood of enemies still stained his armor as his fierce gaze commanded respect. Grasping an official by the collar, his voice thundered, You vile creature, you claim that I have betrayed my country. The man, caught in the prince's grip, shook his head vehemently. It was not me. I only heard it from others. At this moment, the emperor had yet to arrive, perhaps intentionally delaying his entrance to allow the Wing Prince some time to address his affairs. Most officials entering the hall kept their heads down, wishing they could shrink into the ground to avoid the Wing Prince's ire. The Minister of Education felt a jolt of alarm, quickly pulling Yu Shiheng aside. The prince had just returned from battle, with the blood still fresh on his hands, and his aura was thick with the scent of death. A cold smirk curled at the winged prince's lips as he retorted, "Nonsense. I have investigated. The rumors originated from you." The man turned pale, his gaze evasive. The Minister of Education felt a rush of satisfaction, whispering to Yu Xiang, "This Zhao Mingxian has always bullied others, relying on his father and the Empress Dowager. Today, he has finally met his match." The sight of the winged prince's fist was enough to make anyone wince. The Zhao family officials in the court rushed to intervene, fearing Zhao Mingxian would be harmed. Meanwhile, a young eunuch outside the hall, witnessing the chaotic scene, decided it was time to seek out the emperor. Before long, the emperor arrived, and all officials hurried to their respective positions. The winged king released Zhao Mingxuan's collar, shaking off the Zhao family members who clung to him on either side. He issued a stern warning, declaring that if anyone dared to leave, he would pursue them home and deliver a beating. The Zhao family cast desperate glances towards the emperor, hoping for a word of intervention. The emperor replied, "Who am I? Where am I? Who is speaking? I cannot hear." After the court session, Zhao Mingxian, fearing that the winged king would intercept him at the palace gates, fled in haste. His comical retreat drew laughter from the officials behind him. The winged king cast a cold glance in his direction, but made no attempt to chase him. If the monk could escape, surely he could not take his entire house with him. His gaze swept through the crowd like flowing water, landing on a solitary figure in the distance. Observing that distinguished silhouette, he felt both admiration and profound gratitude. Had it not been for this person, his child would likely be in grave danger by now. He strode forward, engaging him in conversation. Upon seeing his father's familiar figure, the child leapt from the bed, rushing barefoot towards him. Jiang Suiyan's eyes brightened. Though his consciousness had been somewhat foggy, he knew that it was brother A Su and Juanjuan who had come to his rescue. Had he not been too weak to leave his bed these past few days, he would have visited Juanjuan to express his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, while no one appeared at the Ministry of Personnel, large boxes filled with gifts were brought in. The last box, covered with a red cloth, emitted occasional sounds of rustling and low growls. Juanjuan, now able to sit independently, crossed her legs on the chair, observing the items being brought in with a look of curiosity in her bright, starry eyes. "What is that last one? It feels oddly familiar." As Jiang Suiyan entered, he caught sight of the little dumpling seated on the chair. He wriggled free from his father's grasp and rushed over. "Juanjuan, I came to see you." The little one, happily munching on a piece of pastry, smiled broadly at his words. "Hello, little misfortune. Juanjuan, you saved me that day, didn't you?" Jiang Suiyan asked, resting his chin in his hand, lowering his voice. Juanjuan continued to eat, her head down. "Of course. I woke up early that morning. So you must be a good little brother from now on to repay my kindness for rising early. Understand?" Jiang Suiyan, unable to hear her thoughts, noticed she was finishing her pastry and brought over another piece from the platter. "I know you saved me. I actually felt it," he whispered. Juanjuan kept her head down, diligently finishing her treat, while Jiang Suiyan continued to converse with himself. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and harmonious, the winged king approached. He had noticed the adorable little chubby girl seated in the chair, gleefully displaying her pastry. Her round, cherubic face radiated charm. "You must be Juanjuan. Anura's been talking about you non-stop. Come, let me hold you." The winged king extended his large hand, scooping Juanjuan into his embrace, weighing her playfully, and laughed heartily. "Little girl, you aren't afraid of me?" Juanjuan swallowed the last bite of her pastry, wiped the crumbs from her mouth with her tiny hand, and then, with a gleeful grin, perched herself on the winged king's neck, experiencing a height she had never reached before, shaking her head. Chapter 25. The second brother returns home. The winged king waved his hand, and immediately, a servant brought forth the large cage draped in red cloth. The cage thudded heavily as it was placed on the ground, accompanied by a youthful roar from within. "Foolish humans, how dare you imprison this war god? Once I escape, none of you shall flee." The roar echoed. Juanjuan gazed in disbelief at the cage. The sound was strikingly reminiscent of the war god by Hu, one of the four symbols. The creature continued its futile attempts to intimidate the onlookers, yet to them, it appeared utterly adorable. "Foolish humans, treating this war god like a mere monkey. Once I regain my might, you shall all scream in terror." The winged king chuckled heartily, recognizing a connection between the little white tiger and Juanjuan. "Uncle wishes to gift you this little white tiger, so it can grow alongside you and protect you. Lin Shi gasped. Typically, such a beast would be presented to the palace, and given that Baihu symbolizes power and auspiciousness, it seemed more appropriate to present it to the emperor. However, Yu Baijiu and Yu Nanxing were oblivious to such considerations. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at Juanjuan. Their little sister had acquired such a magnificent pet at such a tender age. How envious their classmates would be. The white tiger sniffed the air, its round eyes curiously fixating on Juanjuan in the winged king's arms. Why does this human child emit a familiar scent? It resembles that of the fat fish from Yaoqi. With a sudden shift, Juanjuan found herself face to face with a white tiger as the winged king set her down. The tiger initially appeared bewildered, but upon recognition, it excitedly paced in its cage, roaring at Juanjuan. Fat fish, it is indeed you. You must find a way to liberate this war god. I descended to this realm for you. Hurry, think of something. The winged king laughed heartily, realizing the bond between the white tiger and Juanjuan was fortuitous. He had made an excellent choice for a gift. Bring it inside. Thus, the two fated companions reunited once more. Time flew by, and Juanjuan was now 1.5 years old. She had slimmed down slightly, but remained exquisitely chiseled, resembling a fortunate doll, while the little white tiger had grown considerably, akin to a small horse. After spending 2 years in the military camp, he had tanned slightly under the sun, standing tall and well-proportioned, with keen, bright eyes. Yu Chueji inherited the beauty of his parents, his features strikingly handsome, but what captured attention upon first glance was his sharp, commanding presence. He exhibited remarkable talent in martial arts, earning praise from General Qin. Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands trembling with a mix of pride and concern. It's cold on the ground. Rise quickly. The room was warm, and after serving hot tea and pastries, Kai Chun exited, leaving the mother and son to converse. They soon heard laughter and chatter coming from outside. Yu Chueji's gaze softened. It must be his third and fourth younger brothers. He reached out to grasp Yu Nanxing's arm, saying with a hint of exasperation, Nanxing, you have grown up. You should learn from Baiju to be more composed in the future, understand? Yu Nanxing grinned widely, pulling his second brother towards the door. Don't lecture me. Look at our little sister. Just then, a white tiger entered the courtyard, its mouth clenching a small child clad in a red padded jacket. Yu Chueji's pupils dilated, instinctively reaching for his sword, which unsheathed with a metallic clang. Both of you, go inside and stay by Mother-S side. Do not come out. Yu Nanxing hesitated, then realizing his second brother did not recognize the little white tiger, he quickly explained, pulling at his arm. Ergo, this is Xiao Bai, the pet gifted to Mei Mei by Yuan. Furthermore, it is not harming Mei Mei. It simply enjoys carrying her around like this. Lin Shi also stepped out and chuckled upon witnessing the scene outside the courtyard. Xiaoji, do not be anxious. Xiao Bai is intelligent and will not bite indiscriminately. Juanjuan lifted her head, but being held by the white tiger, her gaze was too low to see anything. She could only struggle with her tiny body and pat the tiger's head with her small hands. UKG's heart leaped in alarm, fearing that the white tiger might suddenly become angry and harm her. Put me down, please. Juanjuan's voice was tender and somewhat indistinct. I want to find Mother. Reluctantly, the white tiger released its grip and nudged Juanjuan with its nose. No, it's a white tiger, not a big cat. UKG was slightly astonished as he gazed at the exquisite and adorable girl, feeling a warmth spread in his heart, prompting him to smile and walk over. Juanjuan beamed at Ergo, her eyes squinting with joy. Hello, Ergo, I am Juanjuan. UKG was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. What was that? Who was speaking just now? He glanced at his mother and siblings, all wearing expressions of naturalness, as if they had not heard anything. Just a couple of days ago, Aunt Qin came to discuss with Mother about arranging a marriage for Sister Shuyin again. Chapter 26. Juanjuan ties the red thread. UKG was stunned, his face paling slightly. Looking at his little sister's innocent smile, he felt as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. The voice he heard earlier was the inner thoughts of his little sister. Why is Ergo in a daze? Juanjuan tilted her head, and before she could ponder further, she was lifted by the white tiger by the back of her clothing. What is there to talk about with humans? Fat fish. Let us go to the small pond and see who can break the ice hole bigger. Juanjuan struggled a few times, but was still carried away. Yu Baiju and Yu Nanxing followed closely behind, heading to the small pond to play. In the courtyard, Lin Shi cast a glance at her dazed second son and sighed softly. It seemed Juanjuan was indeed correct. KG harbored feelings for Shu Yan. She approached and patted her son's shoulder, urging him to come inside as it was cold outside. Once inside, Lin Shi took a sip of tea and sent the servants away before speaking. You heard Juanjuan's inner thoughts just now, did you not? It is not just me. Everyone in the family can hear it. This was truly beyond belief, and UKG was at a loss for words. Did his mother imply that there was something amiss with his little sister's identity? Subsequently, Lin Shi's next words left him in shock. If it were not for Juanjuan, our family would already be in ruins. Du que ficaste en disbelief. Mother, how could that be? Lin Shi sighed deeply, her gaze seemingly lost in distant memories. Your grandmother was discovered in an affair and attempted to drown by Ju, while your elder brother was framed by the imperial concubine and harmed by sorcery. Even you would have broken a leg upon hearing of Shu Yan's misfortune, falling into a life of despair. Her calm voice struck UKG's heart with profound shock, as the gravity of her words was nothing short of harrowing. Mother, he thought, imagining if what she said were to become reality, how despairing it would be. KG, there are those in the capital who wish to harm our family. You must remain vigilant at all times and act with caution, ensuring that you do not leave any incriminating evidence. Understood? UKG knelt down, bowing his head. Mother, your son understands. Upon mentioning this, UKG's face flushed instantly, though his sun-kissed complexion made it less noticeable. He stammered, and Lin Shi, noticing his demeanor, understood. Shu Ying and General Qin are not rigid individuals. If you and Shu Yan have mutual feelings, I can discuss with the general's residence to arrange a marriage contract first. After all, good women are sought after by many families. What do you think? UKG's face turned crimson. His mother was right. But he merely admired Miss Qin from afar and had never dared to approach her, having exchanged only a few words. How could he know her sentiments? Lin Shi saw through his concerns, smiled gently, and reassured him. Do not worry. The little one loves to play matchmaker, and you are her second brother. She will help you. Vendors along the street displayed various lanterns, featuring the 12 zodiac animals and vividly crafted lanterns of birds, beasts, and flowers. Thousands of bright lanterns floated in the sky, resembling silver flowers on a tree, with stars twinkling above. In the stories told by the Queen Mother, the imperial concubine did not frame the elder brother. Thus he had excelled in the imperial examination. Juanjuan covered her mouth and giggled, unaware that everyone had clearly heard her inner thoughts, yet no one dared to reveal it. UKG, preoccupied with what his mother had mentioned the previous night, was lost in thought while holding Juanjuan. As they walked, Juanjuan spotted a lotus-shaped lantern, waving her hands in excitement, her eyes almost glued to it. Yushi Su approached to purchase the lantern. At that moment, a clear and ethereal female voice inquired, "How much is this lantern?" The two were clad in red garments, appearing like a couple from a distance. Jun Xiaoyu's fair face flushed, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Miss Jun, Yushi Su smiled and nodded to her, his red attire accentuating his elegant demeanor. Juanjuan's eyes sparkled. It was a beautiful sister. My elder brother and the beautiful sister are dressed as if they are getting married. Yushi Su felt his ears burn at this remark. He wished to caution his little sister, but alas, he could only hear her inner voice. Juanjuan, keenly observant, noticed her elder brother's bashful expression, and a thought bloomed in her heart. Elder brother can't possibly like the beautiful sister, can he? How wonderful. Little Juan will begin matchmaking. She stretched out her arms toward Jun Xiao, seeking a hug. Jun Xiao, upon seeing Juanjuan, wore a gentle expression. Little Juan, it has been a year since we last met. Do you still remember me? Juanjuan nadie de mistri. Beautiful sister. Jun Xiao's cheeks flushed at the compliment, unable to resist planting affectionate kisses on Juanjuan's face, leaving behind sweet marks. The beautiful sister kissed me. Juanjuan was elated, yet she did not forget her true purpose, to unite her elder brother with a beautiful sister. After all, how could the enthusiastic little Juan stand by and watch her elder brother suffer in unrequited love? Moreover, she did not like the previous sister-in-law her brother married. She preferred this pretty sister. Thus, she pointed at her elder brother, her delicate face resembling a porcelain doll, earnestly playing matchmaker. Elder brother, the pomegranate flower is very fortunate. Yushi Su's heart raced, fearing she would utter something shocking, and he quickly stepped forward to cover Juanjuan's mouth. Elder brother, what are you doing? I am introducing you to the beautiful sister. You won't find a wife like this. Their proximity suddenly closed, and Jun Xiao's face turned crimson. The air filled with the faint scent of youth. Let me carry her instead. Yusher Su took Juanjuan from Jun Xiao's arms, offering her an apologetic smile for the earlier offense. Juanjuan sighed dramatically, shaking her head as if to say, "What a shame." Yusher Su pondered how to explain to his little sister that he did not need matchmaking. Meanwhile, the lotus lantern that Juanjuan had set her sights on had already been purchased by Jun Xiao and gifted to Juanjuan. Chapter 27. The Couplets Contest. At the market, the bustling center was the couplets contest hosted by Chun Liu. The crowd was dense, and each participant drew enthusiastic cheers from onlookers. The proprietor of Chun Liu stood on the platform, with a large wooden board behind him displaying the couplet's first line. The moon is full in the sky, half in the world. Every month the moon is full, encountering the half moon. Numerous scholars attempted to respond, yet none had produced a commendable second line thus far. Juanjuan silently recited the couplet in her heart, pondering it without any clear ideas. She is merely a fish, content to eat, drink, and bring happiness and luck to others. Observing the puzzled expression on Juanjuan's face, Yusher Su gently smiled and ruffled her hair without uttering a word. Ege. Yu Chueji showed no interest in such eloquent matters. Being tall, he scanned the crowd surrounding the arena and soon spotted a familiar face. Elder brother, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. Yu Chueji nudged Yusher Su's arm and whispered. Not far away, the Crown Prince, clad in black, was holding a child dressed in a pink jacket, enjoying the spectacle just like them. Shall we go greet him? Yusher Su shook his head, indicating they should wait until the crowd thinned. The Crown Prince was out with the 9th princess, and he likely wished to remain incognito. Curiously, Juanjuan peeked out. At that moment, the 9th princess was comfortably nestled in the Crown Prince's embrace, seemingly aware of Juanjuan's inquisitive gaze. Their eyes met across the crowd, but the 9th princess quickly averted her gaze, feigning disinterest. Undeterred by this, Juanjuan continued to observe. The 9th princess, sensitive and unable to ignore the persistent gaze, found herself irked by the scrutiny of the chubby child opposite her. Why is that little plump one staring at me? What could possibly be so interesting? It's infuriating. It was only when Qin Shuyan stepped onto the stage that Juanjuan shifted her focus. The moment the young lady appeared, gasps of admiration filled the air. She stood gracefully, her presence captivating, dressed in flowing azure robes. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features painted with elegance. Her bright eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, her brows arched like willows, and her lips were as red as ripe peaches. Yu Chueji stole a glance, then quickly lowered his head, his heart racing as he heard the praises around him. Qin Shuyan was the most talented woman in the capital. While he considered himself merely a martial artist, lacking in knowledge compared to his elder brother, and feeling inadequate in appearance and accomplishments. Look at Sister Shuyan. She will surely claim the top spot. His heart ached as he regarded the confident young woman on stage, unaware of her struggles. Qin Shuyan took up her brush and inscribed her couplet on a piece of rice paper. After finishing, she set the brush aside, and the steward took the paper to display it. He silently recited her couplet, greatly impressed. The sun rises with open eyes and sets with closed eyes, day after day. Welcoming the sunset, observing the couplet, many in the audience expressed admiration, including several scholars who had participated in the earlier activity. Juanjuan turned to see her second brother's eyes nearly glued to Sister Shuyan. Yu Chueji flushed and lowered his head, unable to meet his sister's teasing gaze. Amidst the applause and cheers, the steward was about to present a colorful glass lantern to Qin Shuyan when a voice interrupted. Wait, I have a couplet. Everyone turned to see a beggar, dressed in tattered, filthy clothes, ascend the stage. He was hunched over, his unkempt hair and foul odor eliciting grimaces from those nearby. The beggar's murky eyes lingered on Qin Shuyan, filled with a base desire. Yu Chueji's eyes reddened with fury, fixating on the beggar while his fists clenched at his sides, making cracking sounds. How dare he look at Miss Qin with such a filthy gaze? Elder brother, you and Juanjuan stay here. I will kick that man off the stage. Yusher Su, maintaining a calm demeanor, restrained him. This arena is open to all, and he has the right to participate. If you act rashly and disrupt, even if Miss Qin wins, it will be tainted, and the onlookers will judge both you and her harshly. Yu Chueji's face paled as he realized the folly of his impulsive thoughts, yet he could not suppress his anger. Elder brother, Yu Shirshu, already aware of his younger brother's feelings for Qin Shuyan, offered him comfort. Let us observe for now. If the situation escalates, you may intervene. Among the spectators, several began to shout for the beggar to leave and not waste their time. The beggar grinned, revealing a set of uneven, yellowed teeth. I am here to provide a couplet. Does it not state that anyone can participate? The steward approached, blocking the beggar's gaze at Qin Shuyan, gesturing politely. Indeed, anyone could join. If he had a couplet, he could write it on a rice paper. The beggar waved his hand dismissively, releasing a strange odor. No need. I cannot write. I will simply speak it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's disdainful looks intensified. Everyone believed he was merely causing trouble, doubting his ability to produce a couplet. The steward smiled politely, inviting him to state his couplet. The beggar cleared his throat, lifted his head, and with deliberate enunciation, recited, "Today is the end of the year. Tomorrow is the beginning of the year. Year after year, the end meets the beginning." The audience erupted in astonishment, and the steward's expression turned incredulous as the beggar beamed triumphantly, reminiscent of a victorious general. Amid the bewilderment, only the ninth princess in the crown prince's arms opened her eyes, fixated on the beggar with a serious expression. There existed another traveler besides her in this world. She recognized the couplet from her high school days, yet her youth compelled her to conceal her talents. Although she was the ninth princess of the Jiang kingdom, displaying extraordinary abilities could lead to dire consequences. To her dismay, a beggar had matched her couplet. She certainly did not believe the other traveler was this beggar. Jiang Yusheng felt a surge of anxiety, restlessly shifting in the crown prince's embrace. Who could this other traveler be? Were they male or female? What was their identity? And could they pose a threat? Thankfully, her existence remained undisclosed, allowing her to remain hidden from this other traveler. Currently, it was a scenario of known enemy versus unknown. This provided her with a modicum of stability. Moreover, she enjoyed the favor of her father, placing her in a position of power. The identity of another traveler could hardly surpass hers. It was evident that two unfamiliar travelers could not coexist. In that moment, Jiang Yusheng realized the stakes were high. One would survive while the other perished. She needed to swiftly build her influence to locate this other traveler. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she glanced towards Juanjuan's direction. However, her brow furrowed as she reconsidered. That chubby child appeared rather dim-witted, with remnants of snacks falling upon her. She was so engrossed in her food. Noticing Jiang Yusheng's gaze, Juanjuan turned to look, chewing on a red bean cake. She tilted her head, her large, bright eyes fixated on the ninth princess. Her cheeks puffed as she savored her treat. Yet another prolonged stare ensued. The ninth princess pondered. What madness caused her to suspect this little fool? She resembled a portly capybara one might see at a zoo, a delightful version. The crown prince lowered his head, gently stroking the ninth princess's head, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" Following her gaze, he beheld the adorable, food-focused Juanjuan. The crown prince, having left the matter to the son, revealed that it was a Su and Keiji. Sheng wished to play with their sister, and the crown prince offered to take her to find her. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since I had last seen Keiji. The ninth princess replied, "No, I do not wish to." She languished in the crown prince's embrace, devoid of desire. "Asu, Keiji, you are here as well." The crown prince smiled gently as he entered and patted Yu Shirsu's shoulder. The two were about to bow, but were halted by him. "There is no need for formality today. We are merely here to enjoy some leisure with our sister. Let's be more laid back." Yu Shirsu responded with a smile. Juanjuan observed that the ninth princess appeared rather discontented, so she extended a half-eaten pastry towards her. The half-eaten red bean cake, covered in saliva, triggered the ninth princess's non-existent cleanliness obsession. However, refusing to take it meant enduring the persistent offering from the little fool, who maintained her gaze upon her. The ninth princess had no choice but to accept the pastry and feigned an accident, dropping it onto the ground, imitating Juanjuan. Just as she sighed in relief, the little chubby child produced another piece of green bean cake from his pocket, his big watery eyes fixed on her. The ninth princess remarked, "So I must eat it today, mustn't I?" The crown prince and both brothers chuckled at her. It seemed that little Jio was quite fond of Juanjuan, and I would often bring her to play with Juanjuan in the future. Yu Shirsu agreed with a smile. On the arena, the shopkeeper, despite his mixed feelings, wore a rather peculiar expression, yet the couplet crafted by the beggar was indeed superior to that of Miss Qin, leading him to sigh helplessly. Thus, the champion of today's competition is this, beggar. I now present to you this colorful glass lamp. The shopkeeper held the lamp towards the beggar, who unexpectedly took a step back, his mouth agape as his covetous gaze fell upon Qin Shuyan. I do not want this trinket. I want her, he declared, pointing with his filthy finger at Qin Shuyan. The shopkeeper frowned. Miss Qin is a noble lady of the capital, renowned as the first talented woman. You, beggar, should take the lamp and leave quickly. Do not speak such nonsense here. The beggar's murky eyes revealed disdain. He was aware of his victory and felt justified in his demands. What first talented woman? She is lost to me, a beggar. I do not care. I do not want your shabby lamp. I want her. He recalled that the families of these young ladies were most concerned with their reputations. If he were to have intimate relations with her today, her family would force her to marry him. The thought of acquiring such a stunning bride for free made the beggar salivate. He wiped his mouth clumsily with his sleeve, his murky eyes gleaming. The shopkeeper was startled by the audacity of his words, for Miss Qin's father was General Qin, known for his affection for his daughter. He had nearly beaten the crown prince's heir to death, who was still imprisoned. How could this beggar dare to speak so boldly? While the shopkeeper was in shock, the beggar lunged towards Qin Shuyan, and in that instant, no one could reach him in time. Qin Shuyan, frightened, retreated until her back pressed against the wooden boards at the arena's edge, leaving her no escape. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue, like an arrow released from its bow, kicked the beggar away. The young man, donned in blue, possessed a powerful physique, with dark brows and deep-set eyes filled with fierce intensity, his thin lips pressed tightly. He stood tall, looking down upon the beggar, who lay bloodied on the ground. Qin Shuyan was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly called out, "Is it Xiaoji?" Their families were close. UKG had been sent to General Qin for training in martial arts at the age of 8. Thus he had shared a good relationship with Qin Shuyan. However, as he matured, he became aware of his feelings for the young lady, which were no longer innocent, leading him to withdraw. Now, in front of everyone, UKG's impulsive dash was unexpected, yet given his connection to General Qin, his intervention to save Qin Shuyan was not entirely out of place. Still, he understood that even so, it could tarnish her reputation. Thus, he turned away, bending to drag the beggar off the arena. Yet, an unexpected event occurred. The wooden boards behind the arena suddenly creaked ominously. The noise was chaotic, muffling the sounds. But UKG, being trained in martial arts, had heightened hearing. He quickly pivoted to see a large wooden board crashing down towards Qin Shuyan. Chapter 29. An accident on the arena. That sizable wooden board, 10 meters wide and 5 meters high, could be fatal if it fell upon a delicate woman. Without a moment to ponder, UKG abandoned what he held, propelled himself towards Qin Shuyan. With a loud crash, the board struck the ground, causing the arena to collapse, and the supporting beams splintered. In an instant, the crowd surged to escape, and dust filled the air. Jun Xiao glanced and spotted an elderly figure wearing a conical hat and a cloak, silently observing from beneath a tree. She recognized him immediately as Jun Qi, who had been missing for a long time. Without time to greet Yushi Su, Jun Xiao turned and chased after him. In the tumult, Yushi Su and the others found it impossible to squeeze through. They felt as if they were swimming against the current. "We must save her," the crown prince urgently commanded his guards. A group of skilled guards swiftly reached the center of the arena. Yushi Su pressed her lips together, entrusted Juanjuan to the crown prince for assistance, and lightly stepped forward, joining the fray. Juanjuan closed her eyes, and a faint red glow flickered across her fingertips. A hole had opened in the arena floor, and UKG knelt, the weight of the fallen board upon his back, with Qin Shuyan lying beneath him. Their eyes locking, UKG, bearing the heavy burden, asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you all right?" Qin Shuyan covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. The back of UKG's head had been struck hard by the board, and he was now bleeding, droplets trailing down onto Qin Shuyan's face. Observing her previously immaculate hair, now disheveled, and her fair, beautiful visage marred, UKG felt an immense ache in his heart. "Forgive me, if only I had been faster," he murmured. Qin Shuyan, suppressing her tears, replied, "If it were not for you, I might have faced dire consequences." "Thank you, Xiaoji." UKG's vision blurred, the surrounding chaos becoming increasingly indistinct. Yet his consciousness dimmed. Suddenly, a small red glowing point of light darted in and merged with his body. Qin Shu Yin watched in disbelief. As a flicker of recognition crossed her mind, she had seen this small light before, perhaps on her mother. Not far away. Yuanwan opened her eyes and smiled brightly, her eyes resembling crescent moons. Second brother protected sister, Shu Yin, hee. The little matchmaker was about to spring into action. Tiny red points of light streamed from her fingertips, as if infused with life, flying into UKG's being. UKG felt as though the weight pressing down on him had lifted entirely, and he was astonished by this transformation, soon realizing his situation. In his previous haze, he had only focused on Qin Shu Yan's condition, oblivious to their proximity. However, he did not dwell on this intimate contact, suppressing his excitement and striving to appear composed. Even if nothing had occurred between them, should the onlookers witness this scene, rumors could spread like wildfire, tarnishing Qin Shu Yan's reputation and forcing her to marry him. Yet she should choose someone she truly loves to spend her life with, rather than being bound to him in such a manner. UKG gritted his teeth and braced himself under the weight of the board. Miss Qin, when I lift this board, crawl forward a bit, and try to distance yourself from me as much as possible. Qin Shu Yin hesitated, a glimmer of hurt flashing in her eyes, but then she smiled softly. All right. Wai Chu Zh felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his body as he gradually widened the distance between himself and the other person, creating a space of half a meter. QNSHYN gazed at him, her face glistening with a mix of sweat and blood. Lowering her gaze, she turned over and began to crawl forward with great difficulty. As she advanced, the space became increasingly confined. Witnessing Miss QN's plight, Wai Chu Zh gritted his teeth and pushed himself higher. If General QN were present, he would surely have protected her better. Perhaps he could have saved her the moment the wooden plank collapsed. Not far away, Ju In stifled a yawn, her body beginning to feel drowsy. Unbeknownst to her, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She believed her older brother and sister SHYN would be fine, allowing her to sleep soundly. However, the embrace she found herself in was unfamiliar, rendering her unable to drift off. The guards beside the crown prince had rushed to rescue others, leaving him alone to carry the 9th princess and Ju In, one in each arm. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed considerably when a few masked men in black suddenly emerged from the nearby trees, targeting the crown prince. They had not anticipated that he was accompanied by shadow guards. A skirmish ensued between the black-clad men and the shadow guards, but the assailants were numerous. One of them managed to sneak behind and struck the crown prince unconscious. Just as he was about to carry the crown prince away, he was discovered by the shadow guards, who rushed over. One of the black-clad men shouted for his companions to first take the 9th princess away. The black-clad assailant glanced at the two similarly sized children and, without hesitation, seized one in each hand, fleeing. Suspended in midair, Ju In felt a pleasant breeze and lazily closed her eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The anxious 9th princess happened to witness Ju In's serene expression. She thought she was not mistaken. This fool truly is an imbecile. They had both been captured by the black-clad men. What would happen to them now? How could this simpleton sleep so soundly? Ju In fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of soaring through the heavenly realms, while other deities looked upon her with envy. She laughed joyfully until she suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing face first on the ground. The 9th princess and Ju In were roughly tossed into a horse-drawn carriage, where the wooden bench struck Ng's head, causing her to tear up instantly. She saw Ju In thrown onto the carriage floor, face down, seemingly unfazed as she continued to sleep, not even stirring. Ng realized she had underestimated this simpleton. Outside the carriage, two men were conversing, and Ng strained to eavesdrop. The men seemed unaware that a 1.5-year-old child could understand, so they did not bother to conceal their words. After a brief exchange, they were called away for assistance and departed. Ng's heart raced. She had always lived in a peaceful and secure environment, and this was her first encounter with such peril, causing her body to tremble with fear. The implications of their conversation were evidently directed at her, and this simpleton was merely an unfortunate bystander, looking at the peacefully sleeping Ju In. Ng trembled as she touched the jade pendant she always carried. She bit her lip, struggling to untie it, and then fastened it around Ju In's body. She closed her eyes, feeling conflicted for the first time in her 2 lives as she prepared to commit a harmful act. Forgive me, dear simpleton, but it is evidently fate that has brought me to this world to be the heroine. I cannot afford to be harmed, so I must sacrifice you instead. In the 31st chapter, the identities were exchanged. In her dreams, Ju In seemed to sense something, smacking her lips before slipping back into slumber. Outside the carriage, footsteps approached. Pay no mind, just take them away. If we delay, we may not be able to exit. A man entered the carriage just as it began to move, the wheels clattering along the road. The man scrutinized the 2 small figures, frowning at their similarly opulent attire, unable to discern which one was the princess. At that moment, Jing, trembling, managed to stand with the support of the carriage wall and burst into tears, mumbling incoherently. Upon hearing her sobs, the man glanced at her, said nothing, and then lifted the sleeping Juin, discovering the jade pendant inscribed with the character for 9. Very well, it's clear now. This chubby one, who can sleep so soundly, must be the 9th princess. He then turned to the still crying Ing and impatiently admonished her to cease her weeping, warning her that if she continued, he would throw her out. Ing trembled in fright, wiped away her tears, and fell silent. Just after the carriage exited the city gates were sealed, and a city-wide search commenced, with every household being scrutinized. Within the palace, it was not only the 9th princess who was missing. Many noble sons and daughters of high-ranking officials had also vanished, leading to speculations that this could be a plot against the kingdom of G. Search. Conduct a thorough search of every household. The search extended outside the city as well. Dispatch orders to the YWF, instructing the YWing to lead a search from the outskirts. Upon hearing news of Ju's disappearance and her second son's unconscious state, the LN family was struck with shock, with LNSH fainting immediately. After regaining consciousness and seeing that YChuZH was relatively unscathed, she felt slightly better, only to collapse into YXH's embrace, sobbing inconsolably. Juin, my dear Juin. YXH solemnly assured her of his support until a servant arrived to announce the YW was at the door. Outside the city, the carriage traveled for an extended period, finally arriving at one of their strongholds as the sun set. When the man exited the carriage, he blocked it with a partition, leaving the 2 children confined inside while a large dog was tied outside, its blood-stained teeth glistening ominously as it watched them through the door crack. Juin stretched, let out a soft whimper, and finally awoke. Upon seeing the unfamiliar carriage and Ing's terrified expression, she recalled the events leading up to her sleep. Clenching her small fists, she indignantly thought, how outrageous. It was my carelessness that led to this abduction. Ing, upon noticing Juin had awakened, felt even more terrified. She feared that Juin would expose their identity switch. So she grasped Juin's clothing and instructed her to say she was the 9th princess if anyone inquired about her identity. Juin tilted her head, gazing at her in confusion. Why should I claim to be the 9th princess? You are now Jushing. The 9th princess, do you understand? By the way, what is your name? Juin yawned, staring blankly at her, her hair swaying gently. I am Juin. Very well. From this moment on, I am Juin, and you are the 9th princess. Jing Why? Jing looked at her with surprise, not expecting this simpleton to be so quick-witted. Before those men, you are the 9th princess. Before me, you are still Juin. Do you understand? Then, under the expectant gaze of the 9th princess, Juin slowly shook her head. She fished out a piece of cake from the fabric pouch sewn into her clothing, munching on it while surveying her surroundings in the carriage. I wonder where these people are taking me. My mother must be terribly worried about my disappearance. Sigh, my mother's health is already fragile, and now she has to worry about me. Will they bring me food while I'm confined here at night? Juin sighed with concern before closing her eyes again, deciding it was best to conserve her energy since there was nothing she could do at the moment. When she opened her eyes again, Juin was awakened by a cacophony of small voices clamoring and wailing. I am the aunt of the Empress Dowager. I will have her kill these people. My father is the prime minister. He will surely come to find me. My mother, after all, is a princess. Juanjuan stirred, realizing she was nestled in someone's embrace, and promptly opened her eyes. Jiangsan lowered his head, softly whispering in her ear, Juanjuan, how did you end up here too? Little unfortunate one. I was about to ask you the same question. They had seen each other just yesterday, yet today they reunited in such a manner. Numerous children of ministers in the capital had been captured, the eldest being 8, and the youngest likely being the 9th princess and herself. Juanjuan glanced up and noticed the 9th princess, who had previously been with her, now cradled in the arms of an older girl. She yawned, wishing to snuggle up and sleep a little longer, when 2 figures clad in black entered and took her away. The black-clad figures pointed in the direction of Juanjuan. Jiangsuan, upon seeing this, clutched her tightly, despite his own fear. What do you want? Do not harm Juanjuan. Jiangsuan held on desperately, terrified that these fierce-looking individuals would hurt her, tears streaming down his cheeks. The black-clad figures, seeing this, frowned in annoyance and kicked him, demanding, let go. Clenching his teeth, he tightened his grip even further. Just as it seemed the black figures would lose their temper, Juanjuan gently patted Jiangsuan's arm and whispered, don't worry. Let's escape through the window. Unbeknownst to others, as Juanjuan was carried away, numerous orange-hued specks of light fluttered to the window. The 9th princess, being held by someone else, silently averted her gaze. I am sorry, but one must look after oneself first. Moreover, she was an adult. Self-preservation is instinctive. The 9th princess believed that anyone else would have made the same choice. Chapter 31. The design of body exchange. Juanjuan was taken into a small, dark room, furnished with several small beds upon which a few children lay with their eyes closed. Standing beside them were individuals in black robes, wielding small knives to slice open the children's arms. Blood flowed, and one of the figures held a small, dark bottle, uncapping it and positioning the opening against the wounds. A plump, white worm wriggled its way into the children's bodies through the tiny cuts. The black-robed figures observed the children's reactions, watching as one displayed a pained expression even in a state of unconsciousness, sharing sinister smiles amongst themselves. One of them approached Juanjuan, offering her a cup of water with a menacing demeanor. Drink this, he barked. Juanjuan, with wide, bewildered eyes, instinctively accepted the cup. Just drink it. No need to be so fierce. She pouted, lifting the cup to her lips for a sip. It's a bit bitter. The black figures stared at her unblinkingly, while Juanjuan returned their gaze, as if competing to see who could endure the longest. Why isn't she fainting? Perhaps she didn't drink enough. Let her have another sip. So Juanjuan was supposed to faint? Very well. After uttering this, the black-robed figures noticed the little girl who had been glaring at them suddenly close her eyes and lie down to sleep. They thought little of it, assuming the effects of a drug were simply slow to manifest. Subsequently, the black figures carried her into an empty room. Juanjuan discreetly opened her eyes to survey the space, where the floor was painted with bizarre patterns in red paint, sending chills down her spine. She was placed on the ground and had a black cloth blindfolded over her eyes. The black-clad figures seemed to have exited, leaving the room eerily silent, and Juanjuan nearly succumbed to sleep. The creaking of the door interrupted the stillness, and she overheard 2 voices conversing. Is this really going to work? A girl's voice, youthful and innocent. The other voice, cold and devoid of emotion, interspersed with static sounds. My previous host used this method to exchange bodies. Host, you could trust me. Immediately, Juanjuan felt someone lie down beside her. Host, close your eyes. When your soul exits, merge into her body. Host, are you inside? Asked the icy voice. No. Why can't I get in? The girl's voice sounded frantic. Juanjuan, blinded by the cloth, felt a gust of cool air brush past her ears. Don't rush, host. Rejection is normal. Try to merge your hand with hers. A silence followed. Then the girl's voice erupted in frustration. Does this method even work? My hand just passes through hers. System. That shouldn't be. My previous host did this effortlessly. It was evident the system was also baffled. Perhaps it was due to the 9th princess being protected by dragon energy. Try applying a gathering talisman to her. Juanjuan listened to their conversation, feeling bored lying on the ground and yawning. The dialogue abruptly halted, and the girl hesitantly asked, did she just yawn? System, you must be mistaken. Then think of a solution quickly. The system sounded anxious. Apply several more gathering talismans. As long as she's still human, the energy will erode her. The atmosphere was chilling, akin to lying on a block of ice, and Juanjuan couldn't help but sneeze. Silence engulfed the room. In that moment of uncertainty, a soft, innocent voice suddenly resonated, dropping a thunderbolt into their hearts. "Are you all right? It's so cold." "System." Sun Liao bang. The door was suddenly flung open, and an old man rushed in. Spotting Sun Liao standing in the room, he scooped her up, exclaiming, "Hurry, we can't stay here. My young master has come after us." Juanjuan's ears perked up. She recognized the voice of the drunken old man she had encountered before. Sun Liao, taken by surprise, was carried away, internally questioning the system. "What about that child?" "She overheard our conversation." "System, it's fine, host. You applied so many gathering talismans to her. She won't survive much longer." Hearing this, Sun Liao finally relaxed. Juanjuan removed the black cloth from her eyes and pushed herself up from the ground. What was she to do now? She couldn't walk, and the ground was too filthy to crawl. Just as she pondered her dilemma, a small figure appeared at the door. "Juanjuan, are you all right?" It was the breathless Jiang Suan. "I stacked the straw like you said, and I found that the wooden slats on the window were completely eaten through by bugs. They broke as soon as I pulled them, and then everyone helped me pile up the straw in the room. Now, they've all climbed out through the window." After a pause, Jiang Suan continued, "Now it's just the two of us left. I'll take you out." He bent down to scoop up Juanjuan, initially expecting it to require considerable strength, but upon lifting her, he was taken aback. She was so light, as if she weighed nothing. Below, many children reached out their hands to catch him. Outside, dusk had fallen, and the sky darkened, casting a gray hue. "What should we do now?" a little girl asked, her voice trembling. Jiang Suan surveyed the surroundings and made a decision. "Everyone, don't stay here. Let us head into the woods." Thus, a group of 20 or 30 little ones scurried into the nearby forest. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, with tree shadows obscuring all light, rendering everything around them pitch black. "Ah!" a child exclaimed, trembling and pointing ahead. In the dim light, they could see mounds of earth rising from the ground, arranged haphazardly and densely, creating an eerie sight. "There's a mass grave here." Chapter 32. Spirits come to aid among the timid children. Some were so frightened that they broke down in tears, though they dared only to cover their mouths, fearful of attracting the attention of the figure in the black robe. Even Jiang Suan felt his legs weaken with terror, for behind the grave mounds, flickering blue flames could be discerned, accompanied by a chilling breeze. "Do we really have to pass through here?" Bai Qingji asked, her voice trembling as she stuttered. "I dare not go." Even Jiang Suan was barely holding it together. Were it not for his embrace around Juanjuan, he too would have wanted to sit on the ground and weep like the other children. "Stop crying. It's coming towards us." A little boy, pale as a ghost, stood stiffly as a wave of cold washed over him. It was a ghostly blue flame, drifting ominously in their direction. The little ones fell silent, as if someone had grasped their throats, their bodies stiff with horror and their hair standing on end. What is that?" "There's a ghost. It's a ghost." All huddled together, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Juanjuan gazed wide-eyed at the ethereal blue flame drifting towards them. From her perspective, the chaotic graveyard was not an eerie silence, but rather a lively spectacle. Why are there so many little ones here, dressed so splendidly? How do they end up in this desolate wilderness? Questioned his sister, her face smeared with blood. "I see my young miss. My heavens, she's grown so much." "How long have I been dead?" said an elderly woman. "Could they have been captured?" "I once saw a basement nearby where people were capturing many children to implant worms in them," remarked a man dressed as a farmer. "Forget about that. Don't you smell that delightful fragrance coming from one of the little ones? Just a whiff makes you feel so comfortable." Approximately 100 spirits, each with tragic and grotesque appearances, drifted closer, seeking the source of that enticing scent. The old woman approached, her lips a deep blue, her eyes a shade of purple, even her fingertips tinged with violet. She seemed to wish to touch Bai Qingji, but in an instant, her hand passed right through. "Oh dear, my young miss is grown up." As more and more spirits gathered, Juanjuan tilted her head in innocent confusion. "Hello, everyone." This time, not only were the spirits startled, but the little ones were also taken aback. "Whom is she speaking to?" "I heard that babies can see things we cannot," said a boy, swallowing hard, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. The spirits were equally astonished. This little girl could see them? Was she a yin-yang eye? But wasn't she afraid? A man, disfigured beyond recognition, suddenly approached Juanjuan, making a grimace before her. Juanjuan was not frightened. Instead, she smiled broadly at him. Behind them, flickering lights emerged from the forest they had just traversed, accompanied by the voices of the black-robed figures. They're coming. What should we do? Now surrounded by danger on all sides, the little ones experienced true despair. Juanjuan addressed the curious spirits with a soft, sweet voice. Could you please help us? The spirits, pleased by her request, parted to create a path. Hurry, little one, take your friends and flee. We will hold them off for you. However, we cannot delay for long. There's a small path ahead. If you head south, you'll find many officers who are likely searching for you. Juanjuan nodded, politely expressing her gratitude. Thank you, elder sister. Then, she tugged at Jiang Xuan's clothing. Let us hurry. Jiang Xuan trusted Juanjuan implicitly. Upon hearing her words, he rose and encouraged the others to support one another as they moved forward. With more of them together, their fear diminished. As they passed through the densely packed graves, every child closed their eyes, choosing not to look, and thus they traversed the graveyard. The pursuing figures in black robes caught sight of the little ones' retreating backs and chased after them. However, they soon sensed something was amiss. A scene repeated itself several times, as if they were going in circles. Brother, are we experiencing a ghost wall? The black-robed man furrowed his brow and clasped his fists as he bowed towards the graveyard. Esteemed elders, we did not intend to offend. We merely passed through on business. We hope for your understanding. The spirits watched the scene with amusement. Using children for experiments? How appalling. Just thinking of my son having a son makes me furious. Many spirits resonated with this sentiment and voiced their agreement. Do not let them leave. Trap them here to prevent them from harming other children. The spirits unanimously nodded in approval of this proposal. Out of nowhere, a dense white mist billowed forth, as if alive, opening its vast maw to swallow the black-robed figures whole. The little ones fled in a panic for a long while, only daring to stop once they heard no more sound behind them. Look, a little boy pointed at the thick white mist behind them, his voice trembling. Thank goodness we ran quickly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped. Why did such dense fog suddenly appear? Now they can't catch up. The younger children rejoiced at the timely arrival of the mist, while the older ones exchanged complex glances at Juanjuan. Jiang Yuesheng felt a whirlwind of emotions. She could hardly believe that this little fool was indeed a yin-yang eye. According to the tropes of novels, those with yin-yang eyes were either protagonists or significant supporting characters. So she needed to draw this little fool closer to her side, for one day, she might find it useful. Juanjuan, oblivious to how others perceived her, recalled what the spirits had said about the path leading south where they could meet the officers looking for them. Thus, Juanjuan pointed her little hand and chirped, "Let us go this way." Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan lifted her up and began walking in the direction she indicated, yet the children behind them hesitated. They could trust Jiang Xuan, as he was the young prince who had opened a vent to help them escape. But who knew if this little girl was simply pointing randomly? The forest was vast, and with nightfall, wild beasts could emerge, making it dangerous to venture deeper. Why don't we wait here for a while? It's too dark now, and the wild beasts are out. We should not proceed further. Chapter 33. A family reunion. Jiang Xuan did not pause. Instead, he calmly addressed them. The mist will not trap them for long. If we stay here, we will be caught by them before the wild beasts arrive. It is better to move forward. We have been missing for so long. Our parents must be frantic, and the emperor will surely send people to look for us. Therefore, moving forward might lead us to those searching for us. The children exchanged glances, finding his reasoning sound, and thus they all followed him. They proceeded along the small path, though not directly on it, instead traversing the nearby thicket, ensuring they could see the way while remaining concealed from those on the path. After approximately half an hour, they spotted distant flickering lights, indicating that many people were approaching. As Jiang Xuan had instructed, the children did not rush out immediately. Instead, they crouched down to hide and watched the torchbearers closely. They were dressed in the garb of officers. Were they here to find us? I think I see my father among them. An excited boy exclaimed. I see my elder brother. He is here. Recognizing their kin, the children leapt forward like arrows released from a bow, calling out loudly, Father, I'm here. Brother, father. As I observed the small figures emerging from the forest, the officials accompanying them hurriedly stepped out from the protection of the soldiers. They embraced the children, who were disheveled and bore scratches from their journey through the woods, feeling a surge of both joy and sorrow. From a solitary carriage, A woman adorned in a purple cloak descended. Her exquisite beauty was illuminated by the firelight, casting a graceful and dignified glow upon her pale visage. Yet her elegance remained unblemished. The palace maids quickly assisted her to approach the soldiers, urging, "Your Highness, the Grand Princess, please take care." The Grand Princess knelt before Bai Qingji, tightly embracing her, a heart brimming with the joy of reunion and relief. "Xiat, Moidi, Xiat." A flush of excitement colored her pale cheeks, and her slender frame trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. "Mother, please sit in the carriage," Bai Qingji urged, helping her mother ascend the carriage with the aid of the palace maids. In the woods, a frail, elderly woman with dark, chapped lips wept as she witnessed this scene, her eyes red and filled with resentment and sorrow. Meanwhile, several older children carried out their younger companions, who had succumbed to the effects of a venomous insect. The Winged King instructed the accompanying physician to place them onto stretchers at the road's entrance. This narrow path allowed only the specially crafted carriage for the Grand Princess. No other vehicle could traverse it. The children, now reunited with their families, excitedly recounted their experiences in the small, dark room. Jiang Suian, after entrusting Juanjuan to Yu Shihong, went in search of her father. Upon spotting her father and elder brother, Juanjuan eagerly reached out with her small hands, fingers grasping at the air. She was impeccably clean, her delicate face flushed with health, and her bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with vitality. Yu Shiheng embraced her, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, as if his once empty heart had been filled. He lifted Juanjuan and examined her thoroughly, ensuring she had not sustained any injuries. Then gently placed his hand on her small belly. "You've had your fill of pastries. You mustn't be hungry." "I'm sorry, Juanjuan. It was my negligence that allowed you to be taken away." The guilt of her abduction had nearly drowned him, leaving him feeling anxious and restless for the first time. Juanjuan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling like dark grapes, and smiled sweetly, her voice soft and tender. She bore no grudge against her brother. Seeing her rosy lips and bright teeth, Yu Shirshu felt a great weight lift from his heart. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze tender. As the carriage's curtain fluttered in the wind, the dimly lit and tranquil official road revealed the pale-faced, bloodless old woman standing quietly in place, her deep purple lips betraying her anguish as she gazed intently in the direction of the departing carriage. Juanjuan tugged at the curtain, peering back. "What are you looking at?" Juanjuan, her second brother, Yu Chuaji, helped her hold the curtain open, peering out from the carriage. The official road appeared empty, save for a distant carriage approaching. Nothing else was in sight. "It's cold outside. Don't catch a chill." At that moment, he noticed Juanjuan looking at him with bright, eager eyes. "I wonder how second brother and sister Shuyan are faring. They were so close together under the platform. Did anything happen afterwards?" Yu Chuaji felt a rush of embarrassment, his ears quietly reddening. The most awkward part was the knowing gazes of his father and elder brother, which compelled him to lower his head even further. In truth, nothing had occurred between them. He was concerned about damaging Miss Qin's reputation. Thus they had kept their distance. When the rescue soldiers cleared the debris, they would have seen the 3 to 4 meters separating the two, and naturally, no rumors would arise. When General Qin arrived, he even patted Yu Chueji on the shoulder, his gaze suggesting he was aware of something. Wait, how did Juanjuan know about what happened under the platform? Yu Chueji's mind raced. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Juanjuan. Could it be that her sudden burst of strength stemmed from her? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and his eyes sparkled with realization. Who knows? My sister appears to be quite remarkable. As the carriage entered the city, it was well past midnight, yet the streets were still aglow with lights. The recent spate of child abductions had left the populace on edge, each parent vigilantly watching over their children, fearful of their being taken. The carriage halted at the entrance of the minister's residence, and, as Juanjuan was carried inside, she caught sight of the spectral figure of the old woman lingering at the alley's mouth. It appeared she wished to enter, but dared not approach, her gaze lingering on Juanjuan, her frail form resembling a gnarled tree. How did this old woman follow us from the graveyard? She seems to have something to say to me. Yu Chuaji's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel at the threshold. What? From the graveyard? She followed us? Thoughts of Juanjuan peering out of the carriage flooded his mind, sending a chill down his spine, from his back to his heels. Could it be something sinister? Chapter 34. Madame Qin pays a visit 2 days later, Madame Qin arrived with exquisite pastries in hand. The Lin residence was warmed by a charcoal brazier, creating a cozy atmosphere. Madame Qin affectionately took Lin's arm, and after exchanging pleasantries, she inquired about her purpose for visiting. Jingyue, your second son will be 15 after the new year. Have you found a suitable match for him? Lin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her friend's smiling countenance. And a bold thought sprang to mind. She waved her hand dismissively. Not yet. Eldest brother has not made any decisions, and the children have their own opinions. Madame Qin's smile deepened. I recall your second son was just a child when he first visited us. How time flies, and he has grown so much. Outside, Yu Chueji halted just before knocking on the door, overhearing the conversation within. He knew he should make himself scarce, but found himself unable to move from his spot. Madame Qin continued to speak, praising him effusively. Your second son did an admirable job rescuing Shuyan the other day. My husband also commended him highly. Lin felt a surge of joy. They had been friends for many years, so she understood the underlying meaning of Madame Qin's words. Ever since hearing Juanjuan recount the fate of Erlang and Shuyan in their past life, Lin had felt a persistent unease. This matter needed resolution, and now that it had come to her doorstep with such auspicious intent, a great weight lifted from her heart, leaving her at ease. General Qin had trained her son for many years. This was his duty. As long as Shuyan was unharmed, it mattered little if the boy sustained minor injuries. They exchanged knowing smiles, their demeanor growing increasingly intimate. Madame Qin, having heard her daughter recount the events beneath the platform, had been left in a cold sweat, simultaneously grateful for divine protection and acutely aware of her daughter's flushed face. With no other option, she had braved her way here for her daughter's happiness, despite her initial lack of hope. After all, her second son was only 15, and her husband had spoken of his limitless potential. Yet Shuyan would turn 18 this year and had already been betrothed once. The weight of concern pressed heavily upon Madame Qin. Madame Qin was certainly not unwilling. She accepted the token and produced a fragrant sachet from her person, placing it in Lin's palm. This was embroidered by Shuyan. It contains calming herbs. You must keep it, and perhaps it could be given to Juanjuan in the future. Juanjuan watched with keen interest, catching a fleeting shadow outside the door and smacking her lips. The sachet is merely a pretext. Aunt Qin truly intends it for second brother. Oh, second brother is blushing. It's the first time I've seen a martial artist so flustered. Both individuals felt a weight lifted from their hearts, and as their conversation continued, the atmosphere relaxed. Shifting to other topics, Lin Shi, who was not particularly fond of going out, primarily learned about the latest gossip from Madame Qin, and this instance was no different. Madame Qin spoke while she listened. With so many children of officials going missing and several remaining in a state of unconsciousness, had it not been for a stroke of luck that some managed to escape, the situation in Jiangguo could have spiraled into chaos. It was truly pitiful for those children, each merely 5 or 6 years old, lying in bed, unaware, while their parents must be heartbroken. Lin Shi deeply resonated with this, having fainted from fright upon learning that Juanjuan had gone missing. Thus she felt a heightened sense of empathy. She hoped that the heavens would protect these children. Juanjuan recalled the insects she had seen in the small dark room. They had been implanted with a curse, and ordinary methods of observation would certainly not reveal this. The tale told by the Queen Mother did not include this incident, yet it bore a resemblance to another story. It spoke of numerous children of officials within the city afflicted by a strange illness, and when renowned healers were at a loss, a false noble girl intervened to save them. Subsequently, these children and their families adhered closely to the false noble girl's words, earning her the admiration of the common folk. Juanjuan could not help but feel that there was a distinct parallel between the two events. However, how could one resolve the curse? Seizing the moment while her mother and Aunt Qin were engaged in conversation, she requested Sister Kai-chun to carry her to Xiao Bai's courtyard. Xiao Bai, thank you, she chirped, nodding her little head. The white tiger cast her a glance, and then, seemingly casually, inquired, have you been in contact with any spirits these past few days? Juanjuan was taken aback. How do you know? The white tiger snorted and continued, not only do I know, but I also know what assistance that spirit has provided you. You possess a bond with that spirit. The bond she referred to was also known as karma. Because the spirit had aided Juanjuan, she now owed it a favor, thus the connection was formed. During mealtime, Juanjuan covertly glanced at her second brother, contemplating whether he should discreetly take her out to explore for their elder brother was about to take an examination and must not be distracted. Moreover, with her second brother's exceptional martial prowess, he could surely come and go like the wind without her mother noticing. Blissfully unaware, Juanjuan failed to perceive her mother's complicated gaze directed at her. Perhaps it was best to turn a blind eye to certain matters. Juanjuan intended to save lives. She could not afford to be a hindrance. Even in the backyard, Lin Shi understood the gravity of the situation and would not impede her. Yet, how could she comprehend the mention of an old nanny in the graveyard? Chapter 35. The pitiful second brother. Juanjuan had been preoccupied with this matter, which caused her to be distracted during lunch. She glanced around, causing everyone to notice her restlessness. Moreover, her inner thoughts incessantly echoed. How can I persuade my second brother to take me out? I wonder if that old lady is still nearby. Shihong cast a glance at his second son, signaling him to reassure Juanjuan and allow her to eat in peace. Qiuji was drenched in sweat, deliberately averting his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. It was not that he did not wish to take Juanjuan out. The truth was, the old lady she wanted to see was no ordinary person. Thus, he buried his head in his rice, nearly burying it in the bowl, refusing to look up. A pair of chopsticks placed a chicken wing in his bowl, and when Qiuji lifted his head, he found Lin Shi smiling at him, her expression gentle yet tinged with a hint of vexation. The entire table's eyes were on him, making it impossible for him to ignore the situation. Fine, I will go. Qiuji felt tears welling up in his eyes. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and with a resolute expression said, Father, Mother, a friend has invited me to a gathering this afternoon. May I take my little sister out for a stroll? Juanjuan swung her little legs, her sparkling eyes radiating delight. How fortuitous. My second brother's gathering comes at the perfect time. Now I have a reason to go out. Oh, how wonderful, second brother. Juanjuan loves you so much. Seeing Juanjuan so joyous, Lin Shi nodded with a smile, advising him to keep an eye on his sister while they were out, and to flee at the first sign of danger. Safety was paramount. Understood? Understood, mother. Love you. Qiuji's handsome face twisted into a pained expression, yet he managed to force a smile, looking exceedingly awkward. Thus, after their meal, the pair exited the gates of the Shangshu mansion. Juanjuan glanced around, failing to spot the old lady, and as she searched, she sensed her second brother's unusual demeanor. What is wrong with second brother today? He seems rather tense. Where could that old lady have gone? She is not at the entrance either. Not there? He secretly reveled in this thought. However, just after they had taken a few steps, a gust of wind brushed past him, followed by Juanjuan's thoughts. So she was hiding in the cool shade by the wall. No wonder I didn't see her just now. Suddenly, Juanjuan leaned on her second brother's shoulder, grinning as she waved a greeting. Qiuji felt his body stiffen. Although he was basking in sunlight, he felt a chill enveloping him. Second brother, let us go over there. Juanjuan pointed to a tree not far away, signaling him to approach. The old lady wouldn't dare come out in the sun. We need to find a cool spot. Reluctantly, Qiuji shuffled under the tree, his expression nearly on the verge of tears. He felt the need to ask, lest it become too obvious. Sister, who were you speaking with just now? Oh dear, I forgot second brother was still here. Juanjuan, momentarily flustered, bit her finger, her mind racing for an excuse. Perhaps I should just knock second brother out for now, and then wake him after I finish talking. Qiuji gazed at the adorable little bundle, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. Juanjuan, how could you be so ruthless to second brother? To avoid being knocked out, Qiuji hurriedly spoke, fearing that he would be too late. Is it a friend of Juanjuan's? Second brother also had friends that others couldn't see when he was little. They often spoke to him, which once frightened mother. Juanjuan nodded eagerly, taking the opportunity. Yes, it's Juanjuan's friend. It seems there's no need to knock second brother out after all. As the atmosphere around them suddenly grew colder, although Qiuji maintained a forced smile, he diligently held Juanjuan close. Why is she always following us? The spirit of the old lady had become considerably more translucent, now appearing semi-transparent as she stood a meter away, her expression one of pleading. Only you can see us, so I implore you to save my princess. Princess? Is that the beautiful aunt who appeared somewhat weak that day? I remember she seemed to have passed away from overexertion. However, she could offer no assistance. The old lady fell to her knees with a thud, her eyes filled with sorrow and a hint of resentment. 17 years prior, the princess had married the current prince, who appeared to be deeply in love with her, while being doting towards their daughter. Yet unbeknownst to the princess, he had maintained a mistress for over a decade. Even the illegitimate child they had secretly conceived was already 9 years old. Furthermore, the prince's family had been poisoning the princess as food, and her health had gradually deteriorated since her marriage, having even been fed a concoction to ensure she bore no more children. As they conspired to raise that illegitimate child under the princess's nose. While I was out purchasing goods, I spotted the hurried prince and followed him, only to uncover these sordid affairs. Upon being discovered, this pair of treacherous lovers forcefully administered poison to me and discarded me in the graveyard. The old lady's eyes streamed with blood tears, her sobs echoing in despair. I cannot die with my eyes closed. Especially my kind-hearted princess has regarded that wild child as her son. They are eagerly waiting for him to grow up and participate in the imperial examination, hoping to secure a good position for him using the princess's resources. Once their goals are achieved, the princess will no longer hold value. At that moment, Juanjuan, a mere bystander, felt an intense anger, clenching her small fists. How despicable! Aunt Marin is so beautiful, yet they want to poison her. The old maid knelt on the ground, prostrating before Juanjuan, pleading for assistance, as no matter what she did, the princess could not see her. Thus she implored, "Please help me save my princess. I see you are also a young lady from a prominent family. Surely you have a way to meet the princess. I beg you." Juanjuan, with her small fists clenched and a fierce tone, reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall certainly save Aunt Marin. She descended to this world to rescue those in need, to alter the fates of the virtuous, and ensure that the wicked receive their just punishments." The old maid, moved to tears, expressed her gratitude profusely before rising from the ground. But how do I get to the princess's residence? Moreover, the princess would never believe my words. UK's heart was heavy, finally recalling Juanjuan. Juanjuan did not dwell on it and was exceedingly delighted. Chapter 36. Envy in the Academy on the way back. Juanjuan instructed the old maid to attach herself to a jade pendant on Juanjuan's person, allowing them to enter the house without hiding from prying eyes. What she truly wished to ask was whether she had met the person she desired to see. It seemed that Juanjuan had indeed encountered someone, yet she still appeared discontented, her little mouth pouting in a way that could hang an oil pot. Lin Shi gently pinched Juanjuan's soft, tender face, her eyes filled with laughter, and asked tenderly, "What troubles you, Juanjuan? Did you not enjoy your outing with your brother?" Juanjuan nestled into her mother's embrace, wrapping her arms around Lin Shi's neck and affectionately nuzzling her. "Mother, do you know the Changongju?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, a gentle smile gracing her serene features. "Not all. Why do you ask, Juanjuan?" Juanjuan waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Since mother does not know the Changongju, it seems I must think of another way. Speaking of which, the Changongju is truly unfortunate. Not only is she raising a child for an outsider, but she is also poisoned internally. Alas, it seems she has a daughter as well. If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that girl be left in a den of wolves? Juanjuan pondered to herself, oblivious to Lin Shi's expression turning pale. In truth, before her marriage, Lin Shi had some acquaintance with Changongju Jiang Shizi. However, later Jiang Shizi insisted on marrying into the already fallen by family, which was not only in decline, but also fraught with complicated relationships. The matriarch was of rustic origins, unruly and unreasonable, and the daughters-in-law of the family were indolent. Marrying into such a family would surely cause headaches. Lin Shi and several sisters had advised her. But Jiang Shizi, as if under a spell, would not listen, leading to a falling out among them. Eventually, after marrying into the Bai family, she did not even send invitations to her former friends, and after her marriage, she ceased to venture outside, completely cutting off contact with them. Lin Shi had long suspected that Bai Lanfeng was not a good man. His glib tongue suggested he was untrustworthy. Even if she were to encounter an unfamiliar woman in such a predicament, Lin Shi would not turn a blind eye. However, the two had been estranged for several years, and she truly did not know how to bring Juanjuan to pay a visit. Moreover, knowing Jiang Shizi's infatuated nature, even if she spoke up, Jiang Shizi would likely not believe her, thinking she was trying to sow discord between them. Lin Shi's brow furrowed with concern, and she sighed softly. As dusk approached, Kai Ying entered with a hand warmer, providing warmth. Lin Shi called her over, sensing a foreboding feeling. She instructed Kai Ying to check at the academy to see if her son had been detained by the teacher or if something else was amiss. "Oh, mother, third brother is fighting with someone. Sister Kai Ying is covered in blood. Wah." Upon hearing this, Linsher quickly donned a thick cloak and rushed out. Juanjuan waved her small hands eagerly. Let us go, let us go. Wah, I'm too dirty. Unmasking sniffled, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister, wait a moment. I'll go fetch Sister Kai Chun to hold you. On Chili Street, a carriage had overturned in the road. Fortunately, the street was sparsely populated. Otherwise, the startled horses could have injured many. A boy in fine garments tossed a scroll of silk paper in his hands, his expression disdainful, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Hey, say that again. Did you copy my homework? Yu Baiju was pinned to the ground by the other's servant. Unable to move, his face pressed against the dirt. I didn't copy your homework. I did it all myself. The boy in fine garments sneered, tearing the paper in his hands apart, crossing his arms defiantly. I didn't copy. Those were taught to me by my elder brother. Yu Baiju's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled desperately. Finding himself at a deadlock, Yu Baiju decided to step out of the carriage to negotiate. But the other party had brought numerous servants and ordered them to restrain him and take away his homework. Nanxing, witnessing the scene, hurriedly dismounted and bumped into one of the servants. The servant winced in pain, allowing Yu Baiju to break free. What do you want? Yu Baiju glared fiercely. The boy in fine garments chuckled mockingly, intending to break your hand, that's all. He commanded his servants to go up and cripple Yu Baiju's right hand. If you can write without a hand, how will you write? The servants exchanged glances, hesitating. If it were just a minor scuffle, they would have acted, but injuring someone was a serious matter, especially against someone of status. Young master, this might not be appropriate. The boy in fine garments spoke with disdain. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, my esteemed mother will handle it for me. Isn't she the Changongzhu? Who in this capital can intimidate me? Ultimately, the servants moved forward, reluctantly lifting stones from street. Do not blame us. We are merely following orders. Blame yourself for provoking our young master. Chapter 37. An extra meal for Xiao by the servants raised the stones, ready to strike, but just as the stone was about to hit Yu Baiju's right hand, he shut his eyes in fear. Yet the expected pain did not come. Instead, the servant seemed to be flung back by an unseen force, landing on the ground with a thud, clutching his hand and wailing loudly. Yu Baiju opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing the servant's hand mangled and bloodied, crimson droplets falling to the ground. What is happening? The other servants were equally startled, their expressions a mixture of confusion and fear. What are you doing? Useless. You can't even manage a simple task. The boy in fine garments berated the servant, believing he had mishandled the situation. Only the servant understood what had transpired. Holding his bloodied hand, he was filled with terror. The stone had clearly struck the child's hand, but in that moment, he felt an excruciating pain in his own hand. He regarded Yu Baiju as if he were some sort of monster. What are you all standing there for? Quickly, incapacitate his hand. Are you waiting for someone else to come to his aid? The other servants exchanged glances, considering, if anything truly went wrong, the young master would surely speak up for them. With each heavy thud, Yu Baiju perceived the sound of bones cracking, followed by urgent cries of pain from the servants. They clutched their hands, blood flowing profusely from their wounds, dripping onto the ground. A monster! He is a monster! With no one to restrain him, Yu Baiju stood up, dusting off his clothes and inspecting his hands closely. Could it be that he possesses some sort of magical power? Or is there something safeguarding him? Observing the stunned boy clad in exquisite garments, YBIJ broke into a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Do you intend to incapacitate me again? Perhaps you might consider handling it yourself this time? What manner of demon are you? How dare you injure my attendant? YBIJ let out a sound of disbelief, finding amusement in this fellow's ability to distort the truth. You are unreasonable. It was you who incited them to attack me. The boy in exquisite garments, pale-faced, bellowed, seemingly believing that such volume would lend him greater conviction. You shall pay for this. I will not let today's events rest. With that, he scrambled onto the carriage, ignoring the lamentations of his injured attendants. Young master, wait for us. The attendants, seeing their master depart, hurriedly pursued him. YBIJ chuckled to himself as he assisted the injured coachman and servant in riding the carriage before lifting CIYing aboard. The coachman went off to find the startled horse, while YBIJ sat in a corner, inspecting his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. The only one capable of such a feat, aside from my younger sister, must be her. Thus, it is clear she protected him. Suddenly, he heard a soft, childlike voice sighing, laced with concern. Why does Singo look so foolishly happy while gazing at his hand? Has he been rendered dull-witted? YBIJ quickly lifted his head, spotting the approaching carriage and joyfully calling out, "Mother, sister." Lin Shi meticulously examined him, and upon confirming that aside from being dirty, he bore no injuries, she felt relieved. She hastily instructed the servants to take CIY Ing and the other injured parties to the medical clinic before inquiring about the events that transpired. YBIJ presented the torn homework to Lin Shi, his small face brimming with indignation. "Mother, I do not even know that person, nor have we ever interacted. All I received was praise from the teacher, and then he accosted me on the way home from school today, snatched my homework, and threatened to cripple my right hand. I was incensed and retaliated." At this point, YBIJ raised a small hand for Lin Shi to see, his bright, clear eyes filled with joy. "Mother, they did not harm me. Rather, I frightened them all away." Zhu Inju and observed her brother's proud demeanor, quietly concealing her prowess. "That child is utterly detestable for bullying my brother. And to possess such jealousy at such a tender age, he must be taught a lesson." "Mother." YBIJ recalled the threats the boy had uttered before leaving and expressed his belief that trouble would surely find him again. Lin Shi's expression turned icy. "Do you know which family that child belongs to?" YBIJ shook his head, then nodded. "I'm not certain, but I heard him say he had caused trouble and the eldest princess would handle it for him. He boasted arrogantly that there was no one in the capital he feared." Lin Shi's face paled with anger, and seeing her mother grow furious, Zhu In could no longer remain still. She reached out her small hand and patted Lin Shi's arm, defiantly declaring, "This is unacceptable." At that moment, an old matron, who had been hidden in Zhu In's jade pendant, emerged. "The one who bullied your brother must be the offspring of that unscrupulous couple. After being taken in by the eldest princess, he has caused trouble everywhere, and my master is furious, having to clean up after him. Un Sitet. So this little scoundrel is the illegitimate child. He is just as rotten as his callous father. Such a rogue deserves to be taught a lesson. By the way, Little Bai." She turned her sparkling eyes and looked expectantly at her mother. "Mother, let Sangu take Little Bai to school. Little Bai's been cooped up at home, going stir-crazy. Since he has grown larger now, taking him out may frighten others, so he has been kept in the backyard, spending his days eating and sleeping." YBIJ's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Shi. "Mother, if we could take Little Bai to school, who would dare to bully him? Just imagining such a scene fills me with a sense of power." Lin Shi's heart softened at the pleas of her two children. Yet she still hesitated, shaking her head. "Little Bai cannot attend school. It is too dangerous, and taking him out would frighten others, affecting him as well." Zhu In chimed in, urging, "Mother, please let Little Bai go. He is so bored at home." In the end, Lin Shi could not withstand the combined entreaties of the two little ones and nodded in agreement. Little Bai had no inkling that, as the grand battle god of the celestial realm, he would be used to intimidate children after descending to the mortal world. Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Chapter 38. BIJ complains the well-fed tiger lazily dozed, its eyes squinting as it lay on a blanket, while a servant groomed its fur nearby. Knowing it posed no threat, the servants felt relaxed, enjoying the process of petting the tiger. The door creaked open, and the white tiger lazily cracked its eyes open a fraction, only to close them again upon seeing a small bundle approaching. Little Bai, Zhu In, just sat down, pounced onto the white tiger, ruffling its freshly groomed fur. The white tiger growled, "What do you want? Do you wish to play?" The white tiger's ears perked up, clearly intrigued, yet it soon lay back down. It was aware of its large size and knew it would frighten people while walking around. Zhu North leaned close to its ear and whispered, "Sangu and Sigu have been bullied by bad people. You can help scare them off by hiding in the carriage, as long as you're not discovered." The white tiger opened its eyes wide and roared, "What? Someone dares to bully my little brother?" Zhu nodded eagerly, yes. Roar. Unforgivable. Let this battle god show him what. With her objective achieved, Zhu smiled even brighter. "Then you must hide in the carriage and wait until your brother is in danger before you spring into action." The white tiger roared in affirmation. "Got it." Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, the roof was adorned with gilded paint and glazed tiles, exuding opulence. The interior featured white marble tables and chairs. With the estate spacious and magnificent, adorned with intricately carved beams and brilliant gold. Passing through the grand entrance, one could see pavilions and towers arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, exquisite and lavish. Mother, Bijnh rushed into the eldest princess's pavilion, disregarding the maid's attempts to stop him, bursting through the door. The eldest princess lay on a sickbed, the room thick with the lingering scent of medicine, which assaulted his senses upon entry and left him with a headache. An old matron was administering medicine to the eldest princess when she noticed his reckless entrance and shot an irritated glare at the maids. Your Highness is unwell. Why have you allowed the young master to enter? Bijnh looked up at the matron, pouting in displeasure. Are you preventing me from seeing my mother? He gazed at the pale-faced woman on the sickbed with a cold indifference. Mother, someone bullied me at school today. You must seek justice for me. The eldest princess appeared fatigued, her face betraying her weariness, and replied hoarsely, It is enough that you do not bully others. She did not believe Bijnh's words. Initially, she had no intention of adopting this foster son, but her husband and mother-in-law were fond of him, so she reluctantly accepted him. However, Bijnh's mischievous nature had become a source of constant frustration. He often found amusement in bullying the servants during his time in the estate, and she had caught him in the act several times. Each time she became enraged and sought to discipline him, her husband and mother-in-law would intercede, claiming that it was normal for boys to be mischievous in their youth and that they would outgrow it. Later, he began causing disturbances outside, fighting and insulting teachers at school, which she also had to manage. Since adopting Bijnh, she had inexplicably accumulated a great deal of anger. The eldest princess glanced at him, noting that he was impeccably dressed and tidy, with rosy cheeks, hardly resembling someone who had been bullied. Mother, it was my attendant who was attacked. A boy from my class threw stones at their hands, rendering them incapacitated. Jiang Shizi lifted her eyelids to gaze at him, her fist resting against her lips as she softly cleared her throat. Please summon them in. I wish to see, she instructed. Bijnh complied and exited, returning shortly with a line of young scholars trailing behind him. The scholars extended their hands, revealing alarming wounds, still untreated, with blood congealed upon them. A sight both gruesome and harrowing. A wave of sanguine energy surged forth, prompting the long princess to cough intermittently. Are these injuries inflicted by that child? The scholars nodded, kneeling in unison, their heads bowing as they pleaded, Your Highness, please grant us justice. Jiang Shizi waved her hand, signaling them to rise and speak. Who is the assailant? How old is he? Why did he harm you? Bijnh stepped forward, indignation radiating from him. His name is Ubiju. He plagiarized my assignment, and upon my discovery, he refused to apologize and even assaulted my scholars. The mention of the surname, you caused a fleeting look of bewilderment to cross the long princess's pale face as she squinted toward the distance. He copied your work? Bijnh vigorously nodded, affirming, Indeed, he even tore my assignment apart. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. The long princess gestured, leaning feebly against the headboard. Mother. Bijnh was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome, unwilling to let the matter rest. The long princess mustered a faint smile upon her wan visage. I am well aware of your character. Do you truly believe your assignment could be of such value to be plagiarized? I shall have this investigated, and if it is indeed a provocation from him, I shall not let it go unpunished. Despite her physical discomfort, she concluded her statement, only to witness Bijnh glare at her with fury before storming out. Once the room was empty, the matron lifted the medicinal bowl, her heart heavy with concern. Your Highness, the eldest young master is so thoughtless. Perhaps you should discuss with the prince about changing to another adopted son. The long princess let out a bitter smile, shaking her head, one hand resting on her abdomen. It is my own shortcomings. I have failed to bear a son for my husband. Both my mother and husband dote on him. Let it be. Perhaps he will mature with time. The matron sighed, falling silent. In her view, the eldest young master's temperament would only grow more arrogant, shielded as he was by the princess's protection, thus never learning restraint. She wondered what merit he possessed to endear himself to the prince and the matriarch, forsaking so many obedient and understanding children for this troublesome one. After administering the medicine, the matron exited and abruptly encountered Zhoma. Zhoma, how is my mother now? Is she still burning with fever? Zhoma shook her head, her eyes soft with affection. Your Highness's fever has subsided, She has just taken her medicine and is now resting. Bai Qingji nodded obediently. Then I shall visit my mother later. Observing her retreating figure, Zhou Ma felt a swell of emotion. See, this is truly the daughter of the princess. In stark contrast to that unrefined, adopted son. Even if he ascends to greatness, the divide of bloodline remains an insurmountable chasm. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, the matron entered the loft with a bowl of medicine that had been simmering for an hour. Your Highness, this medicine is prescribed by a renowned physician, who specifically instructed that it be taken before breakfast. The matron hesitated, however. The prince's attendant conveyed that he has gone to seek the physician as consultation. Upon hearing this, a faint, exquisite smile blossomed on the long princess's pale and frail countenance. He is considerate. Seeing her joy, the matron cheerfully offered the medicine. Indeed, thus you must refrain from uttering those ominous words. The doctor remarked that you are burdened with thoughts, and rest will surely restore your health. The bitter concoction was swallowed down, a warm sensation coursing through her limbs. Its effects almost instantaneous. The long princess regarded the bowl in astonishment. Where was this concocted? It is from a newly arrived physician in the capital, currently residing with the prime minister, reportedly here to treat the comatose children. The long princess nodded, unable to suppress her admiration. The efficacy of this medicine is remarkable. We must procure more. The matron readily agreed, her demeanor brightening with delight. At that moment, a young maid entered. Your Highness, the eldest young master wishes to see you. What does he desire? The maid replied. The eldest young master expressed a wish to take your shadow guard with him, fearing he may be bullied again. The long princess closed her eyes, exhaling a deep sigh. As long as he does not bully others, it suffices. Very well, let him take one along. This shadow guard had been bestowed upon her by her royal brother for her protection, a total of 9, each exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Outside, upon hearing that only one shadow guard would accompany him, Bai Jinhe attempted to rush inside, but was halted by a formidable matron at the entrance. Release me. I must ask my mother why only one was given. The matron responded sternly. Your Highness has yet to dress. You cannot enter. After a prolonged struggle, Bai Jinhe resigned, brushing off his attire as if to rid himself of impurities, turning sharply to leave in a huff. He muttered angrily, what a stingy princess! Not even willing to spare an extra shadow guard. His thoughts drifted to his biological mother, who had always treated him kindly, offering him the stars when he asked for the moon, unlike this mother who frequently reprimanded him, along with her servants who were equally intolerable. Arriving at the entrance, he found the carriage ready, having swapped out his scholars, all of whom awaited him with utmost respect. Where's my shadow guard? He inquired of the steward. The shadow guard typically remains unseen, protecting you discreetly. He will emerge should you encounter danger. Bai Jinhe furrowed his brow in displeasure, scolding the steward, who instructed him to hide. Bring him forth immediately. I want him to accompany my scholars in protecting me. Bai Jinhe planned to command the shadow guard to apprehend Yu Baiju upon encountering him, tearing his assignment apart, ensuring he too would face the master's wrath today. The steward appeared troubled, explaining that shadow guards, by definition, operate from the shadows, while the visible guards are known as attendants. However, given the eldest young master's favored status with the prince and the matriarch, he dared not offend. Ultimately, Bai Jinhe's wishes were fulfilled. He boarded the carriage, satisfaction bubbling within him as he envisioned the impending chance to redeem his honor. Meanwhile, at the Shangshu residence, both Yu Baiju and Yu Nanxing eagerly anticipated their encounter with him. They were so excited that it felt less like heading to class and more akin to attending a grand feast. Thus, both parties, filled with anticipation and excitement, unexpectedly met at the entrance of the academy. Bai Jinhe's scholar spotted the Shangshu carriage first and eagerly reported to Bai Jinhe, young master. I have seen the Shangshu carriage. Bai Jinhe lifted the curtain to gaze outside, noticing that Yu Baiju had arrived at the academy before him, currently standing outside on a footstool, speaking to someone inside the carriage. Let's hold off for a moment. Bai Jinhe sneered. I thought him remarkable, yet here he is, calling for reinforcements. The carriage likely carries their mother. Let us wait. Once they entered the academy, he would have a shadow guard overturn the carriage, teaching her a lesson. Discussing this matter in front of him within the academy would be a true blow to the heart. All of you must learn from this. The young attendant quickly flattered him, causing Bai Jinhe's lips to curl into a wide grin, reveling in the thought. In truth, Yu Baijiu and Yu Nanxing felt quite disappointed for not encountering Bai Jinhe along the way, yet they had no intention of instigating conflict, thus remained on the footstool. Chatting with Bai Hu. Little Bai, we are head in class now. Do not sneak out. Your snacks are up there. If you get hungry, have a little. Yu Baijiu admonished. Bai Hu lay on his large paw, feigning sleep, but perked up his ears at the boy's chatter, shifting positions. All right, little Bai. We must go in now. See you tonight. Yu Baijiu covered the carriage curtain, leaping down from the footstool alongside Yu Nanxing as they entered the academy. As the carriage from the Shang Shu Fu prepared to depart, the young servant hurriedly called out to his master, young master, they are leaving. Bai Jinhe lifted the curtain to take a glance, and then commanded the hidden guard to act. The guard stood resolutely unmoved. Hurry, she urged. Do you not comprehend my words? The princess has only instructed me to guard you. I shall not perform any other tasks, the guard's cold voice replied, infuriating Bai Jinhe, who kicked him sharply on the calf. With the carriage on the verge of leaving, she had no time to settle scores with him and instructed her servant to hurl stones at it. The roadside was strewn with fist-sized stones. And since Bai Jinhe had declared a reward for those who threw the most, her servants worked diligently, each collecting numerous stones. The carriage swayed along, and Bai Hu stretched lazily, seizing a piece of jerky from the small table and devouring it in a few bites. Suddenly, a stone of similar size came crashing through the small window, landing squarely on the jerky. Bai Hu tilted its head in confusion, then brushed the stone aside to continue eating. Another stone struck, and with a resounding thud, it hit Bai Hu's head, causing it to let out a low growl. The pulling horses, startled, quaked in fear, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Ouch! Who threw that stone? The coachman cried, clutching his forehead in pain, his gaze sweeping around until it landed on a few young servants clutching a pile of stones. What are you doing? He shouted. One of the servants paused and turned to his master, saying, Young master, they have discovered us. Bai Jinhe, reclining with her legs crossed, sneered, Ignore them, continue throwing inside. Let them learn a lesson today and understand the consequences of offending me. With Bai Jinhe's support, the servants became emboldened, picking up several stones from the ground and hurling them into the carriage. Thud! Thud! One stone after another struck Bai Hu's head. Its sharp claws dug into the wooden panels of the carriage, as if ready to rend it apart, baring its fearsome teeth. Recalling the admonitions from Fat Yu to avoid frightening others, Bai Hu endured, its muscles tensed, suppressing its rage. However, the next moment, a larger stone flew in, landing squarely on its tail. With an enraged roar, Bai Hu opened its massive jaws and lunged forward. The coachman, bloodied and dazed, struggled to see clearly. Bai Hu's imposing gaze swept over the scene. Its tail whipped like a thick whip, sending dust swirling into the air, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it focused on the stone-holding servants. How can there be a tiger? A tiger, protect the young master. The entrance of the academy erupted into chaos as guards rushed over, shielding the children behind them, weapons raised defensively. Bai Jinhe, trembling in fright within the carriage, could not fathom how a tiger had found its way inside. Why, young master, it's coming towards us. A servant stammered, collapsing onto the ground in fear. At that moment, they disregarded their roles, all scrambling into the carriage, huddling together in terror. Others, observing Bai Hu making a beeline for the princess's carriage, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their curiosity piqued. Look, Bai Hu just leapt down from that carriage. There are so many stones, the coachman is bleeding. Goodness, isn't that courting death? How could they provoke a tiger? As the perceived danger receded, the protected young masters cautiously peeked out. Their faces a mixture of awe and fear at Bai Hu's majestic form. It's so handsome. Indeed, it seems capable of dispatching a person with a single swipe. Bai Hu was resplendent in white, its fur as pristine as snow, adorned with black stripes, robust in stature and powerful in limbs, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. It propelled itself off the ground, agilely leaping, its powerful forepaw striking the carriage. With a thunderous crash, the carriage splintered beneath its claw, revealing the terrified huddle within. So impressive. The onlooking children's eyes gleamed with admiration, their faces alight with wonder at the thought of possessing such a magnificent tiger. Wait, it just came from the carriage of Yu Baijiu and Yu Nanxing. I recognize that coachman who often takes them to school. I should go call them over. As the saying goes, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not align. Bai Jinha had no time to admire Bai Hu's grandeur, as she was overwhelmed with fear. Bursting into tears, "It's surely your fault for throwing stones at it." The young servants, on the verge of tears themselves, dared not contradict her. Bai Hu's keen eyes swept over them, its jaws agape, revealing a crimson tongue. Bai Jinha kicked one of the servants in front of her, shouting in fright, "It was you who threw stones at it. Stay away from me. Don't involve me." The servant stumbled, weak-legged, collapsing before Bai Hu, locking eyes with the fearsome creature, and promptly fainted. Bai Hu exhaled, swatting the servant aside with a disdainful glance. Just as it continued forward, a shadowy figure emerged, blocking Bai Jinha's path. The hidden guard, sword in hand, stood resolutely against Bai Hu's imposing presence, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the dark guard camp, they faced venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, but none had ever exuded such overwhelming pressure as the tiger before him. Moreover, Bai Hu's furious gaze seemed to convey an understanding of human speech. "Under no circumstances can you harm him," the guard asserted, gripping the sword's hilt, its cold gleam poised before him, his expression resolute. Bai Hu let out a low growl, advancing a paw threateningly. The onlookers trembled at the beast's roar, and the guard, standing so close, felt the chill of fear seep into his bones, his complexion paling. Sensing the guard's intent to flee, Bai Hu bared its teeth and lunged at them. The guard's pupils constricted as he raised his sword to defend. But the tiger's might was beyond his capability to withstand, and he was swiftly pinned to the ground. Bai Hu's eyes blazed red, clearly consumed by rage, its massive jaws opening wide, poised to strike. Just as blood seemed imminent, Yu Baiju and Yu Ninxing were brought forth by their friends. Spotting Bai Hu ready to bite down on the guard, they cried out in unison, "Xiao Bai!" It was their first time seeing Xiao Bai so enraged. Yet they had no time to ponder. They rushed to intervene. Yu Ninxing dashed forward, throwing himself onto Bai Hu, his arms encircling its neck, refusing to let go despite the tiger's thrashing. "Roar! I will kill them!" Yu Ninxing, dazed from the flailing, stammered, "Xiao Bai, think about what your sister told you before we left." At that moment, Yu Baiju also approached, each of them grasping one of Bai Hu's limbs. "Xiao Bai, do not act impulsively. Look at how many people you have frightened. Yes, think about Juanjuan. If you harm someone, Juanjuan will be upset." Bai Hu let out a roar that almost sounded forlorn, but they started it. However, seeing the chaos inside the carriage, the scattered stones, and the bloodied coachman, they understood. "Xiao Bai, did they throw stones at you?" Bai Hu roared, nudging its head forward, its tail flicking, indicating for them to examine its head and tail. Parting the dense white fur revealed several red marks, indicating it had been struck multiple times, explaining Bai Hu's fury. Yu Baiju thought to himself that not only must he stop Bai Hu, but he must also restrain his brother. As they reached the entrance, a throng of children gathered around them, chattering excitedly. "Baiju, is that a tiger raised by your family? You are truly remarkable, and it does not even bite you. How cool. I wish I could pet it too." Yu Nanxing, flattered by the praise, couldn't help but puff out his small chest with pride. "It is my sister's white tiger, named Xiao Bai. It has never bitten either me or my brother. Moreover, if you do not provoke it, it has a very good temperament. We play together every day." The other children looked on with envious eyes, expressing their longing to join in. "Can I come play with you? I also want to visit you. I can bring it some meat. My family has plenty." Upon hearing this, the children's eyes sparkled, eagerly assuring him, "We will not harm it." Bai Ju smiled, and thus the two brothers were surrounded as they entered the school. An hour later, the prince by Lanfeng arrived at the imperial study with the ailing eldest princess. The chief eunuch, Gong Huang, personally came to the Shangsafu to deliver the emperor's decree, summoning Yu Shiheng to bring Yu Huanjuan to the palace. After receiving the order, Lin Shi signaled to a servant to hand over some silver to Gong Huang and then inquired, "May I ask what the emperor wishes with Huanjuan?" Gong Huang smiled respectfully, stating that it was a special directive from His Majesty, and he did not know the details. However, he assured the lady that the emperor would not make things difficult for the young lady. After all, His Majesty had been filled with anticipation when he entrusted him with this task. Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage. She then conveyed some words to Huanjuan. Huanjuan nodded eagerly, her little head bobbing as she heard about the delicious food, nearly drooling in anticipation. Subsequently, Lin Shi turned to Yu Shiheng, suspecting that the emperor had learned of Xiao by injuring someone at the school gate, given the princess's involvement. You must be cautious when you enter the palace. Yu Shihing placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, his soothing voice reassuring her. Do not worry. I have already sent someone to notify Prince Yi, and with Juanjuan by my side, I shall be safe. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai lay in the backyard, its tail flicking in annoyance. How outrageous that fat Yu had the audacity to say it was impulsive. It was a war god. Should it simply endure being attacked? While the white tiger sulked, Lin Shi arrived with some jerky. Xiao Bai, she gently rubbed its head, which had been struck, and offered it the treat. Then took out a small vial of medicinal powder, parting its fur to apply the remedy. The maid hurriedly approached. Madam, let me handle it. Lin Shi waved her hand, signaling her to leave. No, you may all go. I can manage this alone. Once the maids had departed, Lin Shi carefully applied the medicine to the white tiger, watching it eat heartily, unable to help but smile. We all know you would never attack unprovoked. The coachman has recounted the events to us. No one blames you. Lin Shi's gentle fingers brushed over the many red marks on the tiger's head, and she sighed softly. You must have held back for a long time before finally reacting. You have endured much. Xiao Bai paused momentarily, but then resumed its eating, albeit with a slower pace. Lin Shi sprinkled the medicinal powder over it, not forgetting to leave behind an abundance of its favorite snacks as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, the white tiger lazily squinted its eyes. It now understood why the Heavenly Emperor had sent it to assist the mortal realm and realized why Fat Yu cared so deeply for this family. After a brief pause, Xiao Bai continued munching on the treats, appearing as usual, yet its tail swayed, reminiscent of a cat delightfully petted. In the palace, the eldest princess sat on a soft chair, her frail form still weak, but her complexion had improved significantly. A middle-aged man in his 30s knelt on the ground, handsome and fair-skinned, presenting himself as Prince Bai Lanfeng. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for me and the princess. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression indifferent. What grievance do you have? Bai Lanfeng's face was filled with sorrow. Your Majesty, the third young master of the Shang Safu has allowed his white tiger to injure my adopted son on the street. My son is still bedridden, terrified, and unable to rise. They are truly lawless. He lamented how difficult it had been for him and the princess to raise a child, shedding tears when speaking of the princess's health, portraying an image of profound affection. The eldest princess's eyes turned slightly red, clearly moved by his words. Even her initial reluctance to pursue the matter began to waver. Your Majesty, she coughed lightly, glancing at the emperor seated high above, her gaze anxious. The emperor's face darkened, thinking his royal sister's infatuation was hopeless. Bai Lanfeng's words were insincere, and upon closer examination, many inconsistencies could be found. Only his royal sister was swayed by his claims, believing them. If he truly cared for her, how could he bring her into the palace to complain on such a cold day? Regardless of how sweetly he spoke, it was merely to save face with his royal sister. The emperor ignored his rambling and instead focused on the information he had gathered, his voice authoritative as he questioned. Setting aside the matter of the tiger for now, I have heard that it was your child who first threw stones? Bai Lanfeng paused, momentarily stunned before quickly reacting, feeling his son was even more wronged. Your Majesty, it was indeed Jean He who acted first. However, setting aside Jean He's faults, did the other party not bear any responsibility? If they had not brought a tiger out, would my Jean He have been frightened? Moreover, had they informed us beforehand that the carriage contained a tiger, would Jean He have thrown stones at it? The emperor thought, what a skillful speaker, capable of twisting right and wrong. Fortunately, he held a trivial position and seldom spoke in the court. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness by such antics. At that moment, a eunuch reported that Yu Shiheng had entered the palace and was currently awaiting summons outside. The emperor, seeing a glimmer of hope, waved his hand to summon him in. He was exhausted from dealing with mundane matters and preferred to let them sort it out among themselves while he listened for the outcome. Chapter 42. Confronting Bai Lanfeng upon entering. Juanjuan immediately spotted the eldest princess leaning against a soft couch, her entire being exuding a pallid, sickly aura, reminiscent of a delicate flower long sheltered in a greenhouse, fragile as if it might vanish at any moment. Wow, beautiful auntie. So lovely, so lovely, so lovely. I want to hug the beautiful Annie. Juanjuan's eyes widened in awe, her mouth agape as she gazed at the eldest princess. Yu Shiheng sighed. Thankfully, Juanjuan was a girl. Otherwise, they would have had a little rogue on their hands. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The emperor raised his hand, signaling him to rise. Bai Lanfeng claims that your white tiger has injured his adopted son. Is there any truth to this? Yu Shiheng's expression remained calm as he turned to Bai Lanfeng, preparing to speak when the emperor interrupted. Ahem, my dear minister. Allow me to hold the child for a moment. The emperor's eyes sparkled with interest, fixated on Juanjuan. He wished to hear more about the future of the Jiang kingdom, preferably concerning those who might poison him or which prince would ascend the throne, or any potential calamities on the horizon. Gong Huang approached with a smile, saying, Leave the child to this old servant. I will hand her over to the emperor. Why does the emperor want to hold me? Does he wish to pinch my cheeks? Recalling the last time she had been pinched into a salty fish cake, Juanjuan instantly grew wary. As Gong Huang, beaming with delight, carried her towards the emperor, Juanjuan felt a sense of resignation. I cannot escape the pinch. As they passed by the eldest princess, Juanjuan wrinkled her little nose and sniffed, clinging to Gong Huang's arm while glancing at the eldest princess. What a strange smell, but it seems familiar. I can't quite remember. How could beautiful auntie smell like this? Without time to ponder further, she was promptly handed to the emperor. Oh, she's quite heavy. The emperor expressed his astonishment with a sigh, unable to resist weighing the matter in his hands before offering a judgment. Juanjuan interjected, Are you being polite? Finally, the emperor had something to hold on to. He took a small pastry from the tea table and placed it into Juanjuan's hands, his gaze benevolent yet tinged with a hint of mischief. Eat. When you are well fed, you may speak more. Juanjuan thought to herself. Mother said not to eat anything given by others. But why is the emperor offering me food? Is he trying to poison me? His smile is quite terrifying. The emperor's smile faltered. All right, child, it's wise to be cautious. He turned his attention to the people below, restoring his authoritative demeanor. You shall clarify matters here today. I shall listen. Your Majesty, one man began, for many years I have traversed the land seeking divine physicians for the health of the eldest princess, concerned she might feel lonely. Thus we adopted Jean, who is akin to our own son. Now he lies terrified in bed, gravely ill. You must take responsibility for me and the eldest princess. Nonsense. Why is the eldest princess unwell? It is clearly you who has poisoned his daily food, scoundrel. The emperor's gaze sharpened instantly, his wrath akin to that of a celestial sovereign, instilling fear in all present. Realization struck. The eldest princess's ailment stemmed from this very cause. No wonder her health had been robust before her marriage to the Bai family, only to deteriorate under the burdens of excessive worry. Although they did not share the same mother, the princess posed no threat to the throne, and their relationship had remained harmonious. Now, with age, sentiments had deepened. The emperor, expressionless, inquired, My dear minister, do you have anything to say? Yu Shiheng, exuding composure, scrutinized Bai Lanfeng with his profound dark eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Father, do your best. Unmask this scoundrel before the eldest princess. Bai Lanfeng, though somewhat flustered internally, maintained a calm exterior. He had intended to leverage the eldest princess's status in the emperor's eyes. Should he be exposed, it could backfire. Your Majesty, the eldest princess came because of her worries. I have advised her several times, but she insisted. He continued, Moreover, my adopted son Jean, he is exceptionally gifted. At 4, he could read. At 5, compose poetry. And by 6, recite a 1,000-character classic. He shall surely become a pillar of the Jiang nation. Juanjuan scoffed. For years old and reading? Why not say he knows a few characters? 5 years old and writing poetry? How shameless to steal others' work. And at 6, he can recite a 1,000-character classic? That may be true, but he can only recite those 3 words. A pillar of the Jiang nation? With you, I fear the nation shall falter. The emperor remarked. Such eloquence. Indeed, a reflection of Yu Shiheng's lineage, inheriting his father's sharp wit in the court. Unable to contain her amusement, Yu Shiheng smiled. Indeed, Juanjuan speaks wisely. The eldest princess, oblivious to Juanjuan's thoughts, looked at Bai Lanfeng with confusion. It was clearly Lanfeng who insisted I come. Why is it now that I am said to have insisted? Bai Lanfeng cast a reassuring glance at the eldest princess, noticing that the emperor seemed in a surprisingly good mood, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, I have one more matter to address. It is a triviality that my adopted son was frightened. The Ministry of Rights is harboring ferocious beasts in the capital and allowing them to act violently in the streets. This is a blatant disregard for the law and a lack of respect for you. Observing his demeanor, Juanjuan felt an urge to kick him in frustration. He is not harboring beasts in the capital. He merely keeps them in his own estate. And Little Bai is so gentle. How could he be considered a ferocious beast? Furthermore, the white tiger symbolizes military power and status, and I have reasonable suspicions that Yu Shihong harbors rebellious intentions. Yu Shihong retorted, "No wonder he has managed to deceive the princess so thoroughly." What? The duke is plotting rebellion. Upon hearing of Yu Shihong's supposed treachery, the emperor became alert. Previously, he might have doubted the rumors, but since he could hear Juanjuan's thoughts, he now placed complete trust in them. Yet, from where had Yu Shihong acquired a white tiger? Suddenly, the main hall doors burst open, and a chilling voice resonated. "It was I who sent it. Do you have any objections?" The Wing King's sharp gaze swept over Bai Lanfeng, his expression devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of dread that could freeze the blood. Bai Lanfeng instinctively took a step back, his face pale. Why is this harbinger of doom here? The Wing King's eyes were as piercing as a hawk's, his imposing stature and commanding presence rendering him unapproachable. "That white tiger was a gift from me. Do you have any objections?" Bai Lanfeng's complexion whitened further, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he dared not wipe them away, forcing a smile. No, I dare not." "Umph." The Wing King then turned to the emperor, bowing slightly. "Brother." The emperor regarded him with a fleeting glance, feeling a hint of vexation. He understood that his younger brother had always possessed discerning taste, so a tiger deemed worthy of being a gift must be exceptional. Why had such a fine specimen not been presented to him first? "Umph." Noticing Bai Lanfeng's ashen face, the eldest princess furrowed her brow and spoke up for him. "Your Majesty." The duke was unaware of this matter. The emperor shot her an exasperated glance, finding himself at a loss with this lovesick sister. "Bai Lanfeng, do you wish to pursue this matter further?" No. It is my adopted son who provoked the white tiger." Juanjuan Dota. So he is aware of the truth but dares not admit it, constantly referring to his adopted son. How hypocritical. Aunt Mei Ren is truly pitiful, suffering greatly while remaining oblivious. Still aiding the mistress in raising a child, believing the duke loves her genuinely, while in truth, the mistress awaits her demise to seize her position. Yu Shihong raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly shifting. Suddenly, the emperor stood abruptly, seizing a teacup from the table and hurling it at Bai Lanfeng, his hand trembling with rage, his complexion darkening. "You have great audacity." The entire assembly fell to their knees, pleading for the emperor's mercy. The cup shattered against Bai Lanfeng's forehead, blood mingling with tea as he knelt in terror, bewildered by the emperor's sudden fury. Yet, the very ignorance of the situation only amplified his fear. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if the air had been grasped by an unseen hand. The eldest princess, equally startled, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, clutching her soft chair as she prepared to kneel. "You remain standing, but if you plead for him, then do so on your knees." The emperor's cold gaze swept over her, his tone icy. The eldest princess hesitated, slowly rising. She wished to advocate for Bai Lanfeng, but feared that doing so might only infuriate the emperor further. Thus she resolved to observe the unfolding events. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, Juanjuan's innocent voice broke the tension. What happened?" "I merely yawned." "Why is everyone on their knees?" "Fortunately, I don't have to kneel. It seems being favored by the emperor has its perks." The emperor's demeanor revealed Bai Lanfeng's anxiety. He lowered his head, oblivious to what he had done to provoke the emperor's wrath. "Please, your majesty, clarify what I have done wrong. I shall certainly amend my ways." In that moment, Bai Lanfeng's body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips quivering, caught between words. How does the emperor know? He was paralyzed by fear. His mind blank. Now you know fear. The emperor waved his sleeve, his icy gaze fixed upon him. "Bai Lanfeng, do you think your actions are seamless? Or do you believe me to be blind?" Aside from Juanjuan and Yu Shihong, no one understood the reason behind the emperor's fury. Unexpectedly, the emperor was aware of the situation, which made things easier. Although the Wing King was unaware, he found Bai Lanfeng to be quite hypocritical and thus harbored a dislike for him. At this moment, he was pleased to watch the unfolding drama. However, the eldest princess felt a pang of concern, She was nearly unsteady on her feet. "Your Majesty, have you misunderstood Lanfeng? He has never committed any transgressions." Considering the princess's condition, the emperor suppressed his anger and remained silent, his expression stern as he ordered for her to be taken away. Bai Lanfeng understood that if the princess was removed, the emperor would show no mercy, and he would never have a chance to redeem himself. Seizing his last opportunity for help, he fell to the ground, clasping the princess's leg. Shitsi, please save me. I was wrong. I know I made a mistake. I beg you for another chance." He was uncertain how much the emperor knew, but he was certain that the emperor was aware of the existence of Bai Jinhua, his own son. Therefore, he decided to confess this matter, hoping to preserve his life. "Shitsi, Jinhua is actually my biological child. I was intoxicated and made a foolish mistake. Please forgive me this once." The eldest princess was struck as if by lightning, her face a mask of disbelief. After a moment of numbness, she fainted. "Imperial physician, quickly, summon the imperial physician." Bai Lanfeng appeared more anxious than anyone else, tightly holding onto the princess and shouting towards the palace exit. He knew he had to grasp this lifeline. The emperor rubbed his temples and summoned the imperial physician, ordering that Bai Lanfeng be imprisoned in the dungeons for further questioning later. The Wing King recalled the individuals he had seen upon entering the palace and suggested, "Your Majesty, that renowned healer from the common folk has entered the palace. Perhaps we could have him examine the princess?" While they were waiting, the ninth princess was brought in by a palace maid. "Father." The arrival of the ninth princess softened the emperor's expression significantly. He freed one hand to lift her up, bending down to ask, "Little Nine, what brings you here?" "Father, don't be angry." The ninth princess patted the emperor's shoulder with her tiny hand, flashing a sweet and innocent smile. She then turned her head and was startled to see the wide-eyed fish, Juanjuan, staring at her. How did this little fool end up on Father's lap? She offered Juanjuan a friendly smile, which was utterly adorable. After a brief respite, an elderly man with graying hair entered the side hall. At this moment, the eldest princess lay on the bed, her breath shallow and labored, while several imperial physicians stood nearby, at a loss for what to do. Just as he was about to bow in greeting, the emperor waved him off, declaring, "Cure the eldest princess, and you shall be handsomely rewarded." As the elder straightened up, Juanjuan caught sight of his face. Yunqi. He has vanished for over a year. How has he suddenly become a renowned healer? So, the healer who has gained fame in the city recently is him? Where has Sun Liao been taken? The emperor scrutinized this healer, noting his simple attire and graying hair, yet his demeanor was vigorous, with an appearance that bore some resemblance to an immortal. Junqi did not recognize Juanjuan. After a year had passed, and children changed so much, it was understandable he would not recognize her. Chapter 44. Saving the Eldest Princess. "Your Majesty, may I first check the pulse of the eldest princess?" The emperor nodded in approval. After taking her pulse, he stroked his beard, his expression tinged with satisfaction. "I can cure the eldest princess's ailment." After making this declaration, Junqi produced a jade vial and poured a small amount of a black, pungent liquid onto the eldest princess's philtrum and temples. "What is this? Why does it smell so strong?" The onlookers grimaced and covered their noses at the first whiff of the odor. Junqi smiled mysteriously and explained, "Though the scent is pungent, this medicinal concoction is highly stimulating and can swiftly rouse someone from unconsciousness." He then produced an oval-shaped pill from a porcelain container. "What is this medicine? I have never seen it before." "This is a capsule, a product of my own research. Once taken, it will have an immediate effect, reviving the eldest princess." The terms were unfamiliar to the emperor, but the way he described the medicine's efficacy piqued his interest. If it truly worked as he claimed, it could be produced in bulk to save many lives. No one noticed Jiang Yusheng's brow furrowing tightly, her expression growing increasingly grave. Since the last incident with the matching pair, another traveler had resurfaced. However, Jiang Yusheng refrained from alerting anyone. Speaking up would not only reveal her identity as a time traveler, but would also raise questions for the emperor. Moreover, the eldest princess was of no use to her, and it was not worth the risk to save her. If she were to die, so be it. Her sense of crisis intensified. If the individual could produce such a drug, there was a high possibility they possessed a spatial storage. Her scrutinizing gaze fell upon Junqi. Could it be this old man? Juanjuan tilted her head, the black crystal-like eyes flashing a hint of reddish agate light. "But this medicine won't work for beautiful Annie's ailment. Beautiful auntie is suffering from chronic poisoning. This drug contains no detoxifying ingredients. The emperor's heart tightened as he watched the medicine being prepared to be administered to the eldest princess, and without a moment's hesitation, he called out, "Wait! Let the imperial physicians test it first. Your Majesty, this medicine is my own innovation and cannot be identified by the imperial physicians. Once the eldest princess takes it, the effects will be evident." His words only heightened the emperor's unease. "Someone, verify the medicine." An eunuch rushed to the imperial hospital for the necessary tools, while several physicians hurried to the side to test the drug. "Your Majesty, the eldest princess's condition cannot be delayed." The emperor remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the imperial physician's assessment. After half an hour, the head of the imperial hospital approached. "Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that my skills are insufficient. The powder of this medicine contains no detoxifying ingredients. I cannot analyze it, but I did administer a small amount to a mouse, and it became much more lively, jumping around energetically. Beyond that, there were no other effects." Junqi's expression turned tense, his face shifting from pale to flushed. All his previous composure vanished. "Your Majesty, this medicine was made using a new formulation. It is normal that the imperial physicians cannot analyze it. Trust me, one dose will restore the eldest princess to her former self." The emperor reclined in his chair, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotion, while an aura of authority emanated from him that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Cough, cough. The eldest princess stirred back to consciousness. But the moment she opened her eyes, she was assaulted by the overwhelming scent, causing her to wince. "What is that smell?" Her voice was hoarse, and she felt achy all over, utterly miserable. "Right, Your Majesty." Lanfeng, the emperor snorted coldly and asked irritably. "He has been keeping a mistress outside and fathered a 9-year-old son. Do you still wish to plead for him?" The eldest princess, already pale, appeared even more distressed, her expression waning as her eyes grew hollow and her breath shallow. "Not good, Your Majesty, the mouse has died." An imperial physician held a box containing the mouse's lifeless body, which lay motionless. "Impudent! What sort of medicine is this?" The emperor's expression darkened, his demeanor icy. Junqi fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Your Majesty, this truly is a medicine that can save the eldest princess. The mouse died from the potency of the drug. I would never dare to poison the princess." This was the first time Junqi faced the royal family's pressure, acutely aware that his life was in jeopardy. Once, he had been an elder of the divine physician valley. Wherever he went, he was afforded respect. Now, having been expelled from the valley, he was merely a commoner, if he were accused of attempting to harm the princess. The emperor could order his execution without a second thought. "I give you one last chance. Honestly disclose where you obtained this medicine and your intentions for treating those children in the capital these past few days." The emperor's expression remained stern, his lips pressed into a straight line, his gaze piercing with scrutiny as though every dark thought could not escape his penetrating stare. Chao, a mere itinerant healer, dared to treat the children afflicted by strange ailments in the kingdom of Jiang after hearing of their plight. The words of this humble man were indeed sincere. How could a wandering physician cure maladies that even the esteemed court physicians could not? The emperor, evidently skeptical, coldly commanded that he be taken away for questioning, expressing his suspicion of a connection between the healer and the shadowy figures responsible for the children's abduction. In an instant, Junqi's mind went blank, the world around him buzzing ominously as he collapsed in fear. "Your Majesty, I swear it is not so." Yet despite his desperate struggles, he was forcibly led away. The 9th princess observed this farcical scene and shut her eyes. This elderly man could not possibly be a time traveler. He might merely be a scapegoat, while the true traveler was someone else entirely. The eldest princess remained in the palace under the care of court physicians, her spirit seemingly extinguished, gazing blankly at the ceiling as if she had aged by more than 20 years. Juanjuan discerned the signs of despair on her face, beyond her physical illness. Dark thoughts of self-harm had taken root in her mind. Alas, the beautiful aunt might not survive the night. She must be shielded with spiritual energy. "However, I am currently being held and cannot move at all." The emperor cast a deep gaze at Juanjuan, recalling how, even when she was but half a year old, he could hear her thoughts. This child was, from the very beginning, no ordinary being. He instructed a palace made to hold the 9th princess while he leaned down to whisper into Juanjuan's ear. "Juanjuan, The eldest princess is unwell. She adores children. Would you like to visit her? Yes, yes. Juanjuan nodded vigorously. Very well. I shall carry you there. The emperor placed Juanjuan beside the eldest princess, who, with great effort, crawled from the foot of the bed to the head, her tiny hands grasping the frail fingers of the princess. A faint orange glow flickered, so subtle it could easily be overlooked. With Juanjuan's spiritual energy safeguarding her heart, calamity would be averted. In an instant, as the talisman was affixed, the eldest princess underwent a transformation. Her pallid visage regained a hint of color, vitality visibly returning. Her once numb, unfocused eyes stirred, settling upon Juanjuan. Aren't you the child whom the emperor cradled in the great hall just now? The eldest princess pondered, her voice weak as she coughed lightly. How strange. Where this child has touched feels as though a warm current courses through my limbs, washing away my fatigue and dispelling my melancholic thoughts. Juanjuan beamed at her, exuding warmth and affection. Beautiful Auntie, I am Juanjuan. Juanjuan? That name sounds so familiar, as though I have heard it before, the eldest princess mused, feeling her strength gradually returning. She raised her hand to gently ruffle Juanjuan's fluffy head, managing a faint smile. You are indeed the child of Jingyu, are you not? That is Mother S' name. Juanjuan nodded fervently. Bitterness welled within the eldest princess, her eyes glistening. The emperor cleared his throat and, extending his long arm, lifted Juanjuan from the bed. Sister, rest well. The matter concerning Bailan Feng is not so simple. He has committed numerous atrocities. Do not involve yourself. I shall send someone to resolve it. The freshly restored color in the eldest princess's lips faded once more, yet she nodded in compliance. As the eldest princess of the kingdom of Jiang, raised under the pampering of her royal parents, she had never before faced such a profound blow and found herself momentarily at a loss. Though she was prone to romantic notions, her upbringing and dignity forbade her from forgiving the man who had deceived her for over a decade. The emperor did not linger, departing with Juanjuan in his arms, his heart surging with an indescribable mix of emotions. It was imperative to devise a way to keep Juanjuan within the palace. He lowered his head, gently stroking her hair. Juanjuan, would you like to stay in the palace today and play with little Jiu? The ninth princess, bewildered, did not wish to play with this little simpleton. Juanjuan shook her head, no. The emperor coaxed her gently. The palace is filled with fun activities and delicious treats, and I can arrange for the crown prince to play with you. Or, if you prefer someone else, I can invite them as well. I won't eat what others give me, Juanjuan declared firmly. Mother said not to accept food from others. I must listen. The emperor sighed in exasperation, realizing that this little one was impervious to persuasion. His heart ached slightly as he considered how fortunate Yu Shicheng was, with a clever wife, a promising eldest son, a remarkable second son, and a youngest daughter who was clearly extraordinary. Their lives seemed far more splendid than his own as an emperor. How envious he felt of Yu Shicheng, day after day. Well then, since the little one was unwilling, he could not forcibly take her away, especially with her father waiting outside. Juanjuan tilted her head, her gaze curious, her voice soft. Why? Because I like you very much, and so does little Jiu. Hence, I hope you can often come to the palace to keep her company. Is that so? The ninth princess interjected. I am not. I don't want to stop saying nonsense. The emperor, in a bid to retain this little simpleton, had resorted to using her as a pretext. Juanjuan looked at the ninth princess, whose expression betrayed little affection, and, in her innocent understanding, nodded in agreement. All right then. Outside the hall, the emperor reluctantly carried Juanjuan, dragging his feet as he approached, and handed the child over to Yu Shicheng. Upon receiving her, Yu Shicheng tugged gently, only to find that the emperor's grip seemed glued to Juanjuan. One could easily mistake the emperor for her father, given the reluctant look in his eyes. Yu Shicheng smirked slightly, a smile devoid of mirth. Your Majesty, you ought to let go now. The emperor, with a resigned cough, released his hold, watching helplessly as Yu Shicheng took Juanjuan further away until they vanished from sight. Your Majesty, the itinerant healer is willing to cooperate, but he insists on meeting his apprentice first, announced Gong Gong Huang, approaching the emperor. The emperor's expression hardened once more as he turned to enter the grand hall. Lin Shi offered Juanjuan the pastry she had prepared in advance, ruffling her hair as she cheerfully asked, Are you hungry? Your mother made these. Why not join your brothers for a meal? Juanjuan clutched a fragrant, soft pastry, her eyes narrowing with delight. Thank you, mother. Then, Yu Baiju and Yunin Xing took her along to see Xiaobai. No, but many events unfolded during the day within the palace, and His Majesty took some time to manage them. That is a relief, Lin Shi sighed, then inquired, "What the eldest princess? How is she faring with the prince consort?" Yu Shicheng smiled as he held her hand, patting it reassuringly. His Majesty is already aware of this matter. The prince consort was promptly taken to the dungeons, and it is likely that His Highness Yi Wang is currently interrogating him. Lin Shi caught the significance of promptly and, realizing its implications, asked incredulously, could it be that His Majesty heard Juanjuan's thoughts? More or less, that seems to be the case. Concern etched Lin Shi's brow as her heart tightened. Do not fret, nothing will go amiss. However, Juanjuan may need to visit the palace more often, she was reassured. Lin Shi's worry grew. What if Juanjuan's thoughts inadvertently angered the emperor? Juanjuan was her lifeline, and she feared for her safety. Selfishly, she contemplated whether to feign illness to keep Juanjuan away from the palace. Yet, she understood that the emperor needed Juanjuan's insights to avert potential disasters for the kingdom of Jiang and minimize unnecessary losses. After much contemplation, Lin Shi sighed in resignation. The emperor was wise, and she had heard Juanjuan repeatedly express her intent to save the kingdom's fate. Very well, let Juanjuan go. If any calamity should befall her, they would sacrifice everything to protect her. Chapter 46. The proud Xiao by Juanjuan plopped down on the ground, savoring her pastries. The ground was cushioned with soft mats laid by the maidservants, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Sister, that child has gone too far. Look at what he has done to Xiaobai's head. Yunanqing pointed at Xiaobai's head for Juanjuan to see. Juanjuan climbed onto the back of the white tiger, parting the fur atop its head for a better look. The white tiger growled impatiently. Fat fish. Your greasy pastry crumbs are all over my head. Juanjuan finally realized, stuffing a piece of pastry in her mouth, and mumbled, I'll help you, you got hit. She leaned close to the white tiger's ear, whispering sweet nothings. A faint red glow emanated from her fingertip, seeping into the white tiger's head. With a sudden roar, the white tiger stood up, shaking its body and sending Juanjuan tumbling down. What are you doing? Juanjuan plopped onto the ground with a thud, staring incredulously at the white tiger, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say, You want to let me sit? Do you not love me anymore? The white tiger haughtily retorted, Humph, with your meager magic, I have no need for it. At the moment Juanjuan hit the ground, Yu Baiju and Yunanqing hurriedly lifted her back onto the soft mat. What happened, sister? Did we upset Xiaobai when we took it out? Is it angry with us? The two little ones turned pale, their delicate faces stricken with fear. Yunanqing trembled, his lips quivering, ready to burst into tears at the slightest provocation. The white tiger proudly turned its back on them, presenting its rear. After all, it was a battle god and would not stoop to bicker with mere children. Juanjuan conveyed the white tiger's original words to her brothers, saying that Xiaobai was not angry. Upon hearing this, the two instantly sighed with relief, not at all concerned that Juanjuan could understand Xiaobai's speech. In their eyes, their sister was the best and the most capable, and whatever she said was undoubtedly correct. This sisterly admiration had been cultivated since childhood. Juanjuan rested her chin on her small hands, gazing thoughtfully at the white tiger. The white tiger felt uneasy under her scrutiny and growled, Fat fish. What are you staring at me for? You seem different, Juanjuan remarked with curiosity, but the proud white tiger would not admit it. Feeling embarrassed and attempting to shoo her away, it grasped Juanjuan's little garment in its mouth, lifting her off and heading towards Lin Shi's Jiang Yunxian. Why are you trying to chase me away? The white tiger replied, You know too much. The white tiger pushed open the door with its head, revealing 4 pairs of eyes staring at each other in surprise. Lin Shi, blushing, pushed Yu Shiheng aside and came over to scoop Juanjuan up, clearing her throat awkwardly. Oh dear, mother and father are being affectionate. Juanjuan has arrived at an inopportune moment. In frustration, Juanjuan slapped the white tiger's face, exclaiming, It's all your fault. The white tiger knew that its timing was indeed poor and allowed Juanjuan to hit it without resistance. Lin Shi's face turned even redder, fearing that Juanjuan might think of something inappropriate, and quickly changed the subject. Have you finished the pastries? Wanro came by earlier and made a safety charm for everyone at home, including Xiaobai. I'll get it for you. Lin Shi turned to the table and picked up several colorful safety charms, choosing a white one for Xiaobai. The white tiger opened its mouth to gently bite the charm from Lin Shi's hand, letting out a roar. Juanjuan, wave her hand, White. She grasped the safety charms and finally picked an orange-red one, raising it for Lin Shi to see. I like this one. How beautiful. Wanro's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Lin Shi said with a smile, ruffling her hair. If you like it, Mother will put it on for you. The materials for these safety charms were exquisite, and the intricate weaving showcased considerable effort. Besides delivering the safety charms, Bai Wanro had also intended to bring some gifts for the old lady at the estate, a matter Lin Shi readily agreed to, not wanting to appear unfeeling. While Lin Shi adorned Juanjuan with the jade pendant, she suddenly recalled another pendant she had seen on Juanjuan days earlier. Juanjuan tilted her head, pondering for a moment, feeling a bit confused. What is it? Lin Shi retrieved that jade pendant from the box, recognizing it immediately as royal property. Did the Ninth Princess say anything to you? Juanjuan thought for a moment, nodding and then shaking her head. Seeing this, Lin Shi realized she might not extract any more information. So she let it go and discussed with you how to handle the jade pendant. Juanjuan lay alone on the bed, and when no one was around, the old maidservant emerged from her jade pendant. Thank you for saving our princess. The old maidservant had been brought into the palace today and had witnessed Bai Lanfeng being thrown into the dungeons, while the eldest princess had awakened. Juanjuan waved her hand. I didn't do anything. You must not be an ordinary person. I saw you using energy to dispel the deathly aura from the princess, preserving her life. After her soul departed, that invisible bond quietly severed. Juanjuan seemed to feel something as she gazed skyward. Now, as Xiaobai suggested, we must find a way to save those children. The longer the insects remain within them, the worse it becomes. With Jun Qi captured, the ministers who relied on him to treat their own children grew anxious, presenting petitions during court. Your Majesty, what crime has the divine physician committed? My second son has reverted to his original state after being deprived of the physician's medicine. I am truly distressed. Several ministers echoed his sentiment. Having spent the night without sleep, looking haggard, the emperor, too, was heartbroken. It wasn't he that he wished to neglect these children, but Jun Qi's prescriptions were too peculiar, and his appearance was equally strange, likely aligning him with the black-cloaked individuals. The ministers were not oblivious to this, but with their own children in such dire straits, they were willing to take the risk. As the emperor watched the prominent officials stepping forward from the ranks, his heart tightened. The Wing King, responsible for interrogating Jun Qi, stepped forward and addressed the ministers, leading to a gradual cessation of their chatter, ultimately resulting in a collective sigh of resignation. At this point, we can only trust the emperor. After court, the ministers exited the palace in small groups. At the palace gates, they spotted the eldest princess, wrapped in a cloak, just as she boarded her carriage. Hey, isn't that the eldest princess? One exclaimed. I heard she hasn't come out since entering the palace with her consort yesterday. By the way, where's the consort? He wasn't seen during court either. While other ministers speculated, one particularly silent minister suddenly remarked, Don't you think the eldest princess looks much better? Everyone turned to see her rosy complexion, her eyes bright and deep. Though still frail, her entire demeanor seemed transformed, brimming with vitality. When I saw the eldest princess yesterday, she looked like she was on the brink of death. Another added, just days ago, she needed assistance to walk. How could she have changed overnight? One minister suddenly wondered if the emperor had summoned someone to treat the eldest princess yesterday. However, she had been ill for over a decade. If someone could heal her so swiftly, they must be an extraordinary physician. The words were spoken without intent, but those whose families were in distress exchanged glances, a hypothesis forming in their minds. If there truly existed such a remarkable physician, perhaps our children might be saved. Quickly, find out who entered the palace yesterday. A minister who happened to be in the palace the day prior spoke up. After court, I was retained in the imperial study to discuss the national treasury's grain reserves when I saw the consort arrive with the princess, claiming to report an incident involving the minister's daughter and a ferocious beast. Later, the minister entered the palace with his daughter. Oh, and when I left, I saw the Wing King riding towards here. Si Hang. A minister who had a good rapport with you, Shi Hang, immediately began searching through the bustling crowd for his figure. They have long departed, and we have lingered here far too long. Allow me to send my daughter-in-law to the princess's residence to inquire. Should anyone possess news of the miraculous physician, please be sure to share with everyone. Although they may occasionally clash in the court, vehemently defending their respective views, they are surprisingly united when it comes to the life of a child. Several ministers hastily boarded their carriages, urging their drivers to hasten homeward with great urgency. Witnessing the normally composed grandfather in such a state of distress astonished her. "Father, you're being quite forthright. You must hurry to the Minister of Revenue's residence and speak with the minister's wife, asking if she knows who cured the eldest princess's ailment yesterday." Lan Shi was bewildered. After all, the eldest princess had suffered from her illness for over a decade. Who could possibly cure her in a single day? Moreover, she had never interacted with the minister's wife, Lin Shi. "Father, from whom have you heard such nonsense? If someone truly cured the eldest princess overnight, wouldn't he my shinger?" Lan Shi suddenly paused, her expression one of incredulity. "Father, are you suggesting?" The Grand Tutor observed her dawning realization and urged her onward. "If you understand, then do not delay. Hurry before someone else arrives first. The doors of the minister's residence may be obstructed." "Yes, I shall go at once," she thought. As long as it could save her son, she would willingly part with all her possessions, even empty her private treasury. As for her lack of acquaintance with Lin Shi, that was inconsequential. She had thick skin. By the time she arrived at the minister's residence in a flurry, seeing the entrance empty brought a sigh of relief to her heart. Thankfully, she was nearby and had arrived the quickest. Her maid politely addressed the doorkeeper. "Please inform the young master that my mistress is the esteemed lady of the Grand Tutor's residence and wishes to see your mistress. You may enter." Lan Shi dismounted and followed her maid into the inner courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Shi, adorned in smoke-hued purple garments and possessing a lovely countenance, Lan Shi internally gasped, then approached her with the warmth of an old friend not seen in years. "Juanjuan, I came in haste and did not present a formal greeting in advance. I hope you will not take offense." Lin Shi, puzzled by her visit, was further bewildered by her demeanor, yet she smiled gently in return. "Why would I? It brings me joy that Sister Lan has come." Lanning hailed from a distinguished family known for its integrity and elegance, and her friendships were similarly forged with ladies of noble lineage. She had never been one to visit others uninvited, even during joyous occasions such as weddings or births. She always sent her husband in her stead. Lin Shi was uncertain why Lan Shi had chosen to visit her today. After Kai Chun served the tea and withdrew, another maid entered to announce that the Prime Minister's wife sought an audience. This left Lin Shi even more perplexed. Her relationship with the Prime Minister's wife had not yet reached the point of personal visits. Upon hearing that the Prime Minister's wife had arrived, Lan Shi felt fortunate for her timely arrival. She wasted no time in being forthright. "Juanjuan, I have brought you a few small gifts. Please see if you like them." Lin Shi was nearly dazzled by the golden treasures within, yet she remained puzzled. She promptly pushed the gifts back, avoiding eye contact. "You are too kind. Please, sister, put them away." Lan Shi was insistent, pushing the gifts forward. "Juanjuan, the reason I am here today is to inquire about something. Please, speak freely. I shall share all I know." Lan Shi's eyes brightened. She had been awaiting this very invitation. "This morning, after my father returned from court, he heard that the eldest princess had her ailment cured by a miraculous physician yesterday, and he learned that your husband was also in the palace at that time. Thus, he sent me to ask who this physician might be." Lin Shi had not anticipated this line of inquiry and was taken aback by how swiftly the matter had come to light. Observing her contemplative expression, Lan Shi felt certain that she held some knowledge. "Juanjuan, I heard your daughter was also taken away that day. As fellow mothers, you must understand my feelings." Lin Shi's emotions were complex, burdened with unspoken hardships. It was not that she wished to withhold information. This was an act orchestrated by Juanjuan. Even if she disclosed it, no one would believe her. Moreover, she feared that revealing Juanjuan's South's unique abilities could place her in danger. Lan Shi's earnest gaze only deepened her conviction that Lin Shi knew more than she let on. "Juanjuan, I implore you." Lan Shi grasped her hand, tears welling in her eyes. Her maid knelt, pleading, "Please, madam, save my young master. What are you doing? Rise." Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's wife anxiously awaited in the hall. Upon hearing from a maid that Lan Shi was receiving guests, she realized someone had gotten ahead of her. Regret washed over her for having been indecisive while selecting gifts at home, which had delayed her. Just then, another lady entered, carrying gifts. "Madame Zhang, did you not go to the princess's residence?" Madame Zhang was momentarily taken aback. "Have you not yet met with her?" They shared a good rapport, residing close to one another. They had previously agreed for one to visit the princess while the other went to the minister's residence. Yet fate had brought them together here. Madame Zhang sighed. I did go to the princess's residence. However, it was the eldest princess who instructed me to come here. She said she could not disclose the name of the miraculous physician and that I should consult the minister's wife instead. So I hurried here. Does this mean indeed? It is likely that the minister's wife knows who this physician is. They exchanged glances, delight evident in their eyes. By the way, have you not yet met her? No, they're still conversing inside. Lady Li lamented, I wonder who it could be. I hope it is someone I know. In the courtyard, Kai Chun helped Lan Shi's maid to her feet. Seeing Lan Shi with red-rimmed eyes from weeping, Lin Shi could not bear to send her away. After a resigned sigh, she instructed Kai Chun, bring Juanjuan to me. Whether we can save them depends on Juanjuan's own will. A moment later, Kai Chun returned, cradling Juanjuan. Mother. Juanjuan rubbed her sleepy eyes and, upon spotting Lin Shi, immediately reached out to her. Lan Shi was momentarily astonished. The child was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Lin Shi's expression softened as she embraced Juanjuan. They were cursed by wicked individuals. The mother worm must be nearby to awaken them. Lin Shi maintained her composure, continuing, Your Aunt Lan has heard that we have a miraculous physician in our residence who can save her child, but we do not have such a physician here. Although mother feels great sorrow, she is powerless. Lan Shi's expression shifted, unable to conceal her surprise. Though she did not understand why Lin Shi would share such information with the child, she refrained from questioning it. Based on Lin Shi's gaze, it seemed she intended to assist her. I can save them. Mother, I can save them. A flicker of joy sparked in Lin Shi's eyes. Though she quickly masked it, so many ladies have arrived. Having heard the news, they are waiting outside. Juanjuan waved her hands, anxious that her mother might dismiss those ladies, pleading fervently, Please, let them bring the children to me. I can save them. Mother, you must understand my wish. Do you wish to play with those older brothers? Juanjuan nodded vigorously. Yes. Very well. Let me discuss with your Aunt Lan and ask her to bring the brothers over to play with you. Shall we? Okay. A relieved smile graced Lin Shi's lips as she turned to Lan Shi. Sister Lan, I must trouble you to bring the children over. LNSH had yet to comprehend the underlying meaning, merely observing that LNSH had exchanged a few words with the child, and unexpectedly, the usually reticent LNSH had relented. Bringing the child over? This implies there's a remedy. Just as my elder sister stated, I too am a mother. Naturally, in such circumstances, I shall assist if I can, and my sister need not be overly courteous. LNSH grasped LSH's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. She entrusted a gift to the large maid beside her, watching them depart. Upon exiting the courtyard, LNSH encountered several other ladies awaiting her in the hall. There were 6 or 7 of them, who, upon seeing her, surged forward as if they had spotted a savior. Sister LN, what news? Did the madam of the Shangshu speak? Quickly tell us who the miraculous physician is. We are beside ourselves with anxiety. What did you discuss in there for so long? What did LNMIMEA say? The other ladies exchanged glances, realizing that the miraculous physician was indeed within the estate. No wonder the Grand Princess sent me to the Shangshu residence. It turns out the miraculous physician is right here. At that moment, I-Sich-In emerged, greeting the ladies with a bow and smilingly saying, The intentions of the esteemed ladies have been conveyed to our mistress. She stated that if you trust her, you may bring your ailing children. One lady, dressed modestly, hesitated and cautiously inquired of I-Sich-In, May I ask how this miraculous physician charges? She blushed, feeling embarrassed after speaking. In recent days, to treat her son, she had consulted numerous physicians, all of whom required payment regardless of their success. And with the imperial physician's visits, she had spent a considerable amount, leaving her finances quite strained. I-Sich-In recognized her as the wife of F-Ing-Y-N-Q, the esteemed scholar at the Hamlin Academy. Lord F-Ing was known for his integrity and simplicity, which, though it had earned him enemies, also garnered great respect for his family in the capital. Chapter 49. Ju-In takes action. One lady generously waved her hand. Do not worry, my dear. I have funds available to lend. The child's well-being is paramount. Lady F-Ing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, I-Sich-In smiled. Esteemed ladies may have misunderstood. My mistress has indicated that as fellow mothers, She understands your feelings and will not charge a fee. Upon hearing this, a chorus of admiration arose. Such generosity is truly remarkable. I doubt I could ever match such grace. Indeed, someone like El Nmie is exceedingly rare. It is all right. As long as he remains in the capital, we will surely find him. Tomorrow, we can inquire at the Grand Princess's residence. Persistence will yield results. Father, what are you saying? Quickly have someone bring Xing'er out. We need a larger carriage to take him to the Shangshu residence. Huh? Now it is the old lord's turn to be taken aback. Are you saying you wish to take Xing or to see a physician? Yes, father. Do not be dazed. The miraculous physician is at the Shangshu residence, and Imie has already agreed to help me. The old lord stood abruptly, nearly fainting from excitement without the support of those around him. L&SH directed the servants to place cushions in the carriage and went to her private treasury to retrieve silver notes. If my sister does not accept her gift, then I shall pay a little extra for the consultation fee. The servants worked swiftly, and soon 3 carriages were prepared to hasten towards the Shangshu residence. She was the first to arrive, entering to find L&SH and YXH awaiting her. Jianji Emime, I have brought Xing'er. The old lord descended from another carriage, his white hair contrasting with his rosy complexion, exuding an air of dignity that commanded respect. He approached with a broad smile, his voice resonant like a bell. XHing, I must sincerely thank you this time. YXHing responded calmly, you flatter me. The servants carried the unconscious DZH Oxing inside, and L&SH instructed them to place him in a guest room. She discreetly whispered to CICHN, go fetch Ju In. CICHN nodded in acknowledgement and quietly departed. DZH Oxing lay on the bed, oblivious, his pallid complexion alarming. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest, he might have appeared lifeless. L&SH could not help but feel anxious. Jingumime, what happens next? L&SH reassured her, leading L&SH out of the room. Sister, do not worry. We shall wait outside. She noticed CICH in returning with Ju In and gently patted L&SH's hand. It is customary for miraculous physicians to prefer solitude during consultations. We need only exercise patience. L&SH nodded, aware that many skilled doctors favored such practices. Though her concern remained palpable, YXHing and the old lord engaged in conversation, yet the old lord's gaze frequently wandered behind, while YXHing appeared unfazed, maintaining his usual composure. At that moment, the chancellor's wife arrived with her child. Nmie, I have brought my child. The chancellor supported his wife, who, before he could steady her, hastily entered. Upon seeing the old lord and L&SH waiting outside, the chancellor's wife immediately understood. Is someone inside? I told you to hurry, yet you insisted on dawdling. The chancellor felt exasperated, my lady. The chancellor's wife, in a fit of anger, ignored him and sat with L&SH. Shortly thereafter, several more ladies arrived, accompanied by their husbands and children, all waiting outside. The group of ladies congregated, attempting to alleviate the tension by engaging in conversation. By the way, why hasn't Madame Chi arrived yet? Madame Chi was the lady who had earlier offered to lend money to Madame Fing. I heard a commotion at their home. They were arguing fiercely, with things crashing about. It seems the restless concubine of their master is causing trouble again. While the ladies chatted outside in the guest room, Ju In sat cross-legged on the bed, grasping a gleaming small knife in one hand, while her other hand emitted a flicker of orange-red light. This knife was one she had taken from the table before CICH had come to carry her. It was one her mother typically used for cutting fruit. I'm sorry, big brother, but now Ju In is going to make a little cut on your hand. Once he hurt, okay? Ju In pressed the small knife against the boy's pale, slender wrist, and a bright red droplet of blood immediately welled up. Ju In extended her index finger, and a cluster of orange-red flames flickered to life at its tip. She set the knife down and released a bit of spiritual energy over the wound. Worm, come out quickly. Before long, beneath DZH Oxing's fair skin, a white object could be seen wriggling rapidly, following the veins toward the wound, as if it could no longer contain itself. It poked its head out. Ju In seized the moment, placing her finger on the creature, and with a flash of the orange-red flame, the worm perished instantly. Disgusted, Ju In collected the worm with a cloth and placed it into a small vial. All right, the cursed worm has been removed. Before long, Oxing began to stir back to consciousness. He felt weary and weak, his awareness hazy, and he heard a soft, melodious voice nearby murmuring. Why isn't he woken up yet? How should I go about waking him? Mother. Oxing laboriously lifted a hand, coughing weakly. Cough. Who are you? Ju In quickly climbed beside him, patting his face with her soft, chubby little hand. You're awake. Cough, where is this? This is my home. Ju In extended her small hand to push him, her voice gentle. I want to go outside. You must open the door for me. Oxing, utterly devoid of strength, managed a bitter smile. I have no strength left. I can't even sit up. Simple. Ju In reached out her small hand and poked his arm. A warm current flowed through his meridians, revitalizing his weary muscles that had lain dormant for days. Oxing raised his hands in disbelief, staring at Ju In with a look of astonishment. Chapter 50. Rescuing everyone. Do you have the strength to open the door now? Xiaoxing suppressed the shock within and attempted to sit up slowly. Juanjuan stretched out her small hand, pushing against his back, urging him on. Come on, brother. After managing to sit up, he cautiously shifted towards the edge of the bed and then gradually made his way to the door. Aren't you going out? Xiaoxing observed that as soon as he spoke, the little girl looked at him with a peculiar gaze, her small face brimming with expressive emotions. Xiaoxing found it amusing. Although the child appeared small, she emanated a remarkable intelligence. The floor is dirty. It will soil your clothes, and mother will be very angry. Then I shall go out and call someone to carry you. Xiaoxing chuckled softly before opening the door. He felt the warmth of the sunlight on his skin, as if he had been transported to another world. Xingya. Mike Xingya. Lan Shi, who had been chatting with several ladies about the gossip surrounding the Qian family, immediately spotted her son upon hearing the noise at the door. Heavens, he has truly recovered. Thank the heavens. My child is saved. Divine physician, you are truly a miracle worker. At this moment, Lan Shi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She rushed forward to embrace Xiaoxing, her voice hoarse as she called out his name. My Xing, you scared your mother to death, Wu. The elderly tutor also stood up, his murky, yet shining eyes glistening with tears of joy as he approached. Xinger, you have finally awakened. Mother, grandfather, what has happened to you? Xiaoxing found himself tightly embraced, bewildered as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and his family. Mother, where are we? Lan Shi took a moment to calm her racing heart, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, her voice still hoarse. We are at the minister's residence. You have been unconscious for a long time, and it was the minister's wife who called upon the divine physician to save you. The elderly tutor walked over to Yu Shihong, his eyes reddening with gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I would owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. That cannot be. Lan Shi interjected. I have already discussed this with the other ladies. We are all mothers, and this was the divine physician's intention. Hearing this, Lan Shi ceased her stubbornness, and after collecting the silver notes, she was at a loss for words in her gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, the other ministers and ladies who had been watching for a long time could no longer contain themselves. They had seen hope, and thus they flocked in greater numbers, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Witnessing Xiaoxing's recovery, even those who had previously harbored doubts were now entirely convinced. All they desired was for the divine physician to heal their own children. Jingyue's sister, will the divine physician still be seeing patients today? My child is waiting outside. A lady hurriedly approached, grasping Lin Shi's hand. I implore you to help us. Let the divine physician examine my child. Our family would be eternally grateful. Sister, Lin Shi quickly reassured everyone. Let us not rush. We will bring them in one by one in the order of arrival. I will go in first to take a look. The Prime Minister's wife brightened at this, realizing that she would be next in line. She hastily called her husband to bring their child inside. Utilizing this time, Lin Shi entered the guest room. Mother, Juanjuan smiled upon seeing her, extending her arms for a hug. Are you tired, Juanjuan? Lin Shi gazed at her daughter with love, gently stroking her hair. Juanjuan is not tired. She was playing with her brother, but she is hungry. Here, mother brought you something to eat. Lin Shi produced a packet of pastries, and seeing Juanjuan relish them, her heart ached. Typically, at this hour, Juanjuan would be napping. Today, she had hardly slept at all. No, Juanjuan is not tired. Juanjuan can save them. Lin Shi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Okay. After Lin Shi exited, she instructed the servants of the minister's residence to bring in the prime minister's son. Following the same method, Juanjuan successfully saved 6 more individuals. She then sat on the bed, counting on her fingers. That day, in the small dark room, I saw 7 children. I have now saved 6, leaving just 1 more to go. Outside, the ministers and ladies who had regained their children wept joyfully, filling the minister's residence with their cries. Can we meet the divine physician? Our family wishes to thank him in person. And us. We also wish to meet the divine physician. After the initial joy of reclaiming their children had subsided, the ladies recalled the divine physician who had saved their sons. Jingwe's sister, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The prime minister's wife wiped away her tears. Our families must be in closer contact from now on. Once the children are well, I will bring mine to see you. And my family too. You must frequently visit us. Juanjuan continued to wait for the last child, nearly falling asleep in her anticipation. After being held by Lin Shi, she remained puzzled. Isn't there still one more person? Lin Shi remembered the Madame Qian mentioned by the ladies. She must have been delayed by her husband and concubine, which was why she had not yet arrived. Madam, how is it going? As the carriage stopped at the entrance, Wen rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Shi and the elderly tutor with red-rimmed eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. It's all right. If this does not work, we can find another way. We will surely find a cure. Lin Shi shot him a glance. What are you saying? Hurry and help your son down. As she spoke, a pale but spirited boy peeked out from the carriage, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Father. Wen froze, rubbing his eyes vigorously and pinching his arm to confirm he was not dreaming. He has been cured, truly cured. Chapter 51. The awards have arrived. Why are you and father crying? I thought. Lin Shi lightly huffed. You were crying too, were you not? Wen blinked, his eyes stinging, and turned his face away. By the way, which divine physician healed him? I will personally express my gratitude. This mention piqued Lin Shi's curiosity. Given the expertise required to perform such a feat, it was improbable that the physician could remain unknown in the capital. Thus, she inquired of Di Zhaoxing, do you know what the divine physician looks like? The divine physician? Di Zhaoxing was taken aback. He had not seen any physician. When I opened my eyes, I only saw a little girl. She said her name was Juanjuan. I did not see anyone else. How could this be? Lin Shi and Wen exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, Lin Shi recalled her initial visit to Lin Shi, where Lin Shi had appeared conflicted until the child had been brought over. Husband, I believe I might have stumbled upon something significant. Let's go inside and discuss it. Juanjuan waited until evening, yet the last child had still not arrived. Within half a day, news of the children's miraculous recoveries spread throughout the capital, along with the commendable reputation of the minister's family. Yu Shihong was summoned to the palace that night to recount the events. With a burden lifted from his heart, the emperor was in high spirits. Thus, the following morning, as Juanjuan's family sat down for breakfast, the emperor's decree arrived at their doorstep. The elderly eunuch, his face blooming with joy, held a bright yellow edict in hand. The family hurriedly knelt to receive it. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Madame Lin, a lady of noble birth, possessing grace and virtue, has rendered meritorious service in saving lives, and is hereby conferred the title of second-rank county madam. Thus decreed, Madame Lin, please accept the decree. I accept the decree. A warm wave surged within her heart, yet she maintained a dignified demeanor as she accepted the edict. Moreover, there is another decree. The elderly eunuch smiled warmly at Juanjuan. This is the decree bestowed upon Miss Juanjuan by the emperor. He produced another bright yellow edict and began to read aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Yu Juanjuan, intelligent and clever, has greatly pleased me. She is hereby conferred the title of Princess Yuan with the fief of Zhejiang, and rewarded with 500,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk. Thus decreed, bent down and presented the imperial edict to Juanjuan, the young princess, saying, His Majesty has remarked that the fish from Zhejiang is renowned for its exquisite taste, and hopes you will enjoy it. Juanjuan pushed aside the edict with her tiny hands, her little face scrunching up in discontent. No, I do not want to eat fish. Fish are so adorable. Why must we eat them? Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, I love candied hawthorns, rolled donkey, osmanthus pastries, and steamed sweet cakes. The little one rattled off a list of snacks, her mouth watering bringing smiles to everyone present. All right, what are your preferences, Juanjuan? Lin Shi chuckled, ruffling her hair. Yes, yes. Slurp, slurp, it's delicious, I'm coming. The little princess was now ready to accept the edict. Huang Gonggong handed the previously rejected edict back to her, coaxing and persuading until she finally took it. As the head eunuch, he rarely found himself in such a humble position. Outside, boxes upon boxes of gold and jewels were being moved inside, with a throng of onlookers pressing in, unable to tear their eyes away. The crowd marveled, wondering how so much wealth could be bestowed. Did you not hear the edict? This is the residence of a noble lady and a princess. This is the house of the minister, the one who saved many high officials' children and charged no consultation fees. Thus, rewards are due. Understanding dawned upon the crowd as they expressed their admiration, some feeling a newfound respect after learning the details from bystanders. In the capital, news traveled swiftly, unbeknownst to anyone. Amidst the crowd, a maid dressed as a servant pushed through and hurriedly left the scene. At the Qian residence, the lady exclaimed, "Madam, you are cured. The emperor's rewards have arrived." After a moment, she wiped her tears and approached the door. "Call for the master. Let him release me. I must go treat my child. I will fetch him at once." Her maid hurried out, but without a key and with two imposing matrons at the door. She was unable to open it for Madame Qian. Inside, Madame Qian stifled her silent tears, though they were tears of joy. "There's hope. Finally, hope for my son." Dressed in an exquisite gown, Xiao Yinyun, the favored concubine, had someone open the door. Behind her was a throng of servants adorned in finery, appearing even more ostentatious than Madame Qian, the legitimate wife. Upon seeing her, Madame Qian trembled with rage, wishing to tear her face apart. "Xiao Yinyun, what have you whispered into his ear this time?" "Sister, what do you mean by that? I am here to assist you." Madame Qian sneered, gritting her teeth. "Would you truly come help me?" Xiao Yinyun chuckled lightly. "Did you not wish to take the child to the minister's residence? But now you cannot go. So I suggested to the master that I go in your stead. How is that not helping you?" After this, she took delight in observing Madame Qian's thunderstruck expression before leaving with a spring in her step. Behind her, heart-wrenching cries echoed. Unfazed, Xiao Yinyun waved her hand to summon her maid, casually instructing, "Go fetch the second miss. Let her prepare. We shall head to the minister's residence together." The maid complied and went off. The second miss, Qian Youjiao, was Xiao Yinyun's biological daughter, aged 15, recently coming of age. Due to her mother's favor, she had gained notoriety in the capital for her arrogance, even overshadowing the daughters of other noble families. "What about the young master?" A maid inquired cautiously. Xiao Yinyun, blowing on her nails, glanced at her and scoffed. "What does it matter to me? Am I his father or mother? Why should I concern myself with him? Then, will we not take the young master? Bring him along. Let him stay in the carriage. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me." After a lengthy delay, a girl dressed in a delicate gauze gown with golden embroidery finally emerged from the back courtyard. "Mother, how do I look?" Qian Youjiao twirled before Xiao Yinyun, the jingling of her accessories ringing out as her skirt swayed. "Beautiful. Remember what your mother taught you. When you go, be sweet-tongued, understand? Do not be picky. Take whatever you can grab." "I know, mother." The mother and daughter climbed into the luxurious carriage, its floor lined with soft blankets, adorned with exquisite carvings and gilded interiors radiating opulence. After settling in, Qian Youjiao lifted the curtain to glance back. "Mother, why is there another small carriage behind us?" "Who is inside?" Xiao Yinyun replied nonchalantly. "That sickly child is also aboard." "Why bring him?" "How unlucky. It is thanks to this sickly child that we can enter the minister's residence. Be nice to him. After all, you will be marrying into that family. So temper your temper and do not leave a bad impression." The mother and daughter conversed all the way until they neared the minister's residence, at which point Xiao Yinyun instructed the accompanying servants to bring the young master into their carriage. "If we are to perform, let us do it thoroughly. Off we go." At the minister's residence, Xiao Yinyun personally alighted from the carriage and instructed the doorman, "I am the concubine of Lord Qian. My lady cannot attend due to unforeseen circumstances, so I have come to bring the young master for a consultation. Please inform them." "You may enter, madam," in Jiangyun Pavilion. Wanwan obediently lay on the bed as Kai Chun dressed her, behaving like a lifelike doll. "Finally, the last person has arrived. Happy, once this is done, it will be over." Lin Shi chuckled as she lifted her, remarking, "Look at how delighted you are. What are you thinking about?" Wanwan wrapped her tiny arms around Lin Shi's neck, grinning. I want tea, tell mother. Lin Sure smiled, even more gently, thinking to herself, even if you do not tell mother, she knows, you little fool. Upon entering the hall, Lin Sure spotted the dazzlingly dressed duo of mother and daughter. She subtly turned her gaze and entered calmly. Madam Lin. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yinyan quickly pulled Qian Youjiao to her feet and stepped forward to pay respects. Madam could not come due to certain matters, so she entrusted me with this task. By the way, this is my second daughter, Youjiao. Youjiao, quickly greet Madam Lin. Lin Shure's peripheral vision caught Qian Youjiao's figure, her eyes momentarily pausing, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. This feeling deepened when she heard Juanjuan's thoughts. So large, no? Such a fair sister. Youjiao? Such a familiar name. Xiao Yinyan noticed Juanjuan. The little girl was indeed blessed, looking as if she would grow up to be as beautiful as the madam. Lin Shure smiled serenely, inviting the two to sit. Madam is truly blessed. By the way, have the young masters all gone out? The younger ones went to the academy, and the older ones are studying in the courtyard. Xiao Yinyan's eyes flickered as she continued to inquire about various matters. Lin Shure found this rather strange. The other ladies who had come before could hardly wait to have their children treated, each appearing frantic and uninterested in small talk. She took a sip of tea, her expression calm and composed. Xiao Yinyan, sensing something amiss, quickly changed the subject. Look at me. I've been so engrossed in conversation with the madam that I forgot the main matter. My young master is still in the carriage. May we now allow the divine doctor to examine him? Lin Shure set down her teacup, poised and graceful. Of course, let him be brought to the guest room. Juanjuan was quietly taken to the guest room, where she extended her fiery little fingers towards the boy on the bed. Outside, after a while, Qian Youjiao suddenly stood up, her face flushed, stammering, Mother, I need to use the restroom. Did I not tell you to drink less tea before leaving? You never listen. Lin Shure said with a tranquil demeanor, I will have a maid take her to the restroom. We have several sets of clean garments prepared. It is no trouble. Xiao Yinyan quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, madam. Lin Shure summoned a maid to escort Qian Youjiao to the rear. Miss Qian, this way, please. Upon the fourth instance of discovering that Miss Qian had not followed her, the maid could not help but utter a reminder. Miss Qian, you should stay close to me. This place is winding, and you might get lost. Qian Youjiao responded with a smile on her delicate face. Yet as the maid turned away, a flicker of displeasure swiftly crossed her eyes. This insufferable maid is truly hindering my affairs. Approaching a nearby rockery, Qian Youjiao's eyes darted about, taking advantage of the maid's inattention to slip inside. She recalled the maid's earlier words, indicating that the master's courtyard lay to the west. Pressing her lips together, she evaded the servants and proceeded in that direction. Unbeknownst to her, a girl clad in white was coincidentally approaching from another small path. Meanwhile, Juanjuan had extracted the insect from the boy's body. Qian Duo opened his eyes to see a little girl beside him, holding a plump white worm that appeared rather unsettling. You are awake, said Juanjuan, putting the insect into a bottle and smiling at him as if nothing had occurred. Who are you? Stammered Qian Duo. I am Juanjuan, and you were sick, but now you are well. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Duo replied, I am Qian Duo. Could you please summon my mother? Not possible, for Juanjuan cannot walk. However, Juanjuan can assist you in walking. Before he could finish his words, Qian Duo was taken aback. His body suddenly felt invigorated. His waist no longer ached, and his legs were no longer weak, allowing him to sit up with ease. Qian Duo stared at Juanjuan in astonishment, murmuring, Juanjuan, are you a fairy? No, Juanjuan Isakoi. By the way, your name is Qian Duo? Indeed, Qian Duo nodded, his expression one of curiosity. Yet Juanjuan appeared alarmed. Your name is Qian Duo. Does that mean your sister's surname is also Qian? Of course. Thus, your sister is Qian Youjiao. Is there a problem? Juanjuan slapped the bed, her demeanor exuding frustration. That is indeed a significant issue. Chapter 53. Qian Youjiao falls into the water. Qian Youjiao was, in her previous life, the sister-in-law of the elder brother. After her elder brother became the top scholar in high school, he saved the unfortunate Qian Youjiao from drowning at a banquet, an event witnessed by many present. The customs of Zhang State are relatively liberal, and the status of women is not as lowly as in other nations. Thus, such occurrences are met with a degree of tolerance. However, Qian Youjiao wept, claiming her reputation was ruined and that she would never be able to marry. Ultimately, she resorted to threats of suicide and ended up marrying Yu Shixiu. If that were the case, it would not be so outrageous. What was excessive was that after marriage, she remained restless, causing turmoil within the household. After several failed attempts to seduce Yu Shirshu, she directly met with another man, cuckolding her elder brother. When discovered, Yu Shirshu, mindful of her reputation, chose not to escalate the matter but opted for a divorce. Yet, Qian Youjiao not only failed to show gratitude but also spread rumors. Ultimately, she conspired with a false daughter to produce so-called evidence of treason against the minister's residence, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Not only did she suffer no repercussions, but she also garnered a reputation for righteousness, ultimately remarrying with great fanfare. Although the reason for her eventual demise remains unknown, Juanjuan speculated that it might be retribution. When she heard the story before, she had been infuriated. Now, however, she finally realized the implications. Qian Youjiao had come to the residence. Elder brother, danger! Qiando Duo pushed open the door and rushed out, while Juanjuan was also picked up by her mother. At that moment, a small maid hurriedly approached, her face pale with fright, tears streaming down her cheeks. Madam, Miss Qian is missing. I was walking ahead and did not notice her. By the time I turned around, she was gone. The small maid wept uncontrollably, stating that she had warned her not to look around, but Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement, calmly telling the maid, I will send someone to search. Do not cry. You may leave now. Thank you, madam. Do not heed her, mother. Hurry and search for Qian Youjiao, lest she becomes my sister-in-law. In my past life, she clung to our family after being rescued from the lake by my elder brother. She is a villain. She conspired with the false daughter to frame our family and cuckolded my elder brother. Lin Shi was taken aback, quickly piecing together the convoluted situation. She cast a cold glance at Xiao Yinyun and said sternly, have all the servants search for her. Send many to the lakeside to see if Miss Qian accidentally fell in. Xiao Yinyun felt uneasy under Lin Shi's icy gaze and was horrified at the command to search by the lake. Could it be that Madame Lin knows something? Lin Shi ignored her, carrying Juanjuan as she exited. The examinations were imminent, and no one could obstruct Su's future. Xiao Yinyun, feeling anxious, did not wait for Lin Shi's request, but stood up to follow. Meanwhile, in the study, a servant knocked on the door. Young master, there is a young lady outside who has lost her way and wishes to see you. Yu Shirshu remained indifferent, stating, if she is lost, she should have her maid guide her to the front yard. Why seek me? Young master, that young lady refuses to leave and insists on seeing you. If she refuses to leave, have someone inform my mother. There is no need to attend to her. The servant relayed the message, and sure enough, upon hearing this, the young lady departed. Qian Youjiao glared at the closed door, her face darkening as she left reluctantly. One failed plan would simply give rise to another. Her keen eyes spotted a young man in splendid robes approaching from the corner of the corridor, accompanied by a servant. He appeared to be the second young master of the residence, and not far to her right was a small, artificially constructed lake. Qian Youjiao took a few steps towards it, stealing her resolve, and leaped in. Ah, help! Yu Chueji, being a martial artist, had sharp hearing. Upon hearing the cry for help, he immediately looked over. Sun Wu, hurry and call for help. Someone has fallen into the lake. Yu Chueji shed his cloak to rescue her, but just as he had removed it, he saw a white figure plunge into the water. It was Wanro, his aunt. After jumping into the water, Qian Youjiao clearly saw the young master from the corridor had shed his cloak and was preparing to save her. A surge of delight coursed through her as she anticipated the ensuing events, rendering even the frigid water bearable. She sank deeper, flailing her arms and screaming for help. In the next moment, a splash echoed beside her. It was a woman. This time, she was truly startled. Qian Youjiao's face turned pale, her lips blue from the cold. Silently fuming, "Get away! Who told you to save me?" Bai Wanru was nimble, and although her clothing was somewhat heavy, she appeared agile in the water. She swam to the drowning girl, grasping her struggling arms from behind, soothing her while pulling her towards the shore. "Do not be afraid, sister. Hold on to me." Bai Wanru, having grown up in a water town before her family's misfortune, was an excellent swimmer, making it no challenge to rescue a drowning girl. Qian Youjiao's face turned ashen, half frozen and half furious. Damn woman, meddling in affairs. As she was being dragged towards the shore, a wicked thought crossed her mind. She feigned fear, thrashing about wildly. Bai Wanru received a couple of inadvertent slaps and paused to calm her, saying, "Please, miss, remain calm. We will be ashore shortly. Ah, save me. Help. Qian Yojiao clung to Bai Wanru's clothing as if it were a lifeline, forcefully attempting to push her into the lake. In her mind, she thought, may you perish here. Bai Wanru was pushed under the water, choking on a mouthful of water, yet she sensed nothing amiss. In her childhood, she witnessed her father rescuing someone who had fallen into the water. The victim, in a state of panic and driven by the instinct to survive, flailed their arms and legs, which posed a significant risk of drowning both themselves and the rescuer. Fortunately, Bai Wanru was an excellent swimmer with ample experience, so she remained calm amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, she emerged from the water to take a breath, and by the time she was pushed underwater again, she had regained her composure. Grasping Qian Yojiao's hands, she skillfully turned the tables and pushed the other girl down, using the momentum to propel herself to the surface. Bai Wanru released her grip and swam to Qian Yojiao's rear, intending to pull her out immediately. However, Qian Yojiao extended her arms forward, palms facing the surface, and kicked her feet downwards in a swimming motion, surfacing from below. Bai Wanru paused for 2 seconds, realizing from Qian Yojiao's earlier posture that she could indeed swim. Yet, despite her ability to float in the lake, she had earlier behaved as if she were a novice swimmer, desperately trying to push herself down. It dawned on her that Qian Yojiao had instinctively surfaced after choking on water. By now, a crowd had gathered on the shore, and it was too late for Bai Wanru to intervene further. Qian Yojiao held her breath, reluctantly allowing herself to be rescued. On the shore, Lin Shi arrived just in time. Thankfully, Yu Qiuji had instructed the servants to wrap the 2 girls in blankets as soon as they emerged from the water. Bai Wanru wiped her dripping hair with a handkerchief, a faint smile gracing her pale, delicate face. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Lin Shi was indeed startled. She had initially thought Qian Yojiao had intentionally fallen into the water, only to discover that Wanru had inadvertently joined her and genuinely frightened her. You silly girl, she scolded. It's all right, sister-in-law. I'm a good swimmer. I merely jumped in when I saw this young lady fall into the river. Yu Qiuji expressed admiration, exclaiming, I hadn't even reacted, and my little aunt had already jumped in. Bai Wanru smiled gently, adding, moreover, this young lady is a guest in our household. I felt compelled to save her, regardless of the circumstances. After all, she is enjoying our hospitality, and since my aunt is in trouble, it is only fitting that I contribute in whatever way I can. Lin Shi, perceptive of her niece's intentions, sighed softly, cautioning, next time, do not be so reckless. It is freezing. You will suffer if you catch a chill. Wangru, you are so impressive. Juanjuan will ensure you do not catch a cold. Juanjuan thought to herself, unaware that she had underestimated human audacity. After Qian Yojiao reached the shore, only a single maid offered her a blanket, while the crowd surrounding the girl in white was lively and unconcerned about her. She had inquired earlier and knew that there was only one cousin and a small child in the minister's residence, so it was merely a cousin. And her rescue was trivial. Why did it warrant such attention? Why was no one concerned about her, the second young lady of the Qian family? A guest at the minister's residence? Bai Wanru contemplated whether to alert her sister-in-law about Qian Yojiao's swimming abilities. Sister-in-law, you should be cautious regarding that young lady. I noticed in the lake that she can swim. Lin Shi smiled calmly and replied, very well, I will be mindful. After Bai Wanru departed, Xiao Yinyan arrived, exclaiming, Yojiao, what happened to you? Having arrived late, she had not seen Bai Wanru and instinctively assumed the worst. Feeling triumphant, she failed to notice Qian Yojiao's frantic signals. Madam Lin, although your son saved Yojiao, we are quite grateful, but this matter surely requires an explanation, does it not? Lin Shi responded evenly. What sort of explanation do you seek? Xiao Yinyan, filled with pride, insisted, Yojiao is still an unmarried young lady. Now that she has been embraced by another, your son must take responsibility. Yu Qiuji glanced around, noticing his older brother was absent, realizing that the implications fell squarely on him. He looked at Xiao Yinyan in disbelief, exclaiming, What does this have to do with me? I am already betrothed to Miss Qin. I have not even touched this young woman. Qian Yojiao felt a cold sweat break out, embarrassedly tugging on her mother's sleeve. Mother, please do not say any more. I did not mean it that way. She protested. Though Qian Yojiao was a concubine's daughter, she was favored even more than a legitimate son. She was deserving of a suitor of good standing. However, if news of today's incident spread, it could ruin her reputation. Rescuing her and then being held responsible? How shameless, Xiao Yinyan thought. She had been warned repeatedly at home, leading her to confidently believe that nothing would go amiss. Even when Qian Youjiao grasped her arm and whispered, "Mother, please stop," she was puzzled by her daughter's sudden shyness. Taking a glance at the tall, handsome Yu Chueji, she thought it was only natural to feel shy. Lin Shi maintained her calm demeanor, unperturbed, and so, since he has rescued my Youjiao and taken advantage of her, he should be held accountable. Yu Chueji's expression turned complex, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Not laughing seemed inappropriate, yet the situation was undeniably amusing. Laughing alone would only draw attention to his oddity. At that moment, a soft, innocent voice chimed in, "Little uncle." This unexpected interruption startled everyone. Juanjuan reached towards Qian Youjiao, unrelenting in her inquiries, "Little uncle." Qian Youjiao's face darkened, a shadow of embarrassment crossing her features. Yu Chuji could no longer contain his laughter, covering his mouth, while even Lin Shi found herself chuckling at Juanjuan's sudden declaration. Juanjuan persistently waved her tiny hand towards Qian Youjiao, murmuring, "Little uncle, hug." Xiao Yinyan glanced at Juanjuan, then at her daughter, confused. "What are you babbling about?" Juanjuan tilted her head innocently, "But she's going to marry little aunt." Xiao Yinyan's expression darkened. "Do not speak carelessly. Who is marrying your little aunt?" Juanjuan pointed at Qian Youjiao. "She is." Fearing that the situation would spiral further out of control, Qian Youjiao hastily tugged on Xiao Yinyan's sleeve. Shrinking back as she exclaimed, just now it was a young lady from the residence who passed by and saved me." Xiao Yinyan, bewildered, asked, "What?" "She is the little aunt," in her words. Xiao Yinyan felt a cold sweat form, and when she spoke again, her tone was now somewhat ingratiating. "My apologies, Madam Lin. I had thought your son was the one who saved her, and as a concerned mother, I never meant to cause such a misunderstanding." Juanjuan was also here. "Why did you not say that Juanjuan was the one who saved her?" "Humph! It was clearly an attempt to frame my second brother, and even now, she refuses to admit it. How shameless." Chapter 55. The Great Matter of Tsuyun Tower. Lin Shi fixed her gaze on Xiao Yinyan, the corners of her lips twitching as if suppressing a smile. Those who knew her would empathize with her daughter, while those unaware might think she had been swindled. Xiao Yinyan, feeling the sting of Lin Shi's words, broke into a cold sweat, her face flushing with embarrassment. She forced a grin, yet the smile felt rigid. Was it not said that Lin Shi possessed a gentle and tranquil nature, never having quarreled with any lady in the capital? Why did she now appear so sharp? Unable to endure the tension, Xiao Yinyan prepared to excuse herself. Lin Shi smiled, adding, "If Miss Qian's current state were to be seen by others, they might accuse me of not properly attending to my guests." Qian Youjiao was dressed lightly, wearing a long gown of sheer silk embroidered with gold thread, the neckline slightly low, revealing a generous expanse of white skin. However, due to her damp clothing, she was compelled to remove her cape, which had concealed her figure. This attire is utterly unsuitable for public appearances. Fortunately, the courtyard is mostly filled with maids, otherwise my reputation would be utterly tarnished. The surrounding maids regard Xiao Yinyan with peculiar glances, causing her heart to skip a beat as she hastily seeks to justify herself. "Miss Qian, let's change into another outfit. It would be quite distressing to fall into the lake on such a cold day. Come along, Miss Qian, but do stay close this time. We cannot afford to lose you again." The emphasis on stay close and lose is intentionally pronounced. Qian Youjiao is nearly in tears from embarrassment, as is Xiao Yinyan. Had she known that Madame Lin possessed such a sharp temperament, she would have never accepted the invitation to the minister's residence. Yet, the consequences of her own mischief must be borne by her alone. The initial excitement with which Xiao Yinyan approached her visit has now transformed into a state of acute discomfort. She steals glances at the door, eagerly awaiting Qian Youjiao to finish changing so they might leave this place swiftly. Madame Lin maintains an impassive demeanor, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she leisurely sips her tea, a stark contrast to the restless Xiao Yinyan. Juanjuan relishes a small pastry with delight. It appears even the once proud Xiao Yinyan has her days of insecurity, she muses. In her previous life, she had been quite assertive, compelling her elder brother to marry her with Qian Youjiao's assistance, her demeanor being rather brazen. However, such traits often run in families, and she herself is not particularly virtuous. One can only surmise that Qian Youjiao's previous indiscretions were learned from her mother, while Xiao Yinyan herself has accumulated her share of romantic entanglements. often sneaking out under the pretense of purchasing jewelry to rendezvous with her childhood companion at the Ziyun building, indulging in a whirlwind of passion. Madame Lin sets down her teacup, her gaze becoming intricate. Juanjuan, where did you acquire such vocabulary? Mother forbids it. You shall have less pastry today. She pushes the sweets further away. Juanjuan, perplexed, gazes up, her voice softening as she pleads, Mother. Madame Lin keeps her face averted, fearing that a glance might soften her resolve. Ah, it must be Xiao Yinyun and Qian Youjiao who have caused Mother to be upset, thus depriving Juanjuan of her treats. Just as Xiao Yinyun is grappling with her restlessness, she suddenly feels a chill run down her spine. At the Qian residence, the maidservant of Madame Qian cheerfully delivers the news of the young masteress recovery. Simultaneously, Kai Chun enters the Qian household with Qian Duo. Upon alighting from her carriage, Xiao Yinyun notices Kai Chun following suit, instinctively moving to obstruct her. A premonition wells up within her. Should Kai Chun enter, her fate would be sealed. Standing at the entrance, she positions herself in front of Kai Chun. Clutching Qian Duo's hand, Kai Chun smiles nonchalantly. My lady instructed me to convey a few words to Madame Qian. Xiao Yinyun's eyes flicker, recalling her earlier actions at the minister's residence, mistakenly believing Madame Lin intended to lodge a complaint, thus allowing her to relax slightly. She leans against the doorframe, feigning a smile. In that case, Miss Kai Chun, please proceed inside. Go ahead and report. If Madame Qian could be swayed, she wouldn't be confined. Kai Chun perceives her thoughts with a knowing smile. The specifics of their conversation remain elusive to Xiao Yinyun. After 2 days of remaining composed in the courtyard, she discards the matter from her mind, continuing her monthly visits to the Ziyun building. Unbeknownst to her, as she departs, someone follows closely behind. Meanwhile, Madame Qian, confined for over half a month, absent-mindedly tends to her nails while giving orders to her subordinates. Bring Qian Yue to the Ziyun building. I have a grand spectacle to show him. By the end of the month, a significant event transpires in the capital. The Deputy Minister of Rights, Qian Yue, brutally injures his concubine's leg at the Ziyun building. A multitude of witnesses, including many commoners, observe the shocking scene. Qian Yue chases his concubine from the top floor down to the ground level, his face dark with rage. Wielding a broken chair leg, and in the dining area, he savagely beats her until her leg is a bloody mess. The image of the concubine, exposed and marked with various crimson blemishes, becomes a topic of ridicule among the populace. Due to this incident, he is reported for his indulgence in his mistress at the expense of his wife, prompting the emperor's ire and subsequent demotion. Madam, you cannot fathom the scene. Even I felt embarrassed witnessing it. The sight of her bare body was quite shocking. What do you mean by that? Why can't one understand? Madame Lin stiffens, casting a glance at Kai Chun, who immediately falls silent. Why has Sister Kai Chun ceased speaking? I have yet to hear the conclusion. Chapter 56. The entrance of Jiang Halai Juanjuan's inquisitive eyes blink repeatedly as Madame Lin lifts her from the bed. Have you slept well again? Juanjuan pouts for a moment, and upon being set down, notices a beautifully crafted small box on the table. This box looks exquisite. What treasures lie within? Observing her curiosity, Madame Lin instructs Kai Chun to bring the box closer. This is a gift from Madame Qian, intended for you. Kai Chun smiles as she opens the box, revealing a butterfly-shaped longevity lock made of agate and enamel, stunningly beautiful. Wow, how lovely! Juanjuan exclaims, cradling it in her hands and shaking it gently as the agate pendant sways. Madame Qian insists this is a gift for the young lady. Please do accept it. However, given Madame Qian's firm stance and the fact that Juanjuan adores it, she agrees to keep it. Select something from my dowry to send in return. It is only proper. Kai Chun acknowledges and departs to choose a gift. Time passes swiftly, and soon is March. The spring chill lingers, and the grass stirs with anticipation. With the imperial examinations approaching, a surge of scholars arrives in the capital, filling the inns and taverns to capacity. The streets are bustling, alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Naturally, those who have journeyed to the capital wish to explore and indulge in the local delights, some seeking to cultivate relationships with the influential. During such chaotic times, Madame Lin is initially reluctant to allow Juanjuan to venture outside. However, the girl's persistent pleas and her large, innocent eyes make it impossible to deny her. The scholars, arriving in the capital to take their examinations at the Ministry of Revenue, are busy submitting their documents and petitions. Consequently, Yu Shihong, the Minister of Revenue, has been preoccupied for 2 days, hardly at home. Additionally, the minister's residence has been inundated with numerous visiting cards, like snowflakes falling incessantly, leaving Madame Lin overwhelmed with the task of managing them and unable to accompany Juanjuan. Hence, she reluctantly permits Yu Chueji to take her out. Juanjuan, overjoyed, packs her favorite pastries and happily nestles in her elder brother's embrace, eager to join the excitement. Zhuke Street, the most vibrant thoroughfare, is bustling with the largest crowds, filled with the enticing calls of various street foods and trinkets. Before departing, Yu Chueji brings along a purse of coins, allowing Juanjuan to indulge in her cravings as he pays for an assortment of snacks. Juanjuan's eyes sparkle with delight. There is simply too much to eat. Just as he hands over the coins to the vendor selling candied hawthorn, an excited scholar rushes by, colliding with him and sending the candied hawthorn tumbling to the ground. In the midst of a bustling crowd, a sugar-coated hawthorn fell to the ground, only to be crushed underfoot repeatedly. Quick look! Wenchang Dijuan has manifested. A voice rang out, igniting a fervor among the wandering scholars. A throng of individuals surged forward as if released from a cage, eager to witness the divine presence, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss the blessing of Wenchang Dijuan. Yu Chueji furrowed his brow, his expression not quite favorable. He shielded Juanjuan as they maneuvered away from the throng. Without his martial prowess, they would have been unable to escape the crowd. Suddenly, a magnificent rainbow appeared in the previously clear sky, arching above the people. All gazed upward, chattering excitedly about the phenomenon. Look, it must be Wenchang Dijuan's manifestation. Let us hurry to the statue. Juanjuan, captivated by the rainbow, tugged at Yu Chueji's sleeve. Second brother, let us go. No, no, she pouted, reminiscent of a petulant child. Let's go see the spectacle. Nothing will happen. You are formidable and can protect me. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Yu Chueji ultimately relented. The statue of Wenchang Dijuan was situated in a square adjacent to a Confucian academy, now surrounded by layers of people, making it impossible to see anything from the back. Yu Chueji leapt onto a large tree nearby, selecting a comfortable perch. From this vantage point, he could observe the scene below without the "Ding, good sir, might you assist me in climbing up as well?" came a bright, cheerful voice from below. Glancing down, Yu Chueji saw a young man clad in simple attire, familiar in appearance, exuding the aura of a scholar. It was easy enough to help him. Yu Chueji extended his hand, and the young man grasped it, swiftly being pulled up. To think you possess such strength. I observe you moving with great agility just now. You must practice martial arts, the young man commented while settling beside Yu Chueji. I am Jiang Hello, a student from Jiangnan. I am Yu Chueji, and this is my little sister, Juanjuan. Upon hearing the name Jiang Hello, Yu Chueji felt a flicker of recognition. Jiang Hello, upon seeing Juanjuan, registered mild surprise. Both siblings were remarkably handsome and bore the demeanor of those from a prominent family. Might you be related to the Minister of Revenue? He inquired, noticing the surname Yu. Jiang Hello was strikingly handsome, with a gentle disposition that betrayed no malice, prompting Yu Chueji to engage him in conversation. Indeed, he is my father. That explains it. No wonder you and your sister possess such beauty. It runs in the family, Jiang Hello remarked. Yu Chueji pondered, can beauty truly be used to describe him? What followed was even more perplexing. Jiang Hello sighed wistfully. If only I were blessed with such a countenance. I would not need to journey to the capital for the examinations. There are countless wealthy young ladies who would gladly support me. Studying is far too arduous, and should I achieve the top rank in intergovernment service, I might attract unwanted attention. The risks are simply too great. Absolutely not, Juanjuan exclaimed, her little mouth pouting. My elder brother is destined to be the top scholar. She gazed at Jiang Hello, contemplating his seemingly absurd remarks, when suddenly a realization struck her. Jiang Hello, could it be that the future left chancellor harbored dreams of being supported by a woman in his youth? Yu Chueji, hearing Juanjuan's thoughts, was incredulous. Before him stood a seemingly foolish youth, and yet he would become the future left chancellor? But Juanjuan's insights were astute. This seemingly silly young man surely possessed remarkable qualities. I recall the Queen Mother saying that Jiang Hello appears frivolous and thick-skinned, yet beneath lies profound wisdom. Seeing is believing. Now that I have met him, I find the Queen Mother was indeed correct. He is quite eccentric. Just then, Jiang Hello turned to Juanjuan. who had been staring at him. Why do you keep gazing at me, little sister? He quickly became familiar, addressing her as Little Juan. After some conversation, the trio shifted their focus back to the statue of Wenchang Dijuan in the center of the square. The statue stood 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, a common sight during the examination season. Yet today it was unusual, for a small girl sat cross-legged upon its hand, eyes closed as if in slumber. She was exquisite and delicate, and the crowd gazed up in awe, reminiscent of celestial beings. Whispers swept through the crowd. No one dared disturb the sleeping girl. Jiang Hello sighed. If only I could enjoy such quality sleep. Yu Chueji remained silent, withholding any commentary. Juanjuan rubbed her eyes, confirming her sight. Isn't that Sun Liao? How did she end up here? Voices from below interrupted their thoughts. Is that girl not the reincarnation of Wenchang Dijuan? I have never seen such a beautiful child. The conversations were clear to the trio, perched above. Jiang Helo's eyes twinkled with mischief. Truly, they are ignorant. I suggest we place Little One up there. She resembles a celestial being far more than that girl. Yu Chueji considered this for a moment and concurred. Brother Helo makes a valid point. Juanjuan protestive. Just then, a loud, piercing sound tore through the air, followed by a brilliant white light shooting skyward from behind the statue, blossoming into a magnificent, colorful flower that exploded in midair. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers beheld the spectacle, exclaiming, "Heavenly manifestations! Truly a divine miracle!" As the flowers burst forth, Yu Chueji pondered. He had caught a whiff of a peculiar scent when the display erupted. Jiang Helo squinted, detecting a hint of charred aroma, reminiscent of smoke. Juanjuan, upon hearing their discussion, inhaled deeply and soon recognized the scent they described. Elder brother is quite perceptive, and Jiang Helo indeed lives up to his future title. Amidst the grandeur, the little girl resting in Wenchang Dijuan's hand awakened, her delicate features contorted with displeasure. Frowning, she stood and stomped her foot, indignantly pointing at the sky. What are you doing? I merely wish to descend and take a nap. You disturbed my slumber. After her outburst, she noticed the throng surrounding her and took a step back, surprised. I just wanted to sleep. Why are there so many people? The students below erupted in excitement, calling out, Wenchang Dijuan has manifested. Did you hear that? What she said confirms it. I have seen a divine being. Some even fainted in their fervor. Yu Chueji remained skeptical, dismissing the scene as a farce. Jiang Helo was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, my toes are about to break through my shoes. Juanjuan ceased her contemplation. However, Jiang Helo, genuinely concerned about his footwear, bent down to inspect the soles, then exhaled in relief. Thank goodness she didn't continue her act. Otherwise, I would have been left without shoes. Yu Chueji, with a grand gesture, patted him on the shoulder. I shall lend you mine. Jiang Helo was touched, replying, what a good brother you are, willing to lend me your shoes despite your own beauty. Upon overhearing their somewhat peculiar conversation, Juanjuan felt utterly perplexed. She had initially hoped to observe the commotion, but her mind was now consumed with thoughts of shoes and toes. At that moment, someone in the square finally mustered the courage to speak to the little girl. Are you truly the incarnation of Wenchang Dijuan? The little girl tilted her head, smiling sweetly. I cannot reveal that to you. Yet, nearly everyone seemed to accept this notion without question. As the imperial examination approached, their excitement rendered them easily swayed, and they began to regard the little girl as a divine being. Can you bestow blessings upon me? Another scholar inquired eagerly. The crowd held its breath, anxiously awaiting the little girl's response. Certainly, but I only grant blessings to those I feel a connection with. The crowd erupted in fervor. After all, a single auspicious word from Wenchang Dijuan could propel them to success in the examinations, a matter of immense pride for their families. Fairy, look at me. Don't push. She asked, looking at me. Far up in a tree, Jiang Heli watched this farcical scene unfold, shaking his head. It was hard to fathom that these were the brightest students from various provinces, given their lack of discernment. Eventually, the little girl addressed Juanjuan. I see you all jostling about. My eyes are quite overwhelmed. Perhaps I shall randomly select a name. The crowd quieted, eyes alight with anticipation, yearning to hear their names spoken by her. The little girl closed her eyes and declared, I shall choose the first name that comes to mind. Yu Shirshu. It is you. Upon hearing a name that was not their own, the crowd's excitement waned, though curiosity remained piqued. Who was this fortunate individual, Yu Shirshu? chosen by the celestial child? Then I shall wish this fated person success in the imperial examinations." As soon as she uttered this, the little girl vanished into thin air. Heavens, with Juanjuan Dijuan's blessing, even if that you sure she were a dullard, they might still achieve the highest honor. Jiang Heli found the name familiar. He glanced sideways and noted the once calm expressions on the faces of the siblings had now morphed into fury. Yu Chuji slammed his fist against the tree, causing a shower of leaves to tumble down. Who wants the blessing of that thing? My elder brother is exceptionally talented, learned, and naturally destined for greatness. Chapter 58. A crisis for by Juanjuan clenched her small fists, biting her newly grown teeth in frustration. How malicious! To wish my brother well in front of so many, it is tantamount to a backhanded compliment. Once my brother excels in the examinations, everyone will recall this day and believe he owes his success to Juanjuan Dijuan's blessing, rather than his own merit. Jiang Heli attempted to soothe the siblings. Do not be upset. Perhaps your brother will not achieve the highest honor, in which case the rumors will dissipate on their own. Yu Chueji's expression darkened. This was the wickedness of that individual. If my brother succeeds, people will attribute it to the blessing of the celestial child. But if he fails, yet still makes the list, they will say it is due to the celestial child's fortune. The only way for the rumors to die down is if my brother fails outright. But my brother will surely be the top scholar. Juanjuan nodded earnestly yes. Brother will be the top scholar. Jiang Heli paid little heed to their subsequent chatter, dismissing it as sibling loyalty, a familial bias in their eyes. That person is truly malicious. She seeks to drown your brother in rumors. Furthermore, for those with genuine talent and hard work, to have their struggles overshadowed by mere fortune is a grievous affront. At that moment, Juanjuan suddenly pondered how Sun Liao had foreseen her brother's success. How had she devised this scheme against their family? Her brother's success was a matter from a past life, unless Sun Liao possessed knowledge of past events. The situation seemed dire. Unbeknownst to the three conversing, perched on a branch of another tree, the little girl who had previously sat in the palm of the statue now stood ominously, her gaze cold and vengeful. Curse family, how many of my plans have they thwarted? I had intended to save this for later, but it seems I cannot delay addressing this family any longer. As they parted ways, Jiang Heli and Yu Chueji exchanged addresses, agreeing to meet again for leisure. Yu Shirshu sat across from her, quietly listening without speaking. His gaze lowered, concealing the icy emotions beneath. But when Lin Shi glanced over, he quickly masked his feelings, instead offering her comfort. Just then, Yu Chueji stormed in, accompanied by Juanjuan. Visibly enraged, noticing their mother frowning, it was clear she was troubled, and Yu Chueji immediately understood they must have learned of the situation. Mother, brother, do you know what that so-called celestial child on the statue truly is? It's Sun Liao. She must be seeking revenge on us. Lin Shi, having already suspected as much, was not taken aback. Brother, what should we do? Should we expose her true identity? She was the steward's adopted daughter, and many in the household can testify to this. That would likely play directly into Sun Liao's hands. People would say our family aspired to produce a top scholar, while simultaneously wanting to avoid a tarnished reputation, thus fabricating an identity. Especially since the witnesses are from our own household. Upon hearing this, Yu Chueji deflated, muttering, if only Juanjuan Dijuan were truly to descend. The words, spoken without intent, struck a chord with Juanjuan. You are right. We can summon Juanjuan Dijuan to manifest. Then the rumors will be dispelled. I could indeed seek his assistance. But how do we ensure everyone witnesses it? Juanjuan pondered fervently. Given that it is the season of the imperial examinations, why not petition the emperor publicly at the altar to summon the deity for blessings? If Sun Liao dares to show her face that day, the true and false deities will appear together, allowing everyone to discern the truth. Historical accounts in the annals of Jiangguo documented an emperor who had once made sacrifices at the altar during a natural disaster, beseeching divine protection. And that was the first time the populace had witnessed a deity, leading to a deep-seated belief in the existence of divine beings. After Lin Shi concluded her explanation, Yu Shiheng smiled. My dear lady, there is no need for concern. His Majesty has already learned of this matter and is sending for me to discuss it. Seeing Juanjuan's eager eyes, he lifted her into his arms. Would you like to accompany your father to the palace? Lin Shi had quietly shared Juanjuan's thoughts with him, and Yu Shiheng deemed this course of action feasible. especially since Juanjuan was invested in the matter. He had intended to take her to the palace, especially since the emperor had been musing about this since the previous day. Juanjuan nodded vigorously, yes. We must find a way for the emperor to worship the deity at the altar. This concerns my brother's reputation. Very well, father will take you to the palace. The doorman, catching a glimpse of the master holding the young lady, was taken aback. Their young lady seemed perfectly well. A young man noticed the girl in his arms, and his eyes brightened. Little Juanjuan turned at the sound, momentarily surprised. Isn't that Jiang Heli? Could something have happened? The newcomer was indeed Jiang Heli, who had separated from them only that morning. Upon seeing Juanjuan recognize him, the doorman allowed him entry. As Jiang Heli stepped inside, he first noticed Yu Shiheng holding Juanjuan, his gaze lingering for a moment before shifting away. Commoner Jiang Heli, a scholar from Jiangnan, has met with the minister. Juanjuan surmised that Jiang Heli was likely enviously admiring her father's appearance once more. Alas, Jiang Heli is destined to be the future's Wuxiang. Could he not aspire for greater achievements? Wuxiang? Yu Shiheng's eyes flickered, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Heli with a detached, yet piercing scrutiny. A chill ran down Jiang Heli's spine, overwhelmed by the sudden intensity of Yu Shiheng's presence, rendering him utterly speechless. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, no wonder he is a high-ranking official. Miss Huan? It wouldn't be the esteemed by Wanru, would it? Did she mention her name? Jiang Heli pondered and replied. She said her name is by Wanru. Indeed, it is the gentle and refined Xiao Gu. What has happened to her? Yu Shiheng instructed his servants to prepare the carriage, specifically reminding them to bring along several maidservants. How is it that just this morning, elder brother was retaliated against, and by afternoon, Xiao Gu Wanru encountered trouble? This is far too coincidental. Juanjuan furrowed her delicate brows, realizing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Chapter 59. Jiang Heli's saves the day according to Jiang Heli's. While he was reading in his room at the inn, he glanced out the window and saw a young woman feeding stray cats in the alley. Just as she was about to leave, a beggar suddenly approached from the end of the alley, holding an old bowl and asking for alms. The young woman, feeling pity, was reaching into her purse for coins when the beggar suddenly pulled her into his embrace, covering her mouth with one hand while the other gripped her waist, attempting to drag her deeper into the alley. Jiang Heli's, residing on the second floor, acted without hesitation. He threw open the window and leaped out. Being in his prime, tall and strong, he easily drove the beggar away. As the young woman's clothing had been torn, Jiang Heli's urged her to hide in his room while he went to seek help from the minister's residence. One can tell at a glance that this is certainly something Xiao Gu Wanru would do. I just wonder if that beggar was acting out of lust or was simply following orders. Yu Shiheng had already assigned his trusted confidant to handle the situation, and he needed to take Juanjuan into the palace without delay. At the Wangshu Inn, Bai Wanru lay on the table, weeping bitterly at the vile accusations hurled at her. Soon, the innkeeper expelled the beggar, who continued to spout his fabrications outside the door. Passers-by, including scholars, hurried by without stopping. When Kaiying arrived, she overheard the slanderous remarks. Upon learning of Bai Wanru's predicament, Lin Shi directed Kaiying to follow her. This was indeed an opportune moment. If it were an ordinary maid, she would be too frightened and unsure of how to react, perhaps hastily helping her mistress escape in disgrace. However, having been with Lin Shi for quite some time, Kaiying knew how to handle such situations. Holding her mistress's jade pendant, she commanded the attendants to bind the beggar. Approaching him, she delivered a sharp slap, declaring, "How dare you conspire to tarnish my mistress's reputation? Take him away." The beggar, tightly bound, was led behind a carriage, dragged along as it moved, his legs eventually scraping against the ground, causing them to bleed. Bai Wanru, sobbing in her close maid's embrace, was oblivious to this scene. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, she was horrified to see the beggar, bloodied and battered. Kaiying instructed the attendants to bring the beggar in through the back door, then turned to Bai Wanru, saying, "This is the lady's directive. You are a cousin of the household, and if this rogue is not severely punished, it may impact your reputation in the future. Should we not take action, the first thought people will have regarding this incident will be the beggar's outrageous claims. However now, what will linger in their minds is the sight of him being dragged behind the carriage, which should instill a sense of fear and curb the spread of harmful gossip." Bai Wanru, her face pale, nodded in understanding, realizing once again how much her cousin cared for her. Kaiying smiled. "Please do not say that. The lady has emphasized that your reputation is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, the beggar was taken away for questioning. He was indeed a genuine beggar, untrained and of weak will. And even before inquiries could be made, he confessed in tears that he had been instructed by someone, although he could not clearly identify her, only noting that she was a woman. Finding no further useful information, Lin Shi waved her hand, ordering him to be sent to the authorities. At that moment, in the imperial study, "Ah, my dear minister, you have finally arrived," the emperor said, personally stepping down to lift Juanjuan into his arms. "Why does your majesty always hug me each time we meet? Is this a peculiar habit?" Juanjuan wondered, thinking perhaps her cuteness warranted such affection. In the study, besides the emperor, the crown prince was also present. Dressed in a dragon robe, the crown prince exuded an aura akin to exquisite jade, gentle yet reserved. He gazed down at Juanjuan, his voice deep and melodious. "Juanjuan, do you remember me? I have held you before." Juanjuan nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. I am the one who was captured by a villain the day you held me." The emperor's expression faltered for a moment as he glanced at the cheerful crown prince, silently relieved that his unfortunate son could not hear Juanjuan's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain his smile. Clearing his throat, the emperor addressed the matter at hand. "Now that we are gathered, let us discuss the rumors circulating in the capital. What are your thoughts?" The emperor first looked to the crown prince, who responded, "I dispatched people to investigate the area around the square after the event and discovered some charred remnants behind the statue, which have been sent for analysis. I suspect that the miraculous events spoken of by the populace might be linked to these remnants burning." Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of the crown prince. Your investigation and keen intuition have nearly unraveled the mystery." The emperor's countenance stiffened in disbelief as he turned to Juanjuan. "What? Why did you not mention such a significant matter until now?" This was his most promising son, cultivated over years, with impeccable character and appearance. He could not allow this. More guards must be assigned to protect the crown prince. The emperor suddenly realized that Juanjuan had yet to reveal which prince would ascend the throne in the future. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity for Juanjuan to meet the other princes. Ever since he first heard from Juanjuan that he would be poisoned, the emperor had been particularly vigilant about his diet, and indeed, he had discovered some anomalies, though the perpetrator remained elusive. However, if he could ascertain which prince would inherit the throne, it would provide a lead for further investigation. It seemed essential to find a time soon. The sooner he knew, the sooner he could take precautions and prepare himself. Chapter 60. Two time-traveling maidens. Thus, the emperor's gaze toward Juanjuan grew increasingly affectionate. He picked up a piece of pastry from the table and offered it to her, his expression serene. "Go on, Juanjuan, eat this. I had the kitchen prepare it just for you, and it has been tested for poison." Juanjuan, holding the fragrant pastry, felt her mouth water, but recalling her mother's words, she resisted the temptation. "No, I cannot. Mother said not to eat anything given by others while outside." The emperor exchanged a glance with Yu Shihong, who understood. "It is fine. Please eat, Juanjuan." Juanjuan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly took a large bite of the pastry. "So delicious." The emperor smiled kindly. "Enjoy it, and share with me more of what you know." Oblivious to the underlying intentions, Juanjuan relished her treat while listening to their discussion on how to address the rumors. The orchestrators of this farce likely had ulterior motives aimed at the minister's family. Upon reflection, the emperor nodded. "Then, according to your opinions, we shall summon the scholars to the altar to invoke the deities." The emperor paused, deep in thought. Yet, that too seemed incorrect. Without divine intervention, Juanjuan's extraordinary abilities could not be explained. However, if the deities did not manifest, would that not render their efforts futile? As long as the arrangements are made in advance. When the day of the sacrificial rites arrives, and the revered Wanchong Dijuan descends, everyone will discern the distinction between the true deities and the false. At that time, the rumors can be clarified, thereby vindicating my elder brother. Is Juanjuan so certain that the celestial beings will manifest on that day? The emperor pondered for a moment, casting his gaze upon the two individuals standing below. Yu Shihong sensed that the emperor's resolve was wavering, and at this juncture, only the final push was needed. "Your Majesty, I propose that we take advantage of the prevailing rumors and publicly offer sacrifices at the altar to seek the blessings of the divine. This not only demonstrates your Majesty's commitment to the imperial examinations and goodwill towards the scholars, but also serves to dispel the rampant gossip in the city." Regardless of the outcome, it will encourage the students. The emperor's hesitant heart finally found its resolution with a wave of his hand. He decreed that it should be done and summoned the officials of the Kidnapping to the palace. Subsequently, the Kidnapping swiftly selected an auspicious date for the sacrificial rites, and the palace's announcement rapidly spread through the streets and alleys, solidifying the arrangements for the ceremony. In a cosmetic shop within the capital, a maid, dressed in a servant's attire, hurriedly entered the courtyard with a freshly unveiled notice. Inside the inner chamber, a little girl, just over a year old, sat cross-legged at a wooden table, holding a brush as she scribbled on rice paper. As one approached, it became evident that the paper detailed a comprehensive process, with annotations in certain areas. The maid displayed no surprise at this scene, seemingly accustomed to it, and treated the girl with great respect. The girl unfolded the notice, and, upon reading its contents, her expression soured. What characteristics do the individuals following you possess? Are they from the palace? Sun Liao initially suspected that someone from the Shangshu mansion had discovered her, deciding to ignore it for now to avoid alarming them. Yes. How is the matter with Bai Wanru progressing? The maid's expression turned serious. It was nearly complete. I followed your method and sent a beggar to feign distress. And she indeed fell for it. However, just as we were about to succeed, someone intervened and rescued Bai Wanru. Sun Liao's face darkened. Her delicate and charming features were marred by anger and malice, evoking a chilling sensation in those who beheld her. Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. We have already alerted them. We must first resolve the matter concerning the Qin family. Exercise caution in your future endeavors. After the maid departed, the empty chamber echoed with Sun Liao's solitary musings. System, have you uncovered any evidence? Is Juanjuan indeed a reincarnate? The system's cold electronic voice responded, Apologies, host. I have found no signs of reincarnation upon her. Sun Liao cursed under her breath. The most significant upheaval had manifested in her life, and my plans have repeatedly faltered due to her. But what does it matter? I spent over a decade living in the Yu family. No one understands their vulnerabilities better than I do. Whether or not she is a reincarnate, I shall be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Does the host intend to eliminate her? Sun Liao smirked and shook her head. I want her to live, to witness the reoccurrence of the events from our past lives. That is the true way to strike at the heart. The system, though perplexed, expressed its support. Go ahead, host. I believe in you. The maid thought she had successfully evaded her pursuers, but it was merely a ruse. After closing the door, a figure clad in black descended from the rafters, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, we have discovered that the person is hiding in a cosmetic shop at the southern end of Zhuke Street. The ninth princess waved her hand, signaling her understanding, and dismissed him. After the rumors of the divine's descent spread through the capital, she accompanied her elder brother, the crown prince, to the square. Upon discovering the charred remnants, the ninth princess immediately recognized them as the remnants of fireworks. She then instructed her subordinates to locate the girl who had appeared with the statue that day. Fortunately, the individual had been somewhat conspicuous lately, allowing her to find them quickly. This time, there could be no mistake. The girl was another traveler from another realm and likely possessed a system. Sun Liao could never have anticipated that, in this lifetime, there existed another transmigrated female aside from herself. Simultaneously, the ninth princess recognized Sun Liao's deliberate targeting of the Shangshu family, further solidifying her intent to ally with Juanjuan. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and perhaps one day, Juanjuan's ability to see spirits would prove advantageous. On the morning of the sacrificial rites, Juanjuan was awakened early by Kaiying, who helped her dress. Typically, sacrificial ceremonies are lengthy affairs, requiring at least an hour to complete, yet in such a solemn setting. Kaiying dared not fill Juanjuan's snack pouch with treats, fearing it would offend the deities. Nevertheless, Juanjuan had no such concerns. Once dressed, she rummaged through her snack pouch while reaching out to Kaiying. Sister Kaiying, I want to eat. My lady, one cannot eat during the sacrificial ceremony. It would be quite serious if discovered. Juanjuan pouted, tugging at Kaiying's sleeve and acting adorably. Please, please. Ultimately, Kaiying could no longer withstand Juanjuan's persistent pleas and brought forth a plate of pastries and some dried fruits, albeit warning her to eat discreetly. Okay. Juanjuan cheerfully stuffed the dried fruits into her pouch until it was overflowing. Sister Kaiying, let us go see Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, covered in leaves and morning dew, had brought a dead deer and placed it before a little maid. "Help process this. I want it cooked." However, this deer was rather large, with blood gushing from its neck. Two little maids jointly carried the wild deer to the kitchen. Juanjuan stumbled over, leaping onto the white tiger, tugging at its ears. "Roar! What are you doing?" The white tiger paused momentarily, then calmly growled. Juanjuan tilted her head, but remained jubilant. "Yay, let's go." The white tiger gently set her down, nudging her rear with its nose. "Hurry, hurry." The regulations for this ceremony stipulated that all individuals aged 6 and above must attend. Hence Baiju and Nanxing awaited in the hall. Juanjuan was brought along at the emperor's special request. After yesterday's events, Bai Wanru appeared visibly fatigued, supported by her maid. Upon emerging, Juanjuan scanned the hall and soon spotted her. "Aunt Wanru, you look unwell. You must not have slept well last night. Mother says there are those who instigated this. The mastermind must know Aunt Wanru well enough to anticipate her rescuing that beggar. If Aunt Wanru does not change her disposition, she will undoubtedly fall victim to such schemes again." Juanjuan waved her small hand at Bai Wanru, beaming a broad smile. "Aunt is not unhappy, right?" Bai Wanru's delicate features softened into a gentle smile as she patted Juanjuan's head. "Aunt is not unhappy." Lin Shi, walking behind, noticed this interaction and gently patted Bai Wanru's arm, speaking softly, "If you are unwell, you need not attend. It is of no consequence." Bai Wanru lowered her head, her nose tinged with melancholy. "Thank you, sister-in-law, but I must go." Suddenly, a soft, white hand reached out, grasping a handful of dried fruits. "For Aunt." Looking up, Bai Wanru saw Juanjuan's pained expression and could not help but chuckle. "Thank you, Juanjuan, but Aunt will not eat. You should have them." "All right." Juanjuan feigned sorrow, her eyes sparkling with delight as she grinned widely. Aunt doesn't he want them? They're all for Juanjuan." At the altar, the crowd gathered. Officials and nobles occupied the innermost area, while scholars and common folk formed the outer circle. At the center of the altar stood a colossal statue, a fusion of the attributes of various deities, its imposing and enigmatic countenance gazing down upon the assembly, instilling a sense of awe. Clouds and banners adorned the altar, while the fragrant smoke from the incense wafted gently upwards. At the appointed hour, the emperor ascended the sacrificial platform, solemnly and reverently reciting the sacrificial words. Today, he offered prayers to the heavens, sincerely beseeching the divine for blessings, hoping for the prosperity of the nation and the success of the scholars. The court officials knelt in submission. However, Juanjuan found herself unable to kneel and thus lay prostrate on the ground, exhibiting a posture of complete submission. While the emperor recited the sacrificial verses, she mumbled indistinctly. A snack had lodged uncomfortably in her little belly, prompting her to shift her position, resembling a chubby puppy from above. The emperor inadvertently caught sight of this scene and wondered where he had left off. Baiju and Nanxing knelt on either side of Juanjuan, quietly leaning their heads towards her and whispering, "Sister, what is the matter?" Juanjuan arched her back and, with her small behind raised, pulled out snacks and dried fruit from her little pouch to share with her two brothers, saying, "Here, let us eat together." Nanxing, having been hungry after an hour of waiting, found himself salivating at the aroma of the treats. "Sister, we cannot eat now. We are here to worship the heavens. If we eat, the divine might think we are disrespectful and not come," Baiju remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Nanxing swallowed hard, struggling to divert his gaze from the array of snacks. "Third brother is right. Let us wait until later. Invoking the divine is of utmost importance." Yet, Juanjuan shook her head, insisting, "We can eat. The deities will still come." Nanxing pondered and agreed. "With you here, how could the deities not come? After all, you are connected to the heavenly realm." Thus, he confidently grabbed a dried longan and popped it into his mouth. "So sweet. Third brother, you should try some too." "Fine, yield," Baiju replied, janinging. The three of them busily indulged in their feast, the enticing aroma drawing the attention of those nearby. Surrounding them were high-ranking officials, yet they all tacitly refrained from commenting, instead kneeling a bit lower to shield the trio from view. The emperor's demeanor was stern, his gaze fierce enough to momentarily halt one's heart. Nearby, a minister, mistaking the emperor's intent, hastily interjected, "Your Highness, the children are quite hungry and still young. Please do not be harsh with them." "Indeed, indeed. Your Grace has a generous spirit," others chimed in. "Do not hold it against the children. Allowing them a small morsel is harmless." The emperor cast a cold glance at them, scoffing, who said I intended to reprimand her. Jiang Sui and cautiously approached, seemingly wishing to stay close to Juanjuan. Noticing him, Yunin Xing swallowed his dried fruit and quietly inquired, Suan, you haven't come to play lately. You must be feeling lonely. Juanjuan extended her hand, offering her treats, saying sweetly, here, have some. Thank you, Juanjuan. Jiang Sui and spirits lifted instantly, grinning as he joined the three in their feast. Observing the scene, a hint of tenderness softened the emperor's stern expression. A nearby official remarked, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from smiling. It appears somewhat unsettling. However, seeing that the emperor showed no intention of reprimanding, they all collectively sighed in relief. Juanjuan, noticing the gaze of those around her, pondered briefly before extending her small hand, asking, would you like to have some too? Ahem, how adorable. I will not partake. All right. The emperor, observing the scene, thought to himself, let them indulge. I have seen nothing. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten his place in the proceedings. Lin Shi, initially maintaining a dignified kneel, was startled when she glanced up to witness this scene, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Oh dear, Juanjuan, if the emperor discovers this, it could mean death. The critical part was that the four children were blissfully enjoying their treats, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's scrutiny. Lin Shi intended to intervene, but was caught off guard as the emperor's gaze lingered in their direction. Just as she held her breath, fearful of the emperor's wrath, he appeared unfazed, calmly moving his gaze away. Lin Shi thought she must be losing her mind. Otherwise, how could she perceive the emperor's expression as indulgent? Casting one last glance at the carefree children, she shifted her gaze, reasoning that if the emperor was unconcerned, why should she worry? The emperor's sacrificial speech was nearing completion when Juanjuan clapped her hands, shaking off the crumbs. All right, I'm full. It's time to find Uncle Wenchang. Those who could hear Juanjuan's thoughts brightened, and Yunin Xing nearly burst into laughter. We can see the deities soon. Immediately, Juanjuan's small body went limp, as if she had fallen asleep. Yu Shihang swiftly gathered her in his embrace. The Wing King, noticing this, furrowed his brow with concern and asked, what's wrong? Is Juanjuan unwell? Yu Shihang waved his hand, smiling reassuringly. It's just that Juanjuan is sleepy. There's nothing to worry about. The Wing King exhaled, saying no more. Yu Shihang and Lin Shi exchanged knowing glances, discreetly covering Juanjuan's small form. At this moment, in the realm of the immortals, a little girl dressed in a flowing red and golden robe appeared at the juncture between the mortal and immortal realms. She skipped joyfully, radiating vitality, instantly uplifting the spirits of those who beheld her. Greetings, heavenly soldiers. Greetings, fairy sisters. Greetings, Uncle Wenchang. Suddenly, an elder with graying hair approached, donned in flowing robes, exuding an aura of scholarly wisdom. What brings you here, little Juanjuan? Wenchang Dijun paused, smiling warmly at the long-awaited sight of the little koi. I heard that the heavenly emperor sent you to the mortal realm. How is the task? Is it difficult? At this moment, Wenchang Dijun resembled a caring elder, his expression gentle, his voice soothing. Juanjuan nodded, then shook her head. It's not difficult, but Uncle Wenchang, I have a request for you. She extended her tiny hand, indicating a minuscule area. Oh, Wenchang Dijun inquired, what is it? Juanjuan has encountered a small issue. Currently, the Jiang Kingdom is conducting a sacrificial ceremony, and I wish for you to make an appearance. Just for a moment. Even if you say nothing, it would suffice. Wenchang Dijun chuckled heartily. I thought it was something significant. This is no trouble at all. As she opened her eyes again, she found herself staring at her father's enlarged, handsome face. Juanjuan slowly crawled out, speaking curiously beside Yuan Zihang. It seems son Lu Yao will not be coming today. The sacrificial ceremony had already lasted for 2 hours, approaching noon, yet the enthusiasm of the scholars remained undiminished, as they firmly believed that the celestial child they had glimpsed days prior would descend. Many gathered together, whispering, it's almost noon. Why hasn't the celestial child arrived? I don't know. Let's wait a little longer. The emperor is not anxious, so why should we be? Moreover, such a rare opportunity to see so many high-ranking officials. Once the ceremony concludes, I must approach them to make acquaintances. Despite such musings, most commoners grew impatient. Just as their anxiety peaked, an ancient and mysterious voice resonated from the horizon. Who calls upon me? A figure clad in white appeared, riding clouds, surrounded by an ethereal aura, tall and imposing. With eyes radiating wisdom, as if capable of perceiving all things. With his arrival, a powerful pressure enveloped the crowd, compelling them to kneel in reverence. The divine presence was ancient and enigmatic. Without any doubt, the onlookers recognized that this was indeed a celestial being. All present excitedly knelt, exclaiming, "Divine One, I am Juanjuan, drawn to your summons." His penetrating gaze swept over the kneeling multitude, his voice resonating with an ancient and mysterious cadence. The emperor, too, spoke with a quivering voice, as the Jiang kingdom was currently engaged in the imperial examinations, seeking blessings from the immortal lord. Juanjuan, stroking his beard, let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Very well, may all scholars have their wishes fulfilled." The divine blessings were impartial, not directed at any individual in particular. The students, filled with excitement, were so overwhelmed that some fainted on the spot. After the blessings were bestowed, Juanjuan gestured towards Juanjuan, and a soft whisper reached her ears, assuring her that what she had wished for had been granted. It felt as if a gentle hand caressed her head, a sensation that those nearby could almost perceive. They looked up to find a clear sky, devoid of anything unusual. Shortly thereafter, Juanjuan departed on his cloud. Chapter 63. The Six Princes' Mishap. It was unimaginable that I had truly encountered a deity. At that moment, I dare not even breathe, for the presence of the immortal was overwhelmingly powerful. This was precisely the visage of divinity that I had long envisioned. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Sun Liao clenched her small fists in frustration, unable to comprehend why their fortunes always seemed to shine so brightly. "Come along, Juanjuan, do you still remember me? I am Di Zhaoxing from the Taifu Mansion." The gentleman called out cheerfully to the departing figure. "Master, does His Majesty have any commands?" "His Majesty has instructed me to bring the princess over." As noon approached, Juanjuan's stomach growled, making her reluctant to comply. Lin Shi, alarmed, wished she could cover her mouth immediately. "Dear, you must keep such thoughts to yourself. Do not speak them aloud." This would be a blatant defiance of the emperor's orders. However, the demeanor of the gentleman did not change. In fact, he smiled even more broadly. "His Majesty has already anticipated this and has prepared a feast for you in the palace." Juanjuan hesitated, but the palace food is delicious. Lin Shi quickly discerned her indecision, and with the emperor's summons, they could not keep him waiting too long. "Go on, Juanjuan. Remember to stay by the emperor's side and do not wander off, understood?" Hum. The emperor's carriage was drawn by 6 magnificent horses, their coats smooth as satin and their physiques elegant and robust. Surrounding them was a tightly knit guard of genie Wei, impenetrable as a fortress. Not even a fly could infiltrate. The wheels were adorned with intricate carvings, and the interior of the carriage was vast, embellished with exquisite decorations that left one in awe, as if ensconced within a moving palace. Inside the carriage, Juanjuan had her first encounter with the empress. Clad in formal attire and wearing a phoenix crown adorned with countless jewels, she radiated an aura of grace and dignity. Her appearance exuded the essence of peace and prosperity. Her movements elegant and regal, exuding confidence and authority. Juanjuan was dazzled by the empress's resplendent attire and crown, her mouth agape in wonder. "The empress is so beautiful." The emperor placed Juanjuan on his lap, his heart still racing with excitement. Juanjuan, this time, he was certain her identity was not so simple. Yet with others present, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate. The empress gazed at Juanjuan for a moment, unable to resist pinching her soft cheek. "So this is Juanjuan? What a delightful child. Just yesterday, I heard Sheng'er mention wanting to play with you." The emperor smiled with satisfaction, pleased that the two children, being of similar age, could spend time together. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Yu Sheng. However, he withheld further thoughts. The empress, unaware of his unspoken implications, smiled gracefully. "Indeed, that sounds wonderful." Within Qianxing Palace, the emperor had previously instructed that all princes gather for lunch. A long, grand table was laden with delicacies, presenting a staggering array of 120 dishes, lavish beyond compare. Nearby stood 9 princes and princesses, the youngest, the 8th prince, and the 9th princess, cradled in the arms of palace maids. As the emperor entered with Juanjuan in his arms, all the princes bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to Father Emperor. Rise." The emperor took his seat at the head of the table, his sharp and profound gaze sweeping over them, his voice cold. "Sit down." The princes and princesses exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of the purpose for their summons. Only after the crown prince took his seat did they dare to follow suit. "Father Emperor, may I inquire why you have called us here today?" The second prince spoke, only 2 months younger than the crown prince, and known for his bold demeanor in court. A source of the emperor's suspicion, receiving only a cold glance in return. "To eat." The second prince glanced at the sumptuous feast before him, anxiety gnawing at him as he feared he had drawn the emperor's ire with his previous actions, which deterred him from eating. The eighth prince, still quite young and oblivious to the atmosphere, was the first to dig in. "I want to eat. I want to eat," Juanjuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement, her small hands reaching out eagerly. At that moment, Gong Gong Huang stepped forward. "Your Majesty, allow this old servant to feed Miss Juanjuan." Yet the emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I shall feed her. You may leave." The other princes were taken aback by this unprecedented display. The emperor, known for his stern demeanor, was personally attending to this unknown little girl, a privilege even the ninth princess had not received, all while smiling so kindly. The second prince, unable to contain himself, glanced at his brothers, who appeared calm, and boldly asked, "Father Emperor, who is this sister?" Suddenly, the sixth prince extended a hand towards Juanjuan, his expression innocent. "Father, this must be Sister Juanjuan. I met her during her full moon banquet when Mother took me to see her." The emperor's expression softened slightly, acknowledging with a faint emma. He held a fondness for this son of the favored consort, being both his beloved concubine and a strikingly handsome child. However, Juanjuan's inner thoughts left him momentarily stunned. The last time we met, you called me fat. I dislike you, and I dislike the favored consort too." The emperor mused. To merely call Juanjuan fat should not elicit such disdain. Indeed, he soon heard even more astonishing words. "By the way, the dishes the emperor is consuming should have already been poisoned by the favored consort. I ate so much just now. I hope nothing happens to me." No. With all the princes present, including the sixth prince, the favored consort likely wouldn't dare to poison him. She is waiting for her own son to ascend the throne. "I can breathe easy now. I shall continue to eat." How strange. Why has the emperor stopped feeding me?" Juanjuan looked up in confusion, only to find the emperor's face a mixture of anger, sorrow, and heartbreak. Chapter 64. A question of certainty. The emperor had scrutinized all the princes but had never doubted the sixth prince. Compared to his other sons, his demeanor towards the sixth prince was akin to that of a loving father. Moreover, the favored consort was his most cherished concubine, enjoying unparalleled favor. In the harem, she ranked just below the empress. Experiencing betrayal from the one he trusted most was a pain the emperor had never anticipated. It felt as if his heart was bleeding. As he gazed upon the sixth prince's innocent face, his hands trembled in anger, and he seized a small dish beside him, hurling it forward. Bang! "Ah, Father Emperor!" The sixth prince covered his face, blood trickling from his forehead. He knelt on the ground, tears mingling with blood as he cried, "Father Emperor, what did I say to anger you?" The other princes exchanged glances, fearful and silent, acutely aware of the emperor's fury, each shrinking back like quails. "Silence! Get out and kneel." The sixth prince, unable to believe his ears, raised his face, hurt flashing in his eyes. "Father, you..." This was the first time the emperor had spoken to him in such a tone. The sixth prince, feeling wronged and terrified, slowly rose, his face streaked with tears, and knelt outside the hall. After he departed, the emperor cast a cold glance over the other princes, snorted disdainfully, and then resumed his meal. However, it seemed that only Juanjuan could still find appetite in such a situation, unaffected, as she graciously accepted the emperor's offerings. Observing the guilty expressions of his sons, the emperor discerned that each of them harbored secrets from him to varying degrees. The ninth princess, watching the emperor's peculiar attention towards Juanjuan, became increasingly resolute in her desire to win her over. Before the meal could conclude, the imperial concubine received the news and hurried to Qianqing Palace. "Kid, how are you?" The sixth prince, with a face full of grievance, pouted, "Mother, I merely spoke to Sister Juanjuan while dining, and Father suddenly grew furious, even striking me with a small dish." Juanjuan, again from the Shangshu mansion, the imperial concubine, adorned in a water-red gown woven with gold threads, sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. She knelt down, tenderly examining the sixth prince's face for injuries. Upon discovering the long scar, her heart ached with fury. and she directed her wrath towards the eunuchs present. "What are you servants doing? Do you not know to summon a physician for the sixth prince?" The young eunuchs dared not retort, but the head eunuch, Huang, had no such reservations. Having served the emperor for over 20 years, he could see from the earlier incident that the emperor was deeply enraged. Hence, the sixth prince was in peril. "Your Highness, it is the emperor who forbids the sixth prince from seeing a physician. You may discuss this matter with the emperor." The imperial concubine's eyes brimmed with fury. She supported herself upon a maid's arm and, with an air of arrogance, addressed the head eunuch, Gong, "Go inform the emperor." Watching him depart, her gaze turned sharp. The faces of those servants shifted quickly. They had been obsequious to her, yet now that her son had seemingly displeased the emperor, they transformed their demeanor in an instant. Once ascended the throne, the first to be dealt with would be this old fool. After a while, Huang returned. "Impossible. The emperor has always favored her. How could he refuse to see her? You are merely a dog, servant, fabricating falsehoods. Stand aside. I shall enter to question the emperor myself." The imperial concubine, in a fit of rage, pushed past him. Huang shook his head at her retreating figure. The emperor had previously stated that if the imperial concubine insisted on entering, he need not impede her. "Your Majesty." As the maids cleared the dishes, the imperial concubine entered. Upon her arrival, she squeezed out a few tears that cascaded down her cheeks like scattered pearls, evoking a desire to protect her. Such beauty, it was no wonder she remained favored. The imperial concubine was acutely aware of her advantages and adeptly exploited them. Kneeling on the ground, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at the emperor. "Your Majesty, I am unaware of what my son has done to provoke your anger." The emperor regarded this former beloved consort with a mixture of disdain and disgust. The one who once shared his bed now sought to harm him. How ironic. With icy detachment, he dismissed her with a curt phrase. Naturally, the imperial concubine could not accept this reasoning. She lifted her face, directing a venomous gaze at the little girl in the emperor's arms. "It is her, is it not? She has whispered something in your ear, has she not?" Merely spoke to her. Juanjuan paused, her hands stilling in the act of arranging delicacies. But Juanjuan was merely eating. The imperial concubine's glare was terrifying, reminiscent of the look she had cast upon the emperor's elder brother when she had attempted to ensnare him in her plots. The emperor raised an eyebrow, glancing at the pitiable imperial concubine. "You still conspire against the sons of high officials?" He had not anticipated her to engage in such treachery behind his back. The imperial concubine's family wielded significant influence in the court, rendering her an entity difficult to dispose of lightly. Furthermore, if the poisoning were solely her design, he found it implausible, though in family must be complicit. The imperial concubine's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with hurt. "Your Majesty, this is the first time you have spoken to me with such impatience. What have I done wrong?" The beauty wept, a sight that could soften even the hardest of hearts, provided they were unaware of the malice concealed beneath her lovely exterior. The emperor feigned ignorance, instead instructing the maids to present the fruits offered from the northwest, showing no intent to engage with the imperial concubine. Observing Juanjuan filling her snack pouch, the emperor's anger dissipated slightly, and he chuckled. "This little pouch is quite full. If you add more, it may spill out." Juanjuan's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Do not mention it. This is all that you deserve. After all, you have been of great assistance to me." However, the imperial concubine could no longer remain composed, jealousy flashing in her eyes. Even when the ninth princess was favored, she had never felt such discomfort. Yet, Lin Jingyue's daughter receiving favor struck deeper than any whip could inflict. She could not allow someone she had always looked down upon to surpass her. "Your Majesty, is your true son," the imperial concubine cried, her eyes reddened. Yet, the emperor did not even glance her way, his attention drawn to Juanjuan's complex expression. That remains uncertain. Chapter 65. The sudden green hat. The emperor. This unexpected green hat. Within the imperial guard, there exists a young captain who bears a resemblance to my father. When the imperial concubine entered the palace, she became entangled with him, aided by certain guards, allowing her to place her people within the palace. In this light, the emperor is indeed pitiable. The emperor felt as though he had been stabbed, blood gushing forth. However, the sixth prince bears some likeness to the emperor. He must be his true-born son. The use of must was rather clever, yet the emperor found no comfort in it. He was at a loss for expression, his rage having reached its zenith, leaving him oddly calm. The imperial concubine, still teary-eyed and in disbelief, called out, "Your Majesty." She was oblivious to the emperor's true thoughts, believing instead he intended to placate her and for Juanjuan's sake. "You vile enchantress! What sorcery have you cast upon the emperor? I shall have someone dispose of you." Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Juanjuan, each word dripping with venom. Juanjuan, bewildered, bit her finger, utterly confused. I'm not involved. It has nothing to do with me. I was simply brought here to eat." And suddenly the emperor became enraged. "I do not understand." The imperial concubine, however, dismissed her as merely feigning innocence to win the emperor's favor. The emperor's brow remained serene, his gaze devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at the imperial concubine, the former affection and fondness having evaporated. As she departed, the imperial concubine remained convinced that all of this was the result of Juanjuan's enchantments manipulating the emperor. The maids, trembling in fear, dared not intervene, kneeling in silence as they awaited the imperial concubine's wrath to subside. After shattering everything in sight, she remained unsatisfied and ordered the maids to fetch a whip to punish the little maidens severely. Hearing their anguished cries, the imperial concubine's fury gradually abated, leaving 3 nearly lifeless maids strewn upon the floor, their bodies marred and faces bloodied beyond recognition, resembling skinned cats, drenched in blood. "Drag them away and discard them somewhere." The imperial concubine regarded the maids with disdain, finally exhaling and sitting before the bronze mirror. A few eunuchs swiftly dealt with the 3 maids, disregarding whether they were alive or dead, intending to dispose of them in Lake. "Where's Che-er?" The imperial concubine gazed at her own beautiful reflection in the mirror, her spirits gradually calming. "Your Highness, the 6th prince is still kneeling outside Qianxin Palace," a maid reported, trembling in fear of incurring the imperial concubine's wrath. And, as expected, the next moment, a wooden box containing hairpins struck her on the head. The palace maid, trembling in fear, hastily knelt down, pleading for the noble consort to temper her wrath. "Begone!" The palace maids and eunuchs, as if granted a reprieve, bowed their heads and retreated. Once the noble consort was left alone in the chamber, she gazed into the bronze mirror, her visage contorted with anger. She lifted her hand to smooth the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the lines of her face, then rose and approached a tall cabinet intricately inlaid with Wangwali wood, a gift from the emperor upon her arrival in the palace, as spacious as a wall. Opening a cabinet door, she moved aside a Wangwali garment rack and crouched down to lift a wooden panel, revealing a pitch-black hole. Steep steps descended into the narrow, dark passage, with the only source of light a faint beam filtering from above. At the passage's end lay a platform, upon which rested a massive copper vat. Beside it, a chain as thick as an infant's arm lay on the ground, half submerged in the vat, as the flickering flames illuminated the hidden chamber. The water in the copper vat began to ripple, the chain dragged with a clattering sound. The noble consort approached a small table, retrieving a bowl and knife. The closer she drew, the more the water in the vat churned violently. "Do not hide," she hissed, her voice cold, the dagger in her hand glinting ominously. She reached into the vat, her armored hand grasping a tangle of vivid blue hair, pulling it up. It was a magnificent cascade of hair, lustrous and flowing like seaweed, exuding an aura of mystique and allure. The mermaid possessed crystalline eyes that shimmered deep blue, her lashes pure white as snow, her delicate features perfectly proportioned, her skin reminiscent of meticulously carved jade, radiating an enchanting and noble beauty. This was the extraordinary merfolk, each with unparalleled beauty and resplendent tails and hair. But for the noble consort, the most significant aspect was that the mermaid's blood could stave off aging. This mermaid had been secretly delivered to her by her brother and had resided in the Xinfu Palace for 3 years. It was through the mermaid's blood that her youthful appearance was preserved. The consort drew the knife across the mermaid's scarred wrist, pressing it down over the bowl, the crimson blood flowing like broken pearls into the vessel below. As the blood flowed more abundantly, the consort's eyes gleamed brighter, even becoming somewhat frenzied. The mermaid's crystalline gaze was devoid of luster, resembling a lifeless doll, moving like a mere shell without vitality. At the entrance of the sleeping quarters, the white cat raised by the 6th prince prowled restlessly, scratching at the doorframe in an attempt to enter, only to be forcibly carried away by a small palace maid. Inside Qianxing Palace, Juanjuan's ears perked up, and she lifted her head to survey her surroundings, her demeanor instantly becoming vigilant. She had heard the mournful cries of someone near death, echoing within the depths of the palace. "What is it, Juanjuan?" The emperor noticed something amiss with her. If she were to be likened to a cat, her fur would surely be bristling. Juanjuan's ears were erect. Yet the sound had only manifested once and had not returned, but she knew it was certainly not a figment of her imagination. Observing her state, the emperor felt it was uncharacteristic. "Shall we take her for a stroll? Perhaps she has grown restless from being indoors." After some contemplation, he agreed, recognizing that she was still but a child. He waved his hand, permitting the crown prince to take Juanjuan to the imperial garden for a while. The crown prince stood to leave, and the other princes could no longer remain seated. "Father, I too wish to accompany Sister Juanjuan." "Father, I want to go as well." "Father." Chapter 66. The bottom of Tai Lake. The emperor shot them a disapproving glare. The princes and princesses lowered their heads awkwardly, feeling the weight of their father's presence. They were not favored like Juanjuan, making their stay beside him feel like sitting on needles. "Enough, enough. All of you may leave." The emperor waved his hand, dismissing them. Once outside the gates of Qianxing Palace, the princes seemed to come alive again. They glanced at the sixth prince still kneeling outside the palace, and the second prince. With a mix of curiosity and schadenfreude, inquired, "Brother, do you know what has caused father to be angry with the sixth prince?" After all, aside from the ninth prince, he was the most favored. Despite his youth, the sixth prince was adept at feigning innocence, appearing naive and charming before the emperor, while behind closed doors. He wielded the emperor's affection and his noble consort mother's influence with arrogance, causing irritation among the other princes long ago. The crown prince smiled gently. "Father's affairs are beyond our comprehension." The second prince, observing his calm demeanor, scoffed disdainfully. "You're skilled at playing the part." The third princess, disinterested in the sixth prince's punishment, was instead curious about why their father treated this young girl so differently. "Brother, does father dote on this little girl too much? Even more than Sister Gio?" The crown prince and the eighth and ninth princes shared the same mother, and the third princess's words were intended to gauge the crown prince's reaction. "Father undoubtedly has his own reasons." The third princess pouted, muttering that it was rather dull, and ceased to speak further. The key was that the party involved, Princess Gio, was unconcerned, happily playing with Juanjuan. However, Juanjuan had no desire to play at all. Only the crown prince and Princess Gio remained by her side. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, and Juanjuan, with her keen sense of smell, immediately detected it. She pointed towards the source of the scent, urging, "Let's go there." The crown prince recalled that Tai Lake lay in that direction. It was a picturesque spot, especially in early spring when the willows were budding, making it an ideal location for enjoying the scenery. Thus, he led the two young girls there. At the edge of Tai Lake, a small eunuch appeared flustered, glancing around anxiously, perhaps due to his nervousness. He did not even notice the crown prince approaching from behind. "Which palace do you serve? What are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the eunuch, causing him to kneel in fright, his face paling. I am but a servant." Upon hearing this, the eunuch did not respond with the joy one might expect, instead wearing a pallid expression, on the verge of tears, looking utterly miserable. "You servant, why are you still here when I told you to leave?" Only when a guard beside the crown prince scolded him did the small eunuch reluctantly depart. "This eunuch is rather strange. He carries a scent of blood, and it seems he was on watch just now." By Tai Lake, several eunuchs brought 2 large stones and retrieved 2 long, thick ropes, preparing to bind a palace maid wrapped in a straw mat and toss her into the lake. "What are you doing?" The crown prince arrived just in time to witness this scene, frowning in inquiry. The eunuchs, startled, turned to see the crown prince and became even more frightened. "Ji Feng, see what is wrapped in that mat." A guard knelt down to lift the straw mat, revealing 3 palace maids, their faces unrecognizable. He touched their noses, reporting, "Your Highness, 2 of them still breathe." The 3 palace maids were covered in lash marks, their garments torn to shreds. The small eunuch stammered, unable to speak, and the crown prince's voice carried a hint of anger. Ji Feng pressed a sword against their necks, and only then did the eunuchs relent. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. We are from the noble consort's palace." These palace maids angered the noble consort and were ordered to be executed. Once again, it was the noble consort. Juanjuan glanced at the 3 young women and then at Tai Lake. Suddenly, several fish heads appeared at the lake's surface, eagerly leaping toward the shore. Everyone was astonished by this extraordinary sight, but only Juanjuan could hear the fish chattering away. Look, it's the little koi. She wondered how she could be in the arms of a human, for humans were known to be wicked. Get down quickly. Yes, humans could indeed be cruel. They would toss their kind into the lake every now and then. Now, the lake was filled with the corpses of more than 10 humans. Ju-in gazed in astonishment at the tranquil, emerald surface of Ti Lake, unable to believe that so many bodies lay beneath its beautiful Fade. You are not deceiving me, are you? She tilted her head, silently inquiring. Her voice went unheard by the humans, who merely perceived it as her yawning. Of course, we are not deceiving you. If you don't believe us, come down and see for yourself. Yes, hurry down, little JNL. Ju-in shook her head. It was far too cold, and she refused to descend. But you are a fish, why fear the cold? Naturally, Ju-in would not go down. She was now enjoying an abundance of delicious food and the company of her beloved family. Far better than when she was merely a fish. The guard, Su-Fing, turned to the 3 palace maids. Your Highness, what should we do with these 2 who are still alive? In addition, several eunuchs have been apprehended and sent to the Empress. Upon learning of this matter, the Empress promptly ordered an investigation into the list of maidservants in the Gu-Fi's palace. It was discovered that for several years, she had been seeking various excuses to send maidservants to Shi-Nf palace, resulting in the sudden disappearance of 2 or 3 dozen maids. Since the Gu-Fi was under house arrest, the Empress had to report this matter to the Emperor for resolution. In the past, such trivial matters would not have warranted his attention, and out of favoritism for the Gu-Fi, he might have even chosen to overlook them. However, times had changed, and the Emperor decisively commanded the Empress, investigate thoroughly. The Gu-Fi was still in Shi-Nf palace, pondering how to regain the Emperor's favor when, in the next moment, the Empress barged in with her entourage. However, Ju-in had already left the palace and thus missed this scene. It was not until 2 days later that she heard of the sudden demotion of the once favored Gu-Fi, who was moved out of Shi-Nf palace, and the 6th prince, who was reprimanded by the Emperor for a trivial matter and placed under house arrest for 3 months. Such a significant event was bound to influence the court, and it was said that Minister Wn wept profusely in the court, pleading for his daughter. Yet, the Emperor remained unmoved, even allowing Minister Wn to kneel until the end of the court session. Almost everyone realized that the winds of change were blowing through the court. Chapter 67. The social bandit Ju-in time swiftly passed, and the day of the spring examination arrived. The entrance to the examination hall was so congested that not a single drop could pass through. This year, the students were particularly spirited and enthusiastic. Juin's soft voice reassured her brother, "Don't be nervous. It's all right," LNSH added. "Even if you don't perform well, it doesn't matter. Just do your best. No one at home will blame you. Go for it." Ju-in solemnly placed her small hand on YSHX's wrist. "Big brother, you can do it." In her heart, she thought, "My big brother is the best. He will surely excel." YSHX lowered his gaze toward Ju-in, a smile as radiant as jade gracing his features. "I understand, mother." He took the items needed for the examination and, as he departed, gently ruffled Ju-in's hair, his expression warm. "Thank you." Ju-in, LNSH, and Ju-in watched his figure disappear into the examination hall before instructing the carriage driver to leave. As they turned a corner, a gentle breeze lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, revealing a woman in purple standing in a corner. The woman, adorned in a purple dress, possessed an exquisite face that bore a tender smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, captivating enough to leave one spellbound. Seeing the familiar and stunning features, Ju-in's eyes sparkled. "Sister JNSHO, it has been so long." LNSH, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Ju-in's excited tone. She lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her presence ethereal, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from water, pure and elegant. Her poise and grace were unparalleled. Just standing there, she resembled a painting, evoking a sense of tranquility in those who beheld her. LNSH silently acknowledged to herself that such an exceptional noble lady must hail from a prestigious family, possibly from a great nation. Sister JNSHO seemed to be looking in the direction of my big brother's back just now. Could it be that Sister JNSHO has taken a liking to my big brother? My big brother's appearance and character are both top-notch, and he is about to excel. They would make a perfect match. LNSH's feelings were complex as she gazed at Juin. You better not be looking for a reason to indulge yourself. It was just that a girl of such remarkable caliber, taking an interest in her son, left LNSH feeling uncertain. It wasn't that she doubted YSHX, but rather that the two of them seemed too similar in temperament, making it unlikely for two such characters to come together. Juin paid no heed to these thoughts. She poked her small head out of the carriage, waving her fair hand, her adorable voice calling out. Sister JNSHO. LNSH barely had time to intervene before witnessing Juin act like a social bandit. She paused, comforting herself that her child was still young. Being bold was better. JNSHO, a martial artist with keen hearing, easily caught the sound of Juin calling her. Following the voice, she spotted a carriage and the adorable little face peeking out. Juin must have come to send her brother off for the examination. Surely, the family inside the carriage was his. Sister JNSHO, come sit. Juin cheerfully patted the seat inside the carriage. JNSHO took a deep breath, her delicate face flushing pink as she bent slightly. This humble girl, JNSHO, pays her respects to Madam LN. SH hurriedly urged her to rise, her voice gentle and serene. My dear girl, please. No need for such formality. Have a seat. JNSHO, blushing, entered the carriage. She had not anticipated Madame LN to be so warm and gracious, and also so beautiful. Juin, the epitome of an extroverted child, naturally reached out to pat JNSHO's hand. Sister, were you just looking at my big brother? LNSH exclaimed. Juin, what are you saying? You social bandit. JNSHO suddenly froze, her face turning crimson as if she had applied heavy rouge, biting her lip and lowering her gaze. Why are you and Sister JNSHO both silent? LNSH replied. Would you like to guess why I am not speaking? Internally, she felt exhausted and chose to go with the flow. Sister, let me secretly tell you, Juin leaned toward JNSHO, shrouded in mystery, covering her mouth with her hand, and in a voice that she thought was hushed, though audible to everyone in the carriage, said, actually, my big brother likes you too. It's true. Afraid JNSHO wouldn't believe her, Juin earnestly patted her small chest. I saw my big brother last time. Before she could finish, LNSH quickly covered her small mouth. LNSH looked apologetically at JNSHO, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Children say silly things. Please do not take it to heart. Miss JN, mother, why are you? UN protested. But LNSH was relieved she had acted swiftly. Such words could not be uttered, as they could tarnish the girl's reputation, especially since she had said them right in front of the lady herself. What if JNSHO thought that YSHX was a scoundrel? LNSH understood well how to manage her child. She opened a hidden compartment and produced a plate of longan. Want some? Yes. Juin eagerly forgot her earlier question, diving into the delightful embrace of the longan. So sweet and delicious. LNSH breathed a sigh of relief. If it's good, eat more, but please do not speak. There wasn't much on the plate, so finishing it wouldn't be a problem. Then, as LNSH looked at JNSHO, whose face was flushed and eyes shy, a thought struck her. Could it be that this girl truly harbored feelings for their eldest son? She had initially thought Juin was simply talking nonsense. Subsequently, LNSH inquired about JNSHO's background, growing increasingly pleased with what she learned, and silently nodded. This girl is excellent. Her family is respectable, and she is studying medicine. Although she is not from Jiangge, what does that matter? It is not a big deal. In a brief moment, Lin Shi grasped Jun Xiao's hand. Miss Jun, if you do not mind, please join us for a simple meal at our home. Jun Xiao hurriedly waved her hand. Madam Lin, please do not say that. How could I possibly mind? This implied consent was evident. Lin Shi's appreciation for Jun Xiao overflowed, as she acted with such straightforwardness and decisiveness. However, Jun Xiao felt a pang of anxiety under Lin Shi's gaze, which seemed to regard her as a future daughter-in-law. This thought startled her, stirring a mix of excitement and trepidation within her. Chapter 68. Qian Yojiao returns after Juanjuan finished a plate of longan and allowed Lin Shi to wipe her hands. She realized that her mother and sister Jun Xiao's relationship had unexpectedly warmed. Did Juanjuan miss something? Wow. Mother even invited sister Jun Xiao to our home for dinner. How splendid. Sister-in-law is secured. Lin Shi helplessly thought that this little one was quite perceptive. A crowd of citizens had gathered at the entrance of the Shangshu residence, all pointing and discussing. Unaware of the situation, Lin Shi instinctively felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that it was not a good sign. As the carriage came to a halt, the doorman hurried over. "Madam, Miss Qian insists on seeing you." But we did not dare to let her in. Since the incident involving Qian Yojiao previously, Lin Shi had instructed the doorman to keep Qian Yojiao and Xiao Yinyan at bay. Today, Yu Shiheng was at the Shangshu department and not at home. The doorman, hesitant to allow her entry, found himself unable to refuse her persistent demands, which drew a lot of attention. Before Lin Shi had even disembarked, she could hear the citizens discussing loudly. How embarrassing for Miss Jun, Lin Shi thought. Encountering such a situation on her first invitation to Miss Jun would surely leave a poor impression if it were anyone else. However, Jun Xiao continuously shook her head, sincerely replying, "Madam Lin, you speak of it as if it were true." Juanjuan leaned against the window and spotted Qian's carriage. Unlike the last time, when the mother and daughter arrived in a resplendent carriage, this time it was small and shabby, with even the horse appearing malnourished. Qian Yojiao had changed significantly since her last visit, almost unrecognizable. She looked considerably thinner, her face gaunt, and her attire far less splendid than before. These changes were all due to her mother's troubles. During Qian Yojiao's period of despair, a skilled woman had intruded into her courtyard one night, revealing many truths. The most significant being that she would become the new top scholar, and his future was boundless. The sensation lingered with Qian Yojiao, even after waking, as the dream felt more real than any prior experience. For the sake of Yu Shixiu's bright future and the examination's mindset, Lin Shi was determined not to escalate matters. The most probable outcome would be to resolve the situation privately after allowing her entry into the residence. Qian Yojiao insisted on lingering, believing that as long as she remained at the Shangshu residence for a few days, she could weave any narrative she desired. In her dream, her mother had coerced Yu Shixiu into marrying her using this very tactic. Qian Yojiao confidently approached the entrance, addressing Lin Shi, "Madam, I fell into the water at your residence that day. It was your esteemed eldest son who saved me, and I have come to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiao's expression stiffened, her gaze turning despondent. Juanjuan, flustered, grasped Jun Xiao's hand, exclaiming, "She is a liar. My brother did not." Qian Yojiao, how dare you slander my brother? He was not even present that day. If your nonsense causes me to lose Sister Jun Xiao, I will ensure your misfortune lasts a lifetime. Thus, Juanjuan earnestly held Jun Xiao's hand, declaring emphatically that Qian Yojiao was unappealing, while Sister Jun Xiao was beautiful, and she liked her. Jun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "You little rascal, do you only like those who are beautiful? If your sister were not attractive, would you not like her?" Juanjuan resolutely shook her head, affirming, Sister Jun Xiao could never be unattractive. Even if she were, Juanjuan would still like her. Outside the carriage, Lin Shi waved for Kai Chun, whispering instructions in her ear. Kai Chun promptly acknowledged and departed. "That day you fell into the water at my residence. It was my cousin who rescued you. She is still recovering from the cold she caught while saving you. Miss Qian, it seems you have mistaken your savior. You might have misinterpreted my intentions as wanting to forge a connection with my son. I assure you, I am merely here to express my gratitude." Lin Shi smiled. "Is that so? There are plenty of witnesses from that day. Would you like me to summon them for a confrontation?" Qian Yojiao's expression faltered, yet she stubbornly refused to concede. Once shy, she had now calloused her once tender pride through a month of hardship. Who cares about losing face? Living well and enjoying wealth is what matters most. "Madam Lin, how could my fragile cousin have saved me? Besides, you might think I wish to use this opportunity to connect with your son, but I only wish to express my gratitude." Lin Shi merely smiled. "Is that so? The servants present that day are all witnesses. Should I summon them to confront you?" Qian Yojiao wore a look of grievance, her words caught in her throat. After all, what the servants said was ultimately decided by her. Juanjuan Fafdangradi. Liar. How could she have grown such a thick skin? Jun Xiao lifted the curtain to peek outside, curious about the woman entangling with the Shangshu residents. At that moment, Qian Youjiao caught sight of her. Jun Xiao's beauty was ethereal and captivating, evoking a sense of inadequacy in others. Qian Youjiao froze for a moment before realization dawned, and her gaze gradually filled with malice. This woman, she had seen in her dreams, after parting from Yu Shirshu in her past life. It was this very woman who had poisoned her, leading to her unbearable suffering and eventual suicide. Only before her death did she realize that this woman had harbored feelings for Yu Shirshu for over a decade and, unable to possess him, had killed his former wife. What did it matter if she was beautiful? She was merely a twisted, jealous maniac. The palpable hatred in Qian Youjiao's eyes bore down on Jun Xiao. Confused, Jun Xiao could not fathom why the stranger held such animosity towards her. Lin Shi, noticing Qian Youjiao's gaze, waved her hand, summoning servants to stand protectively in front of the carriage. Fearing she might lash out at Miss Jun, Qian Youjiao could hardly believe it. Her dreams and reality had begun to blur in her mind. She had come to accept the dream as a prophecy of what was to come, making it impossible for her to accept Lin Shi's defense of that jealous wretch. Chapter 69. The Little Animal. However, none of those present paid heed to her thoughts. Lin Shi exchanged a glance with Kai Ying, who instantly understood and approached the carriage. Miss Jun, allow me to escort you into the residence. Jun Xiao lowered the curtain, lifted Juanjuan into her arms, and, with Kai Ying's assistance, descended from the carriage, making her way into the estate. Along the way, several young maidservants surrounded Jun Xiao, shielding her from view, as if they feared she might suddenly become unhinged. Qian Youjiao recalled that even when she had entered the door, she had never received such treatment. Lin Shi had never treated her this way. A wave of indignation washed over her as she realized that, despite being Yu Shirshu's wife, she could not even enter her own home, while her mother-in-law protected a venomous woman. In the distance, Kai Chan approached with Qian's maidservants in tow. The current Madame Qian was no longer the downtrodden woman she had been a month ago, ever since Master Qian's demotion. Madame Qian had become the undisputed authority in the Qian household. She was unaware of how she had stealthily slipped out, inadvertently causing trouble for Lin Foren. It was indeed embarrassing. Our Lady has expressed that she will personally visit to apologize on another day, so please do not take offense, Lin Foren. Her words were directed both at the Lin family and the onlookers. The curious crowd erupted in laughter, feeling disheartened by the lack of excitement, and soon dispersed. As for Qian Youjiao, her distress stemmed from an incident her mother had caused at Xiyun Lu a month prior. Qian Youjiao's expression twisted for a fleeting moment, not solely from anger, but also from pain. The maid's grip was exceedingly firm, rendering her unable to break free, and the pressure on her arm was agonizing. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain as she gazed at Lin Foren, harboring a glimmer of hope that she might speak up to retain her. However, her hopes were dashed as Lin Foren merely smiled softly at Qian Foren's maid, not sparing her a glance. Subsequently, she was unceremoniously dragged away by the maid. Once they reached a secluded area, the maid's demeanor darkened, and she cast a scornful look at Qian Youjiao. Upon entering the Qian residence, she blatantly disregarded her, pulling her toward Qian Foren's courtyard. The passing servants witnessed this scene with indifference, merely casting a cursory glance before resuming their duties. A push from behind sent Qian Youjiao stumbling forward, yet she dared not utter a word. Madam, she whispered, her neck shrinking in fear. Over the past month, she had discerned that the gentler Qian Foren appeared, the more formidable she truly was. Presently, Qian Foren sat comfortably, savoring her tea, as though Qian Youjiao did not exist. After a considerable pause, Qian Foren's voice, devoid of emotion, commanded kneel. Qian Youjiao's body trembled, and instinctively she fell to her knees. Qian Foren looked down upon her, stating, I have arranged a place for you at a farm. Pack your belongings and go once the commotion dies down. Why? Qian Youjiao incredulously lifted her head, shock etching her features as she stared at Qian Foren. Ah, Qian Youjiao, how has your mother raised you? Lacking even a modicum of wisdom, do you think you can challenge the Shang's authority? Their status rivals that of a princess. Yet you, with your tarnished reputation and dubious lineage, dare to approach them? Of all people, why would you attempt to swindle the Shangs? Who are your benefactors? Qian Youjiao was rendered speechless by the unrelenting words. She opened her mouth to retort, but was silenced by a mere glance from Qian Foren. Surely you don't believe your cunning has gone unnoticed? How foolish. Do you know that on the day you fell into the water, Lin Foreign sent someone to inform me? I even sent gifts to the girl who saved you, and many bore witness to it. How can this be? Qian Yojiao stepped back, murmuring to herself, it shouldn't be like this. Qian Foreign took a sip of tea, her gaze mocking, you overestimate yourself. Stricken by the harsh reality, Qian Yojiao could scarcely speak, covering her mouth while tears streamed down her face. Madam, I beg you to save me. I do not wish to go to the farm. If I do, my life will be ruined, even if I prevent you from going. Do you truly believe you can find a commendable match in the capital? With a mother like yours, do you think any reputable family would accept you? Qian Foreign shot her a disdainful glance, unable to tolerate such foolishness. She ordered the maid to drag her out, ignoring Qian Yojiao's cries and pleas, her eyes barely lifting. Once outside, Qian Foreign's head maid stood before her, speaking in a sardonic tone, Second miss, it would be better to retreat to the farm for a couple of years. At least then, you might find a suitable family to marry into. If you remain in the capital, with a mother who has committed such acts, do you think any respectable family would want you? To be frank, even being sent off as a concubine would be considered disgraceful. Qian Yojiao discerned the underlying meaning of her words, feeling a mix of anger and indignation. After all, she was still a young lady. When had it come to the point where a maid could mock her? Reflecting on her current predicament, she felt wronged, attributing her downfall to Xiao Yinyan, and turned to leave. The maid chuckled coldly at her retreating figure before re-entering the house. As Qian Yojiao walked, the servants she passed avoided her, as if she were a filthy object, not even offering a greeting. When she had once been favored, they had all fawned over her. Even her former close maid had abandoned her, turning to her previously subservient half-sister. This stark contrast was unbearable, and a bold plan began to crystallize in her mind. With only a few days remaining before her departure to the farm, rather than resigning herself to a life among commoners, she resolved to take a daring gamble. If successful, she could transcend her current station. With this thought, her resolve gradually solidified. Within the Shang residence, Juanjuan enthusiastically offered to show Junxiao around, eagerly taking on a role of guide, of course, in a manner that suggested she was resting in someone else's embrace while pointing out the sights. Presently, she pointed, Junxiao, do you like small animals? I do. Fluffy kittens, playful puppies, or gentle little bunnies. How delightful they are. When I was at Shinigu, I adored the rabbits hopping about the hills. That is splendid. Chapter 70. The Fragrant Human, since Junxiao likes small animals. Juanjuan shall indulge her preferences to endear herself to Junxiao even more. Juanjuan is so clever. Thus, Juanjuan excitedly exclaimed, Sister, let me take you to see the small animals. Junxiao smiled, leaning in to affectionately nuzzle her cheek. All right, thank you, Juanjuan. The beautiful sister kissed me. How delightful. Juanjuan beamed with joy, her smile unwavering as they approached Xiaobai's courtyard. The courtyard Xiaobai currently resided in was initially intended for Unmasking, and the two brothers still shared it. However, as it had only recently been completed, the furnishings and decor had yet to be crafted by the artisans, leaving it rather bare, which fortuitously suited Xiaobai. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Junxiao keenly detected a metallic scent in the air. Due to her medical training, she was all too familiar with such odors. It was fresh, but not that of human blood. Instinctively alert, she surveyed the courtyard, astonished by its rudimentary state. Juanjuan, who resides in this courtyard. Though simple, the ground was tidy, and a small maid stood nearby, indicating the courtyard was indeed occupied. Xiaobai lives here. Xiaobai? Is that the name of a pet? Junxiao was slightly taken aback, surprised to learn that a small cat or dog could occupy an entire courtyard, complete with a maid. However, the source of the blood scent was too peculiar, and she remained vigilant. In the back of the courtyard, a patch of open ground caught her eye. Junxiao, with her keen eyesight, spotted a massive white creature with a gaping maw tearing into some animal. Given its size, it appeared to be a tiger. Her heart sank. This could spell disaster. The small pet Juanjuan had adopted was likely at risk of being devoured by this beast. Junxiao abruptly turned, pressing her lips together. If Juanjuan were to witness her beloved pet being eaten by a tiger, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Moreover, the presence of this white tiger posed a threat to the safety of the household. Although she was uncertain how it had entered, she needed to devise a plan to lure it away. Having ventured out without any medication, she found herself in a particularly challenging predicament. Juanjuan tilted her head in confusion. What is wrong, sister? Let us hurry over. Juanjuan, your Xiaobai may not be there. Let's search elsewhere. It was paramount to swiftly lead Juanjuan away for their safety. However, Juanjuan suddenly lifted her little finger to point behind Jun Xiao, exclaiming, "But I clearly saw Xiaobai. It is looking at us too." Upon hearing this innocent remark, Jun Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. She turned her head and saw the white tiger baring its teeth, watching her with a predatory gaze. In that moment, Jun Xiao felt as if she were facing a formidable foe. But fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and she immediately embraced Juanjuan and leaped onto the roof eaves. In the courtyard, the little maid stood frozen, unsure if she was simply stunned or frightened. "Juanjuan, stay here and do not move. I will go down and rescue that sister," Jun Xiao stated. As she prepared to jump down, Juanjuan suddenly tugged at her skirt, causing her to halt. Assuming that Juanjuan was frightened, she attempted to comfort her. "But sister, the tiger is Xiaobai." "What?" Juanjuan, sensing her disbelief, nimbly crawled to the edge of the roof, waved her hand below, and called out in her sweet voice, "Xiaobai, you scare my sister." The white tiger glanced at Jun Xiao and let out a low growl, then lay down, licking its paws. "All right, I understand. I won't move." Then, Juanjuan looked at the astonished Jun Xiao, extending her little hand. "Sister, don't be afraid. Xiaobai's a good tiger. It won't bite." This was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, was it not said that small animals were harmless? How much embellishment was there in Juanjuan's words? After a considerable time, Jun Xiao finally descended with Juanjuan in her arms. The white tiger circled around them, seemingly very interested in Jun Xiao. It roared, and Jun Xiao immediately became vigilant. Juanjuan chuckled, "Sister, don't be afraid. Xiaobai says you smell nice." At this, Jun Xiao became even more alert. It was not an encouraging sign for a tiger to find her appealing. Wait a moment, could Juanjuan understand the white tiger's words? Gazing at Juanjuan's innocent and adorable smile, Jun Xiao suppressed her surprise. After a while, she finally grasped the meaning of the nice smell from Juanjuan's words. She herself did not perceive any scent, and the fragrance Xiaobai referred to might be the aroma of herbs. She recalled that when she was on the mountain, the small animals often liked to gather around her. After Xiaobai was well fed, it liked to lie outside and doze off. The bloodstains on its mouth and paws had already been cleaned by the little maid. "Xiaobai's going to sleep. We should leave, sister. It's time for you to eat." In the front yard, they enjoyed a delightful meal together, but after finishing, Jun Xiao prepared to take her leave. Juanjuan clung to her stubbornly, pouting, "Sister, please stay." It was likely that staying at their home would lead to gossip from outsiders, which could tarnish Miss Jun's reputation. Jun Xiao gently coaxed her, "Sister will come play with you next time, okay?" Reluctantly, Juanjuan released her grip, looking aggrieved. Then, "Sister, you must come to play with me." After a moment's thought, she added, "On the day my elder brother's results are announced, you must come to watch the results announcement with Sister Jun Xiao." "All right, sister promises she will come." Jun Xiao ruffled her hair, solemnly sealing their agreement with a pinky promise before rising to bid farewell to Lin Shi. This visit had been quite sudden, leaving her little time for preparation. She was well aware of everyone's preferences in the minister's residence, having conducted thorough research long before. Yun Xiao placed her lips. Recalling the day 7 years ago when she was rescued in the woods, a smile curving her eyes. It felt like a dream. It seemed she had gained the approval of his family. Chapter 71. Su Minglian sends gifts on the day the final examination concluded. Many candidates emerged from the examination hall with downcast expressions, their faces pale, steps unsteady, and their minds in a daze. The 3 days of the exam had confined them to a small room where they could not leave for any reason, even for basic needs, lest they be accused of cheating. Consequently, many could not endure the strain, and given the intense mental challenge it posed, few emerged in good spirits. Jiang Helu belonged to the rare few who appeared relatively well. "Aunt Lin, little Juanjuan," he smiled as he approached upon seeing Juanjuan and Lin Shi. "I saw Shi Su when I came out. He should be coming out soon." Jiang Helu, being the future Left Chancellor, possessed remarkable resilience and abilities far superior to the average person. Juanjuan sighed, contemplating that had Jiang Helu not been in the same cohort as her elder brother, he would surely have triumphed. Yet this also implied that if her elder brother had not encountered misfortune in his past life, his future would have been exceedingly bright. Lin Shi conversed with him for a while, and once Yu Su emerged, they exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Yu Su appeared much the same as when he entered, save for some dust on his hem. "How'd it go?" Lin Shi inquired with concern. Juanjuan's large eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking. Yusher Su smiled gently, his handsome face maintaining a calm demeanor. Confident yet composed, it was adequate. He believed he had not disappointed Juanjuan's expectations. Yay, I knew elder brother would perform well. Juanjuan was ecstatic, waving her small hands as they walked along. Elder brother, I arranged to meet Jiang Helu. We're going out together. Yu Chueji replied with a bright smile. The two of them chatted as they walked outward. He slightly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Lately, the atmosphere in the capital had been quite peculiar, and the curfew had been advanced by half an hour. It seemed the palace was preparing for significant actions again. As the trio reached the entrance hall, a lady hurriedly approached them. It was Su Minglian, just released from prison. Yusher Su and Yu Chueji exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. Their mother had previously sent Su Minglian to prison, and her sudden visit to the minister's residence was surely not for benign reasons. Su Minglian's maid held a gilded Nemu gift box, which alone seemed quite valuable. The weasel paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. This scheming Aunt surely has ulterior motives. Is it Delang and Erlang? Where's your mother? Quickly, call her out. I have a wonderful gift for her. A fleeting glimmer of deep-seated hatred crossed Su Minglian's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed as she smiled warmly. Yet Juanjuan suddenly perked up her little ears, for she heard Su Minglian's true thoughts, which were far from cordial. What do I gain from this? If it were not for Wei Air and Xiao Jin's futures, do you think I would come here willingly? Yusher Su replied coolly, Mother is busy. Aunt, if you have something to say, please be direct. It was likely not a pleasant matter, so there was no need to trouble their mother to come out. Su Minglian's expression darkened, but she maintained her composure. I haven't done anything wrong. Hurry up and take this thing away. Even if the one family is found guilty of corruption, the minister's residence cannot escape its connection to the illicit gains. Juanjuan was once again taken aback by Su Minglian's venomous words. Nevertheless, she was curious as to how Su Minglian knew so much about the favored concubine and what role she played in this matter. Su Minglian waved her hand, and the maid immediately placed the gilded Nemu box on the nearby table. In her eyes, Su Minglian was certainly not the type to offer gifts without reason, and the more something was given away freely, the higher the price one had to pay. This was a lesson their father had taught them since childhood. Su Minglian exclaimed, This is a gift of apology for your mother. Can you make the decision on this? Yusher Su smiled, his eyes sparkling with a lively brilliance. I certainly can. Su Minglian mistakenly believed Yusher Su was young and easy to deceive, unaware that despite his gentle appearance, he was as tough as an unyielding bone. Everyone's temperament is so irritating, pretending to be aloof. If it weren't for Yu Shihong investigating the recent matters of Wei Nan's donations and disaster relief, do you think I would willingly come to bother your family? Hearing her thoughts, Juanjuan nodded her small head in understanding. Yusher Su's gaze momentarily paused. Deep in thought, the region of Weinan is relatively impoverished, and the climate is rather harsh. For 4 consecutive years, it has reported floods and droughts to the court, prompting the government to allocate disaster relief funds and food supplies to that area annually. However, what exactly is Wansheng? Juanjuan tilted her little head in confusion, pondering that as a celestial koi from the fairy realm, it was understandable for her to be somewhat oblivious to certain matters of the mortal world. Wansheng refers to a practice in impoverished regions where, with the court's permission, wealthy individuals can exchange money for official titles. Such a situation is generally permitted only during times of particular hardship, and there are specific requirements regarding the amount of money involved in Wansheng. Unfortunately, these intricate details were beyond the capacity of Yusher Su to explain to Juanjuan at that moment. It is no wonder that this year's examination questions in the Spring Palace pertain to the development and management of local economies, along with an inquiry into how to rectify corrupt official conduct. The emperor must have sensed something amiss, hence he instructed father to investigate the recent tribute grains, disaster relief goods, and funds sent from Weinan, as well as the amounts and quantities related to Wansheng. But what does this have to do with Su Minglian? Her maternal grandfather no longer holds any real power, and her uncle has gone south for business. There is not a single person in the family who could be connected to Weinan. Therefore, this matter solely concerns Su Minglian. The Su family is the daughter of an innkeeper near the capital, living in modest circumstances, which makes their connection seem tenuous at best. Yet, whenever there is a stir, She appears with gifts, which is indeed contrary to reason. Su Minglian suddenly felt a chill run down her back, though she did not dwell on it. Yu Shihong had been in the palace for so many days, and surely the family was unaware of what he was currently investigating. Nor would he allow a servant to convey such matters on his behalf. Chapter 72. Framing the Minister's Residence. These items are merely a small token of my apology. After all, we are family, and Anne also acknowledges her mistakes. Juanjuan thought angrily, to think that as a family, you would conspire with the imperial concubine against us. How shameless! She was determined that her elder brother must not accept these items, regardless of what they contained, as they could easily become daggers aimed at the minister's residence. She pointed her little finger at the golden Nama box, exclaiming her desire for it. Yu Su paused momentarily, but said nothing. His younger sister was exceptionally clever, and surely had her own plans. Upon hearing Juanjuan's desire, Su Minglian smiled radiantly, like a blooming flower. For the first time, she found this little rascal quite agreeable. If she could manage this little troublemaker, surely Yu Su and UK would remain attached to her. This was the first time in a long while that Su Minglian found things going so smoothly. She cheerfully instructed her maid to bring the box over. It seemed to contain something quite heavy, as the maid's hands trembled slightly while carrying it. Under Su Minglian's expectant gaze, Juanjuan extended her chubby little legs and kicked the box. Alas, the maid lost her grip, and the box fell to the ground with a loud thud. From within tumbled a pure gold, three-legged golden crow ingot, heavy and comparable in size to a brick, intricately carved with a lifelike three-legged golden crow. A masterpiece of craftsmanship worthy of national treasure status. Wow, what a big chunk of gold! Juanjuan exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Su Minglian with innocent curiosity. Is this a gift from Aunt? Su Minglian had not anticipated that the contents of the box would spill out. She shot a glare at the maid, then forced a smile. Yes, yes, Aunt specially sought this fine gift to apologize to your mother. For mother? Juanjuan beamed with joy and is so kind. Su Minglian chuckled, her heart soaring even higher than Juanjuan's. What a blissfully naive little rascal, easily deceived with just a few words. However, Juanjuan's next statement left her utterly stunned. Juanjuan wanted everyone to know that she had such a generous aunt. Su Minglian's smile faltered as she rushed to stop her. No need for that. As long as you like this gift, it doesn't matter if others know, lest someone covets it and tries to steal it. She feigned a scared tactic. Yet Juanjuan was unconvinced and remained resolute. Spotting the housekeeper approaching, Juanjuan leaned out from her elder brother's embrace, cheerfully calling out, "Housekeeper uncle, come quickly and look at this gold." Su Minglian's face paled as she took a few steps forward, attempting to cover Juanjuan's mouth. What are you doing? UK stepped back, clutching Juanjuan protectively, his eyes filled with vigilance. Su Minglian awkwardly smiled, reluctantly lower my hands. This is a gift from Anne to us. Anne is truly a good person. The housekeeper stared in astonishment at the gold ingot on the ground, his gaze towards Su Minglian becoming exceedingly complex. Housekeeper uncle, could you help me pick up the gold? I want to show everyone the big gold ingot Aunt sent. Of course, Mississippi. As the housekeeper bent down to retrieve the ingot, Su Minglian shot the maid a knowing glance, and the maid, understanding perfectly, stepped forward to collect it first. Juanjuan, look, this is a gift from Aunt. We don't need to let outsiders know, right? Let us keep it at home for ourselves. Su Minglian spoke sweetly and coaxingly, aware that if outsiders learned of this, the underlying tensions would surely be unveiled. Yet, Juanjuan shook her head, gazing earnestly at Su Minglian. No, I want everyone to know that Aunt is so generous. After saying this, she patted her elder brother's arm, pointing at the maid holding the box. I want it. UK stepped forward, reaching out. Didn't you say it was for us? Give it to me. The maid glanced at Su Minglian's pale face and then at the imposing UK, hesitating to hand over the box. Aunt, why isn't this sister giving it to us? You should tell her. Juanjuan asked in surprise, her cherubic face beaming with joy. You wish to frame our family, putting you in a difficult position. UK smiled brilliantly, his eyes twinkling. Sister's little head is truly clever. Su Minglian dared not hand over the items. Such matters should never be made public. If Juanjuan caused everyone in the capital to learn of this, it would be disastrous. The Wen family would send someone to deal with her. I knew it. Every time I encounter this little rascal, it never ends well. Juanjuan silently noted this down in her heart. Another time Su Minglian had called her a little rascal. Aunt, what's wrong? Don't you want to give the gold to Juanjuan? Su Minglian forced a smile. Juanjuan, it was just a mix-up. I meant to give you something else. Juanjuan pouted, her clear eyes reflecting disappointment. Aunt, you wouldn't be trying to trick Juanjuan, would you? Ha, how could that be? Su Minglian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, feeling guilty under the sharp gazes of Yushur, Su, and Yu Quebec. It was indeed a mistake. Aunt originally intended to gift you something else. Upon hearing this, Juanjuan curiously inquired, what is it? Ha, it must be something wonderful. Juanjuan pouted discontentedly. Aunt wouldn't deceive Juanjuan with something bad, would she? Su Minglian's expression momentarily reflected surprise, as if to say, how did you know? How could that be? It must be something splendid, far better than this piece of gold. Juanjuan utterly disbelieved her words. Yushur Su raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting slightly. Could it be that what Aunt speaks of is the Nanhai Jiaozhu? What? Su Minglian exclaimed, her reaction more pronounced than anyone else's, her face a picture of disbelief. Yushur Su replied calmly, the only thing of greater value than this three-legged golden crow is indeed the Nanhai Jiaozhu in Aunt's possession. I did not expect Aunt to be so generous. Juanjuan, quickly thank our aunt. Although Juanjuan did not know what the Nanhai Jiaozhu was, she could tell from Su Minglian's pallor that it must be something extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Aunt. Aunt Su is truly kind to Juanjuan. Su Minglian's expression twisted in frustration as she listened to Yu Shirshu's light remarks. Her desire to seize the Nanhai Jiaozhu grew stronger, making her both infuriated and amused. Chapter 73. Su Minglian faints from anger. How shameless! How dare she covet my priceless Jiaozhu, which was extracted from the legendary Mermaid King. The Mermaid King? Juanjuan's little ears perked up, and she gazed at Su Minglian with great interest, her face clearly displaying her longing. Su Minglian chose to ignore her, forcing out a smile that didn't reach her eyes. What Jiaozhu? I certainly do not possess such a thing. Yu Shirshu was not deceived by her words. 3 years ago, when Su Minglian acquired this Jiaozhu, she boasted about it for quite some time in front of her mother at the Shangshu mansion, claiming that it could prolong life and enhance beauty. The reason he doubted her claims was that 3 years had passed, and he saw no sign of Su Minglian growing younger. She still looked the same, if not worse. However, he chose not to expose her lies and instead sighed softly, accepting the situation. Su Minglian's pride was nearly overflowing. Still one of my possessions? Truly delusional. Yu Shirshu smirked slightly, shaking his head in resignation. Then let us take the three-legged Jinwu. Juanjuan eagerly extended her hand, exclaiming that she wanted the golden treasure. Please, Aunt, instruct the maid to hand over the three-legged Jinwu to us. We must leave soon and cannot delay for long. Juanjuan wanted to show it off to everyone, saying it was a grand gift from her aunt. Su Minglian could only bask in her pride for a few seconds before it faded away. This is something I mistakenly brought with me. It is not a gift for you. Juanjuan was unfazed by her words, furrowing her brow and looking disapprovingly at Su Minglian. Aunt is deceiving. Clearly, it is meant for Juanjuan. You said it was to make amends with Mother, but since Mother is not here, let Juanjuan accept it on her behalf. Su Minglian felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. If this little brat took it out for a stroll, the hidden guards of the Wen family would surely come to eliminate her quietly tonight. Juanjuan turned to her elder brother and second brother, asking softly, does Aunt mean that Juanjuan is being disobedient? Yu Shirshu cast a fleeting glance at Su Minglian, his gaze sharp as a knife, and he looked down with a gentle smile, saying, how could that be? Juanjuan is the most obedient. Yu Chueji, showing no regard for Su Minglian, held Juanjuan and gently reassured her, do not listen to her nonsense. Our Juanjuan is the most well-behaved child. Juanjuan smiled sweetly at Su Minglian, saying, Aunt, my brothers say I'm already very obedient, so I must have that golden treasure. Su Minglian's face turned pale, her fear mingling with anger. You little rascal, your brothers are deceiving you. What do you mean obedient? I am furious. Surely you would not be serious about exchanging the Jiaozhu. Why should I? That is clearly mine. The thought of such a precious item ending up in Lin Jinyue's hands was more painful than killing Su Minglian. Yet if she did not comply, she would not survive until tomorrow. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Minglian darkened her expression, gritting her teeth to force out a statement. Aunt must have indeed remembered incorrectly. What she intended to gift was the Jiaozhu. Wow! Juanjuan beamed, joyfully waving her little hands. I knew Aunt was just teasing me. You wanted to give Juanjuan a surprise, didn't you? Yes, indeed. Su Minglian's heart bled, her smile slipping away, but then she suddenly had a clever idea. She pointed at the little maid beside Su Minglian, saying, "Are you afraid I will run away?" Su Minglian's face turned ashen. How could this little rascal be so clever? Is she not some sort of demon in disguise? Juanjuan looked innocently at her, her gaze pure and untainted. No, Juanjuan simply wanted to chat with Aunt. Su Minglian tried to brush it off, but her eager demeanor was suspicious to anyone who looked. Yu Shirshu's beautiful yet imposing eyes swept over Su Minglian, half smiling. Is Aunt not reassured or unwilling to take responsibility? How could that be? I always keep my promises. Su Minglian, struck by her own thoughts, hurriedly replied. Su Minglian, just as I suspected, every encounter with this little rascal spells trouble. Next time, even if it means defying the one family's orders, she will certainly not come again. Her eyes, filled with resentment, glared at Juanjuan, who simply grinned sweetly at her, making Su Minglian feel as if she had struck a pillow, utterly powerless. The maid glanced at Su Minglian and then at Yu Shirshu before ultimately departing at Su Minglian's silent urging. The brocade box was smooth and clean on the surface, indicating it had been frequently opened. Trembling, Su Minglian opened the box, revealing a fist-sized, light blue pearl resting within. The moment it was unveiled, everyone felt a refreshing sensation. Even in daylight, the pearl emitted a shimmering blue light, breathtakingly beautiful, clearly an extraordinary item. Su Minglian's cheeks twitched as her gaze remained fixated on the pearl, unable to look away. At this point, she could only accept her fate. However, she must secure at least one of her desires, reputation or the Jiaozhu. Thus, she feigned nonchalance and addressed Juanjuan, saying, "This is a gift from your aunt. She does not dislike you, nor will she mistreat you. Such a fine treasure is freely given, so when you go out, make sure to praise your aunt. Do you understand?" Juanjuan shifted her gaze from the Jiaozhu, puzzled, and then seriously replied, "Aunt, this is a family matter. We should not speak of it outside. Juanjuan and her brothers know that Aunt is very generous and treats us well, and that is enough." Su Minglian rolled her eyes in frustration, fainting on the spot. Chapter 74. How could there not be a mishap? Oh, why has Aunt suddenly fallen asleep? Juanjuan exclaimed in surprise, covering her little mouth, her obsidian-like eyes darting around before she suddenly realized. Yu Shirshu's lips curled slightly as he stifled a laugh, instructing the servants to carry Su Minglian to the carriage. If Su Minglian knew they were saying this, she would surely faint again. After dealing with Su Minglian's situation, Yu Shirshu had the Jiaozhu sent to the Lin residence before the three of them set out. After the spring examination, the bustling city of Chang'an was filled with students enjoying themselves. Whether at famous landmarks, private estates, or roadside taverns, the atmosphere was vibrant. Yu Chuezhi and Jiang Heli agreed to meet outside the Furong Garden in the southern part of the city, where it was said that the royal family was hosting a Xiujiang banquet. The Furong Garden in the south of the city was a royal garden, absurdly spacious, featuring a variety of activities, yet not every scholar could participate. It was primarily the children of high-ranking officials and nobility who frequented. Upon meeting, the three entered the Furong Garden together. Inside the garden, there were hidden wonders. Even one of the apricot orchards seemed to stretch endlessly, not to mention the other attractions. Occasionally, one could see young ladies from noble families dressed in colorful, exquisite garments wandering through the woods, their beauty complementing the picturesque scenery, evoking admiration. With the spring breeze in his favor, Jiang Heli exclaimed, "I once thought it was too exaggerated. Today, I finally understand the essence of this poem." Yu Shirshu's lips curved with a gentle smile, his voice flowing like jade. The sage once said, "All poems that are not understood await their time." Jiang Heli wholeheartedly agreed. The two found remarkable harmony in their preferences and viewpoints, leading to a lively conversation. From poetry to life's aspirations, their eloquence captivated Yu Chuezhi, who found it dull and decided to take Juanjuan to play elsewhere. After leaving the apricot grove, Yu Chuezhi quickened his pace, soon arriving at the next venue. "What is there to see in the flowers, Juanjuan? Second brother will take you to enjoy some delicious food." The seats in the Furong Garden were arranged so that the male and female sections were not far apart, allowing for sight, yet not for clear visibility. The delicacies at the banquet were all shaped like flowers, exquisite and fragrant, beautifully arranged on delicate little plates, appearing lifelike. Along the way, Yu Chueji encountered several well-connected young gentlemen, and after exchanging greetings with them, he led Juanjuan to a discreet corner to sit. He brought the pastries to Juanjuan and smiled, saying, "I guess you might be hungry, so eat up. Once you're done, I'll take you out for a boat ride." Juanjuan held a pastry shaped like a hibiscus flower, savoring its delightful flavor. "No one understands me better than my second brother." Yu Chueji's smile brightened even more. He had become a family member who understood his sister the best. As Juanjuan nibbled on her treat, she glanced around. Their seating was at the very end of the banquet, a spot easily overlooked, so hardly anyone would turn to look their way. However, to their surprise, there was another person seated nearby. Juanjuan was very curious about the man before her, who wore a veil and dressed plainly. He was the first man she had seen at the banquet who concealed his face with a veil. Her little face was filled with curiosity, her round eyes wide open, occasionally taking another bite of the pastry in her mouth. The man noticed Juanjuan's gaze, but upon realizing she was just a child, he merely glanced and then averted his eyes. His attention remained fixed on the women seated across from him. After a while, he stood up and walked outside. Juanjuan observed that the man had a large frame and appeared somewhat slender, his back seeming vaguely familiar, but she could not place him. Not long after the man left, Juanjuan finally finished her pastry. Yu Chueji filled another plate with different pastries for her, then carried her off for their boat ride. By the lakeside stood many noble young ladies, waiting for the small boats to dock. Juanjuan keenly sensed that her second brother had been somewhat distracted since their arrival. She glanced at the beautiful young ladies on the shore, but did not spot Shu Yin Jiejie among them, and her expression turned knowing. Second brother must be looking for Shu Yin Jiejie. Since she is not here, she must have already boarded a boat. Yu Chuejie's face flushed, but fortunately, no one noticed. Juanjuan leaned against her second brother's shoulder and spotted a woman in red eagerly gazing at the lake. "Xiao Xiang Xiang Jiejie." Juanjuan raised her little hand and waved, her soft and sweet voice catching the attention of several young ladies. "Wow, what an adorable little child." "Yes, yes. Her voice is so sweet. I really like it. It's Xiao Juanjuan. Let me tell you, she is super well behaved." Not far away, one of the sisters beside the woman in red noticed Juanjuan as well. "Xiao Yun, look, that little sister seems to be calling you." Di Xiao Yun turned and saw Juanjuan, who was beaming at her like a fortunate doll and waving enthusiastically. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried over. "Little Juan, you've come too?" As Di Xiao Yun approached, a delightful fragrance mingled with floral scents wafted around them. She was the eldest daughter of the Grand Tutor's residence, Di Xiaoxing's elder sister. She had also come when the Grand Tutor's residence delivered thank you gifts, although at that time, the Lin family had not accepted anything. Nonetheless, Di Xiao Yun had taken Juanjuan out to play a few times, so they were quite familiar. "Are you Xiao Wan's second brother?" "I am Di Xiao Yun, the owner of Baixiangge." Di Xiao Yun introduced herself gracefully, her face adorned with a smile. Such a bright and confident young woman naturally elicited fondness. "I am Yu Chueji, Juanjuan's second brother." Before long, several young ladies familiar with Juanjuan also gathered around, expressing their delight upon seeing her and playfully teasing her. "Juanjuan, do you remember me? I brought you a little dragonfly half a month ago. And me. You said I was your favorite sister when you were dining in my family's shop." Upon hearing this, the other young ladies quickly recalled similar moments. "Ah, I thought that sounded familiar. Xiaowan had said the same to me a few days ago. And me, I was so moved I cried. And I can't believe you said that to more than just me." Juanjuan's previously cheerful smile froze. "Oh no, I've been found out." Yu Chueji was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend when Juanjuan had made such a multitude of noble friends. Di Xiao Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. "All right, sisters, let us not tease her any further. If we keep this up, she want to play with us next time." These young ladies were all sisters of the children Juanjuan had once treated, who had come to express their gratitude and had already developed a fondness for her. Additionally, girls naturally gravitate towards adorable and beautiful beings. "Sisters, have you seen Shu Yin Jiejie?" Juanjuan asked the question Yu Chueji longed to know. Di Xiao Yin turned her head and pointed toward the lake, where a few small boats could be seen with just a few distant black dots. "We're chatting when she went out to the center of the lake to play." "All right, thank you, Xiao Xiang Xiang Jiejie." After Yu Chueji led Juanjuan away from the throng, he gazed toward the lake. Juanjuan looked at the center of the lake and then at her absent-minded second brother, asking, "Is second brother thinking about Shu Yin Jiejie?" Yu Chueji's ears turned red, yet he maintained a serious facade as he replied, "No, Juanjuan, don't say such things." but it's obvious. Second brother is just too shy to admit it. But Juanjuan understands. Since second brother is too embarrassed to say it, I shall lend a helping hand. With that, she pointed her little finger, declaring, I want to go play in the center of the lake. You chew as you thought, fine. I'll just pretend I didn't hear her thoughts. Thus, they stood by the shore waiting for the boat to dock. After some time, they boarded the boat along with two young ladies accompanying them. Meanwhile, in the Xinglin Grove, Yu Shirshu and Jiang Heli gradually approached the temple. As a local from the capital, Yu Shirshu assumed the role of a guide, introducing Jiang Heli to the temple. This is the renowned Hongguang Temple. My mother visited here twice when she was pregnant with Juanjuan. It is said that wishes made here are very effective. At the temple entrance, one could see noble young ladies and gentlemen entering and exiting, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Heli nodded, intrigued. It does seem quite auspicious. Let's go take a look. They followed the crowd through the Xinglin Grove and entered the temple. Once inside, they discovered it was quite spacious, instead of being crowded. Each area was only sparsely populated, as people dispersed to different locations after entering. Behind the temple were two complete rows of guest rooms, totaling 16 rooms, along with various halls open for visitation. After they explored one hall, just as they were about to turn to leave, a veiled woman hurriedly collided with them. Yu Shirshu was walking ahead, but just as he stepped out the door, he paused because he heard a small stone hit the doorframe in front of him. This moment of hesitation allowed Jiang Heli, who was behind him, to move ahead, resulting in the woman colliding directly with him. Ouch! Jiang Heli rubbed the area of his right arm that had received a slight sting, as if pricked by something sharp. Quickly, he reached out to help the woman up, asking with concern, "Are you all right, miss?" He had anticipated a charming encounter, but to his surprise, the woman shot him a fierce glare after being helped up, and then swept her gaze over Yu Shirshu before walking away wordlessly. What does this mean? Jiang Heli remained in a posture of offering assistance, staring in bewilderment at the woman's departing figure. Yu Shirshu sensed something was off, his expression growing serious. This prompted Jiang Heli to recall the slight sting he had felt in his arm earlier. He rubbed the spot, but now there was no sensation at all. Could it have been an illusion? At this moment, Jiang Heli was reluctant to roll up his sleeve to inspect the situation. Yu Shirshu, perceiving his subtle movement, tilted his head and inquired, "What is it?" "It's nothing, just felt a slight pain in my arm when I was bumped in earlier." "It should be just an illusion now," he replied, though doubt lingered in his mind. Recalling the piercing gaze of the woman before she departed, Yu Shirshu's eyes darkened. "We should hasten to find a doctor." Jiang Heli shared the same sentiment, for caution is a necessary virtue. However, just a few steps outside, his legs suddenly weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. Darkness clouded his vision, and a sense of panic surged within him, rendering his surroundings indistinct. In the last moments before losing consciousness, a single thought struck him. Alas, could it be that I shall be assassinated before even assuming office? As he fainted, Yu Shirshu managed to catch him and crouch down, calling out to him twice. Jiang Heli's expression remained normal, his complexion flushed, seemingly unharmed, yet he was devoid of awareness. He summoned a passing young monk, and together they carried him into the guest chamber. "Could you please fetch a monk physician?" After the young monk departed, Yu Shirshu closed the door, his brows slightly furrowed. The woman from earlier had clearly aimed for him. Jiang Heli had merely been unfortunate enough to stand in her way. Yet, he could not fathom whose minion she might be. Knock, knock, the door was rapped upon. Yu Shirshu did not rush to open it, but instead stood behind and called out, "Who is it?" The knocking ceased for several seconds before a melodious feminine voice responded. "Yun Shao, I witnessed your friend faint, and perhaps I could offer my assistance." Instantly, Yu Shirshu was reminded of the young lady June. He opened the door to reveal June Shao, clad in purple, her beauty strikingly exquisite. Her slender, tall figure starkly contrasted with that of the woman who had collided with him earlier. Yu Shirshu invited her in, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "What brings June Gunyang here?" June Shao met his gaze with candor, assuring him, "You need not be wary of me. I harbor no ill intentions." She sidestepped Yu Shirshu, approached the bed, and pulled back the fabric of Jiang Heli's sleeve, revealing a minuscule red dot in the crook of his arm. I had seen that woman lurking not far from here, waiting outside the side hall. She feigned urgency when you were about to exit, and I suspected she targeted you. Thus I attempted to warn you. Upon hearing this, Yu Shirshu recalled the small stone that had struck the doorframe, a look of astonishment crossing his gentle features. That small stone was you? Indeed, Jun Xiao replied, lifting her eyes momentarily before casting them down again. I wish to alert you. Yu Shirshu lowered his head. His eyes dark and bright, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, Jun Gunyang. Were it not for that stone, I might now be the one lying here. Jun Xiao quickly diverted her gaze, forcing her focus back to the patient. She observed the skin surrounding the tiny red dot, examined his tongue, and took Jiang He's pulse. There appears to be no serious harm. It seems he's been rendered unconscious. As she spoke, a look of perplexity crossed her face. The sedatives she had encountered were typically powders or gases. This was her first encounter with a substance that could incapacitate someone via a small needle inserted into the skin. Could it be that the sedative was applied to the needle's tip? She pondered, yet the rapidity of its effect was astonishing. Trained as an heir in the Divine Physician Valley, Jun Xiao had seen various forms of sedatives, but had never encountered this particular kind. What troubles you, Jun Gunyang? Yu Shirshu inquired, noticing her serious expression. Jun Xiao hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding. The drug he has been administered is unfamiliar to me, and its potency is formidable. The mere prick of that needle could easily incapacitate a bull, and that is a conservative estimate. A faint sound of footsteps approached from outside, the newcomer seemingly tiptoeing. Jun Xiao, being skilled in martial arts, had keen hearing. She furrowed her delicate brows, whispering, "Someone is coming." Almost immediately, a gentle knock resonated at the door, followed by a sweet voice that called, "Is anyone inside? I've hurt my foot. May I come and rest?" Yu Shirshu's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed as he softly replied, "No need." He glanced towards the door, his tone icy. "This chamber is already occupied. Please seek refuge elsewhere." A faint blush surfaced on Jun Xiao's fair visage as she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. After a brief silence, the woman outside spoke again. "All the guest chambers are locked. I cannot enter. My foot is injured, and I am unable to walk. Please, let me in a rest." Given the lack of interest in this area, it was unusual for someone to come here. Yu Shirshu had merely happened to notice a young monk passing by. Thus, the woman's appearance seemed suspicious. Furthermore, their chamber was situated at the far end of the corridor, if she were indeed injured. Why had she walked all the way to the furthest door? Yu Shirshu's gaze turned cold as a thought crossed his mind. He exchanged a glance with Jun Xiao and whispered, "It must be the one who administered the drug." The color drained from Jun Xiao's face as her expression hardened. Pressing her lips together, her slender right hand instinctively fell to her waist, where a whip of the same color as her attire was discreetly coiled. "Let her in." Jun Xiao mouthed silently. Yu Shirshu nodded and replied softly, "I will open the door." He approached the entrance slowly, placing his hand on the doorknob, and unlatched it. The instant he opened the door, the woman outside lunged forward as if to fall, yet one of her hands clutched a glinting object. The moment was too swift. Lacking martial prowess, Yu Shirshu could only sidestep to avoid her. Jun Xiao, standing nearby, reacted quickly, striking the woman with her whip, unraveling the veil from her face. "It's you?" The woman who had glared at her with venomous eyes outside the minister's residence. With little time to ponder, Jun Xiao swiftly grasped Yu Shirshu's arm and pulled back his sleeve. "Did that needle touch you?" Her beautiful features tightened with concern, anxiety palpable. "Yun Gu Niang." "You." Yu Shirshu was taken aback, surprise etched on his usually gentle face. Jun Xiao was aware that her actions were inappropriate, yet she could not prioritize decorum. Nothing was more important than his safety. The origins of that needle were unknown to her, and if harm were to befall him, she could not guarantee his recovery. "Forget about that. I'm a doctor. Did that needle touch you?" Yu Shirshu rubbed his right shoulder, casting down his gaze to conceal the depths of his eyes. "It did, right here." Jun Xiao's expression froze, her complexion paling, as her lips tightened. Her voice trembled slightly. "I apologize for my delayed reaction." "Jun Gunyang, what are you saying?" He gazed intently into her eyes, their proximity allowing her to discern every detail of his face, the shape of his brows, the glimmer in his eyes, and the small mole on his forehead. "This is not your fault. I should be grateful to you for saving me." "But she stammered, realizing she had not truly saved him. A smile graced Yu Shirshu's lips as he intended to say more, but before he could, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jun Xiao swiftly caught him, cradling him gently, as if handling a fragile treasure, her gaze filled with care and affection. Qian Youjiao entered, covering her face. and with a resounding bang, slammed the door shut, bolting it before approaching with a fierce glint in her eyes. "You again, ruining my plans. How dare you strike me?" As she seized the moment while Jun Xiao had his back turned, she forcefully thrust the glimmering needle towards him. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as a delicate purple whip struck her hand, sending the needle clattering to the ground. Qian Youjiao clutched her wrist, crying out in pain. "How dare you strike me?" Jun Xiao remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. She raised her hand once more, delivering another lash. "Ah!" Qian Youjiao swiftly shielded her face with her arm, her voice laced with fury as she shouted, "Are you mad?" Jun Xiao said nothing, yet his strikes were ferocious, forcing Qian Youjiao to cower defensively. After enduring several lashes to her face, Qian Youjiao ceased her threats, her tone softening. "Wait, if you hit me again, no one will be able to wake them up," she nearly screamed, and upon uttering those words, the relentless whip indeed came to a halt. Peering through the gap in her arm, she saw Jun Xiao's face, icy and devoid of warmth, regarding her with profound disdain, as if viewing mere refuse. Hand over the antidote. Her voice was devoid of emotion, her porcelain-like hand still gripping the whip, ready to strike should Qian Youjiao refuse. With a wry smile, Qian Youjiao, now seated on the ground, felt a surge of confidence. After all, as long as she possessed the antidote, this woman would not dare to lay a hand on her. "The antidote is with me. If you leave, I will naturally release it." Leaving is out of the question. Jun Xiao's demeanor turned frigid, and the whip coiled around Qian Youjiao like a living serpent. In her confinement, Qian Youjiao struggled against her bonds, only to find them tightening further. "Don't you want the antidote? Let me go." Her eyes, bloodshot and wild, reflected her desperation. Jun Xiao, unperturbed, calmly knelt, her hands exploring Qian Youjiao's waist and sleeves. "You won't find it." Qian Youjiao laughed bitterly. "I've already ingested the antidote." Jun Xiao hesitated momentarily, then, as if ignoring her words, continued her thorough search. "I told you I've eaten it. Are you deaf? Can you not hear me?" Qian Youjiao glared at her fiercely, but then a thought seemed to strike her, causing the malice in her eyes to fade, replaced by a mocking derision. "Aren't you a medical professional? Why are you searching my body for the antidote?" Jun Xiao disregarded her taunts, retracting the whip, her gaze icy, her voice ethereal and devoid of warmth. "Produce it." Qian Youjiao held her head high. "It's within me. If you leave, I shall release them." Observing Jun Xiao's ethereal features and her prolonged silence, Qian Youjiao felt a surge of triumph and continued. "I know you harbor feelings for him, as do I. I won't harm him, but if you linger here and delay my efforts to save him, I cannot guarantee what might happen." After a moment of silence, Jun Xiao's cold eyes swept over her, seemingly penetrating her very soul. "How do you plan to save him?" Qian Youjiao scoffed, massaging her sore limbs as she stood. "That is not for you to know. You merely need to stand at the door and prevent anyone from entering." She was confident Jun Xiao would comply. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, Jun Xiao ultimately turned and exited. Qian Youjiao slammed the door shut with such force that the frame trembled. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of derision. Regardless of the outcome, she had triumphed. In truth, there was no antidote at all. The needle had been given to her by the woman who had barged into her room that night. A mere prick could incapacitate not just a human, but even a bull. However, it was fleeting. After about 2 hours, one would awaken. To safeguard herself, the woman had provided her with 3 needles, which was why she could seize this opportunity. Qian Youjiao glanced at Jiang Heli, who lay in a deep slumber. To prevent him from awakening suddenly, she injected the remaining vial of medicine into him, ensuring that the entire contents were administered. Now, he would not awaken for at least 10 days or half a month. Whether he might perish in the interim was of no concern to her. As long as she wed Yu Shirshiu, the ministeress estate would protect her regardless of her actions. Moreover, Qian Youjiao had investigated, discovering that this man was merely an unremarkable scholar without power or background. Even if he did die, no one would hold her accountable. Qian Youjiao approached a small stool and seated herself, removing her embroidered shoes to retrieve a small glass vial. Her gaze was somewhat manic as she carefully poured out a single pill. The individual who had informed her claimed that if he ingested this pill, he would be utterly devoted to the first person he saw upon awakening. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she envisioned their future together. She approached stealthily, her right hand clutching the pill, her left hand extending towards Yu Shirshiu. Just as she was about to make contact, the door burst open. Startled, Qian Youjiao dropped the pill to the ground. After cursing, she quickly crouched down to search for the fallen pill, only to find it had rolled right to Jun Xiao's feet. Jun Xiao crouched to pick it up, her expression cool as she inquired, "What is this?" Qian Youjiao panicked for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, belligerently attempting to snatch it back. "Give it back." Jun Xiao stepped back, tightening her grip on the whip. Instantly, Qian Youjiao felt the whip scars on her body throb painfully, fearing Jun Xiao would strike her. "This is the antidote. I was about to feed it to him." Immediately, she saw Jun Xiao pocket the pill. Panic surged within her as she feared being discovered, beads of cold sweat forming. "Why did you take the pill? Don't you want to save him?" Jun Xiao narrowed her eyes, her voice frigid. "What are you so afraid of?" In truth, she had pondered outside for a moment, but had ultimately decided to enter out of concern. Now, witnessing Qian Youjiao's frantic demeanor only solidified her suspicions. Qian Youjiao harbored ill intentions. Who was afraid? Qian Youjiao, under Jun Xiao's intense gaze, found herself retreating involuntarily. Though she still insisted, anyone would be startled by your sudden entrance, and by taking the antidote, you intend to harm him. She turned the tables, her confidence growing as she spoke. Jun Xiao's expression remained cold as she took 2 steps closer, her jade-like fingers lifting to grasp Qian Youjiao's chin, countering. "Did you not claim the antidote was consumed by you? What exactly is this? What are you saying? This is the antidote." Qian Youjiao winced as her chin was pinched painfully, tears welling in her eyes. She stubbornly refused to admit the truth, believing her obstinacy would thwart Jun Xiao's plans. Suddenly, Qian Youjiao noticed Yu's fingers twitch. To her surprise, he was awakening much sooner than anticipated. The person had assured her he would remain unconscious for 2 hours. Her plan had been to administer the antidote during that time, ensuring he would fall madly in love with her upon waking. Now, with the antidote not administered, her scheme had failed. In that moment, Qian Youjiao could almost foresee her bleak future. Yet, despite this, she refused to grant Jun Xiao any satisfaction. Perhaps sensing her impending doom, her heart calmed, and she managed a somewhat deranged smile. "You care for him so deeply. Does he know you harbor feelings for him?" Jun Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed by her sudden shift in demeanor, yet remained impassive, stating, "It is none of your concern." Qian Youjiao regarded her mockingly, a smile playing on her lips as she mused, "The pill you hold is not an antidote at all. If you feed it to him upon waking, he will be infatuated with you at first sight. That was my intention, but you interrupted me." Chapter 78. Qian Youjiao's covert support as Jun Xiao listened. Her expression grew increasingly frigid, culminating in a gaze filled with disdain directed at Qian Youjiao, her countenance as frigid as ice. "From where did you acquire such venomous notions?" You need not concern yourself. I possess my own methods." Qian Youjiao's eyes glinted with curiosity as she smiled and inquired, "What? Do you not wish to administer this pill to him?" Jun Xiao stood there, her brows and eyes radiating a chill, an ethereal purity akin to the eternal snow atop a lofty mountain, exuding both pride and indifference. The disdain in her eyes and the haughty aura enveloping her deeply wounded Qian Youjiao's spirit. "Do you believe yourself to be so noble? I tell you, without this pill, you shall never be united with him. You will witness him marrying and siring children while you languish in solitude for the rest of your days." Furthermore, she would helplessly observe the Shang's residents being implicated in treason, leading to the execution of the entire family, while she could do nothing to intervene. In the end, you sure she would rather embrace death than accept her assistance? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken by Qian Youjiao. Initially, she had intended to marry into the family and, before any accusations arose, uncover and destroy the evidence of treason hidden within the estate. She wished to lead a harmonious life with him, unlike the dream that haunted her. Moreover, she knew that a decade after the Shang's execution, someone would vindicate them, confirming her belief that this family was wronged. This was Qian Youjiao's last hope. Yet all of it was shattered by the woman before her. How could she not harbor hatred? Her voice, laced with temptation, softly urged, "Administer it to him. Then marry him." She yearned to see how Jun Xiao would respond to the trial she herself had faced in her past life. However, Jun Xiao remained impervious, gazing at her with cold indifference, utterly unmoved. One need not be with the one they love, regardless of whom he marries or has children with in the future. I shall wish him well. Instead of indulging in your foolish prattle, You would do better to concern yourself with your own affairs. Qian Yojiao was momentarily taken aback. Silent for a time. She had never experienced such feelings, nor held such thoughts about anyone. In her eyes, that which she desired must be attained. If not now, then surely at some future date. Moreover, she realized she had never truly loved anyone. Her mother had advised her that a man's affections were the most unreliable of things. Thus she should not fall for them, but rather view them as tools for her ascent, something to be pleased with, but never to love. Suddenly, she found herself envying Jun Xiao. Qian Yojiao's gaze turned vacant as she mused, "It has been a long time. Surely the others are on their way." The words I am about to convey may seem unbelievable, and you may think I am fabricating tales, yet regardless, consider a story. In a few years, the Shangs would be framed, accused of treason, with all evidence hidden in the secret compartment at the bottom of the bookshelf in the study. Should you doubt this, inquire about the existence of this secret compartment. Lastly, be wary of a certain individual, the sole daughter of the Shangs. For that incriminating evidence was placed there by her as she matured. Though she did not understand why the name in her dreams differed from her current one, the primary reason lay within her. Jun Xiao furrowed her brow, her expression as frosty as ever, angrily rebuking. Nonsense. How could Juanjuan possibly commit such acts? Even now, she seeks to deceive. Qian Yojiao's complexion remained composed, a faint smile gracing her lips as her voice turned somber. I knew you would not believe me. Yet all I ask is that you remember this story. In time, you shall understand. With that, she turned her gaze towards the pillar within the chamber, her determination clear as she collided with it. With a resounding thud, her body crumpled, blood seeping from her forehead. As she dashed toward her, Jun Xiao brandished a whip in a futile attempt to halt her, but could only slightly lessen the force, for Qian Yojiao was resolute in her decision. Her concern was whether the poison that afflicted Yu was lethal or merely a sedative. Now that she had succumbed, what if something befell him? She pivoted, intending to check his pulse once more. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she found the man on the couch already awake, his gentle eyes quietly observing the scene. Jun Xiao was momentarily stunned, hesitating to approach. Her voice faltered as she tentatively asked, Did you hear everything just now?" Yu lowered his gaze to meet hers, his voice smooth as jade. "I did." "I." She felt a surge of embarrassment, uncertain of what to say. Had she just confessed before him? After a moment of awkwardness, she decisively shifted the topic, maintaining a serious facade. What I spoke of was merely the last part of her story. Perhaps she sought to sow discord, but she could have crafted a better tale. Yu's gaze lingered on her somewhat unnatural expression, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It is true." Jun Xiao was genuinely taken aback, the earlier embarrassment instantly forgotten. "You mean the story?" Shu nodded, reiterating, "This story is true." But how could Juanjuan possibly? She could not fathom how such a sweet and innocent girl could grow to commit such acts. Shu seemed to discern her thoughts, shaking his head with a soft chuckle as he gently explained, "It is not Juanjuan. She refers to someone who has taken on her identity. Born on the same day as her." He spoke in a calm, soothing tone, recounting the tribulations their family had faced in their past life. This is utterly unfathomable. Her worldview had been completely upended today. Yet, Jun Xiao suddenly recalled that Shu was an exceptionally vigilant person. He had been quite guarded upon entering. So why was he now so open in sharing these revelations? Why share this with me? Are you not afraid I might exploit this information against you? Jun Xiao pressed her lips together, anxiety coursing through her moonlit eyes darting nervously. Shu wore a gentle smile, his gaze tender as he replied, "Because I remembered that we have met before. Perhaps I should call you Akutadai?" Chapter 79. Juanjuan's delightful gossip Hun Sao. Oh no, he remembers. Her flawless complexion flushed a vivid crimson, exuding a unique allure, the warmth creeping toward her ears as her long lashes quivered, her body rigid with trepidation. On the surface, she appeared composed, yet internally she was in chaos. In a hasty conclusion, Jun Xiao fled in disarray. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, the youthful lad's gaze brimmed with mischief and warmth as he chuckled softly at her retreating figure. Quite unlike before. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity, assuming they had crossed paths previously, only to discover it was the beautiful young boy who had once trailed behind him in childhood. As the feeling of fatigue dissipated, the little monk arrived with others. An incident of great significance had occurred at Juanjuan Temple. Many acquaintances expressed their astonishment. 3 months prior, Qian Yujiao had basked in the glory of the capital, her family wealthy and her mother favored, leading her to lavishly spend. Her lifestyle surpassed even that of the daughters of second-rank officials. Yet in a mere 2 months, she had plunged from grace into despair. The crowd buzzed with discussions, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. However, Juanjuan remained oblivious to this, joyfully rowing a boat with her second brother upon the lake. Leaning over the edge of the small boat, she dipped her hands into the water, gleefully splashing. So many fish. The lake teemed with an array of fish. Dazzling the eye, like a little sprite, they swirled around her small hands in a playful dance. Fortunately, no one was present to witness the enchanting spectacle. The boatman at the stern sat lazily on a small stool, having long since grown accustomed to such sights. Since the day when Juanjuan caught sight of the sweet and sour fish on the dining table, she has been seething with discontent. Consequently, the whole family became aware that their little Juan was akin to a small koi. From that moment on, fish no longer graced the dining table of the Shangshu mansion during mealtimes. The fish gazed at the scenery on the lake, while the gentle voice of Juanjuan mingled with the chatter of the little fish. The small fish in the lake were exceptionally warm-hearted, chattering away with Juanjuan and tenderly kissing her tiny hands, each one clamoring to speak first. Little koi, come play with us," they exclaimed. Indeed, it is so comfortable in the water. Every day, many humans come to feed us, and we can watch the excitement. Little koi, do you like to eat melons? Juanjuan's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly nodded her little head, exclaiming, "I love melons." Yuxi sat up and pulled a piece of cake from his small pocket, offering it to Juanjuan. "There are no melons right now. Please eat this instead." Juanjuan shook her head vigorously. "Not that melon. Second brother, you are so silly." Yuxi's handsome face displayed a look of profound disappointment. "My sister thinks I'm foolish." His heart felt as though it had shattered into a million pieces. Juanjuan was engrossed in listening to the little fish gossip, occasionally gasping in astonishment. "Oh yes, I just saw one. A very beautiful girl, just like you, little koi, sitting in a small boat." An orange-yellow goldfish chimed in, visibly pleased that it had piqued the little koi's interest. "I saw her arguing with a man, and then he slapped her." "And then what?" Juanjuan inquired eagerly. "Then, the little goldfish hesitated shyly. The other fish told me that a humanoid little koi appeared, so I stopped watching, and I don't know what happened afterward." Juanjuan sighed in disappointment. The other little fish, hearing her sigh, became anxious. "Don't sigh, little koi. We will tell you more stories." Yuxi reassured himself. Though his sister found him foolish, she had also said he was the one who understood her best. Turning to see Juanjuan sighing like a little adult, he couldn't help but chuckle. He walked over to her, gently tousling her soft hair with his calloused hand, and asked, "What's wrong, Juanjuan? Why are you sighing?" Juanjuan pouted, her little face filled with unhappiness. "It's the little goldfish. It only told half the story." Yuxi found it amusing and bent down, attempting to lift her, but as he did, a jade pendant slipped from his waist, swaying gently in the air. The small goldfish in the lake suddenly flailed excitedly, splashing water onto the other fish as if it were having a fit. However, those who could understand its speech knew it was not in distress. "Little koi, I remember now. The pendant on the human who is holding you is identical to the one worn by the girl who was slapped. Second brother, is this pendant a pair?" Yuxi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly cleared his throat. "Yes, it is. This was given to him by Miss Qin. He usually keeps it at his waist, but when he bent over, it was revealed, and he did not expect Juanjuan to notice." Though Juanjuan was aware of his relationship with Miss Qin, she still felt a bit shy. Her little face fell, nearly on the brink of tears. "Second brother, don't be shy yet. Juanjuan's little heart can't take it. That other half wouldn't be with Sister Shuyan, would it?" Yuxi had yet to detect Juanjuan's unease. His ears flushed, and his gaze shifted. "Yes, yes." "Ah!" Juanjuan squealed like a groundhog. "Sister Shu Yan is in trouble." Yuxi was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure, looking at Juanjuan with concern. "Juanjuan, why do you ask about the pendant? Did something happen to Miss Qin?" Juanjuan urged the little goldfish that had been telling the story to lead the way as she hurried off, saying, "Sister Shu Yan seems to have had an argument with someone. She might be in danger." Yuxi's dark, bright eyes gleamed with cold intensity, his expression turning grim, as if the temperature around him had dropped several degrees. From his tightly pressed lips and tense posture, It was evident he was extremely anxious. The small boat moved slowly, unable to wait. Yuxi instructed Juanjuan not to wander off and quickly moved to the back of the boat to row with the boatman. Juanjuan urged the other little fish to go ahead, insisting that if anything happened, they must help that girl. We can't let her come to harm. As soon as Juanjuan finished speaking, the little fish nodded in agreement. Understood, little koi. She is your friend, and we will definitely help her. We will go ahead now, little koi. Goodbye. After the little fish departed, Juanjuan sat on a small stool, her brows furrowed with worry. Sister Xu Yin is very lucky. She will surely be fine. Beside the artificial island in the center of the lake, Qin Shu Yan's maid, Yin Er, was bound and gagged, unconscious. A man with an expressionless face tossed her into the lake and turned to threaten the terrified boatman. I've done my research on you. I know where you live. You have 2 daughters, don't you? If you dare speak of today's events, your entire family will suffer the consequences. The boatman trembled, his entire body shaking as he stuttered. I won't say anything. Please let me go. The man cast a cold glance at him, confident that he wouldn't dare speak out. What do you mean, let go? Once I deal with these 2, we will leave together. The boatman, trembling, glanced at the other woman on the boat, who was bleeding from her mouth and unconscious, and he quickly shut his eyes in fear. These were young ladies from wealthy families. If anything happened, regardless of whether the culprit was found, it would be them, the servants, who would suffer first. The man snapped. What are you gaping at? Help me lift her onto the shore. The boatman's hands trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, rendering him utterly powerless. I don't have the strength. If he helped today, he would be considered an accomplice. The man quickly discerned his thoughts, narrowing his deeply sunken eyes, and menacingly threatened. No strength? If you can't lift her now, then in the future, you will only be able to lift your daughter's corpse. His cold words, laced with murderous intent, sent a shiver down the boatman's spine. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to help lift the woman's legs. Should we throw her into the lake, or what? The boatman asked with a trembling voice. Lift her to the shore. The rest is none of your concern. Just as the 2 of them were about to disembark, the small boat was suddenly jolted, swaying precariously. The man lost his balance, nearly falling into the lake. The boatman steadied himself, looking around, only to see the boat's side teeming with fish. He gasped in shock. So many fish, having spent years on the lake. The boatman had heard tales from fellow sailors about the water deities. The man coldly surveyed the fish swarm, displeased. What nonsense! Where's the river god? Hurry up and lift her onto the shore. At that moment, a humanoid figure slowly emerged from the lake, accompanied by the waves created by the multitude of small fish. Countless little fish supported Yin Er's body, lifting her from the bottom of the lake. The boatman, now utterly terrified by the scene, dropped to his knees on the boat, bowing repeatedly to the fish. Great river god, please forgive me. I was forced into this. Your grace is vast. Do not hold my actions against me. The man frowned, muttering a curse under his breath. He lifted his foot, attempting to disperse the fish, but they were undeterred, continuing to bump against the small boat. With no other choice, he set down the person he was carrying and went inside the boat to grab a paddle, vigorously striking the fish in the water. Get lost. You all get lost. The little fish, dodging and chattering, responded, This person is clearly a villain. He dared to strike us with a stick, so we decided to show him our true colors. The man then noticed the fish recklessly hurling themselves upward. Could it be that they were possessed? He looked up and saw a small boat in the distance, making its way towards them. How unfortunate! The man muttered a curse, then angrily threw down the oar he held and plunged into the water. The villain has jumped into the water. Everyone, do not let him escape. Show him our might. Quickly, seize him and give him a beating. Thus, all the fish swarmed after the man. When Juanjuan and the others arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a dazed and bewildered boatman repeatedly bowing, alongside the unconscious bodies of Qin Shuyan and Yen'er. The fish leaped gracefully, quickly reaching out to assist Qin Shuyan. Miss Qin. Juanjuan, standing on another boat, was so anxious she was nearly bouncing. Second brother, you forgot about me. What will Juanjuan do to get over there? She called out several times, but her pleas went unheard, and she thought of Juanjuan. Knowing her second brother was frightened, as his hands trembled, she hurriedly released a bit of her spiritual energy into Qin Shuyan's body, meticulously checking her limbs and vital organs. Finally, she felt at ease. It's all right. Fortunately, It's just some superficial wounds. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuiji felt as if he had survived a calamity, and the tension in his body instantly dissipated. He disembarked from the small boat, stood in the water, and lifted Yinner, who was being supported by the small fish. The remaining fish chattered excitedly, recounting the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing that the man had jumped off to escape, Juanjuan pointed in the direction he fled and said to her second brother, "He ran that way." Second brother must want to find that villain to avenge Miss Shuyan. Juanjuan immediately understood, patted her little chest, and assured him, "You can rest easy, second brother. Juanjuan will take good care of herself and Miss Shuyan." With that, Yu Chuji no longer hesitated and leaped into the water, chasing after the direction Juanjuan had indicated. On the boat, Juanjuan stumbled slowly over to the terrified boatman, who was still banging his head repeatedly while mumbling incoherently. His forehead had become bloodied from the impact. Juanjuan gently patted him, and immediately the boatman ceased his bowing. I'm still alive." He looked up to see a delicate little girl dressed in soft pink, her exquisite features filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. "There is no river god in this river, so you need not be afraid. But there were so many fish, it was so terrifying. I've never heard of such a thing. Can you tell me what happened?" Chapter 81, Gulu Gulu Goo. The boatman looked around nervously and shook his head, trembling as he stammered, I don't know. Don't ask me. I know nothing." "Huh?" Juanjuan tilted her little head in confusion, her innocent voice asking, "Then why were you so scared?" I. Observing the boatman's wary gaze darting around, Juanjuan suddenly realized, "You're afraid of the bad man, right? He ran away, and my second brother went to catch him. Do not be afraid. Please tell me what happened." The boatman's eyes were filled with suspicion, but ultimately, he could not resist the pangs of his conscience and recounted everything he had witnessed. Throughout his narrative, he repeatedly emphasized that he had been forced into the situation. That man disguised himself as a servant and boarded the boat. I thought he was this young lady's attendant, so I didn't question it, and perhaps the young lady thought he was my assistant, so she didn't ask either. Thus, we allowed him aboard. He swallowed hard, noticing the little girl across from him listening intently, and she asked what happened next. Thinking of his two daughters back home, his heart gradually calmed, and his words became less stuttered. Then, as we neared the center of the lake, I saw many people on the island who drew knives and forced me to steer clear, to approach from another direction. Their blades were aimed at me, and I dared not disobey. During this process, the young lady noticed something was amiss and approached to inquire why we weren't docking. That man tore off his veil, sneering as he asked her if she recognized him. Juanjuan interrupted him, her little hand instinctively clenching tightly. Was that man wearing simple clothes and tall in stature? What happened next? That man was the same one she had encountered at the banquet. It couldn't be mistaken. Juanjuan felt a surge of anxiety, her eyes wide open, fixated on him. Then that young lady said something, and the man, in a fit of rage, began arguing with her, eventually slapping her across the face. The maid rushed out to intervene, but was swiftly knocked unconscious by the man. They continued to quarrel, and the man, with a dark and violent temperament, eventually grabbed the young lady by the throat and struck her several times until she was rendered unconscious. Juanjuan could hardly believe the scene described. She bit down on her little teeth, fuming. How outrageous! What grudge could lead to such bullying of Miss Shuyan? She is to be my future sister-in-law. The boatman, perceptive, paused until Juanjuan finished her furious tirade before continuing. Later, he bound the maid with hemp rope, gagged her, and tossed her into the lake. As for the young lady, he intended for me to help carry her ashore. There must have been another plan. Juanjuan had checked earlier and found that Yin was merely knocked out, and since she was rescued in time, she had not sustained any serious harm. Taking advantage of the boatman's distraction, she transmitted a little spiritual energy to both of them, estimating that they would awaken shortly. Sure enough, not long after, Yinner stirred awake. Coughing up the lake water she had swallowed, and scrambled up from the boat, panicking as she called out, Miss, where are you?" Juanjuan pointed softly there. "Miss Shuyan is over here." Qin Shuyan, having opened her eyes at some point, looked gently at Juanjuan with her slightly reddened, watery, autumn-like eyes. "Thank you, Juanjuan, for saving me once again." Juanjuan hurriedly waved her hands, shaking her head earnestly as she held Qin Shuyan's hand. No. It was second brother who saved you. It's important to build up second brother's reputation now. A faint smile graced the pale corners of Qin Shuyan's lips, as if she had seen through Juanjuan's intentions. "By the way, Miss Shuyan, Do you know that wicked man who harmed you? Upon hearing Juanjuan's question, Qin Shuyan's smile faded. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, grew cold and icy. It is Wei Huaibua. He has come to seek revenge. The heir of the Xianwang mansion, Wei Huaibua, had been stripped of his title by the emperor for plotting against a general's legitimate daughter and was relegated to a commoner. With his family expelled from the capital to their fief, a truly tragic fate. Alone in the capital, Wei Huaibua was without kin, and the emperor forbade him from leaving. With his family unable to support him, his life had become quite miserable. How could such a person know the whereabouts of the noble ladies in the capital and manage to follow them? Qin Shuyan seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Her brow furrowed as she mentally scanned through all the people she knew, yet could not identify him. Yenner, seeing the injury on Qin Shuyan's face, burst into tears. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears, too afraid to even touch her. Though the injuries appeared quite alarming, Qin Shuyan herself knew there was no pain at all. Juanjuan lifted her head, speaking earnestly. It won't leave a scar. Miss Shuyan is the most beautiful. If any other child had said such things, Qin Shuyan would have thought they were merely flattering her. But coming from Juanjuan, she believed it wholeheartedly. Mother often remarked that Juanjuan is an extraordinary child, having encountered extraordinary event herself, and thus she must express her gratitude to Juanjuan once more for coming to her aid. In the distance, the lake's surface rippled, and a figure was approaching, seemingly dragging something along, surrounded by a school of fish. This led Wei Huaibua, just as he was about to speak, to swallow a bellyful of water. When he was unceremoniously tossed onto the shore, his stomach was so distended he lay on the ground, retching incessantly. Yu Chuizhi wiped the water from his face, the dampness of his azure attire clinging to his form, outlining the youth's broad shoulders, slender waist, and lean physique which, while appearing slight, was in fact defined by taut musculature. Droplets cascaded from his brow down his cheek, ultimately pooling on his tightly clad abdomen before vanishing. Chapter 82. Yu Chuizhi's anger, he casually swept his wet hair aside and turned to meet 3 pairs of eyes. Upon seeing this, Juanjuan noticed that Shu Yanjia's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. She tilted her head, contemplating, does Shu Yanjia feel shy because my second brother is not wearing clothes? Perhaps her shyness indicates affection. Thus, if my second brother remains unclothed, Shu Yanjia might marry him. Oh! With a clap of her small hands, Juanjuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Second brother, take off a bit more, so Shu Yanjia can come marry and play with Juanjuan sooner. Yu Chuizhi, what is this nonsense? He was indeed dressed. He picked up his outer robe and draped it over his smooth physique. Initially, he intended to avoid being rude in front of Miss Qin. Yet he noticed a fleeting shadow of disappointment cross her face. Yu Chuizhi paused, questioning his very existence. Could it be that Juanjuan was not speaking in jest? Did Miss Qin truly favor such a display? Was it too late for him to undress now? Would that appear too deliberate? Curse be it. Had he known she preferred such things, he would not have bothered to dress earlier. It appears he must heed Juanjuan's words in the future, no matter how absurd they may seem. Meanwhile, Wei Huaibua lay on the ground, bruised and retching, his pitiful state eliciting sympathy from anyone who beheld him. Second brother still doesn't realize this person is Wei Huaibua, the one who was previously engaged to Shu Yanjia and sought to harm her. Otherwise, he would surely not be alive to be dragged ashore. Yu Chuizhi was momentarily taken aback before glancing at the limp Wei Huaibua, his eyes glinting with a chilling fury. So, this scoundrel, who delights in manipulating others, dares to bully Miss Qin. He fixed his deep, shadowy gaze upon him, gathering strength for a forceful kick. Wei Huaibua could only emit a wretched cry before plunging back into the lake. His dismal state was better suited to the water, where his filthiness was less obtrusive. Yu Chuizhi rationalized his actions. Well done, second brother. Scoundrels deserve this treatment. Suddenly, Shu Yanjia interjected. Xiao Ji, I wish to know how he learned of my whereabouts. Yu Chuizhi averted his gaze. I shall inquire immediately. Speak. How did you learn of Miss Qin's whereabouts? And how did you gain entry? Wei Huaibua's collar tightened, suffocating him. Yet he gritted his teeth. I investigated on my own. Yu Chuizhi narrowed his eyes coldly. You, a lost dog, dare to investigate while hiding your face? How absurd. Wei Huaibua, sensing the derision in his tone, turned pale, but stubbornly reiterated that it was his own investigation, uttering not another word. Very well. His expression was one of defiance, which amused Yu Chuizhi. He released his grip, observing him for a moment before allowing a slight smile to form. You choose not to speak, then? Yu Chuiji's hand tightened around Wei Huaibua's hair, forcing him to look up, holding at his lips, but his eyes betrayed his displeasure. I shall ask you once more. Speak, or remain silent. Silence. With a sudden force, Yu Chuiji plunged Wei Huaibua beneath the water. His voice was as frigid as ice. I hope you can maintain this obstinacy. Each time he submerged him for an extended period, only bringing him up when he was almost on the brink of asphyxiation. The instinct to survive compelled Wei Huaibua to gasp for air. Yet, scarcely able to breathe a few times before being thrust down again, lake water invaded his lungs, rendering him incapable of coughing, a sensation more torturous than death itself. Eventually, he could endure no longer. After being pulled up once more, he hastily exclaimed, "Stop! I will speak, I will speak." Yu Chuiji raised an eyebrow, a leisurely tone escaping his lips, not so defiant now. I thought you could withstand a bit longer. Upon releasing him, Wei Huaibua coughed violently, as if trying to expel his very lungs. His eyes brimmed with hatred, yet he was forced to suppress it. After expelling the water from his lungs, Wei Huaibua felt considerably relieved. Now, quickly, what is your plan? Who assisted you? Yu Chuiji inquired. I don't know. After an agonizing wait, Wei Huaibua finally stammered this response. Just as Yu Chuiji raised his hand again to submerge him, Wei Huaibua panicked. I truly do not know who she is. She appeared in my house suddenly, wearing a veil. I couldn't discern her identity, only that she was female. Yu Chuiji scrutinized his facial expressions, searching for any hint of deceit. Furthermore, recount the entirety of your conversation. She directly asked if I desired revenge, claiming she could assist me. I inquired why she would help, but she remained silent. Then she instructed me to bring Mu Li to the city's southern Furong Garden today, stating the guards would allow me entry upon seeing me with Mu Li. Yu Chuiji's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, Wei Huaibua would have perished 100 times over. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyan, who had been listening intently, furrowed her brow in confusion, murmuring, "Why would that person wish to harm me? I have never wronged such an individual." She was known for her discretion and had never sought conflict with others. Her temperament was famously amiable. How could she have attracted the ire of such a person? Unable to comprehend the situation, Qin Shuyan was at a loss, but Juanjuan had a hunch that the person was perhaps not targeting Shuyan Jie, but rather her second brother. With the engagement between their families already established, albeit not publicly announced, few were aware. Moreover, should anything happen to Shuyan Jie, it would be her second brother who would first lose his composure. Thus, it was plausible that this person aimed to strike at Shuyan Jie to indirectly harm her second brother. The only individual Juanjuan could think of in this regard was Sun Liao. However, since this was merely her conjecture, she refrained from voicing it. On the other hand, Yu Chuiji had exhausted all questions and then released Wei Huaibua to continue soaking in the water. With numerous fish surrounding him, he harbored no concerns about Wei Huaibua escaping. The slight breeze felt chilly to him, let alone for a girl. What shall we do? Y'all not printed otvai huribu, utterly exasperated. Yu Chuiji pondered for a moment before replying. There is no one here. We can leave him be for now. He cannot escape. This matter must not escalate. The previous incident involving Miss Qin's broken engagement had already stirred considerable gossip, making it widely known. Should word spread that Wei Huaibua sought revenge, it could lead to dire consequences for Miss Qin's reputation. Chapter 83. Found on the ground, Yu Chuiji entrusted Juanjuan to Qin Shuyan before departing with Wei Huaibua. However, upon entering the house, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere within. Observing his mother's furrowed brow and his elder brother's somber expression, he inquired, "Mother, brother, what troubles you? You seem rather unhappy. Has something occurred?" Lin Shi's face bore an unmistakable heaviness, and she sighed softly. "Your elder brother encountered an incident at Hongguang Temple today." "What?" Yu Chuiji gasped, quickly turning to his brother. "Brother, are you all right?" Yu Shirshu shook his head. "I am fine." "That is good." He let out a sigh of relief. Yet his confusion deepened. Wasn't it a good thing that his elder brother was unharmed? Why did they still wear such gloomy expressions? Lin Shi sighed softly, explaining that while his elder brother was indeed safe, Jiang He was in trouble. He had yet to awaken from his unconscious state, despite several doctors examining him and declaring him well. This, he thought, was simple enough. They could simply ask Juanjuan to take a look. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, as he was holding Juanjuan, and swallow the words back down. Lin Shi, however, perceived the implication behind his words. She cast a sidelong glance at UKG and spoke in a somber tone. Now, do you understand why your elder brother and I are worried? UKG responded with a perplexed ah, and awkwardly chuckled, realizing that it was indeed due to him. Juanjuan was presented before Lin Shi, her sweet, soft voice instantly melting Lin Shi's heart. She lovingly embraced Juanjuan, who smelled delightful, exclaiming how obedient and precious her little treasure was. After a moment of affectionate interaction with her mother, Juanjuan inquired about what she had just overheard. Mother, did you say Jiang Heili is unconscious? Lin Shi held her close and gently explained Asu was pricked by a needle at Hongguang Temple today, but he soon regained consciousness. Jiang Heili, however, has not yet awakened. Juanjuan, unaware of the gravity of the situation, thought it simple enough to help. With Juanjuan around, nothing will happen to my elder brother, but I need to find a way to see Jiang Heili. He cannot be in danger. If something were to happen to him, no one would be able to counterbalance the Wen family. What Juanjuan did not realize was that ever since she had revealed in the palace that the sixth prince would become the future emperor, both the imperial concubine and the Wen family had come under a covert investigation by the emperor, uncovering shocking revelations that could shake the very foundation of the Jiang nation. The emperor was secretly instructing his trusted ministers to gather evidence against the Wen family. There would be no need for virtuous officials to maintain balance. The Wen family's towering presence was soon to be toppled. Lin Shi was unaware of this, and upon hearing Juanjuan express the seriousness of the matter, she hurriedly took her to find Jiang Heili. In the guest room, Jiang Heili lay on the bed, impeccably dressed, his complexion rosy, appearing peacefully asleep. Lin Shi's brows knitted with concern as she remarked, "The doctors say he is merely asleep, but one elderly physician suggested he may have been poisoned." Yu Su entered and plainly described the characteristics of the drug. Just a single prick from that oddly shaped needle could render a person unconscious within moments. Juanjuan pondered thoughtfully, suspecting it might be a substance from another world, given that Sun Liao possessed a system capable of providing her with such items. It was not surprising. Unsure of what to do, she ran to find Xiaobai. Xiaobai, upon seeing Juanjuan stumble over and lean against it, handed her a small vial, saying, "I obtained this from the Taoist elixir realm. Try it on him to see if it works." Juanjuan hesitated. If I give him all of this, he shouldn't come to any harm, right? No, I should find something more reliable, she decided. Ultimately, she selected her favorite red pill, and while approaching Jiang Heili, she stealthily slipped it into his mouth when her mother and elder brother were not looking. After a moment's thought, fearing it might not be effective, she also added a green one. You should wake up, right? If not, I'll keep trying until one works. In the end, Juanjuan did not need any other medicine, for Jiang Heili awoke, albeit begrudgingly, due to the bitterness of the concoction. He had never tasted anything so bitter in his life, questioning his very existence as the flavor was more acrid than that of Huanglian, a blend of sour and bitter that roused him from a deep stupor. Jiang Heili spent half an hour rinsing his mouth and indulged in 2 plates of candied fruit before feeling somewhat revived. With tear-filled eyes, he looked at Yu Su, demanding, "What on earth did you feed me while I was unconscious?" Yu Su calmly stepped back, smiling gracefully, "Not me. I have no idea." Thus, Jiang Heili inquired around until he landed on Juanjuan. Unable to escape, she chuckled nervously, "Oh, it's nothing. I just found it on the ground and gave it to you." Jiang Heili's expression darkened. He was genuinely angry. Sensing his irritation, Juanjuan quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Elder brother Jiang Heili, please don't be mad. If I hadn't fed you that, you might still be unconscious." Jiang Heili gave a cold smile, his voice laced with sarcasm. "So I should thank you for picking something off the ground and shoving it into my mouth?" Juanjuan struggled to contain her laughter, her mouth breaking into a grin that revealed her adorable white teeth. However, she soon faced consequences, marking the end of her delightful day. Observing Juanjuan's comically distressed expression, Jiang Heili felt a sense of relief. Maintaining a stern fa he cautioned her. "From now on, do not pick up things from the ground, understood?" "Yes, I understand," Juanjuan replied obediently. "Next time you're in trouble, I will certainly find the most bitter medicine to give you." Lin Shi, who had been worried, couldn't help but smile at the familiar, vengeful nature of her little Juanjuan. She had not changed a bit. Chapter 84. Seeking the princess's assistance after Jiang Heili's departure. UKG recounted the matter regarding Miss Qin and the testimony provided by Wei Huaibo. That night, as she pondered An unsettling feeling grew within her. Embracing Juanjuan, she voiced her concerns from the past few days. Juanjuan lay patiently in her mother's arms, her large eyes unwavering as she listened intently. As the moon ascended, Lin Shi eventually succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a deep sleep, leaving the room in profound silence. Juanjuan, still wide awake, glanced around before settling down in contemplation. She deemed her mother's worries to be quite valid. Although the Heavenly Emperor had promised to find someone from another realm to counterbalance Sun Lu Yao, the identity and status of the ninth princess were sufficient to surpass Sun Lu Yao 100-fold. However, as long as Sun Lu Yao remained unaware, her focus would remain on the Ministry of Personnel. Juanjuan pondered whether she should seek an opportunity to bring the two together. In the celestial realm, a day equated to a year on Earth. While she had spent a considerable time away, only 2 days had passed above. Upon reaching Ling Shao Palace, she encountered many familiar faces. They greeted her warmly, teasing her about whether she had once again stolen the Queen Mother's peaches, questioning how she had gained weight in such a short span. With a haughty huff, Juanjuan turned her head away, ignoring them. They understood nothing. This was her mother's cherished offerings, a delightful indulgence. Outside the hall, the Heavenly Emperor was engaged in a game of chess with a silver-haired elder. Upon seeing her, he waved cheerfully, his demeanor warm and inviting. Juanjuan, you have done well with your task. Huh? Juanjuan tilted her head in confusion. But I haven't done anything yet. At this, the Heavenly Emperor's smile deepened, his gaze laden with significance. Perhaps you have inadvertently altered the fates of many. Juanjuan nodded, half comprehending, before articulating her purpose for visiting. Upon hearing her, the Heavenly Emperor paused, looking at her with curiosity. Did you not already know? Know what? Juanjuan inquired. Puzzled, the Heavenly Emperor directed his gaze toward the silver-haired man across from him. Do you remember? The man took a measured sip of tea, unperturbed. Only Jiang Yusheng was aware. When they encountered each other, Sun Lu Yao was not present and merely observed from behind. The Heavenly Emperor's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, I see now. Indeed, they have yet to meet. What are you all talking about? Ju In tilted her head in confusion, voicing her soulful question. Why could she not comprehend anything? The Heavenly Emperor chuckled softly, realizing, I forgot that this little girl lacks a divine perspective. On that day when they exchanged couplets, SNLYO was also present. Ing should have already discovered the existence of another time-traveling girl. She, small yet astute, imitated the adults with a sigh and shook her head, concluding that Ju In would have to wait a bit longer. The Heavenly Emperor found her amusing, pondering what this little one was thinking with her head bobbing back and forth. The death of Qi In Yugo did not stir much commotion. Madame Qi In suppressed everything. There were too many novelties in the capital, and after Qi In Yugo's burial, all rumors ceased. After all, the dead deserve respect, and people refrained from discussing her foolish actions during her lifetime, granting her a final dignity. However, Xiao continuously clamored that her daughter was murdered, demanding that Lord Qi In seek justice for her. Yet, Lord Qi In could not be bothered to even glance at her. Amidst the intertwining emotions, Xiao finally went mad. Upon hearing this news, LNSH's expression remained unfazed. Holding a piece of red fabric embroidered with half a small tiger, she was sewing clothes for Ju In. CICH In paused momentarily before shaking her head, saying, Madam, the master has not left the palace since finishing court this morning. LNSH raised her brows slightly, her tone gentle. I understand. You may leave now. Inside the room, Ju In stumbled out, clutching the precious Gozich, and noticed her mother appeared somewhat unhappy. She rushed over, holding the Gozich, softly calling, LNSH's lips curved into a gentle smile. What is it? Ju In. Don't be sad. Shall we go to the palace to see father? LNSH chuckled softly, lightly tapping her small nose. The palace is not a place we can enter at will. Without a summons from the palace, how can we go in? Ju In, however, shook her little head in disagreement. But the emperor clearly said I could enter whenever I wanted. She tugged at LNSH's hand, refusing to let her continue sewing, and sweetly coaxed, Please, LNSH, fearing the needle might hurt Ju In, reluctantly set it down. It's not that does not wish to go. but we truly cannot enter. Then who can go into the palace? The princes and princesses, as well as Prince Y and those guarding the palace. There is no need to mention Prince Y, as he was too busy to be seen. Jiang Su and had already visited the SHF several times in the past few days for meals. Ju In bit her small hand. Thinking hard, but I don't know the princes. But I know the eldest princess. She pulled LNSH's hand, her eyes sparkling as she pleaded, Let us find him IRNYY, and have her take us into the palace, okay? LNSH shook her head, gently telling her, We cannot trouble the eldest princess. Ju In's bright little face instantly turned sour. But I really miss father. Doesn't TM miss him too? This statement left LNSH speechless. She ruffled Ju In's little head, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, she surrendered to Ju In's persistent coaxing and had CICH and go ahead to deliver a formal invitation. Ju In joyfully kissed LNSH, exclaiming, Yay, we're going to find him IRNYY. Seeing her so elated, LNSH couldn't help but smile. However, the thought of having not interacted with the eldest princess for many years, and now approaching her with a request, made her feel somewhat shy. Yet, seeing Ju In's joyful smile made it all worthwhile. As they approached the palace of the princess, LNSH took the time to remind Ju In a couple things. Chapter 85. Entering the palace with the princess, Ju In nodded fervently. She understood that she must not make things difficult for the eldest princess. The eldest princess's residence was greeted by her chief maid, who welcomed them with a bright smile upon their arrival. Madame Hélène, our princess is so delighted to know you are coming that she specifically sent me to wait here and guide you and the young lady inside. LNSH smiled gently. I apologize for the haste of our visit. Not at all. Please don't say that. The princess is overjoyed to have you here. The maid eagerly led them in. The princess is waiting for you in her chamber. I will take you there. As the formerly most favored princess, the eldest princess's residence was exquisitely built. Lavish pavilions were surrounded by clear ponds, covered with floating duckweed, verdant and pristine. A collection of rocks formed an artificial mountain, beneath which numerous phoenix-tail bamboos grew, and the garden was filled with pavilions and flourishing flora. UN, Lotsking formal education. Thought to herself, it's just like a little royal palace. Upon entering the delicate bedroom, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The floor was laid with white jade, and the beams were made of sandalwood. Behind a translucent crystal bead curtain, a slender figure reclined softly on a concubine couch. The maid lifted the curtain with a smile. Princess, look who has arrived. Elenisash tightly. Feeling a mix of nervousness despite their past close friendship, she bowed gently, her expression serene. This humble servant greets the eldest princess, wishing you eternal blessings and peace. The eldest princess rose from the couch, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she said, Must we still observe such formalities between us? Or is it that my sister still harbors resentment against me? LNSH felt a twinge of surprise, but maintained a gentle demeanor. What are you saying, Your Highness? One must not neglect proper etiquette. I understand. Jing must still be angry with me, she said, her eyes downcast in melancholy. Her stunning face resembling a wilting flower, evoking a sense of pity. Ju In screamed internally. Why doesn't TM forgive her? NSH thought, what is this? She never blamed her at all, so how could there be any question of forgiveness? The eldest princess took her hand and sat down, and as soon as she was seated, she began to wipe her tears. Ying Yi, it is only right for you to be angry with me. If I had not insisted on marrying him, would I have ended up in such a predicament? NSH could only pat her hand, soothingly saying, Your Highness, your fortune still lies ahead. The eldest princess smiled bitterly. What fortune is left? I now only wish to raise ZHR, asking for nothing else. NSH was at a loss for words, merely patting her hand. The eldest princess felt the bitterness within her heart, lamenting her own foolishness for sacrificing years of sisterhood for a man. She felt too embarrassed to discuss their past affections with her sister. By the way, the eldest princess hid her sorrowful expression and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss today? LNSH's thoughts circled in her mind as she prepared to speak when Ju N's eager voice interrupted. NSH's face flushed slightly as she gently tapped Ju in. This child, why does she say everything out loud? The eldest princess couldn't help but chuckle at the innocence, finding it both amusing and enviable. She leaned slightly forward, gently stroking Ju's head. Her smile widening. Of course we can. Ju's eyes brightened, her voice sweet. Thank you, Mirnyy. You are so nice. The eldest princess's smile deepened. I should be the one thanking you. Little Juan. Sh's expression paused momentarily, but she said nothing. The eldest princess likely already knew of Ju's uniqueness. As a mother, her foremost concern was whether such knowledge would adversely affect Juan if it spread. On the other hand, she understood the eldest princess was not one to speak out of turn. After changing into appropriate attire, the three of them walked out together. The princess's residence was now considerably emptier. The Bai family had either been imprisoned or expelled, with only Bai J and H stubbornly remaining. As they passed the clear pond, Juan noticed a boy seemingly attempting to approach them, but was mercilessly stopped by an older brother clad in black. Even from a distance, Juan could hear the boy's voice. Sh glanced at the boy in the distance, smiling as she ruffled Juan's hair. The eldest princess's cold voice echoed in her ear. He had been clamoring for a dark garb before, and now I have specially arranged one for him. He is yet to accept the harsh reality of his sudden fall from grace, still brimming with arrogance that remains untempered. In the academy, no one indulges him anymore, leading him to abandon his studies, while all the servants now refuse to attend to him. The Long Gongju observes him with a cold gaze, devoid of any emotion. It is only then that Juanjuan realizes that this boy is the one who once tormented her third and fourth brothers. Her curiosity dissipates, and she obediently nestles in her mother's embrace until they board the carriage. Inside the carriage, the Long Gongju converses at length with Lin Shi, seemingly thawing a corner of their previously frozen relationship. Although Juanjuan does not comprehend the nuances, she can sense a shift in the atmosphere within the carriage. Resting her chin on her hands, she gazes outside, and after a moment, feels a pang of hunger. She reaches into her snack pocket and finds a smooth, round object. To her surprise, it is the precious Jiaozhu, which she had casually placed in her pocket before leaving. No wonder it felt heavy. She had thought it was filled with treats. Now, with the Jiaozhu in hand and her pocket emptied, she can only clutch her little belly and gaze vacantly outside. Fortunately, it isn't long before a servant's voice calls from outside. Your Highness, we have arrived at the palace. Instantly, Juanjuan lifts her head, invigorated. Are we going to eat? Or are we going to see father? Lin Shi carries her down from the carriage. Thanks to the princess's favor, they are granted the luxury of entering the palace in a soft sedan chair. Upon reaching the entrance of the imperial study, the Long Gongju expresses her desire to visit the Empress Dowager, thus parting ways with Lin Shi. Steward Huang stands guard outside the study, and upon seeing Lin Shi and Juanjuan, he rushes forward to greet them. Madam Lin, Miss Juanjuan, the Emperor is currently in a meeting with several officials. Perhaps you would like to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden in the meantime? He then calls his godson, Xiao Fu, to escort Lin Shi and Juanjuan. With a round, cheerful face that exudes good fortune, Xiao Fu bends slightly and speaks respectfully. Chapter 86. An adventure with a cat. The Imperial Garden is adorned with flourishing weeping crabapple trees, their blossoms bending gracefully in the gentle breeze, delicate and vibrant. A sight to behold. Beneath an exquisitely crafted pavilion, the palace ladies, dressed in an array of colorful garments, outshine even the most beautiful flowers, leaving one unsure whether to admire the women or the blossoms first. Juanjuan and the others pass beneath the crabapple trees, unnoticed by the group of ladies. With the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Lin Shi instructs Su Fu to lead them away from this area, hoping to avoid an encounter. Juanjuan's gas lingers longingly. Oh, so many beautiful sisters. Must we say goodbye so soon? The chatter of the ladies wafts over from the pavilion. Sister Shu expresses concern about being overheard, cautioning that it would not bode well if the Guifei were to catch wind of their words. What a Guifei! Now it is the one Fei who holds that rank. How can she still act with such airs before me? A discerning observer would see that the Guifei has completely lost her favor. Not only has the sixth prince fallen from grace, but the Wen family's situation has also deteriorated significantly. It is common knowledge that when Ruoyu will not rise again. Laughter and conversation from the ladies resonate, and Linshi pauses briefly, then quickens her pace. In the palace, it is often best to remain ignorant of such matters, for those burdened with excessive curiosity seldom thrive. Just as this thought crosses her mind, Linshi hears Juanjuan's protests echoing in her mind. I want to listen. I haven't heard enough. Why is mother walking so fast? Linshi chuckles softly. Oh, you silly child. She does not slow her pace, fearing to overhear something she ought not to. Linshi's eyes flicker, but she merely smiles in silence. Suddenly, from the flower bushes on the right, a movement catches Juanjuan's attention, instilling a sense of unease. She cautiously focuses on the underbrush. A white cat leaps forth, pouncing toward Linshi. Alarmed, Linshi stumbles back a few steps, instinctively shielding Juanjuan in her arms. Where did this wild cat come from? To her surprise, Xiaofu displays remarkable agility. Positioning himself in front of Linshi and seizing the cat by the scruff of its neck, anxiously inquiring, Madam, are you all right? The white cat meows indignantly, and Linshi gently reassures, I'm fine. Your skills are quite impressive. Xiaofu bashfully scratches his head, smiling shyly. I trained in martial arts with my father for a few years before entering the palace. Linshi nods in acknowledgement, choosing not to pry further. The restrained white cat glares defiantly, its four paws squirming, meowing vehemently, its foul language understandable only to those fluent in feline. Foolish servant, release me at once. After a brief period of commotion, it turns its attention to the only one present who can comprehend its words. Xiaoyu, you must make this servant release me. Juanjuan discreetly turns her head away, feigning ignorance. She has no intention of aiding this impolite cat. The white cat, agitated and thrashing, eventually concedes. Realizing its struggles are futile, with its round, glistening eyes, it shifts tactics, resorting to bribery. Xiaoyu, I know of a place in this palace where a fish, capable of transforming into a human much like yourself, is hidden. Would you like to see it? Intrigued, Juanjuan's ears perk up, yet she remains turned away from the white cat. Sensing her interest, the cat continues, I once saw her. My master's mother often draws blood from her with a knife. I once attempted to bite her, but was mercilessly thrown out. However, she is somewhat different from you. I can tell at a glance that you are a fish, but she is both human and fish. Finally, Juanjuan turned her head to look at it, prompting the white cat to excitedly wriggle. I know where she is now. If you convince this human to let me go, I will take you to see her. Curiosity ultimately triumphs, and Juanjuan clings to Linshi's neck, adorably pleading, Mother, Juanjuan wants to play with the little cat. Linshi, taken aback, gazes at the white cat with confusion. Isn't Juanjuan afraid of cats? Please, Mother. How could anyone resist such a perfectly charming little creature snuggling in their embrace? Linshi chuckles softly, tapping her little nose. Of course, dear. She turns to Xiaofu, her eyes still glowing with warmth and affection, and gently requests, Xiaofu, please allow the white cat to stay and play with Juanjuan for a while. Madam, this cat might scratch. Linshi, confident in Juanjuan's ability to look after herself, replies with a smile, it's fine, let it down. Xiaofu ceases further objections, gently placing the white cat on the ground. Meow, wretched human. Juanjuan hops down from Linshi's embrace, and the two scamper off to a corner to whisper to one another. The white cat lazily licks its paw. You need to find a way to shake off those humans. What about Mother? Juanjuan tilts her head in question. The white cat bares its teeth. No, the humans cannot follow. All right, Juanjuan responds, her little head drooping in disappointment, then tugs at Linshi's sleeve. Mother. Juanjuan wants to play somewhere else with the little cat. Linshi shakes her head, conflicted. Juanjuan, this is the palace. You cannot wander about. But I want to wander off. The little cat will take care of me. Mother, please let Juanjuan go. You are the most beautiful, gentle, kind, and loving mother in the world. Linshi's heart softens considerably, yet she knows that her words alone do not suffice. Sensing her dilemma, Xiaofu kindly suggests, Madam, why not let the young lady go? She will be accompanied by a maid, so nothing will happen. With that, Linshi pats Juanjuan's little head, gently instructing, you may go play, but do not venture into dangerous areas, understand? And do not get caught up in any commotion. If you find yourself in danger, let the maid take you away. She understands that Juanjuan must have her own desires, and while she is aware of her daughter's capabilities, Concern lingers in her heart, prompting her to offer many warnings. "Yes, I understand, mother," said Juanjuan obediently. After speaking, the white cat leaped into the flower bushes, with Juanjuan sluggishly trailing behind. The silhouettes of the duo gradually faded away, and Lin's heart seemed to drift along with them. "Madam, allow me to take you to see the apricot blossom grove ahead." Chapter 87. Mistaken for father, could you possibly move a bit faster? You're moving far too slowly. Juanjuan huffed, plopping down on the ground, turning her head away in a haughty manner. "If you urge me again, I simply want to go." The white cat sighed. "Humans are truly troublesome." It spoke gently. "I am not urging you. I merely wish for you to hasten a little. If you cannot, that is acceptable. We can stroll slowly." Oomph. With that, Juanjuan finally got up, following the white cat once more. The white cat led her along small paths, avoiding the bustling palace attendants. Aside from the two palace maids following at a moderate distance, no one else noticed their presence. Eventually, the white cat halted in front of a red-walled building, pointing excitedly at a small hole at the base of the wall. "We have arrived. We can enter through here." Juanjuan paused, gazing at the small hole, her delicate pink face scrunched in displeasure. "That is a dog hole. I refuse to crawl through it. How could the wicked cat suggest she enter a dog hole?" The white cat, feeling wronged, jumped down and began to pace anxiously beside Juanjuan. "I usually enter through this hole. Please endure it just this once, little fish." After much persuasion, Juanjuan reluctantly crawled through the hole. "Let us hurry. There is no one here now." As they walked, the white cat remarked a few days ago, "My master's mother inexplicably moved out from here. I watched from the eaves that day and confirmed she did not take the fish with her. Therefore, it should still be in its original place." Juanjuan followed closely behind, the two small creatures sneaking about like thieves. Outside the wall, the two palace maids exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. "She has entered Xianfu Palace. Should we follow her in? Perhaps we should wait outside for a while. If she does not come out in half an hour, we can go in then." Thus, the two maids stood beside the small hole, waiting for Juanjuan to emerge. Inside Xianfu Palace, the white cat guided her through a series of twists and turns to the former quarters of the beloved concubine. With a gentle push of its paw, the door opened. Inside the chamber, the large wardrobe had been removed, replaced by a small square table in its previous location. "This is the spot. Move this table aside, and we will reveal the entrance below." Juanjuan crawled over and gently pushed the small table, revealing several bricks of a different color from those nearby. These bricks appeared newer. The white cat spun in excitement, its tone filled with enthusiasm. "Quickly remove the bricks." As Juanjuan began to lift the bricks with her tiny hands, she felt a twinge of doubt. "But I do not sense any life beneath. Could it be that Ni is deceiving me? How could that be? Just wait until we go down. You will understand." After Juanjuan removed the differently colored stones, she indeed discovered a dark opening. The white cat eagerly jumped in, followed by a series of thuds. "Is Ni all right?" After a long pause, the white cat's voice emerged weakly. "I am fine. Just be careful when you descend. And do not miss your step." The white cat felt as though it had lost one of its 9 lives. Juanjuan cautiously descended, steadying herself against the walls. The space below was dark and cold, a mingled scent of blood and fish assaulting her senses. "Little fish, there is a candle here. Please light it." As Juanjuan's fingertips began to glow softly, the candle ignited, illuminating the dim room. She gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. The white cat let out a wail. How could she be dead? I had not even had a chance to eat meat yet. Its furry paws dipped into the bucket of water, retrieving a strand of azure hair. The beautiful tresses appeared lifeless and dull, akin to dry grass. With a mere tug, the hair snapped like it was made of dust, falling into the water. Meow. The white cat, startled, jumped back, its trembling paw pointing at the bucket. It broke. Little fish, did you see that? I merely touched her hair, and it broke. Juanjuan wrinkled her nose, taking a cautious sniff, then spoke seriously. We must first lift her out of the water. Something is amiss with this water. The unpleasant odor unsettled Juanjuan as she approached the bucket, placing her palm on its surface, which emanated a faint red glow. Gradually, the figure within the bucket began to rise, and Juanjuan laid her on a nearby table. She pointed at the bare, blood-stained tail and said, "When I last visited, this was covered in beautiful scales, shimmering like gems. I wonder why they have all fallen off now." Juanjuan approached the bucket, standing on a small stool to peer inside. Indeed, the murky, foul-smelling water was littered with many beautiful fish scales. Could this possibly be transformative water? At that moment, the white cat called out, "Little fish, come see." She seems to still have breath. Beneath the cascade of azure hair, the mermaid's pale and fragile neck bore a deep, shocking wound, the skin already turning white from soaking. The mermaids, a legendary race favored by the divine, had not yet succumbed to death. We must save her. The white cat hesitated, but her scales and hair have dissolved. Do you think she can be revived? Juanjuan remained silent, continuously channeling her accumulated spiritual energy into the dying mermaid. Only when she could no longer stand and collapsed onto the ground did she stop. The white cat quickly leaped to her side, licking her small hand. "Little fish, are you all right?" Juanjuan shook her head, propping herself against the table, her soft hand reaching for the mermaid's breath. At that moment, the mermaid's fingers suddenly stirred, grasping Juanjuan's chubby hand, her voice emerging hoarsely, like that of an aged candle flickering in the wind. "Father, Father King." The white cat jumped in surprise, its eyes wide with astonishment. "Little fish, what did she just call you?" Juanjuan's delicate face mirrored confusion. "She called me Father King. She might be mistaking you for her father." The white cat chuckled mischievously, only to receive a light punch from Juanjuan. "If you keep joking, I shall scold you." After saying this, Juanjuan retrieved a fist-sized pearl from her pocket and held it up near the mermaid's face. "Is this what you were calling for?" Chapter 88. The Art of Reviving Life. The smooth, lustrous pearl pressed against her cheek, and a crystal-clear tear slipped from the corner of her eye, transforming into a pearl the moment it fell from her skin. "Wow." Juanjuan watched in awe as the pearl rolled away, her mouth agape. So mermaid tears truly could turn into pearls. She leaned closer, resting beside the mermaid's face, her tender voice softly calling, "Sister, can you hear me?" The white cat interjected. She may not have the strength to respond. "If you can hear me, please move your fingers," Juanjuan asked earnestly. Upon hearing her words, the mermaid's fingers twitched. "She can hear us," Juanjuan exclaimed joyfully to the white cat. This indicated that her method of channeling spiritual energy was effective. The mermaid's natural healing capabilities were remarkable. With Juanjuan's efforts, the mermaid could barely open her eyes. Her eyes were the same azure hue as her hair, reminiscent of the sea, noble and pure, yet devoid of vitality. As if wilting. "Sister, do you feel any better?" Juanjuan rested her little head on the ground in front of her, her large, round eyes filled with concern. The little mermaid blinked, her gaze slowly and sluggishly drifting to the lustrous jiaozhu, her expression tinged with sorrow and longing. Juanjuan pushed the jiaozhu towards her and inquired, "Do you recognize this jiaozhu?" "It was a gift to me." The little mermaid remained silent, her attention fixed on the jiaozhu, her emotions growing ever more profound. Meanwhile, the white cat picked up the pearl that had fallen to the ground and approached, placing it in Juanjuan's palm, and with an expression that conveyed disbelief, remarked, "Of course you recognize it. Think about it. The jiaran is just another term for mermaids, so the jiaozhu must be related to them. Perhaps its owner has a connection with this little mermaid. What a foolish fish. Didn't she just hear this little mermaid call out for her father? This pearl could very well belong to her father." Juanjuan's face lit up with realization, genuinely praising the white cat. "Wow, little cat, you are so clever." However, the white cat's prideful demeanor didn't last long, as Juanjuan then stated that since the pearl belonged to her father, she would return it to her. The cat's tail stood upright in alarm. "No, this pearl looks very valuable. Are you really going to give it to her?" Juanjuan nodded, completely unperturbed, thinking it only natural to return something that belonged to the little mermaid's father. But this pearl is yours now." The white cat sighed, pondering that it was futile to explain to such a foolish fish. "It's all right. I can sense that you mean well." Juanjuan smiled as she handed the pearl back to the little mermaid, believing her mother would not be angry. With no further arguments to make, the pearl found its way into the little mermaid's hands. A flicker of light ignited in her previously dim eyes upon seeing the jiaozhu. She glanced at the expectant Juanjuan and the frowning white cat, then opened her mouth and swallowed the jiaozhu whole. Juanjuan gasped, retreating a step alongside the white cat. The scene was too shocking. The contrast was stark, akin to a delicate doll suddenly opening a gaping maw, rendering it hard to comprehend. Did she just eat it? Juanjuan's little face scrunched in concern, visibly troubled by the thought of her choking. The white cat almost slipped in surprise, its mind racing. "So, this is what you're worried about?" The little mermaid said nothing, but after swallowing the jiaozhu, Her wounds began to heal at a visible rate. The once bare and bloodied tail gradually sprouted new scales. Witnessing this miraculous sight, both Juanjuan and the white cat stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide. After what felt like an eternity, the white cat finally stammered, "Should we run?" Juanjuan, puzzled, asked, "Why should we run?" The white cat replied, "Because I was thinking of eating her earlier." Once the little mermaid's scales had fully regrown, the peculiar transformation ceased. However, Juanjuan noticed that the deep gash on the little mermaid's neck remained unchanged. Thank you. The little mermaid's voice was hoarse, as if speaking required immense effort. Her deep wound opening and closing with each word, leaving Juanjuan apprehensive that her head might suddenly fall off mid-sentence. "It's all right. By the way, I'm called Juanjuan. What is your name?" The little mermaid succinctly replied, "Ing." "Sister Ing." Juanjuan, feeling familiar, moved closer, her obsidian-like eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of beauty. "Sister Ing, you are a mermaid. Are you feeling better now? Would you like to come outside with us?" Ying's pale blue eyelashes trembled slightly, concealing a powerful hatred within her gaze. "No, I want revenge." The princess of the merfolk had been held captive as a blood slave for years, enduring not only physical harm, but also mental torment. She sought to confront the architect of her suffering. The white cat jumped into Juanjuan's arms and whispered, "She must be referring to my master's mother, whom others call the favored consort." The white cat often overheard palace gossip, where others secretly cursed her. But how can you achieve revenge like this? Since Juanjuan was also a fish, she understood well that a fish's tail could not walk on land. Ing stared blankly at her exquisitely beautiful tail, then turned away, saying, "As long as I dry it off, my tail can transform into human legs. Moreover, having absorbed my father's energy, as long as my legs do not come into contact with water, I can maintain this form." "Wow, how cool." Juanjuan sai sparkled. Ying's crystalline eyes shifted, as if recalling something, and she murmured, "Thank you." When the last droplet of water was wiped from her tail, the dreamlike and enchanting tail transformed before Juanjuan and the white cat into delicate, fair human legs. Juanjuan's adorable little face turned crimson, and she hurriedly covered her eyes, turning her back to the little mermaid while pulling the white cat with her. "Little cat, hurry and find Sister Ing some clothes." The white cat meowed and dashed out through the entrance of the dark room. Chapter 89. Transforming into a little cat, "Isn't this too big?" Juanjuan exclaimed, struggling to carry the clothes that blocked her view as she stumbled towards the little mermaid. The white cat lazily licked its paw, baring its teeth at her. "There are only palace maidens' clothes here. Where am I supposed to find clothes for a child?" Juanjuan sighed in exasperation and turned to the little mermaid. "Sister Ing, you can put these on first. Do you need my help?" The little mermaid shook her head, took the clothes, and silently scrutinized them for a moment, before hastily throwing them over her head. Juanjuan's mouth hung open in astonishment as she watched the little mermaid clumsily dress herself. After donning the garments, Ing disregarded the bemused expressions of Juanjuan and the white cat, calmly stepping down from the table. Having just transformed into human legs, she felt somewhat unsteady. "Let's go outside." Juanjuan looked up at her, hesitating before finally asking, "Sister Ing, are you sure you want to seek revenge?" Ying's crystalline eyes hardened. Her teeth clenched. Of course, Juanjuan understood that Ing was furious from the hurt she had endured, but Ing lowered her gaze towards Juanjuan. Her eyes filled with doubt. Juanjuan's little face scrunched in concern as she looked up at Ing, who towered over her. "Are you sure you won't get caught again looking like this?" Ing glanced down at her slender arms and legs, fell silent, and refrained from mentioning revenge. "Then what will you do, Sister Ing?" Juanjuan asked in a small voice. The white cat scoffed, "How would I know? Maybe we should just keep her here." It had come to eat fish meat, not to do good deeds. The key point was that it hadn't even tasted a bite yet. The white cat sat atop the table, adopting a nonchalant demeanor while observing the two little girls. "Think of something. You're more familiar with this place." Juanjuan clung to the white cat, determined not to let go, as if she would continue holding on until it helped her. The white cat's tail bristled in annoyance, but eventually worn down, it relented and said, all right, let go. I'll help you." Initially, this little fish had been wary of it, but now she realized how troublesome it was. Nonetheless, since it was already involved, the white cat began to offer suggestions dutifully. "Take her out of the palace. Staying here will eventually lead to her discovery, and that would be difficult to explain." Ying's delicate pink lips pressed tightly together, her azure eyes fixed on Juanjuan, a hint of wariness in her gaze. Though this child had saved her, Could she truly trust a human? Even though this child is good-natured. What if her family sets their sights on me? Under the hopeful gaze of Juanjuan, she found it exceedingly difficult to articulate her refusal. I can go to your home. The word she had resolved to say turned into this unexpected phrase, and immediately after speaking, Ing felt a pang of regret. Wishing to slap herself, Juanjuan, oblivious to her unnatural expression, was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Ing, lowering her long lashes and suppressing a flicker of joy, maintained a serious demeanor and said, but you must swear. You cannot disclose my identity to your family. If you do not swear, I shall not go. This was certainly not an issue for Juanjuan, who earnestly raised her small hand and extended 3 fingers, vowing not to reveal to her mother, father, or brothers that sister Ing is a mermaid. If Juanjuan were to lie, she would be punished to never eat snacks for the rest of her life. After making the vow, she looked at the mermaid with sparkling eyes, as if asking, is that acceptable? Ing thought to herself, how peculiar to swear about not eating snacks. But seeing Juanjuan's sincere gaze, she chose to say nothing further. The 3 of them climbed up through the secret passage and stood at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. The white cat shook off the dust from its fur and asked Juanjuan, do you remember the route you took to come here? Juanjuan nodded her little head proudly, affirming that she did. The white cat then leaped out and vanished from their view in a matter of moments. Let's go, Juanjuan said, taking Ying's hand and leading her toward the secluded corners where no one frequented. The 2 little palace maids trailing behind Juanjuan were nearly frightened to tears, but at that moment, they spotted a swift white figure dart past, landing atop the wall. Look, isn't it the cat that follows the young lady? Let's chase it. Following it will surely lead us to the young lady. The white cat, seeing the 2 humans running toward it, stood up to stretch its limbs, then jumped down, leading the 2 little maids on a wild chase through the palace. Only when it felt the time was right did it guide the 2 little maids back toward Juanjuan. Meanwhile, Juanjuan and Ing were darting among the flowering bushes to avoid the palace attendants, ultimately arriving at the imperial garden. From a distance, Juanjuan spotted her mother, sitting beneath a small pavilion, with the kind-hearted grand eunuch standing beside her. Ing nodded, her gaze scanning Lin Shi with cautious curiosity. This human exuded a pure aura, yet vigilance was still necessary. Juanjuan dashed out from the thicket, stumbling toward Lin Shi while elongating her voice to call out, Mother. Lin Shi could hardly recognize her. When she had last seen Juanjuan, she was pristine, but now she resembled a little flower cat. Just look at all those leaves stuck to her and the dust on her trousers. Where have you been playing? Juanjuan pointed toward the direction of Xinfu Palace. Over there. She now harbored grave suspicions that Juanjuan had been rolling around in the grass all this time. Look at you. You've turned into a little flower cat. Grand Eunuch laughed good-naturedly, his compliment sincere. Miss is truly adorable in any form. This is the first time I have seen such a spirited child. No one dislikes hearing praise about their child. Lin Shi couldn't help but smile, even as she mused about her daughter's transformation into a little flower cat. Mother. Juanjuan tugged at Lin Shi's arm, standing on her tiptoes to whisper at her ear, I met a very pitiable sister. She pointed toward the flower bushes, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Can we help her? Lin Shi followed the direction of Juanjuan's finger, but saw nothing. She grasped Juanjuan's small hand gently and asked softly, where did you encounter this sister? How old is she? In a small dark room underground. She's very pitiful, but I do not know how old she is. Lin Shi pondered, glancing up thoughtfully. A small dark room, underground? The identity of a sister Juanjuan met must be quite complex. Xinfu Palace, after all, was once the abode of a favored concubine. Lin Shi felt torn, not wanting to hurt Juanjuan's feelings while also being concerned about the girl's background. However, there were matters within the royal palace that one could not meddle in, especially since their family was treading on thin ice. Her husband had likely offended many in his position, and even the slightest misstep could lead to a perilous downfall. Juanjuan, we can help her, but we cannot take her out of the palace. It's far too dangerous. Juanjuan pouted, her expression sorrowful as she asked. But the sister is so pitiable. Lin Shi was at a loss for words. She gently caressed Juanjuan's small face, sighing deeply. The risks were too great. If they were discovered, it would spell disaster. Lin Shi believed the girl Juanjuan spoke of was innocent, but the palace was rife with treachery. And without knowing the girl's identity, how could she dare to take her out? Woo woo woo. Mother does not agree. What will happen to Sister Ing? She is so pitiable, and if she stays in the palace, she will not survive. There is only one lake in the palace. and there are guards watching it every day. Where will Sister Ing live? Lin Shi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Juanjuan's line of reasoning. What did the lake have to do with where one lived? Almost immediately, she heard Juanjuan muttering in her heart. If only I could tell Mother that Sister Ing is a mermaid. But I promised Sister Ing that I wouldn't reveal her identity. The forlorn expression on Juanjuan's face did not escape Lin Shi's notice as she suddenly gasped in disbelief. What fish? Juanjuan's thoughts struck Lin Shi like a heavy hammer, each thought resonating deeply within her heart. If Sister Ying's identity is discovered, will others drain her blood for beauty treatments? What should we do? A flicker of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes. It was said that a mermaid's blood could grant youthfulness, a notion documented in many historical texts, some of which she had secretly read as a child. If that girl were to be kept captive in the palace as a tool for restoring beauty, it would be an unspeakably tragic fate. Juanjuan had mentioned that the girl was merely a head taller than her. Lin Shi's heart softened. Ever since she became a mother, she could not bear to see such injustices. She knelt down and gently whispered into Juanjuan's ear. Juanjuan, could you take Mother to see that sister first? Juanjuan's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. According to her understanding of her mother, this meant they were halfway there. Yes, we can. Lin Shi took her hand and smiled softly. She then turned to Grand Eunuch, slowly saying, "This child is eager to go over there to chase butterflies. I will take her to have a look." The place she indicated was nearby, and Grand Eunuch smiled knowingly, subtly distancing himself to grant them some privacy. Children, after all, understood such things. Juanjuan led Lin Shi behind the flowering bushes, where leaves and branches provided cover. In the distance, Grand Eunuch could only see a blurred silhouette. Mother, look, this is Sister Ing. Lin Shi looked down to see a small girl crouched down, her expression wary as she gazed up at her. Her hair, shimmering like satin, was a striking shade of azure, appearing almost translucent in the dappled sunlight, and her azure eyes sparkled with an enchanting glow, her skin as pale as exquisite jade. Yet, the girl was painfully thin, her bones protruding sharply. Although she was taller than Juanjuan, Lin Shi suspected she weighed less. She wore an ill-fitting palace maid's garment that hung loosely on her shoulders, trailing on the ground and gathering dirt and grass, resembling a fallen princess. Lin Shi's heart ached at the sight, and she crouched down to speak softly to the two eager little ones. We need to find her a fitting outfit. This one is far too large. Lin Shi gently tapped the girl's nose, exclaiming helplessly, "Indeed, but her hair color is too conspicuous. We must find something to cover it." Yay! Ing pressed her lips together, casting a quick glance at Lin Shi before lowering her gaze and murmuring a soft thank you. Lin Shi extended her hand gently to brush away the withered leaves from her hair, her delicate and fair hand exuding warmth, while her gaze shimmered with tender ripples. Ing nodded slightly. Juanjuan suddenly recalled the artificial hill they passed on their way here, which contained numerous caves. Although they were too small for adults to enter, they were just right for a child. Ing Jia, let us hide inside the artificial hill. It's a perfect place to conceal ourselves. All right. Ing tugged at her clothes and, guided by Juanjuan, crawled behind a large stone of the nearby hill. Once she was settled, Juanjuan walked and inquired, "Mother, where shall we go to find sister some clothes?" Lin Shi bent down to look at Juanjuan, her eyes curving into a smile. "But we already have some right here." Suddenly, Juanjuan felt a chill on her body and hurriedly covered her chest with her small arms. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Silly child, I was just teasing you. However, if Juanjuan's clothes get dirty, we'll have a new set for you." Juanjuan's eyes brightened as she understood. "I see now." She bent down, dabbed her small hands in the dust on the ground, and then rubbed it on herself before scampering over to Xiao Fu, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, her fair face flushed from running. "Xiao Fu gong gong. Juanjuan has gotten her clothes dirty." The exquisitely crafted garment bore noticeable spots of dirt. Xiao Fu quickly replied, "We shall fetch a new set for the young lady right away." Chapter 91, Devouring Dog Food Soon. Xiao Fu returned with a new outfit. "This is what I just fetched from the Shangyi Bureau. It may be a bit big. Madam, please try it on." Lin Shi accepted it with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble at all." Xiao Fu quickly shook his head, looking pleasantly surprised, and earnestly added, "This is what I ought to do. By the way, allow me to accompany you and the young lady to change." Xiao Fu looked around and then directed his body toward a certain direction. "The nearest place is the Xinfei Palace. Shall I take you there?" Lin Shi raised her eyes. smiled slightly. Let us not trouble the Xinfei. It is fine to find an empty palace to change in. Children do not require too much fuss. Xiaofu readily agreed. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. He walked ahead, cheerfully saying, allow me to lead the way. Just then, a young eunuch approached in a hurry, and upon seeing Lin Shi, his face lit up with relief. Madam Lin, the emperor has finished his business. Gong Huang has asked me to summon you. Xiaofu naturally had no objections. He had deliberately sought out an unoccupied palace and pointed in that direction. I know that palace. It used to house the talented maidens. But the emperor has not selected any in recent years, so it has remained empty. It is well maintained, as maids clean it daily. The location was not far, just a short walk away. Xiaofu quickened his pace, saying, Madam Lin, may I accompany you? Lin Shi smiled and shook her head. No need. It is merely a few steps. Juanjuan rested her head on Lin Shi's shoulder, waving cheerfully at Xiaofu, her voice sweet. Goodbye, Xiaofu Gong. Mother, shall we go telling Jie? Juanjuan asked only after Xiaofu was out of sight. Lin Shi looked ahead at the approaching artificial hill and nodded with a smile. They found him sleeping in a stone cave and handed her the clothes, while Lin Shi crouched down to help her put them on carefully. Although the outfit was selected by Xiaofu based on Juanjuan's size, it fitting perfectly. Neither too big nor too small. All right, Ying dove back into the cave, her azure eyes watching them leave. Outside the imperial study, several officials were engaged in conversation while walking. Those familiar with them would recognize that all were from the 6 ministries and were trusted confidants of the emperor. Yu Shihong walked at the rear, side by side with the Minister of Revenue, dressed in official attire, primarily listening to the minister speak, his expression calm and unhurried, resembling distant mountains. Juanjuan spotted him immediately, waving her small hand excitedly and calling out Daddy. Yu Shihong lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback. A smile as radiant as jade blossoming on his face, illuminating his features. He nodded to the Minister of Revenue, leaving a remark of we'll discuss it later, before making his way toward them. Hey, Minister! The Minister of Revenue, having not noticed Lin Shi and Juanjuan's arrival, was in the midst of an important point, and seeing them approach made him anxious. Why are you so oblivious? Can't you see that the wife and daughter have arrived? The Prince of Wings, with a menacing glare, seemed to exude an aura of intimidation with every word, causing the Minister of Revenue's face to turn pale. He looked over and saw the minister walking towards his wife and daughter, his expression shifting dramatically. He felt like crying, but had no tears. I truly did not see them. The Prince of Wings scoffed, releasing his grip with such force that it caused the minister to stumble. The minister, unable to express his anger, contemplated whether his career was coming to an end. What should I do after offending 2 superiors today? I am anxiously waiting for a response. Yu Shihong took Juanjuan from Lin Shi's arms, weighing her gently, his slightly parted lips revealing a subtle tenderness. Juanjuan has grown a bit. But Yu has had a hard time carrying her all this way. Juanjuan tilted her little head, uncertain, thinking, is Daddy saying I'm fat? Lin Shi suppressed a smile and reached out to tousle her hair. Not far away, the Minister of Revenue stood waiting, seemingly with something important to discuss. A cloud of worry crossed Lin Shi's brow as she asked, Husband, have you been very busy these days? How much longer will it continue? Yu Shihong's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on her face, his eyes shimmering with warmth. These days, the capital has been unstable. The emperor has asked me and several other officials to investigate a case. There may be visitors to our residence in the coming days, so you must be cautious. Lin Shi sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. I am well aware. She understood that her husband was involved in matters that could stir the capital's winds. Yet her heart was heavy with concern. Yu Shihong leaned closer, his heart softening. If all goes smoothly, this will conclude by the end of the month. I will do my utmost to hasten the process so that it does not interfere with your birthday. All right? Lin Shi's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. Who said that? Just as they were immersed in their tender exchange, they suddenly heard an inappropriate voice. How can Juanjuan feel full when she hasn't eaten? Oh, it turns out she has been fed by Daddy and Mommy's dog food. The two looked down to find Juanjuan, her face brimming with curiosity. Lin Shi's blush spread to her ears, and she shot a reproachful glance at Yu Shihong, as if to say, this is all your fault. Juanjuan felt a sudden sense of responsibility, nodding earnestly with a serious expression. Daddy, you can focus on your work. I will take good care of Mommy and ensure she is happy. Our Juanjuan is truly wonderful. Yu Shihong responded, his lips curving into a gentle smile. his eyes filled with affection. This harmonious family of three radiated happiness from afar. Chapter 92. Yu Shihong in a fluster. The Minister of Revenue couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate his superior was, smoothly advancing in his career, with children and a beautiful, gentle wife. As he pondered life, he suddenly noticed the door to the imperial study opening, revealing a woman dressed in a light blue palace gown. Seeing her approach, the minister quickly stepped aside, fearing he might be caught in a disastrous situation. Observing the handprint on her face and her disheveled hair, he could almost guess what had transpired within the study moments ago. Indeed, this woman is the favored concubine who has recently suffered a series of demotions, though she should now be addressed as Yu. As one of the officials involved in the one family incident, the Minister of Revenue could likely foresee the fate awaiting Yu. However, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for him to avoid confrontation, for even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Juanjuan rested on Yu Shihong's shoulder, her eyes wide as she observed Wenruoyu approaching them step by step. Typically fond of vibrant colors, she had unexpectedly donned a light-colored garment, her hair disheveled, and her left cheek swollen, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. What is she coming for? Surely, she does not intend to bully my mother. Juanjuan recalled the incident during the full moon banquet when Wenruoyu had slashed her own face with armor to frighten her mother. Thus, she regarded Wenruyu's slow approach with wariness. Lin Shi instinctively felt a pang of anxiety, but upon seeing Wenruyu's condition, her gaze faltered, leaving her standing motionless. She nearly forgot that times had changed. As Wenruoyu approached, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yu Shihong, the fine lines at the corners crinkling, her face adorned with a bittersweet smile, her voice hoarse. Do you truly intend to be this heartless? Yesterday, upon receiving a secret missive from her father and brother, Wenruoyu discovered that the emperor had been investigating the Wen family for some time. Among the officials conducting the inquiry, Yu Shihong was the principal figure. She could not possibly be unaware of the clandestine maneuvers of her family outside the palace. In fact, in some instances, it was she who had discreetly facilitated their affairs within the palace, leveraging her favored status. If the accounts the Wen family had maintained with the Ministry of Revenue over the years were meticulously scrutinized, the day of reckoning would mark their downfall. Moreover, Yu Shihong was known for his exceptional efficiency, tirelessly leading the ministry staff in their investigations over the past few days, having already submitted 3 ledgers to the emperor. Her father and brother were reaching out to contacts to fill in the gaps. Hence, they had sent her a message urging her to find a way to stall Yu Shihong. Wenruoyu's expression was laced with genuine bitterness. She gazed at the man before her, who would not even spare her a glance, her smile strained. Can we have a word? Lin Shi pressed her lips together, her eyes darkening as she cast a sidelong glare at Yu Shihong. Yu Shihong appeared to sense an impending threat and took a step back, his voice, warm as jade yet distinctly aloof, replied, There is nothing of merit for the minister and Yu to discuss. Father is anxious. How amusing. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the once flawless beauty of the favored concubine had diminished significantly without the sustenance of fish blood to maintain her allure, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Lin Shi soon realized that the injuries on the young girl had been inflicted by Wenruoyu. Wenruoyu, fully aware of Lin Shi's earlier gaze, felt a tumult of emotions welling within her, her rigid smile faltering. If you insist on pursuing this matter, I must caution you that the waters of the Wen family run deep. The roots are intricately intertwined, involving many complexities that you cannot fathom. My father wishes me to convey that it would be wise for us to step back. If you cease your investigation now, he would be willing to acknowledge the findings thus far, and we can turn swords into plowshares. Whatever you desire, the Wen family can provide. Wenruoyu's frustration peaked. What? Do you have further warnings, Jiyu? Observing her speechless rage, Yu Shihong raised an eyebrow, a smirk of interest gracing his features. Wenruoyu was acutely aware of his derision, and she hardened her expression, each word biting. No. Then I wish you success in your investigation. Yu Shihong nodded, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his eyes, as gentle as a breeze. I appreciate your kind words, Jiyu. Wenruoyu, incensed, turned and left, her countenance stormy, with 2 palace maids hastily trailing behind her. At this juncture, she furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. I can't shake the feeling that Su Minglian has some connection to the Wen family. She seems to be involved in many of their affairs. Your intuition is astute, Yu Shihong replied, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Su Minglian's mother was once a maid to Wen Ruoyu's mother. After the Wen family returned her indentured servitude contract, she left the capital to marry an innkeeper and bore Su Minglian. When Su Minglian was a child, her mother took her to the Wen residence for 3 years. Lin Shi's mouth fell agape in astonishment, unable to believe the depth of the relationship between Su Minglian and the Wen family. This was information Yu Shihong had unearthed during his investigation. Su Minglian's mother was not of Jiang nationality. She had entered Jiang to escape pursuers and became a maid to the Wen family. Possessing knowledge of certain obscure arts, she quickly gained the trust of Wen Ruoyu's mother, assisting her in discreetly eliminating many adversaries of the Wen family. When this revelation first came to light, even Yu Shihong was taken aback. Lin Shi reflected on the poison her parents had been given by Su Minglian, her lips pressed together in concern. Meanwhile, Juanjuan remained silent, absorbing the conversation until Yu Shihong mentioned the obscure arts, prompting her to stir. So, my ability to hear the thoughts of that wretched aunt is related to these obscure arts? Why else would I be able to hear her when no one else can? And what are the scents surrounding her? Could it also be connected? I recall. I sensed that same aroma on Marinai. She felt a sudden urge to embrace Juanjuan tightly, grateful for the precious gift bestowed upon their family. Yu Shihong gazed down at the child in his arms, his warm fingers gently ruffling her hair, a smile imbued with tenderness. Chapter 93. Bringing Ying home not far behind, the Minister of Revenue was watching eagerly, his eyes clearly conveying his impatience. Though he was filled with trepidation, he did not dare approach, for offending his superior could lead to dire consequences for his future in the ministry. The gentle, yet unassuming light fell upon her softly radiant cheeks, and her expressive eyes seemed to convey unspoken sentiments. Juanjuan could sense the surrounding air grow still. She wore an expression of understanding, instinctively closing her eyes. Typically, at such moments, her father and mother would begin to share tender kisses. However, after a while, the anticipated kisses did not materialize. Instead, Yu Shihong raised his other hand, his fingers imbued with the scent of ink and parchment, gently caressing Lin Shi's cheek. Lin Shi nodded and then urged him, hurry along. Do not keep them waiting too long. Yu Shihong cast one last deep glance at the two, imprinting their visages in his memory, before entrusting Juanjuan to Lin Shi and turning to approach the Minister of Revenue. The warmth of his fingers still carried the familiar scent of the incense used at home, a comfort he had not experienced in days. Yu Shihong's demeanor was cool as he addressed the minister. Please continue. Certainly, Juanjuan chimed in, her voice a gentle whisper as she called out, Ing Jiejia, Ing Jiejia. Before long, a small head, securely wrapped in cloth, peeked out from behind stone. I am here. She cautiously emerged, noting the unfamiliar figure trailing behind the two, and after a moment of scrutiny, she stepped forward. We are leaving now. Oh, all right, she replied slowly, making her way to Lin Shi's side, her head bowed as she tugged at her garment, her mind drifting back to the moment Lin Shi had dressed her and wrapped her hair. Lost in thought, Lin Shi lightly ruffled her hair. Upon learning that the favored concubine relied on the child's blood to preserve her beauty, Lin Shi felt a surge of compassion for the young girl. This is Aunt Sueju. She is helping us leave the palace, Lin Shi explained. It was impossible for Lin Shi to brazenly escort a child out of the palace, nor did she possess the capability to do so. Thus, she had sought the help of the Grand Princess, merely stating that the child was the offspring of a maid and a guard, fearing discovery, and requested her assistance in escorting the child out. The rumors of the maid's illicit affairs with the guard had reached her ears during her time in the palace, so she did not think twice about it. Moreover, the Grand Princess was willing to assist, eager to repay Juanjuan's earlier act of kindness, and thus sent Sueju to help. Sueju's gaze fell upon the girl. The exceptionally pallid complexion, the gaunt visage, and the grimy smudges upon her face, coupled with her evasion of direct eye contact, painted the picture of a soul long accustomed to the shadows, forever eluding discovery. She nodded inwardly, then offered a gentle smile, permitting the child to lead her servant, who would escort you and Miss Juanjuan out of the palace. As she grasped the young girl's slender wrist, Suju momentarily mistook it for a mere stick adorned with bark. Sighing internally, she reflected on the misfortune of a child born in such a stringent palace, enduring untold hardships. So frail, like a mere twig. She feared that even the slightest pressure might break her. Approximately half an hour later, The doorman at the gate of the Shanshu residence was the first to spot their carriage, promptly swinging the gate open to greet them eagerly. The coachman reined in the horses, bringing them to a halt. Mrs. Lin was the first to alight from the carriage, nodding and smiling. She lifted the curtain and gently carried Juanjuan down, with Ing following closely behind. The gaze of several onlookers fell upon her, and the doorman nodded knowingly. With a friendly acknowledgement of Miss Ing, he ushered them inside. Kai Chun and Kai Ing also approached, having overheard Mrs. Lin's earlier words. "Madam, shall we prepare a courtyard for the young lady?" Mrs. Lin pondered for a moment and decided to tidy up the Qingzhou courtyard adjacent to Wanru. Upon hearing this, Ing cautiously glanced up at her and whispered, "I do not want a courtyard. I want water." Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, barely audible without careful listening. "Water?" Kai Chun paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Does the young lady wish to bathe?" "There is hot water in the courtyard." Ing quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No hot water. No hot water. Hot water turns into fish soup." Juanjuan tugged at Mrs. Lin's garment, softly pleading, "Mother, may elder sister stay with me, please? My courtyard is quite spacious, and there's even a small pond." Upon hearing this, Ing looked at Mrs. Lin with hopeful eyes. Juanjuan understood her identity, so residing together would ensure her safety. Mrs. Lin readily agreed, instructing for a delicate little bed to be moved to the Zhaixing courtyard, regardless of whether Ing would sleep or not. In the Zhaixing courtyard, only Juanjuan and Ing remained. Once the others departed, Ing removed the cloth from her hair, allowing her azure locks to cascade down before she leapt into the small pond. At the moment of immersion, her human legs transformed into a resplendent fishtail. Juanjuan sat beside the pond, cradling a plate of snacks, watching her intently. It had been a long time since she had encountered such pristine water. Thus, Juanjuan's gaze toward her grew increasingly sympathetic. Sister Ing is truly pitiable, confined underground for an unknown duration. The imperial consort likely never even replenished her water. Juanjuan imagined that if the waters of the Yaoqi became filthy and foul-smelling, she would certainly raise a ruckus and could not possibly remain there for a moment longer. She set down her pastries and earnestly declared, "Sister Ing, do not worry. Juanjuan will ensure that the elder sisters keep changing your water." Upon hearing this, Ing smiled and replied, "Thank you, little Juanjuan, but I plan to leave tomorrow. What do we as fish have to help one another with?" Juanjuan, slow to comprehend, stood up, gazing at Ing in disbelief, her expression one of hurt. "Why must you leave? Sobi? She felt so disheartened that even the pastries lost their allure. The piece of snack in her right hand trembled as it finally made its way to her mouth. Sob. She mumbled through the morsel, her voice muffled as she asked, "You really cannot stay? Truly cannot stay?" Observing her tear-filled expression, Ing reluctantly shook her head. Juanjuan, seeing her resolute intention to depart, could only lower her head in regret. Very well. Unable to endure the sight of the little one in such a despondent state, Ing gently wiped away Juanjuan's impending tears and comforted her patiently. "Perhaps we shall meet again soon. When that time comes, you must not fail to recognize me." Juanjuan shook her head, tears in her eyes, assuring, "I will not forget. I will certainly recognize Sister Ing." Ing smiled enigmatically, but said nothing further. This uncertainty lingered in the air. Juanjuan, unable to conceal her emotions, wore her heart on her sleeve. At mealtime, everyone noticed her sorrowful expression and could not help but inquire about her distress. Juanjuan stifled her impending tears, wiping them away before they could fall into her bowl. Defiantly insisting, "I am fine, sob." Mrs. Lin took the bowl of meat congee from Juanjuan and instructed Kai Chun to fetch her a fresh one. A little fool, not minding the tears in her meal, she gently chided, stroking her head. Then, the timid Yu Baitsu and Yu Nanxing, who had been silent, spoke up to comfort her. Yu Baitsu said, "Yes, little sister, do not be sad. Your brothers are here to play with you." Yu Nanxing added, "Shall we take you to the academy to play tomorrow?" Before he could finish, Mrs. Lin silenced him with a glance. Yu Nanxing chuckled awkwardly, "Mother, I was just joking with my sister." However, they reassured her that after school, they would accompany her to play elsewhere. Juanjuan lifted her head, her tearful eyes searching their faces, and asked, "How do you know Sister Ing is leaving?" The three siblings froze, exchanging glances of bewilderment. How could they know? They had merely overheard Juanjuan's heartfelt words at the dinner table, having never met the girl. Yet they dared not voice this, casting desperate looks at Mrs. Lin. "Mother, we rely on you. Please do not let little sister suspect us. Mrs. Lin calmly sipped her tea and replied gently, "This is what you just told me when I carried you to dinner." Juanjuan wiped her tears. "Did I say that?" Mrs. Lin affirmed, "Indeed." She had noticed that Juanjuan sometimes had a poor memory, remaining unperturbed. Indeed, the dazed little Juanjuan hardly recalled her own words. After a moment's reflection, she realized she had indeed spoken them. Mother would not deceive me. Whatever mother says is true. Thus, she ceased her covert weeping, pouting, and declared, "Juanjuan does not want Sister Ing to leave." She spoke with earnestness, which managed to soothe her spirits. However, Juanjuan pondered that her mother was unaware of Sister Ying's true identity. Alas, although mother is comforting me, perhaps it is best that Juanjuan remains ignorant. Mrs. Lin pressed her lips together, smiling softly without speaking. This was indeed uncertain. Juanjuan was still young and perhaps unaware that historical records hinted at a profound and enigmatic relationship between one of the coastal great powers among the four great nations and the merfolk. Unmasking, with a chicken leg dangling from his mouth, dropped it into his bowl with a clatter, staring at Juanjuan in stunned disbelief. Merfolk? He glanced at his third brother, who looked equally astonished. After the shock wore off, admiration filled their hearts. Sister is indeed extraordinary. She even knows of the merfolk. Ubaitsu buried his head in his meal, insisting that after eating, he must accompany Juanjuan to play in the courtyard. Juanjuan eyed her two brothers, who appeared unusually spirited today, with suspicion. "Come on, little sister, we will play with you." Ubaitsu and Unmasking round. Fair faces began to reveal the contours of youth, inheriting their parents' fine genes. They were naturally charming, their smiles reminiscent of well-read, rosy-cheeked young masters from a tale. Yet, to Juanjuan's eyes, their expressions seemed to harbor ulterior motives, appearing rather foolish. She pouted and pridefully shook her head. No. If the third and fourth brothers see Sister Ing, it would not be good. Juanjuan promised Sister Ing. Since it was a promise made to a sister, they were reluctant to let her break it. Nevertheless, they escorted Juanjuan to the entrance of the Jiaxing courtyard. Ju entered and waved her little hand at the two of them. At the moment the door opened, the water in the pond splashed, and they both caught sight of a shimmering fishtail darting past in the twilight. They suppressed their astonishment, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as they bid Ju good night. On the way back, YNX Eng's voice was a soft murmur, suppressing excitement. "Third brother, did you see that?" YBIJ could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Yes, it was a mermaid." I think I can understand Ju In's feelings during dinner now. If it were me, I would hold on to her fishtail, crying and pleading for her not to leave. Chapter 95. Lipstick and perfume. YBIJ thought it unnecessary to feel that way. Moreover, he had a premonition that they would surely meet this mermaid again someday. That night, Ju In was still mumbling before sleep, insisting she must wake up early to see off Sister Ying. However, in the early hours, when Ju In awoke to the sound of water in the courtyard, the sky was still dark. She thought of closing her eyes for a moment longer. But when she opened them again, Ying had already departed. It was LNSH who had arranged a carriage to escort her to in Lugu, and by now, she must have already exited the city gates. Ju In exclaimed, it hurts too much." She had merely closed her eyes to alleviate the soreness from waking early, yet when she opened them, daylight had arrived. How infuriating. Someone must have stolen her time. Yes, that must be it. Puff, cough, cough. YZH unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of tea. "Well done, little sister." This was a certainty I could never be wrong about. Everything else could go awry, but I could not be mistaken. Even if I were, it would be external factors that influence my thoughts. This is truly splendid. Maintaining this mindset, their family would no longer need to worry about little sister being bullied when she grew up. With a look of terror, Ju In pondered the cause of her expression and finally concluded, "Second brother has gone mad." Oh no, what should Sister Shyn do? YZH's eyes were complex. Amidst the commotion, Ju In's sorrowful mood had lightened considerably, a smile gracing her round, cherubic face. ICHN held a multitude of trinkets purchased from the market, their delightful clinking accompanying her entrance. Upon seeing Ju In, she smiled and teased. Madam was worried that Miss Ju In would be sad after Ying left, so she took me to the market to buy these little items to distract her. It seems that it is no longer necessary. Isash, with a face full of affection, finally playfully tapped her nose. "You dear, It is good to be carefree. If it is no longer needed, let Ju in have them as snacks and toys. As long as she is happy, that is what matters. Mother, you went out early to buy treats for Ju in. Ju in joyfully accepted the pile of colorful trinkets and snacks from Cichn, eagerly unwrapping the oiled paper. You mustn't eat it all at once, or you won't eat lunch. Oh, NSH gently reminded her. Ju in gazed at the warm, fragrant delicacies in Dove-in, heedlessly agreeing with her mouth while truly hearing nothing at all. NSH, resigned, had anticipated this outcome. After sipping some tea and resting for a moment, she began discussing the marriage arrangements with Juanjuan. Regarding such matters, Juanjuan, naturally shy, remained silent, his face flushed, occasionally responding, all according to Mother's plans, until Ju's sudden interjection interrupted their conversation. Oh, what is this little box? It smells nice. Ju in picked it up and shook it, producing a clattering sound. She turned it around, mumbling, "Is it something delicious?" With a crack, she pried open the box, and several small round containers, the size of coins, tumbled out onto the floor. The fragrance did not resemble anything edible. NSH approached to collect the small round boxes and arrange them on the table. Upon touching them, she too felt puzzled. She had purchased only food and toys that day and did not recall buying such items. Cichn, did you buy this? Cichn approached for a closer look and recognized the larger box Ju in held. Madam, this was given to me by a shopkeeper from the stall next door while you were waiting for the sugar painting. She said, this is some sort of perfume and lipstick. These are all samples given to us for free, so I packed them up. Ju in opened one, revealing a thick white paste, reminiscent of rendered lard but with a vastly different aroma. The scent was a refreshing fruit fragrance, which reminded Ju in of lychee she had tasted in the palace. Just smelling it made her long for lychee. NSH opened the others, discovering 3 small jars of perfume and 3 small jars of red substances, one of which included a small brush. She dipped the brush into the red paste on paper, revealing a vibrant hue. This color would be excellent for lip balm, Cichn exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, there are different colors. It is incredibly convenient to use the small brush to apply it. At this point, Ju in had already grasped the situation, sniffing each perfume. There were scents of osmanthus, lychee, and one that was hard to describe but still pleasant. This must be lipstick. I didn't expect her to produce it so quickly. NSH's expression grew serious, for she could foresee the impending frenzy these items would incite among the women in the capital. She spread the lipstick with her fingers, feeling a weight in her heart. Yet she could not help but marvel at the intricacy of these products. Is this what the future holds? It is truly unimaginable what kind of era that will be. Moreover, since it could be replicated by the young SNLYO, it must be quite simple in her eyes. However, the thought that SNLYO might use the money earned from these items to deal with their family diminished NSH's admiration. She pressed her lips together, staring at these small objects in silence for a long while before finally calling Cichn. Go find out who owns the shop selling these items. As NSH's primary maid, Cichn often interacted with other maids and had connections. In the capital, most shops were owned by high-ranking officials and nobles, so if luck was on their side, it would be easy to find out. She acknowledged and departed. Ju in, initially preoccupied with the perfume, noticed her mother's solemn expression and tugged at her sleeve, tilting her head to ask, "Mother, what is wrong? Does Mother not like these items?" Ju in wanted to ask Mother to buy more to keep at home, especially with the 9th princess around. These things should not stay unsold for long. Chapter 96. Trouble at the cosmetic shop. NSH could not fathom why Ju in suddenly mentioned the 9th princess. What does she have to do with her? She could not conceive any connection between the two, as she hoped to hear something from Ju's heart. She noticed that the little one had already shifted her attention to something else. NSH could not help but smile, shaking her head in resignation. This little one certainly knew how to keep one in suspense with her half-finished thoughts. In the following 2 days, the lipstick and perfume spread like a wildfire across the wilderness, capturing the hearts of most women in the capital in a manner that left no trace behind. Each day, one could see long lines forming outside the cosmetics shop, filled with maids and servants waiting to buy for their mistresses and young ladies. It was said that the shop had even introduced a membership system, allowing customers who spent over 100 taels in a single visit to become members, granting them privileges such as skipping the line, personalized service, and early access to new products. Upon hearing the news, the crowd found it quite novel. Most affluent ladies swiftly signed up for the membership. Among them were the esteemed Lady Lan of the Taifu Mansion and Madame Qian, both of whom not only enrolled themselves but also secured a membership for Lin Shi, who was at home. That day, they eagerly rushed over to discuss the matter. Lady Lan had been seated for quite some time when Madame Qian arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the array of jars and bottles adorned with the names of the cosmetic shop on the table, she realized she had once again arrived too late. Sister Lan is truly swift, Madame Qian lamented with a hint of humor at the corners of her mouth. Despite my hurried journey, I can never match Sister Lan's pace. Lady Lan affectionately clasped Lin Shi's arm and remarked, "What can I say? I live nearby to Meiyu's home. Next time, I shall surely surpass you." As Madame Qian surveyed the courtyard, she inquired, "By the way, where's Juanjuan?" Lin Shi chuckled helplessly. She went out to play with her brother. That little one simply cannot sit still. The three of them exchanged playful banter before returning to the topic of the cosmetic shop, generally uninterested in such matters. Lady Lan found herself drawn in due to her daughter's penchant for socializing. Those who desire lipstick are indeed talented individuals. I suspect the proprietor is raking in a fortune, she mused. Indeed, in the back courtyard of the Ji Fenggu, the mastermind behind the establishment was counting his earnings. "Since we have some idle time, why not visit the shop?" proposed Madame Qian. "With my membership, we can bypass the line and enter directly." Lin Shi hesitated visibly, prompting Lady Lan to stoke the fire of persuasion. "With Juanjuan out, you will find it dull at home. Perhaps we might even encounter them outside." After a series of coaxing from the two, Lin Shi finally nodded in agreement. Lady Lan and Madame Qian exchanged a glance of joy and cheerfully ushered Lin Shi out with them. Over the past few days, Lin Shi had only heard Kai Chun speak of how bustling the shop was. This was her first time witnessing it in person. The scene was indeed a hive of activity, bustling to the brim. Opposite the Ji Fenggu was the Xiangji restaurant, where a delicate, fair-skinned child was peering out from the second-floor window. Passers-by hastily glanced up, momentarily mistaking her for an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Juanjuan's eyes sparkled as she spotted her brothers and mother chatting inside. "Big brother, second brother, mother is down below." Yu Chuji stood up and leaned down to look at Juanjuan, then smiled. "Mother is out shopping with the two ladies." Juanjuan excitedly called out twice. But due to the clamor of the crowd, Lin Shi did not hear her. Undeterred, she continued to wave enthusiastically from the window, concerned for her safety. Yu Chuji stood beside her, holding onto the back of her collar. Out of boredom, he began to peer down alongside Juanjuan, but soon sensed something amiss. Juanjuan looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yu Shixiu and Jiang Heli approached, and the three stood by the window, their long legs nearly engulfing Juanjuan. "What are they saying?" "Let Juanjuan hear too," she urged. Yu Chuji bent down and lifted her up, gesturing for everyone to observe the few individuals lurking in a small alley, peering intently at the activity in the Ji Fenggu. They had been there for quite some time, watching for any signs of movement from the shop. Juanjuan tilted her head. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Yu Chuji replied. They were merely observing, with no other actions. However, just now, that man signaled toward the back, which led me to suspect something is afoot. As I glanced down, they were indeed proven correct. A woman, veiled and sobbing, emerged from the end of the street, flanked by a woman and several attendants. Her presence commanding attention. Yu Chuji narrowed his eyes, recognizing that some of the onlookers had likely been placed there intentionally. They were discreetly assisting the veiled woman in parting the crowd to facilitate her approach to the Ji Fenggu. Jiang Heli pondered. Could it be that the shop's popularity has incited jealousy among competitors? Such occurrences were not uncommon. Yet Yu Chuji shook his head. It's not that simple. I recognize this young lady. She does not seem to be someone a competitor could easily summon. Downstairs, Lin Shi had entered the shop, and thanks to Lady Lan's assistance in securing a membership, the three ladies were spared the wait. The shop assistant was enthusiastically introducing the array of products displayed on the shelves. "Madam, this is called blush. It is applied to the cheeks. We have accompanying brushes. Just a dab, and with a gentle sweep, see how much better your complexion appears," the assistant demonstrated on her own face. The contrast between the application and her unadorned side strikingly evident. Madame Qian was instantly captivated. With a grand gesture, she declared, wrap up 3 of these for me. Is there anything else? The assistant beamed like a blooming flower, energetically promoting additional products. The proprietor had promised that with each sale, they would earn a small commission, thus motivating them to sell with fervor. Madam, do take a look at this. It's called eyebrow powder. You should use our special little brush. Just as the assistant cheerfully demonstrated, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from outside the shop, drawing the curiosity of patrons within. Heavens! What has happened to her mouth? Isn't that Miss Liu? She looked perfectly fine just a few days ago. Goodness, her mouth is terrifying. Some ladies with closer connections had already rushed up, glancing at the woman beside her with curiosity. Madame Liu, what has transpired? Madame Liu was the wife of the Minister of War, known for her fiery temperament and a tongue that was infamous for its sharpness. Since her marriage, she had never lost a verbal spar. Many ladies gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Miss Liu, with reddened eyes and swollen like a walnut, half covered her lips with one hand, feeling utterly mortified by the curious and astonished gazes surrounding her. Madame Liu seized her daughter's wrist, pressing it down firmly. What are you hiding for? You must show everyone what this unscrupulous shop has done to my daughter's mouth. Her words echoed like thunder, reverberating through the room. An assistant at the back felt the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly stepped forward. Madam, you cannot speak so lightly. Madame Liu glared fiercely, advancing with a commanding presence. Why can't I speak? My daughter's face was ruined by your products. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall have this place smashed to pieces. Do you believe me? Is there something wrong with the products in this shop? Several ladies who had been trying out the merchandise quickly set their items down as if they had touched something unsavory. Regardless of the truth, it was prudent for them to be cautious and observe the situation first. The sight of Miss Liu's mouth, swollen as though stung by bees and glistening ominously, transformed her previously lovely visage into something absurd and laughable. If they were to find themselves in such a state, exposed before so many eyes, death would indeed seem preferable. Among the onlookers, someone was the first to shout, "Scam shop, refund!" Suddenly, the crowd's emotions flared with indignation. At that moment, a young lady inside the shop shrieked, trembling as she touched her face. "My face hurts." Her companion gasped, "Your face has turned so red. Just moments ago, the blush on her cheeks appeared as vivid as if it were about to drip with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the crimson veins surfacing on her delicate, fair skin, resembling tiny centipedes, creating an utterly terrifying sight. Concurrently, several other young ladies in the shop exhibited varying degrees of similar symptoms, rendering the scene increasingly uncontrollable. Madame Qian hastily pulled Lin Shi aside, distancing themselves from the counter, her tone laced with disbelief. "Oh my, who would have thought there would be issues with this product? Look at these beautiful young girls, their faces ruined." Lin Shi pursed her lips in silence. Suddenly, she recalled what Juanjuan had mentioned a few days prior, suggesting she stock up on such items, as they would not be available for long. Thus, Juanjuan must have foreseen the impending troubles at this cosmetics shop. As the chaos escalated, Madame Liu instructed her accompanying servants to break things within the store. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Lin Shi mused that the mastermind behind this establishment ought to reveal themselves. The servants brandished axes and wooden clubs, violently striking the shelves, causing benches and decorative items to crash to the ground. The counter was left in disarray, while the innocent patrons scurried to avoid being caught in the fray. Lin Shi was pulled by Lan Shi and Madame Qian to hide behind a tall cabinet, while several maids extended their arms to shield them from the enraged crowd. A half-broken bench unexpectedly flew towards them, yet neither Lin Shi nor Kai Chun noticed it coming. Fortunately, UKG deftly caught the flying bench with one hand. Lin Shi looked at the suddenly appeared UKG in astonishment. "What are you doing here? Where's Juanjuan?" He shielded them with his arm, while signaling his guards to clear a path. "Juanjuan is outside. I didn't let her in. I'll escort you out first." The 3 ladies followed him through the gap created. Finally, emerging outside, Lan Shi gazed at the agitated crowd within the shop, her heart racing as she patted her chest. "Thank goodness we made it out. Otherwise," Madame Qian playfully wrapped her arms around her. "Little Juanjuan, how did you know we were inside?" she teased, prompting Juanjuan's beaming smile and ready responses, making the 2 ladies chuckle behind their hands. After a brief conversation outside, the commotion inside the shop inexplicably quieted down. Yusher Su, being the tallest, could barely discern the scene within. Has someone come out? Juanjuan asked excitedly. Yes, Su replied. The crowd gradually parted, revealing a man clad in a luxurious black and gold robe standing at the center of the shop. His attire and accessories were extravagant, distinctly unlike those of the Jiang Kingdom. Everyone, please quiet down. I am the young master of the Rongxin Merchants Association, and I wish to address you all. As his words echoed, the crowd fell silent. Noticing the somber expressions on her mother and brother's faces, Juanjuan felt perplexed. What is the Rongxin Merchants Association? Is it powerful? Su gently clarified. The Rongxin Merchants Association was founded by the wealthiest family in the Nanluo Kingdom, the Shao family. They possess industries in many major and minor nations, wielding significant influence across the continent. Juanjuan was taken aback, realizing the unexpected connection between Sun Liao and such a prominent figure. Xiao Chongyang exuded an aura that commanded respect, and as he began to speak, the crowd, previously riled, fell into a hush. Please trust me. I will provide an explanation for this matter. Among the crowd, several men exchanged glances, and one suddenly shouted, How do we know you're not deceiving us? You wealthy folks would harm even the high-ranking officials for profit. Our lives mean nothing to you. As the man's words threatened to rekindle the crowd's anger, Xiao Chongyang swiftly intervened. Within 3 days. I will provide an answer within 3 days. And I guarantee it on the reputation of the Rongxin Merchants Association. Internally, he scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the man who had spoken. These individuals were indeed, as Juanjuan had described, hired to incite trouble out of envy. Chapter 98. Unjustly bearing the blame, Xiao Chongyang felt fortunate to have recognized the remarkable talent of Yao Yao before this incident occurred. Otherwise, even with his sharp intellect, he might have misjudged her. He calmly instructed his guards to clear the premises, leaving behind only those few young ladies affected by the incident. These individuals were brought from the Nanluo Kingdom, well-trained and wholly loyal to him, some possessing notable medical skills. After addressing the situation, he proceeded to the back courtyard. Just as he closed the door, an adorable child rushed towards him, her small hand clutching his garment tightly, her tears streaked, reddened eyes gazing up at him. Brother Xiao, what is happening outside? Did those sisters really get hurt because of what I made? Her voice quivered with a hint of sobbing, and before he could respond, tears cascaded down her cheeks. I feel so sad. I don't know what to do. Seeing her in such despair tugged at Xiao Chongyang's heartstrings. No matter how talented Yao Yao was, she was still just a 2-year-old child. How could those who slandered her possibly bear to harm such a sweet little girl? He quickly knelt down to embrace her, comforting her with tender words. Yao Yao, this is not your fault. You did nothing wrong. I just went out to check, and it was they who conspired to frame you. Hearing this, Sun Lu Yao ceased her crying, her voice choked with anguish as she shook her head. Perhaps I shouldn't have invented such things. Then those sisters wouldn't have been harmed. Xiao Chongyang gently set her down, gripping her shoulders with a serious expression. Yao Yao, you mustn't think that way. I tell you, geniuses are always envied. Do not take the blame for others' actions. Promise me, you will not think like this again. Sun Luyao nodded through her tears, leaning against his shoulder in submission. Xiao Chongyang narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. I suspect this incident was orchestrated by the family of that minister's residence you mentioned. I checked the membership registration list, and her name was on it, registered this morning. The very afternoon your shop faced trouble. What a coincidence. With a derisive chuckle and a fierce glint in his eyes, he concluded, it seems I must pay them a visit. The insights Yao Yao casually shared regarding business management had greatly enlightened him. As he delved deeper into her background, he discovered the tragic circumstances surrounding her life. Her family had fallen afoul of that dreadful lady, resulting in their imprisonment, leaving her orphaned. Furthermore, that malicious woman refused to let her go, casting her into the care of servants who subjected her to abuse and deprivation. Ultimately, the family could no longer tolerate her and abandoned her in the wilderness to fend for herself. Fortunately, Yao Yao was rescued by a passing merchant. Otherwise, the world would have lost a remarkable business prodigy. Just contemplating this filled Xiao Chongyang with righteous indignation, and he yearned to confront that vile family and exact justice for Yao Yao. He shared his plans, yet unexpectedly, Yao Yao halted him. Brother Xiao, the past is behind us. They are terrifying, and I don't want you to be harmed. Hearing her words struck him like an arrow to the heart. Look how kind and lovable Yao Yao is. Yet her kindness only highlights the despicable nature of that family. Resolute, Xiao Chongyang made up his mind to visit the palace and meet with the emperor of the Jiang kingdom the very next day. As the heir of the illustrious Xiao family, one of the four great powers, his status far surpassed that of any minister of the interior, and he had already devised a plan to deal with this malevolent family. Immersed in his own thoughts, he failed to notice that Yao Yao, whom he perceived as innocent and kind, was regarding him with a chilling and malevolent gaze. Within the palace, the empress had prepared a pot of soup, which she delivered to the study, sitting gracefully by, her demeanor poised and gentle as she observed the father-daughter duo. The ninth princess sat beside the emperor, her voice sweet and melodic, each word warming the emperor's heart. "Father, you seem to have lost weight recently. Are you not eating well?" The emperor felt a swell of warmth and sighed contentedly, thinking that his little Jiao was so considerate, unlike those troublesome princes. Reflecting on those unruly princes ignited his irritation. Throughout the journey, the ninth princess hummed a tune, her spirits high. The melody was peculiar, leaving the empress puzzled, and she inquired with a smile, "Sure, what makes you so happy today?" The ninth princess, with a mischievous grin, covered her mouth and replied, "I can't tell you, mother." Unsurprisingly, the shop had likely been smashed, and she had arranged for someone to coordinate with the authorities to ensure they would arrive at the shop post-haste. Two time-traveling women could not coexist peacefully in the same dynasty. Jiang Yusheng had read too many novels. She was destined to be the protagonist. Therefore, she could not tolerate the existence of another person as special as herself. Upon returning to her chamber, she closed the door, and a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. "Is the task complete?" the ninth princess asked, bouncing onto her bed with her short legs. The black-clad figure knelt, his voice calm. "Everything proceeded as per your plan, but the young master of the Rongxin Merchant Guild interrupted." The ninth princess frowned, displeased. "What nonsense is this?" The figure explained, "This is a highly reputable merchant guild on the continent, and their words carry significant weight." His explanation heightened the ninth princess's sense of urgency. Whenever challenges arose, there were benefactors to assist, a scenario reminiscent of the female protagonist, while she found herself acting as the malicious supporting character. What a farce! A flicker of struggle crossed her eyes, yet she steeled herself and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Replace all their medicines with the real ones. We must not leave any traces." The black-clad figure paused momentarily, then silently withdrew, leaving the ninth princess alone in her chamber, racked with guilt and turmoil. These medicines were secret concoctions gathered from the palace during the power struggles among the concubines, likely without even an antidote in their possession. This was her first experience with such actions, and her conscience was inevitably tormented, but she ultimately forced herself to resolve. At worst, she could compensate them later. Chapter 99. Signing the bed agreement, the girls would remain oblivious to the fact that they had done nothing wrong, yet their faces had transformed in such a manner. Unaware of the sordidness of the situation, they directed all their anger and despair towards the shop, precisely what the ninth princess wished to witness. However, the emergence of Xiao Chongyang compelled her to resort to drastic measures. Only through a harrowing precedent would those that followed remember. When the cosmetic shop closed, Lin Shi expressed her regret, pondering whether the girls' faces could be healed. Juanjuan's eyes flickered as she observed the sobbing young ladies. She noticed the fine layer of powder on their faces had been washed away by their tears. Judging by this, the ninth princess possesses more principles than Sun Liao. At least she wouldn't truly harm others, Juanjuan mused, yet she was unaware that her conclusion was premature. Upon hearing that the girls were not gravely harmed, Lin Shi felt a sense of relief. However, Juanjuan's implication suggested that the mastermind behind this farce was indeed the ninth princess. But given that the ninth princess was younger than Juanjuan, why would she act in such a manner? The incident at the cosmetic shop also displeased Lan Shi and Madame Qian. They had just acquired some membership and even gifted items from the shop to Lin Shi, believing them to be novel treasures, only for the shop to encounter trouble, leaving them embarrassed. Despite Lin Shi's reassurances, they felt guilty and anxious. If this shop doesn't provide an explanation, I don't care who the heir is. He must not be allowed to operate in the capital, Lan Shi declared coldly, her expression grim. Such words implied she had the confidence to back them up. Lin Shi gently consoled her, "Sister Lan, do not be angry. Did he not say he would provide an answer in 3 days? Let's wait." On that day, countless eyes were fixed upon the shop, yet the entire afternoon passed without any activity. It was not until the following morning that Xiao Changyang opened the doors of the cosmetic shop and entered the palace to meet the emperor. In the Golden Ruler Hall, he explained how he had been wronged while conducting business in Jiang Kingdom, leading to the shop's closure. As the heir of the Rongxin Merchant Guild, the emperor felt compelled to show some leniency, for this matter entailed too much. Offending this guild would not bode well for Jiang Kingdom. Xiao Changyang felt a sense of pride within. Though he concealed it, his expression stern as he requested the emperor grant him special privileges for the investigation. This request was exceedingly presumptuous, and the emperor naturally refused. To compel his officials to cooperate with the heir of a foreign merchant guild would tarnish Jiang Kingdom's reputation. Xiao Changyang remained resolute, convinced that the family responsible for bullying Yao Yao was behind this, and the emperor's refusal was merely a cover-up. The emperor stood firm, suspecting that this heir was simply stirring trouble. As the atmosphere in the Golden Ruler Hall grew tense, Minister Yu Shiheng proposed a solution. We are all over 30. Why do we appear as if we are 20 years older than him? Under Minister Yu's suggestion, Xiao Changyang and the emperor signed a betting agreement. The contents of this agreement stipulated that during Xiao Changyang's investigation, all officials from the second rank to the ninth must cooperate to the best of their abilities. In turn, Xiao Changyang was to wager all of Rongxin Merchant Guild's shops in Jiang Kingdom, a total of 307. This was an exceedingly unequal agreement for Xiao Changyang, yet he signed it without hesitation, exuding an air of determination. After signing, he immediately turned his focus towards the minister who had drafted the agreement, Yu Shiheng, his gaze sharp and aggressive. I ask you, does this agreement take effect now? Yu Shiheng leisurely placed the document into a bamboo tube, then looked up with a subtle smile. Of course. Xiao Changyang smirked. Very well, then my first investigation will be at your residence. I hope the esteemed minister will cooperate. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the look of panic on Yu Shiheng's face. Among the multitude of officials in Jiang Kingdom, regardless of their guilt, the first to be named would undoubtedly feel alarmed. However, Xiao Changyang was disappointed. The refined and dignified minister merely smiled lightly, his expression as serene as distant mountains, as though he had anticipated this all along. His voice was calm. Please proceed. Xiao Changyang's expression darkened, and simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of regret stirred within him. The emperor continued to peruse the agreement, striving to maintain composure, though it was evident he was stifling laughter. The expressions of the courtiers varied, their gazes tinged with amusement. Xiao Changyang's forehead throbbed with anger as he stormed out, exclaiming, "Enough! This gaggle of sycophantic officials and avaricious monarchs. Certainly, the audacity displayed in taunting him must stem from prior knowledge, allowing them to meticulously erase any traces at home." Xiao Changyang smirked coldly. Fortunate to have brought along a spirit beast with an acute sensitivity to drugs. Regardless of how thoroughly they cleaned, if something had ever existed, the spirit beast would undoubtedly detect it. He would relish the moment when these individuals could no longer find humor in their actions. In the court, the emperor tenderly caressed the piece of paper as if he had already grasped the deed to the land. He instructed eunuch Huang to keep it safe, placing it prominently in the imperial study, for he wished to behold it daily. The emperor then turned to Yu Shiheng, inquiring about their confidence in the shop's success. Yu Shiheng nodded with a smile. The emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him, his countenance brightening. With the income and expenditure from these shops, he could procure more grain, ensuring that the common folk would not suffer starvation when famine struck. The emperor was nearly moved to tears by the thought. However, this was contingent upon the swift eradication of the corrupt officials within the Jiang Kingdom. Contemplating this, the emperor gazed at Yu Shiheng, who had held his position for 7 years with commendable achievements, yet was still not promoted. The Minister of Revenue wielded significant control over the kingdom's finances, and the emperor had no trust in anyone else assuming that role. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the scarcity of trustworthy officials. Upon exiting the palace, Xiao Changyang hurried to the minister's residence, where his subordinates awaited him at the entrance. Observing the plaque hanging above, his expression sharpened with cold sarcasm. This family was utterly hypocritical. In 3 days, he would personally shatter this plaque in front of them. Such heartless individuals were unworthy of holding office. Nearby, a recording official sent by the emperor noted Xiao Changyang's prolonged gaze at the plaque, scribbling at the 1st hour and 3/4. Xiao Changyang gazed longingly at the plaque before the minister's residence, suggesting a desire to collect. Such a wager with the emperor naturally required documentation for future reference. Stop! Who are you? The doorman, armed, obstructed their path. Sensing their unfriendly demeanor, he remained vigilant but refused to budge. Xiao Changyang, visibly displeased, questioned, "Has your master not informed you that I am here to investigate?" The doorman, scrutinizing them suspiciously, eventually nodded. "Ah, it is you. Please come in." He then lowered his weapon and stepped aside. Straightening his attire, Xiao Changyang snorted disdainfully as he entered. Inside, he found the reception area desolate, causing his temples to throb in irritation. Knowing he was coming, not a single soul emerged to host him, not even a maid or servant. This was a blatant display of their disregard for him. He cast a scornful glance at the recording official, sarcastically commenting, "Your country's hospitality is truly remarkable." The recording official appeared unfazed, waving his hand to jot down at the 1st hour and 3/4. Xiao Changyang entered the minister's residence and received polite treatment from the family. Xiao Changyang ignored what he wrote, striding through the empty reception area towards the interior. He encountered not a single person in the entire front hall, which further fueled his ire. After running around without a drink, he kicked the doorframe in frustration. Well, do you think this will make me give up?" The recording official quickly noted. At the 4th hour, Xiao Changyang, stricken with a sudden illness, kicked the front door of the minister's residence. Meanwhile, within Juanjuan Pavilion, Lin Shi elegantly set down her cup, listening to Kaichan's report with barely a flicker of interest. Juanjuan, having finished her soft red date cake, tugged at Lin Shi's arm, shaking it. "Mother, let us go outside. It's too pitiful for the recording official to follow him. Let us go out and pour Uncle Recording an additional cup of water." Lin Shi gently tapped her forehead, unable to suppress a smile. "Little flower cat, let us clean the crumbs off your face before we head out." Finally, as Xiao Changyang paced in frustration, he noticed the minister's family had appeared and instructed a servant to bring tea. Xiao Changyang would never know that this tea was actually a gesture from Juanjuan, who felt pity for the beleaguered recording official, as he merely happened to benefit from it. His demeanor, once that of the proud young master of the Rongxin Merchant Association, had been worn down by his earlier frustrations. Upon seeing the servant bring in the tea, he couldn't help but mock. "I wouldn't dare drink tea from the minister's residence. Who knows what might be in it? I wouldn't want to end up with a disfigured face." The recording official, having finished his cup, heard Xiao Changyang's snide remarks and quickly noted, the minister's wife treated him with respect, yet Xiao Changyang retorted with cold sarcasm, lacking any decorum. Juanjuan, noticing the recording official scribbling, sweetly asked, "Uncle Recording, may I pour you another cup?" The recording official smiled, his voice softening in the presence of such an adorable child. "Thank you, young lady." "You're welcome, Uncle Recording." Xiao Changyang, parched and irritated, glanced at the recording official enjoying his tea, his expression darkening. This family was indeed as malicious as Yao Yao had described, all wicked and conniving. He felt as though the very air in this place was tainted, as if lingering for another moment might lead to some affliction. With a face full of disdain, he declared, "I trust you are aware of my purpose here, so there is no need for pleasantries. That cosmetic shop is my enterprise. Having only opened 3 days ago, it has already been slandered out of jealousy. All evidence points to your minister's residence, so I hope for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi raised her gaze, a smile that failed to reach her eyes. "Of course." Standing, Xiao Changyang coldly insisted, "Then please summon everyone in the residence." Rising only intensified his thirst. A quarter of an hour later, all the residents of the minister's house gathered in the courtyard. Xiao Changyang received a cage draped in red cloth from his guard, revealing a chilling smile as he surveyed the people present. He confidently lifted the cloth to unveil a cage crafted of pure gold, containing a small, fluffy creature the size of a palm. His tone turned frosty, the amusement absent from his eyes as he surveyed the crowd, exuding an air of intimidation. This spirit beast, acquired at great expense from the Shini Valley, has already sniffed the scent from those girls' faces. No matter how many times you have washed your hands, if you have ever touched those powders, it will identify you. The recording official observed for a moment before realization dawned. Xiao Changyang intended to present the spirit beast as a gift, requesting Lin Shi to summon everyone in the residence for an immediate demonstration of the spirit beast's abilities. Juanjuan, upon hearing the name Shini Valley, looked up, only to inadvertently meet Xiao Chuanyang's cold gaze. Xiao Chuanyang's expression hardened, scrutinizing her with disdain. This must be the wicked child who often bullies Yao Yao. Indeed, I sensed something amiss at first glance. He decided she would be the first to face his scrutiny. Approaching her with the cage, he commanded, "Extend your hand. I shall begin with you." Uncomprehending, Juanjuan extended her tiny hand and looked up, asking, "Like this?" In the next instant, Xiao Chuanyang bellowed, "Speak properly." A clever child. She had the audacity to act coy with him. Startled, Juanjuan's mind went blank, staring at him in confusion. Yu Shi rushed over to scoop Juanjuan into his arms, while Lin Shi stood before her, soothing her gently. Yu Chueji, on the other hand, swiftly delivered a kick to Xiao Chuanyang's waist. Xiao Chuanyang gasped, "My waist, my waist." He trembled, clutching his waist as he collapsed to the ground, panting in pain, his face flushed and veins bulging. Ju In pouted, her beautiful eyes glistening with a veil of tears. This sight startled LNSH and her two elder brothers, who rushed to console her with words of affection. The Yuan, observing from the side, felt an overwhelming frustration. However, as merely a Yuan, he could not vent his indignation for such an adorable young lady and could only move his pen. Xiao Ying, once again overtaken by a sudden malady, aimed to harm the sweet and clever Miss Ju In, but was gently restrained by the second young master. After finishing his writing, he let out a haughty snort. "We, the people of Jiying country, are fiercely protective. You lost only a kidney, but our beloved Miss Ju In was truly frightened." The distinction is glaringly clear, as Xiao Ying beheld this. A chilling aura of coldness gradually enveloped his remarkably handsome face. He stood there, momentarily taken aback, and just then, a sharp pain shot through his left eye socket. His guards rushed forward to protect him, their swords drawn in an instant. Why choose each rub his wrist, his gaze icy as he commanded, "Get out." Xiao Ying stared blankly at him, ultimately being carried away by his guards. As he departed, the Yuan hastily penned in his records. The second young master and Xiao Ying engaged in amicable discussions, deciding to postpone further inquiries until another day. The first day concludes. Additionally, Xiao Ying's gift has yet to be delivered to the SH and GSHF. Chuzi composed himself and nodded at the Yuan, politely stating, "I shall escort you out." Outside, after Xiao Ying had been carried a considerable distance, he finally seemed to regain his senses and ordered his guards to set him down. The guards could not help but express their indignation on his behalf, exclaiming how outrageously rude that family was. Not only did they lack proper hospitality, but they even dared to assault a young master. Utterly despicable. Indeed, young master, you have grown up without ever being struck, even by your father or mother. Yet today you were struck by that brutish ruffian. We must ensure he pays for this. Not hearing Xiao Ying's response, the guards looked on in confusion, only to find their master lost in thought, his gaze vacant, as if he had completely disregarded their conversation. When they repeated what they had said earlier, they discovered that Xiao Ying had again drifted off into his own world. One guard mused, could it be that he has been rendered foolish by a single punch? Within the imperial palace, news reached the emperor. A scout relayed the events of the scene to Ying, who seized the opportunity to recount the incident to the emperor while he rested. Upon hearing that Xiao Ying had been struck out of the residence within half an hour of his arrival, the emperor furrowed his brow, his tone complex. How could one be struck out so soon after entering? If word of this spreads, it would suggest we are deliberately uncooperative in the investigation. And would it not be said that we are merely relying on underhanded tactics? The emperor sighed, shaking his head. XH Eng's second son possesses a temperament that is too volatile and requires proper refinement. It was said that the reason the second young master resorted to violence was that Xiao Ying had frightened Miss Ju In to tears. What? The emperor's reaction was even more pronounced than Chuzi's at that moment. He finally sat sternly at his desk and took up his brush. XH Eng's second son is both courageous and resourceful. I must duly reward him. That night, the records compiled by the Yuan were presented to the emperor's desk. Upon reviewing the contents, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Not a single entry casts a negative light on the image of Jiying country. It seems I made the right choice in dispatching this Yuan. Seeing the emperor pleased, Ing Huing smiled broadly. Your Majesty has keen insight. Though both were aware that the contents bore no resemblance to the actual events that transpired. Ju was encircled at the center, her family anxiously observing her. Oh, Sage gently patted her back, soothing her. Do not fear, dear. For mother is here. YSHX crouched before Ju In, shaking her favorite silver bell in his hand. Just then, Y Chu ZH pushed open the door, saying, Sister, do not cry. Second brother has just avenged you. That so-called young master has been sent fleeing in disgrace. In truth, Ju In had merely been startled and did not cry. It was only after her mother and brothers came to comfort her that her nose began to feel sour. Now, after hearing her second brother's playful words, she couldn't help but laugh. Upon seeing her smile, SH finally relaxed, her anxious heart settling. She embraced Ju In, softly comforting her. Do not be afraid, my dear. You frightened us all. Ju In pouted, her lips pressed together in displeasure. Ju In dislikes him. She clearly had not intended to act spoiled towards him. LNSH held her tightly, gently cooing, if you dislike him, then when he comes again, we shall not meet him, all right? Mother is here. Ju In glanced at her mother's and brother's worried faces, feeling warmth within. However, she shook her head. Her small fists clenched, her gaze resolute as she declared, no, he frightened Ju In today. Tomorrow, Ju In shall frighten him back. Y Chuzich's eyes gleamed with excitement as he crouched beside Ju In, eagerly exclaiming, Sister, how do you wish to proceed? Second brother will assist you. I have long found that hypocrite unbearable. Meanwhile, far away in the cosmetic shop, Ing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He covered his face and asked, So, will I be able to stand tomorrow? The doctor shook his head, a look of difficulty crossing his face. Young master, the kick was too fierce. You have fractured 2 ribs. His method was excessively brutal. Young master, we must report him to the emperor. Ing fell into an unusual silence, recalling the fierce and unyielding gaze he had encountered, stirring within him a complex array of emotions. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Gidge, may I come in? Chapter 102, Administering Pain Relief Injections. Ing turned to look, but in doing so, he twisted his rib, causing him to grimace with pain. Quickly, let Yo in, he instructed his guards. The guards turned and opened the door as SNLYO entered. Upon stepping inside, she immediately spotted Ing lying motionless on the bed, her face tense as she stood by the window, watching him. Gidge, are you all right? Ing feigned nonchalance, shaking his head, and forced a smile through the pain. I am fine. SNLYO's system scanned his body. Host, he has 2 fractured ribs, with slight displacement, and will require 2 months of recuperation. SNLYO's expression shifted, engaging in dialogue with her system in her mind. 2 months? That is far too long. Is there no other way? The system remained silent for a considerable time. Perhaps we should administer a pain relief injection, allowing him to complete the investigation first. SNLYO decisively agreed, her voice devoid of warmth. Very well. Let it be so. Yo, why are you in such a daze? I feel guilty, as you have become like this because of me. They may treat me however they wish, for I am without parents and deserve such misfortune. But you, Gidge, are a guest. How could they treat you in this manner? She continued, perhaps it would be best if you did not pursue the investigation. I shall never engage in business again. I truly do not wish for you to be harmed. Ing was deeply moved. It was clear that SNLYO was the one most affected by this incident. Yet here she was, comforting him. Such thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. At that moment, the female doctor who had just examined Ing furrowed her brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at SNLYO. Why did she detect a hint of tea in the words spoken by Miss SN? She could not help but question herself. Miss SN was still so young. Could it be that she was mistaken? The female doctor stood aside, her feelings complicated as she silently observed. Ing clearly appreciated her words. Ignoring his pain, he shakily reached out to tenderly wipe away SNLYO's tears. Even in agony, he exerted every effort to steady his voice, fearful of startling her. Snlyo's eyes revealed a fleeting struggle before sinking into tranquil depths. Yao Yao, you are the most gifted child that Xiao Gugu has ever encountered. You must not halt your journey in the realm of commerce. Rest assured, your brother will pave the way for you. Xiao Chuanyang genuinely regards Sun Liao as his own younger sister, which explains his urgency when she declared her intention to cease business endeavors. He exerted himself to sit up, attempting to appear nonchalant, and, feigning ease, he patted his chest, assuring her that after a night's rest, he would investigate the person who has wronged them, restoring Liao's innocence. Tears welled in Sun Liao's eyes. She understood that she should express her gratitude to stoke the flames of his resolve, yet for some inexplicable reason, words eluded her at that moment. The system detected a shift in her emotional state and inquired within her mind. Host, shall I administer the pain relief injection? Yes, she replied. Understood, host. After Sun Liao departed, the doctor voiced his disapproval, stating, Young master, you should rest properly. Xiao Changyang resumed his grimace, realizing that his earlier bravado had caused him more pain with each breath. He was rather harsh. He muttered to himself, After all, I am a guest. By the way, prepare me a prescription for pain relief for tomorrow. As night fell, the doctor administered a potent sedative, allowing him to sink into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, while the doctor and guards were fast asleep, no one noticed a small figure stealthily entering Xiao Changyang's room. Sun Liao, syringe in hand, gazed intently at the slumbering Xiao Changyang before inserting the needle. The process of pushing the medicine into the syringe felt slower than any of her previous attempts. After instructing the system to stow away the syringe, she silently watched him for a long while, only leaving under the system's urging. Host, what were you contemplating just now? The system inquired. After a prolonged silence with no response from Sun Liao, the system wisely chose not to press further. At dawn, Xiao Changyang was awakened by the doctor. Young master, it is time for your medicine, the female doctor announced, holding a bowl of dark, bitter concoction. He instinctively reached for it, only to pause midway, puzzled as he touched his ribs. I believe the pain has subsided. The doctor furrowed her brow, instructing him to lie down while she conducted a thorough examination of his body. How is it? Am I cured? Xiao Changyang asked eagerly. However, the doctor's expression grew grave as she shook her head, indicating that not only was he not improved, but his condition had worsened due to his earlier movements. Ignoring her cautions, Xiao Changyang hastily donned his clothes and, accompanied by his guards, made his way to the Shangshu mansion. The doctor stood in silence for a long while before quietly packing her silver needles and other instruments. Where is Xiao Gugu? Sun Liao arrived late, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she leaned against the doorframe, panting. The doctor straightened, her expression enigmatic as she regarded the innocent, delicate girl before her. If she had not witnessed the events of the previous night, she would have found it hard to believe. What is it? Sun Liao sensed something amiss in the doctor's gaze and tightened her grip on the doorframe. She tilted her head, offering a nervous smile, her youthful, endearing face betraying a hint of unease that was hard to scold. Sister, why are you silent? Can you tell me where Xiao Gugu has gone? The female doctor regarded her with a complex expression, and after a long moment, she finally spoke. You needn't secretly administer pain relief to him. He intended to take the pain medication last night to clear your name. With that, the doctor turned away, leaving the room. Sun Liao remained rooted in place, staring at the empty room as if she were a statue, lost in thought for a long while. Chapter 103. The adorable dumpling standing once more before the gates of the Shangshu mansion. Xiao Changyang's mood was in stark contrast to that of the previous day. Merely gazing up at the plaque caused his ribs to ache anew. I apologize for my tardiness, Yanguan exclaimed, rushing in with paper and pen. Xiao Changyang cast him a glance, but ultimately said nothing, entering with his guards, his demeanor significantly subdued compared to the day before. Yanguan noted. On the second day at the fourth watch, Xiao Changyang, injured, investigates the case, still gazing longingly at the plaque of the Shangshu mansion. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Shi seated in the hall, along with the seemingly amiable Yu Shixiu. Not seeing the man who had struck him the day before, Xiao Changyang felt a measure of relief. These two appeared to be approachable. Perhaps today would proceed smoothly. However, he was uncertain. Let us not delay. We shall commence immediately. Xiao Changyang's expression turned serious as he addressed Lin Shi. Madam, please summon all the residents of the mansion. I must conclude yesterday's investigation. He instructed his guards to release the small dumpling, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the assembly, hoping to discern any signs of deceit upon their faces. To his dismay, the onlookers regarded the fluffy creature in his hands with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves about its novelty. Xiao Changyang's expression darkened. He was there to conduct an investigation, and he wished for them to show him some respect. Unable to afford the luxury of selecting individuals to question, he approached the first person in the front row directly. "Extend your hands," he commanded coldly. The young maid, her face flushed with excitement, cautiously held out her hands. He placed the dumpling atop her palms, yet it remained motionless. It's soft for limp and unresponsive. "Next," he said to his guard. The guard stepped forward, retrieving the dumpling from a young maid's hands and moving to the next person. The maid gazed longingly after it, murmuring softly, "Is it just for a little while?" Beside her, another individual gleamed with excitement, eagerly whispering, "It's my turn next." Xiao Changyang's temples throbbed. Did they truly believe this was some sort of game? Meanwhile, Guan restrained his own urge to touch the fluffy creature. Documenting, Xiao Changyang engages in friendly interactions with the staff of the Shangshu mansion, conducting a gift presentation ceremony. Fortunately, Xiao Changyang did not succumb to curiosity about the recorded notes. Otherwise, he might have been incensed. Thus, the dumpling rolled from hand to hand among the servants, yet remained unresponsive. Xiao Changyang's expression grew increasingly serious as he scrutinized the gathering of over 100 individuals, doubting whether someone had hidden away. After the servants had been examined, it was time to scrutinize the masters. Given the recent incident of Xiao Changyang being attacked, the guards were hesitant, fearful of becoming the next victims. Xiao Changyang's gaze settled upon a young woman dressed in light clothing, her features delicate. She appeared rather unassuming. She would do. Bai Wanru, caught off guard by being singled out, nervously tightened her grip on the handkerchief she held. "Miss, please extend your hand," the guard said earnestly. "Oh, I'll heat." Bai Wanru replied, extending her slender hands, her eyes fixated anxiously on the fluffy dumpling. The guard placed the creature atop her palms, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. "So soft, warm, and adorable. I wish to squeeze it." With this thought in mind, she proceeded to act accordingly. Her fingers gently pinched, and the small creature rolled playfully between Lin Shi's and Yu Shisu's hands. Its soft and adorable appearance effortlessly won Lin Shi's affections, while the little beast, for reasons unknown, happily nestled in Lin Shi's palm. Xiao Changyang, invigorated by the sight, strode over with a scrutinizing and skeptical gaze fixed upon Lin Shi. "Why has it lingered in your hand for such an extended period? Something is amiss, it is evident." The small medicinal beast only reacts upon detecting the same scent of medicine, implying that those hands had previously encountered the substances that marred the girl's visage. Xiao Changyang's expression shifted, a realization bubbling within him. Just as he was about to command his guards to detain her, he noticed the beast flipping over and contentedly licking Lin Shi's palm. The little creature thought, "Fragrant, delicious, hee." Lin Shi raised her eyebrows in surprise, smiling as she said, "I just steamed some pastries for Juanjuan this morning. Could it be that this little fellow caught a whiff?" The guard, perplexed, inquired, "Does this count as a reaction or not?" Xiao Changyang remarked, "It has a slight blush on its face, but fortunately, its darker skin tones mask it well. Provide it with some food." The guard took out some dried grass to feed the little bundle, ensuring it was well fed before bringing it over to UKG. Juanjuan, cradled in her second brother's arms, tilted her head curiously at the small, furry creature, eager to learn more about it. She extended her plump little fingers to poke, creating a small indentation in its fur. The furry bundle seemed delighted, affectionately rubbing against Juanjuan's fingers, emitting a contented cooing sound. This little creature, still unawakened to its intelligence, instinctively gravitated toward those it found comforting. The heartwarming scene of this child and the furry creature stirred a pang of bitterness within Xiao Changyang. He quipped, "I nearly thought this medicinal beast belonged to you." As he observed the creature interact with everyone, his unease grew as it remained unresponsive. "Let me remind you, harboring and concealing the perpetrator is a grave offense against the emperor." Xiao Changyang's authoritative declaration reverberated, his piercing gaze sweeping over all present. His guards, having been with him since childhood, recognized his genuine anger, their faces tightening in fear, choosing silence. The servants of the Shangshu mansion, startled by his shout, fell silent for a moment, only to quickly resume their tasks as if nothing had transpired, completely ignoring him. Chapter 104. Investigating the Shangzhou mansion. During such times, the guards would seek a way to provide their master with an exit. One approached Xiao Chongyang respectfully, suggesting, "My lord, perhaps we should investigate ourselves?" His voice was just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Xiao Chongyang shot a cold glance at Lin Shi, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips. "In that case, madam, I trust you won't mind?" This audacious tone made UKG feel an itch in his hand, a desire to slap him. Lin Shi responded with a gentle and composed smile. "Of course. I don't mind." Xiao Chongyang, along with his guards, strode away without noticing the complex expressions of the family behind him. Once the servants had dispersed, the steward approached Lin Shi, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Madam, do you truly wish for him to roam freely within the mansion?" Lin Shi turned at the sound, her face adorned with a composed smile, akin to ripples in a deep pool, imbued with an eerie calmness. "Ensure the maidens keep watch over the inner courtyard. As long as he does not enter there, he may explore the other courtyards as he pleases." Though her words were as gentle and soft-spoken as usual, the steward couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Xiao Chongyang and his entourage. Anywhere but the inner courtyard, he silently prayed for their good fortune. "Second brother, let's also go see." Juanjuan excitedly waved her small hands. UKG smiled, looking to his mother. "Mother, may I take my little sister to play for a while?" Lin Shi nodded, her demeanor softening once more. "Go ahead." Meanwhile, Xiao Chongyang and his guards had already walked several meters. He walked with a hand over his chest, perplexed, casually asking a nearby guard, "Why do I feel as if I'm struggling to breathe today?" Xiao Chongyang wore an expression that suggested he was right, but then recalled they were in someone else's residence, and promptly instructed the guard to lower his voice. "Understood, my lord." The guard quickly fell silent, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. At the back of the group, an official pulled out a pen, his eyes glinting with malice. "I heard everything." Xiao Chongyang and his guards disparaging the second young master. "Make sure to note it down, all of it." As the guards remained on high alert, they failed to recognize that the person they should have been most wary of was right beside them. They continued walking until they reached the southern wing, typically a storage area, with some quarters for the servants. However, since all the servants had been summoned to the front yard, it was eerily empty. Xiao Chongyang turned to leave, but suddenly recalled that as a child, Yao Yao had lived with the servants. The thought immobilized him. This family's malicious heart surely left the servants' quarters in disarray, and they had even abandoned the newborn Yao Yao here. This was tantamount to indirect murder. Deeply pained, Xiao Chongyang coldly declared, "Let's enter and see how this family has mistreated my sister Yao Yao." Upon hearing that this was the former residence of Sun Liao, the guard were instantly filled with righteous indignation. How could they have allowed such a well-behaved young lady to live in the servants' quarters? This family was utterly despicable. "Come, let us see what is inside." Thus, a throng of them rushed toward the building. The guard who had previously entered observed their furious expressions, caught in a state of indecision about whether to speak up. As he hesitated, the group had already entered. Forget it. If you can't beat them, join them. Upon reaching the series of rooms, Xiao Chongyang surveyed the row of clean and tidy quarters, as if witnessing a grand joke. His eyes betrayed a blatant mockery and sarcasm. "Look at this superficial display." These quarters appeared more immaculate than those in an average household. Yet, Xiao Chongyang could hardly believe that this cold-hearted family would treat their servants with such conditions. It was merely a gilded facade. Peeling away the shiny exterior would reveal a scene of utter squalor. Smirking coldly, he commanded his guard to kick open the door. The moment they beheld the interior, dozens of faces displayed shock. This. They were astonished, but not due to the poor conditions. It was astonishingly splendid. Several accompanying guards could not help but think that the conditions surpassed their own living arrangements. Xiao Chongyang, incredulous, and several guards stood agape, questioning, "Did we go to the wrong place?" Despite voicing such doubts, they all understood that only the quarters for the servants would be arranged as a large dormitory with beds lined up next to one another. For they had lived in such conditions themselves. "It's fake. It must be fake." Xiao Chongyang scoffed, unwilling to accept the scene before him. This had to be their ruse. Yao Yao had told him that this family excelled at disguise, so this must be a facade they had constructed. Even in our Nan Luo kingdom, no family would permit their servants to reside in such fine accommodations. The other guards hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. The master is right. This must be a deception. They must have anticipated our visit and arranged this on purpose. Just as they clung to this tenuous reasoning to convince themselves, a timid voice suddenly broke through from behind. "Excuse me, esteemed sirs. I need to go in to retrieve something." Instinctively, they parted to allow her passage, though the maid found the behavior of these individuals quite perplexing. She recognized that they were guests of the Shangshu mansion, and regardless of their eccentricities, it was not her place to voice an opinion. Watching intently as the maid confidently entered and closed the door behind her, the expressions of the others transformed as if they had received a resounding slap. After a prolonged silence, one of the guards finally remarked, "Indeed, this is truly a place for servants. It does not appear as dreadful as we had imagined." Little did they realize that it was not the location that was lacking, but rather the exaggerated description provided by Sun Liao that had led them to envision it as a garbage heap. Xiao Changyang remained silent for some time, and only after they had walked a considerable distance did he speak. "I trust Yao Yao. This family is exceedingly cunning and adept at disguise. We must not let our guard down." "Indeed, young master," responded his companion. "Moreover, Miss Sun is but a child. What lies could she possibly weave?" The official trailing behind wore an expression of disillusionment, shaking his head in disbelief. He noted in his ledger, "Xiao Changyang harbors prejudice," pointing fingers at the management of the Shangshu mansion. Xiao Changyang, leading the way of course, could not discern this. However, a curious young guard lagging behind caught a glimpse of the writing and stared in shock at the official. "You have been following us all this time, only to write such things?" The guard's disbelief was palpable, as if he had been deeply betrayed. The official hastily shielded his notebook against his chest, his eyes wary. "This is intended for His Majesty." The guard found himself at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. What sort of nonsense is this? Does it bear any relation to their actions? Shouldn't this be punishable as treason? The official certainly had a charmed existence. Following this incident, the official was evidently more cautious when he resumed writing. He would first scan the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before putting pen to paper. Xiao Changyang lingered by a small lake, noting in his ledger, "Xiao Changyang inspects the water quality of the Shangshu mansion, perhaps moved by the clarity of the water." He then instructed a guard to check if anyone was hiding in the garden, writing, "Xiao Changyang dispatches guards to disturb the flora of the Shangshu mansion, causing chaos amongst the plants." Each time he encountered a servant on the path, he would halt them, asking the guard to verify if they were among those who had recently visited the front hall, writing, "Xiao Changyang and his guards engage in malevolent acts, plotting mischief." As the official pages neared completion, they finally arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Two young maids stood at the door, each bearing a massive roasted lamb, just prepared in the kitchen. "Have these two been inspected in the front yard?" Xiao Changyang squinted, inquiring. The guard, recalling the maids, replied, "Yes, young master." Frustrated by the lack of incriminating evidence against the Shangshu mansion, Xiao Changyang pressed the maids, "Who resides in this courtyard? Have they visited the front hall?" The two maids exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "Sir, no one lives here." Xiao Changyang found their response amusing, though his expression quickly turned serious as he scrutinized the roasted lamb. "If no one lives here, for whom is this feast intended? A ghost?" He continued, "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Confess who resides within. Are they harboring a criminal?" The maids, bewildered, insisted, "Sir, there truly is no one living here. We are not deceiving you." Xiao Changyang sneered, "You are clearly defying reason. Open the door. I shall see for myself." The maids were taken aback, hurriedly positioning themselves in front of the door with the lamb in hand, their voices trembling with urgency. "Sir, you truly cannot enter. There is a tiger inside." The guards could not help but laugh at this declaration. "A tiger? Next, you'll say there's a mermaid." Xiao Changyang narrowed his eyes, calling to his guards. "Break it down. The more they resist, the more secrets must lie within. Perhaps the criminal is hidden inside." The guards roughly pushed the two maids aside, heedless of their burden. The lamb tumbled to the ground, only to be crushed underfoot by a guard rushing to enter. Xiao Changyang, exasperated, furrowed his brow and barked. "What is all this noise?" Silence. Already struggling to breathe, the cacophony heightened his irritation. Yu Chueji observed, shaking his head in understanding. Such masters deserve such attendance. They are perfectly matched. As the door burst open, several guards entered without lifting their feet, trampling the roasted lamb beneath them. Watching from a distance, Yu Chueji wore a bemused smile. Even Juanjuan expressed astonishment at the boldness of their actions, mimicking the adults by shaking her head. What was once intended as a scare tactic is no longer necessary. They know how to frighten themselves. As the official prepared to enter, Yu Chueji restrained him from behind. He silently shook his head, guiding the bewildered official aside to whisper, "There's indeed a tiger inside. You should remain here." The official, still shaken, patted his chest and looked up gratefully at Yu Chueji. "Thank goodness you pulled me back. Otherwise, my old bones would not withstand such chaos." Previously, rumors of a white tiger roaming the Shangshu mansion had circulated, and today he found himself in the midst of it. Truly fortunate to bask in the light of Xiao Changyang. Observing the commotion from the sidelines was quite comfortable, fearing he might forget to record the events. The official took out his notebook and preemptively wrote, "Xiao Changyang interacts amicably with the small animals raised in the Shangshu mansion, a harmonious scene." Just as he finished writing, a furious and thunderous roar erupted from the courtyard, followed by the panicked screams of the guards. "Help! Let us out! Ah, there's a tiger! Help! Open the door!" Xiao Changyang, determined to prevent the criminal from escaping, commanded the last guard to enter to close the courtyard door, effectively trapping themselves inside. Pressed against the door, he watched the tiger approach with bared teeth, tears streaming down his face. "Don't push. Everyone step back and open the door." The tension escalated, and their voices grew quieter. The white tiger cornered them, its nose twitching as it caught the scent of the roasted lamb emanating from beneath their feet. It licked its sharp teeth, advancing with an ominous presence. "We'll fight it," one guard declared, drawing his weapon, though his hands trembled. Nevertheless, he asserted, "Together, we can at least protect the young master." Xiao Changyang, feeling increasingly unlucky since entering the Shangshu mansion, thought to himself, "What a stroke of misfortune." However, at this moment, he merely muttered a couple of phrases in his heart before redirecting his attention to the scene before him. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the imposing white tiger raised its paw, revealing its formidable and sharp claws. The guards felt a jolt in their hands, and in the next instant, their gleaming swords shattered into two pieces, one half clattering to the ground and the other remaining in their grip. Alas, even if they all charged at once, they would only find themselves soundly beaten. Unable to fight back, they resorted to shouting for help. The guards frantically pulled at the door latch alongside Xiao Changyang, tears streaming down their faces. If they were to quiet down now, they would notice the tiger regarding them with a hint of disdain. It had no intention of harming these individuals, but having stepped on its roasted lamb, it merely sought to intimidate them. To its surprise, however, such a minor fright had reduced them all to tears. The tiger snorted out a breath, finding the situation rather dull, and so it lay down, resting its large head upon its forelimbs, lazily observing them with half-lidded eyes. It has laid down," one guard whispered, as if to suggest they had been spared. Leaning against the door, Xiao Changyang glanced over and saw that the tiger indeed showed no signs of aggression, appearing more like a spectator. At that moment, one of the guards weakly inquired whether it was true what the two maidservants had said, that this tiger truly belonged to this family. The others beside him were at a loss, questioning which reputable family would keep a tiger, a creature capable of taking lives, without fearing that one day they might wake up to find it gone. This family was utterly terrifying. "Young master, we should leave." Xiao Changyang, witnessing his guards, who had been with him for several years, so frightened, felt a tumult of emotions within. "What about Yao Yao?" he asked. If they could not uncover who had orchestrated the scheme, the cosmetic shop would have to shut down, unable to reopen, and would forever be regarded as a target of disdain and contempt. Yao Yao was only 2 years old. This was her first venture into business. The guards exchanged worried glances, then fell silent. Xiao Changyang sighed deeply, knowing Yao Yao had suffered abuse at the hands of his family from a young age. Now, having finally managed to establish a business with her own talent, she faced accusations. If this matter remained unresolved, she would live her life overshadowed by this family's malice. Just then, the door to the courtyard, which had remained shut, was kicked open. Entering was Yu Chueji, dressed in a long black robe. Leaning against the door with a slight smirk, his dark pupils beneath his feathered lashes contrasting with the innocent child he cradled in his arms, dispelling any sense of his aloof demeanor. "What did you just say?" Yu Chueji asked, looking at Xiao Changyang with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Our family is bullying her? Did she tell you that herself?" He tugged at his lips. "Did she mention how he bullied her?" Seeing that Yuchuji had no intention of striking him, Xiao Changyang felt emboldened, though he still hid behind his guards. He voiced all that Yao Yao had confided to him, growing increasingly agitated as if reliving the experience. Observing Juanjuan's innocent expression only fueled his anger. "And you?" he exclaimed. "Huh?" Juanjuan, puzzled, looked around before realizing he was referring to her. "What's wrong with me? Stop pretending. Show your true colors from when you bullied Yao Yao. Who are you trying to fool with this innocent act?" As Xiao Changyang glared at her with fiery eyes, Juanjuan was utterly bewildered. "Malicious? Are you talking about me?" Yu Chuezhi raised his fist, casting a cold glance at her. "Repeat what you just said. I want to hear it." Xiao Changyang instantly fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Juanjuan finally grasped the context of his earlier words, becoming infuriated. She glared at him, albeit without any real threat. "You say I'm malicious? I would never harm others for no reason. Let us not stoop to his level." Yu Chuezhi gently coaxed her, but as he lifted his gaze, his eyes were like daggers directed at Xiao Changyang. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Changyang blurted out, "You don't want Yao Yao to succeed in business, so you sent someone to ruin that cosmetic shop. Do you think I came here to investigate without any leads? I already have accurate information." Juanjuan's face flushed with anger as she mimicked Xiao Changyang's fierce demeanor. "No one in our family bullies your Yao Yao. If you want to investigate, go ahead." Yao Yao, Yao Yao. She is too busy enjoying herself to have bullied your Yao Yao." Yu Chuezhi quickly reassured her, "Sister, don't be angry. This person is just dim-witted and has been deceived. Let us not engage with him. Look at how this person, Sun Liao, has been fooled. Completely lost." Xiao Changyang scoffed, "Don't think you can sow discord between us. I only trust my own eyes." Yu Chuezhi replied coldly, "Then investigate. But you better uncover something substantial." The threat in his words was palpable, and Xiao Changyang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He departed from the courtyard housing the white tiger, searching for a long time, but despite the wear on the golden cage from being opened and closed repeatedly, he still found nothing. After the third round of searching this area, Xiao Changyang finally halted, panting heavily. "Young master, we've scoured this place thoroughly, but the little beast hasn't responded at all." Xiao Changyang would rather believe that the little beast was at fault than accept that Sun Lu Yao had spoken falsely. Chapter 107. Xiao Changyang feigns the attendant had followed him through 3 rounds, and his old limbs could no longer keep pace, so upon stopping, he could not help but advise, "Young Master Xiao, please don't think me meddlesome. I must tell you the truth. Even if you turn this place upside down, you wouldn't find anything." Sighing, he continued, "I wonder who provided you with this information." After a moment's pause, the attendant sighed deeply and spoke slowly. "The minister is upright and honorable, and Madame Lin is gentle and kind. It is absolutely impossible for them to harm someone out of jealousy." Xiao Changyang was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. "It's all just a facade for outsiders. This child, how stubborn he is." The attendant shook his head, sighing. "If you think this way, then keep searching. An old man, can't keep up anymore." As he spoke, he sat down on a nearby stone, placing his notebook on his lap and looking up at them. "Go ahead, search." Xiao Changyang furrowed his brow, turning to his guards, who had once been so certain now appeared somewhat hesitant. "Should we keep searching?" The guards exchanged glances, their faces painted with expressions of despair. "Young master, we've searched 3 times already. Look, the little beast is exhausted." Xiao Changyang approached the attendant, hesitating for a moment before ultimately sitting beside him. "Could you elaborate on what you mentioned earlier?" The guards, having gathered around, encircled the attendant closely, each one listening intently. About a quarter of an hour later, the attendant had nearly finished sharing all he knew. He stroked his beard and looked at the group, who were exchanging glances. "What I said is true. You can ask anyone in the capital, and they confirm it." The attendant was willing to take responsibility for his words, and his earnest demeanor only deepened their doubts. One guard, furrowing his brow, cautiously asked, "Young master, could it be possible that Miss Sun was not referring to this minister? What if we've mistaken the person?" Xiao Changyang pressed his lips tightly together, shaking his head at the suggestion. "No, I specifically asked her about it. However, what this old man said does not sound like a fabrication." The group exchanged glances, falling into silence. Xiao Changyang was unwilling to believe that the innocent and lovely Yao Yao would deceive him. He refrained from jumping to conclusions, his peripheral gaze landing on the attendant, who was now massaging his legs, his tone heavy. The guards were all quite cheerful, yet Mindful of Xiao Chongyang's low spirits, they refrained from expressing their joy. "Let us depart, my lord," said Xiao Chongyang as he rose to his feet, suddenly feeling a twinge of pain in his ribcage. He recalled the physician's word from the morning, which stated that his injury had not yet healed, but he dismissed them with indifference. However, as he continued to walk, the discomfort intensified. After leaving the Shanshu mansion, just as they were nearing home, he found himself unable to stand upright, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his back arching in agony. The guards, witnessing his distress, were alarmed and rushed to support him, exclaiming, "My lord, what troubles you? Please do not scare us." Xiao Chongyang was in so much pain that he could not articulate a response, his lips trembling. Mere moments after he departed, his eyes closed, and he fainted. The guards dared not lift him. One of them gently lowered him to the ground. Could it be that he was frightened by a tiger? One speculated, but that seemed unlikely. The physician from the cosmetic shop was summoned, and, upon seeing Xiao Chongyang's condition, appeared unsurprised, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Calmly, she directed the guards on how to carry him inside. A few guards anxiously paced within Xiao Chongyang's chamber. One could no longer contain his concern and implored the physician, "What is wrong with our lord? Please do assist him." The physician, maintaining her composure, retrieved her medical kit, proceeding with measured movements and even sipping her tea. "Do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to urgently summon the divine physician this morning." This statement left all the guards bewildered. So, she had taken it upon herself to call for the divine physician, and fortunately, he was not far from the capital. Upon lifting his clothing, the guards were startled to see a noticeable protrusion at Xiao Chongyang's ribcage. "How could this be?" They gasped in shock. The physician's expression turned complex as she shook her head, suggesting it would be best to wait until he regained consciousness to discuss it further. Such matters may be difficult for him to accept. The other guards exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if this was indeed the result of being kicked by that brutish man, and whether there was more to the situation than met the eye. Before departing, the physician specifically instructed the guards that the divine physician should arrive by the following day, and until then, no one was to be allowed to see their lord. One guard, still somewhat dazed, inquired what a missed son. The physician's gaze deepened, and she replied in a calm tone, "None shall enter, including her." After delivering her instructions, she took her leave, leaving the guards to stand vigil within the room. One guard, hearing a sound, moved to open the door, but was halted by another. "Have you forgotten the physician's words? No one is to enter. Outside." A tense silence ensued before a voice asked anxiously, "What has happened to Xiao Gij? May I come in to see him?" They stood together, claiming to take turns standing watch, yet none truly slept, remaining vigilant until dawn broke. The guards, feeling their stiff and sore bodies, hurried to the door. There stood a weary young apprentice, accompanied by a woman clad in red, her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. Upon seeing her, the guards were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they trembled. "Young Master Jun, please come quickly and see my lord."